18-year-old Title Douluo? Can he really cultivate by swallowing heavenly thunder? Qin Xiao stood at the mountain peak, struck by heavenly thunder with a face full of enjoyment. A crisp sound echoed from within him. Breakthrough. Level 90. He had crossed over to Douluo for 18 years, with the martial soul of the Thunder Emperor, born resistant to thunder, and could even convert heavenly thunder into soul power. Tang Hao became a Title Douluo in his 40s? To him, that's just an old genius. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Newbie system bound, gift package distributed. Qin Xiao was stunned. I'm about to become a Title Douluo, and the system just came? Opening the gift package, he found a few worthless books. Soul Beast Encyclopedia, Soul Master Theory. He casually threw them off the mountain. I've already bought these, trash. System, Newbie Guide. Go to Shrek Academy, pass the initial test by Li Yusong. Reward. First Soul Ring 1,000 years, 500 gold soul coins. Qin Xiao exploded. You want to go to Shrek? They only accept those under 13, and I'm already 18. Plus, I reached level 30 at 8 years old. Now I'm level 90. I could be a teacher. System. The task is correct. Please execute. All right, considering the rewards, Qin Xiao pondered, First Soul Ring plus 1,000 years, not a loss. Half a month later, he stood before Shrek's broken plaque, squinting his eyes. Would Shrek dare to accept this overage Title Douluo? Could Li Yusong's initial test stump Qin Xiao, who swallows heavenly thunder? Shrek Academy. What kind of chaos would ensue when Qin Xiao stepped inside? Shrek Academy is indeed broken, but there were still over 100 people lining up at the entrance. Suddenly, an old man resembling a farmer stood at the door with a long stick, 6 soul rings emerging beneath his feet, white, yellow, purple, 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 black. Soul Emperor. The people in line were dumbfounded, quickly retreating. The old man spoke. Anyone over 13 with soul power below level 21 leave. Shrek only accepts monsters. Instantly, more than half of the crowd scattered, leaving only a few qualified. Qin Xiao stepped forward. I'm signing up. The old man was Li Yusong. He looked at Qin Xiao. How old are you? 18. The surroundings exploded. Dai Mubai frowned. Didn't you hear what Teacher Li said? Oscar laughed out loud. You want to change the rules? Qin Xiao ignored them and said to Li Yusong, I can prove my talent is stronger than theirs. Can I enter? Li Yusong glanced at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others nearby. Dai Mubai was a 13-year-old soul master. Oscar had innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong was a genius of the 7. Treasured glazed tile school. All right, prove it to me. Li Yusong held back a laugh. Qin Xiao reminded. Anyone below Soul Sect, stand 200 meters away. No one moved, thinking he was just bragging. Fine, you don't want to listen, huh? Boom. A bolt of lightning split the sky, striking directly at Qin Xiao. Boss, look. That lightning seems to be related to him. Oscar pointed at Qin Xiao, his mouth agape. This lightning was conjured by Qin Xiao. How would he prove he was stronger than the Shrek 7? Would Dai Mubai and the others be scared out of their minds when they saw the next scene? Boom. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Everyone in the field, except Qin Xiao, was startled. Why was it suddenly thundering? They were all puzzled. What was this lightning doing? Was it Qin Xiao's martial soul ability? Electric arcs crackled around Qin Xiao, and the soul rings beneath his feet began to emerge yellow, yellow, purple. Just a soul master, and you want to show off? Dai Mubai sneered. I was a soul master at 13. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, a 4th purple soul ring rose. Foraying Soul Sect. Li Yusong's eyes lit up. 18-year-old soul sect, about the same as Dai Mubai. Oscar gasped. Not bad. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong spoke up. What about an 18-year-old soul king? Dai Mubai shook his head. Impossible. Never seen one. See for yourself. Dai Mubai looked over. His jaw dropped. Qin Xiao's 5th soul ring shone. Black soul king. It's really a soul king. Xiao Wu grabbed Tang San, her voice trembling. Stronger than Xiao San? Tang San also had a complex expression. There are mountains beyond mountains. Before everyone could recover, a 6th black soul ring appeared. 6th ring, Soul Emperor. Li Yusong was dumbfounded. This breaks history. Ning Rongrong's mouth formed an O shape. My grandpa didn't have this speed when he was young. Dai Mubai felt a burning sensation on his face, like he had been slapped invisibly. Would be lucky to reach Soul King at 18. And this guy was directly a Soul Emperor? A wild wind rose, and Qin Xiao's soul power surged. 7th ring. Soul Sage. 8th ring. Soul Douluo, 9th ring. A pitch-black, deep Title Douluo soul ring. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was frozen in place, their hearts nearly stopping. That 9th soul ring absorbed all attention like a black hole. An 18-year-old Title Douluo? Is this real? The Shrek 7 must be questioning their lives now, right? Would Li Yusong dare to accept this student? Or would he just ask him to be a teacher? At the moment the ninth soul ring appeared on Qin Xiao, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's hearts nearly stopped beating. That dark and profound light occupied everyone's gaze. Next, how would Qin Xiao dominate the competition? Was the Shrek entrance test just child's play for him? As soon as the 9 soul rings emerged, a wave of pressure forced everyone to the ground. Oscar cried out, "He has 9 soul rings." 9. Dai Mubai muttered as if possessed. Title Douluo, how is that possible? Xiao Wu shrank behind Tang San, trembling in fear. He isn't coming for me, right? Tang San gritted his teeth, barely holding himself up on one knee. Qin Xiao retracted his soul rings and smiled at Li Yusong. Can I pass the test now? Li Yusong turned pale. Your Majesty. Please don't joke. What offense has Shrek committed against you? He'll apologize on their behalf. I really came to enroll. 18 years old. Qin Xiao said earnestly that Li Yusong quickly nodded. Pass. Must pass. Don't mention enrollment, head. Let him be the dean. At this moment, the system prompted. New task together with partners. Withstand a stick of incense under Zhao Wujie. Reward. Second soul ring 1,000 years. Qin Xiao thought. I need to bring these people along, otherwise the task won't count, that he told Li Yusong. I want to participate in the practical assessment and let the others join too. Li Yusong immediately agreed, praying for Zhao Wujie in his heart. Old Zhao, hope you're blessed. May I ask your title, Your Majesty? Li Yusong mustered his courage to ask. Qin Xiao, title Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor Law is going to take the practical test with the Shrek 7. Would Zhao Wujie be scared stiff knowing his opponent is a Title Douluo? In the time of a stick of incense, would Qin Xiao win effortlessly, or would he take action to dominate Zhao Wujie? Qin Xiao said, leading the way into the academy. What kind of absurdity would the upcoming practical test bring? Dai Mubai led everyone to an open area, and Qin Xiao immediately spotted the middle-aged man napping unmovable King Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai called out, his heart pounding. Please don't show off today, there's a big shot here. Zhao Wujie woke up, glanced at everyone, and laughed. There are actually 5 who passed? Miracle. He stood up, puffing out his solid chest. I am Zhao Wujie. The final assessment, if you can hold out under my hands for the duration of Stick of Incense, you will be members of Shrek. Dai Mubai wanted to advise him, but was interrupted by Zhao Wujie. You brat, are you trying to be chivalrous? No way. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zuking's cold gaze and simply shut up, Zhao teacher. Good luck to you. Zhao Wujie waited for everyone to discuss tactics, but all eyes were on Qin Xiao. Ning Rongrong spoke first. Your Highness, just tell us what to do. Your Highness? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. That name is quite arrogant. Qin Xiao said calmly, you just stand there, leave the rest to me. Zhao Wujie was furious. Mubai, tell them about my strength. Dai Mubai helplessly replied. Zhao teacher, 76 level battle soul saint. Great strength diamond bear, vice dean. Oh, a soul saint. Ning Rongrong pretended to be surprised. Zhu Zhuqing showed no expression, having seen a Title Douluo. A soul saint was nothing special. Zhao Wujie was confused. This reaction is not right. He clenched his fists, bones cracking. Looks like I need to show you my strength. Oscar couldn't help but advise. Zhao teacher, be careful. Don't worry, he'll go easy on you. Zhao Wujie didn't catch the underlying meaning at all. Is Qin Xiao going to hit Zhao Wujie? How long can 76 level soul saint hold out against the Title Douluo? In the time of a stick of incense, will Qin Xiao play slowly, or will he just kill him instantly? Zhao Wujie was cracking his knuckles and shaking his neck. The bones began to pop. Is he about to strike first? Does he know Qin Xiao's true strength? Zhao Wujie lit a stick of incense and planted it in the ground. First, it'll knock you down. He suddenly inflated, muscles bulging like small mountains, height increasing by a meter, 7 soul rings lighting up to a yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Boom! He charged at Qin Xiao like a cannonball, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Qin Xiao stood still, thinking. He moves like a turtle in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiao threw a punch, crackling with lightning sparks. Bang! Zhao Wujie was sent flying faster, crashing into a wall 100 meters away, dust and debris flying. Qin Xiao stood in place, as if swatting away an ant. Dai Mubai and Oscar gasped. What the? Zhao teacher was one shot? This is a Title Douluo? Xiao Wu was even more scared, hiding behind Tang San, shivering. Zhao Wujie crawled out of the dust, coughing. Kid, someone must be helping you, right? Otherwise, how could? Qin Xiao was too lazy to talk, 9 soul rings lighting up on him, arcs of electricity crackling. Zhao Wujie's eyes widened like copper bells, raising his hand to slap himself. Smack. It hurt so much his teeth loosened, but those 9 soul rings were still there. Title Douluo? His voice trembled. Qin Xiao smiled and waved, thunder erupting from the sky, the pressure making Zhao Wujia sweat profusely. We continue. There's still more than half a stick of incense left. Zhao Wujia shook his head like a rattle drum. No. He turned to run. Thunderpool. Qin Xiao's fifth soul ring lit up. Lightning instantly surrounding Zhao Wujia. Screams came from a thunderpool, sending chills down people's spines. Finally, the stick of incense burned out. Was Zhao Wujia scorched inside and out by the electric shock? Qin Xiao completed the task. After adding a millennium to his second soul ring, how strong would he become? After a long time, the stick of incense finally burned out. What will happen next when Shrek Academy's Dean Flender learns about this? Zhao Wuji bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao from a distance. However, as he spoke, black smoke was emerging from his mouth. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. Zhao Wuji should thank him. If he hadn't reduced the power of his soul skills, Zhao Wuji would probably have been left with nothing after more than half a stick of incense. May I ask, have I passed the assessment now? Qin Xiao asked again. Assessment? Zhao Wuji was first taken aback, then quickly reacted, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Passed. Ding. Congratulations on working together with your teammates and barely managing to hold out under Zhao Wuji for the duration of an incense stick, passing the test. Barely? After hearing the system's prompt, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. He looked at Zhao Wuji in the distance. Indeed, holding out for more than half an incense stick under his lightning pool was quite a struggle. As for his teammates, they were just tagging along, right? If it weren't for completing the task, Qin Xiao wouldn't bother bringing them along. Task rewards have been issued. Soon after, Qin Xiao felt his strength increase a bit more. Not bad. However, he noticed another problem. System, why is there no new task? He questioned in his heart. Although you barely passed Zhao Wuji's assessment, it took a great toll on you, and you have minor injuries, so your condition is not good enough to complete a task for now. It is recommended that you rest first. I fought Zhao Wuji and got injured? That's quite insulting. Zhao Wuji almost killed himself with his own hammer. Okay? Qin Xiao's blood suddenly surged. What strength do I have? Level 91 Title Douluo. Then can I still be injured in a battle against a soul sage? Theoretically, no. But has detected that the host's physical condition is not good. It suggests that you should rest first. Qin Xiao, however, in the distance, Zhao Wuji shivered. He didn't know why, but he sensed a killing intent from Qin Xiao. Dai Mu Bai, you little brat. Why aren't you taking the Crown Prince to rest quickly? Can't you see how hot the sun is? By the way, take the Crown Prince to the presidential suite we specially use to host distinguished guests in our academy. I'll personally handle the paperwork for the Crown Prince later. He hurriedly instructed Dai Mu Bai. He thought it was better to send this terrifying figure away as soon as possible. Yes, Dai Mu Bai's heart trembled, and he quickly said to Qin Xiao, Your Highness, please follow me. All right then, I'll rest first. I'll check back later to see what tricks the system is up to. Qin Xiao nodded and followed Dai Mu Bai towards the distance. However, the look he cast at Xiao Wu before leaving almost made her faint from fear. As he watched Qin Xiao disappear from his sight, Zhao Wujia unconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It was terrifying. After all, he was a soul saint and considered a strong figure. He once had the glorious achievement of breaking through the encirclement during an ambush by the Spirit Hall. Later, he also escaped the pursuit of the elder gorilla from the Li family. But he felt that the dangers he faced back then were nothing compared to today. No, they weren't even worth mentioning. He felt like an ant, as if Qin Xiao could crush him with just a finger. What? Am I funny? Zhao Wujia glared at the group who were trying hard to suppress their laughter. No. Oscar felt as if an invisible hand was choking his neck, and his heart raced. After all, in his heart, Zhao Wujia was a devil. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and others also became serious. What are you looking at? It's you all. Just now when I was sparring with His Excellency, you stood aside like decorations, completely useless. Now I've decided to reassess you. Zhao Wujia extended his hand and swept it over the crowd, speaking in a deep voice. What? Another assessment? Ning Rongrong immediately complained. What? If you have any objections, you can leave now. What Shrek Academy needs is obedience, not questioning. Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice. You. Ning Rongrong frowned. Normally, she would have the thought of leaving. After all, as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, not to mention Ning Fengji. Even the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo regarded her as a treasure. Who would dare speak to her in such a tone? However, she thought about it and realized that this academy could attract an 18-year-old Title Douluo. The anger in her heart dissipated significantly, replaced by curiosity. I won't leave. I want to see what secrets this academy hides. With that thought, a small tower shining with seven-colored light, appeared in her hand. Oh, the seven-treasure glazed tile tower? Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened. This was interesting. Your Excellency, here is the highest standard accommodation in our academy. On the other side, Dai Mubai brought Qin Xiao to a two-story small building. It must be said that the so-called presidential suite was quite shabby. However, Qin Xiao was not a person who was delicate and precious. The environment of training on the solitary peak was much worse than this. Moreover, he was very clear that his purpose for coming to Shrek was not to enjoy life, but to complete the dog system's tasks and enhance his own strength. Mubai, we're about the same age. You don't have to call me Your Excellency so formally. Qin Xiao looked at Dai Mubai, who was leading the way for him, and smiled as he said, Really? Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with surprise. How could he not be excited? He felt that Qin Xiao was actively showing goodwill towards him. Moreover, for him, the recognition of Title Douluo was particularly important. After all, he had another identity, that of a prince of the Douluo Empire. If he could establish a relationship with this lord and gain support, the benefits would be immense. In just a moment, many fantasies had already formed in his mind. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao spoke again. You could just call me Your Majesty like they do. There's no need to mention Thunder Emperor unless necessary. I prefer to keep a low profile. What? Dai Mubai was a bit stunned. This script was different from what he had imagined. Chapter 7. I'm already a Title Douluo, and you want me to work hard on my cultivation? All right, just take me here and you can leave. Qin Xiao ignored the stunned Dai Mubai, waved his hand behind his back, and walked towards the two-story, small building in front of him. Mubai took his leave. Hearing the sound, Dai Mubai seemed to wake from a dream, but he dared not be the slightest bit negligent and bowed as he stepped back. In a small courtyard, the furnishings were simple: a pavilion, a round table, some basic flowers and plants, and a bamboo-woven rocking chair. Qin Xiao walked straight to the rocking chair and lay down. He did not forget the system's reminder to adjust his state. After secretly observing for a while, Aren't you planning to come out and meet me? He gently closed his eyes and said softly. However, no one responded. Even as a Title Douluo, do you lack the courage to come out and see me? Qin Xiao spoke again. This was not baseless speculation. In fact, ever since he showcased his strength in front of the academy gate, he felt that he had been targeted, and it made him sense a hint of crisis. At this moment, being at Shrek Academy, he knew that even a slight movement of his toes would certainly be under Tang Hao's secret scrutiny, especially after Dai Mubai left. That feeling of being watched became even stronger. He didn't want to pretend not to know anymore, so he decided to lay it all out. After all, nobody likes the feeling of being watched by a hidden eye. It's quite uncomfortable. However, his words still received no response. And Qin Xiao suddenly felt that feeling of being watched disappear. It seemed Tang Hao had left? Perhaps he couldn't gauge my true strength and didn't dare to take action against me directly? Haotian Douluo, nothing more than that. Qin Xiao smiled. In fact, he could roughly guess the reason why Tang Hao was spying on him. It was simply because his existence could potentially threaten Tang San and Xiao Wu. Dean, in front of Zhao Wujia is the small courtyard where His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is located. What should we pay attention to? At this moment, Qin Xiao heard a commotion of footsteps and chatter. He recognized that the speaker was Li Yusong, who was in charge of the first admission assessment at Shrek Academy. Soon after, another voice chimed in, "You all wait to act according to my facial expressions. Those who can speak should say less, and those who can't should just remain silent. Remember not to offend this person." Understood. Don't worry, boss. Qin Xiao recognized that the visitors should be Li Yusong, Flander, and other teachers from Shrek Academy. Soon, the chaotic footsteps stopped outside the door. "Your Highness, Li Yusong requests to see you. Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, requests to see you. Xiao Xin requests to see you. Lu Qibin requests to see you." An incredibly respectful voice reached Qin Xiao's ears from outside the academy. Receiving a personal visit from the principal and teachers on the first day of enrollment is quite a unique experience, isn't it? Qin Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. If it weren't for being stuck with such a useless system, he wouldn't have come here so bored. "Come in." Qin Xiao's voice was conveyed, and he stood up to look at the people walking into the courtyard. This was the least respect he could show. Soon, the four of them entered the small courtyard. Li Yusong had met Qin Xiao before, so he just glanced at him before looking at the next person. Next to Li Yusong was Flander, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking very shrewd. After him was Xiao Xin, a food system soul master who had somewhat gained weight. The last person was an elderly man with white hair and beard, Lu Qibin, whose martial soul was soul.With. "Dean Flander, if there's anything, just have someone notify me directly. There's no need to make such a big deal to come here. After all, I'm now considered half a Shrek student." Qin Xiao had a smile that made people feel like they were basking in spring. What kind of ability or virtue do I possess to have a Title Douluo come to see me? Flinder thought to himself with a bitter smile. Your Majesty. I'll get straight to the point. My fellow teachers, and I have come to ask if there is anything we can assist you with. It's unusual for such a great figure to visit my humble place without any reason. Well, there's nothing in particular. You can understand it as having fun. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and gave an answer. Play. A appeared on Flander's face. You, old man, are fine. It's easy for you to say. But we are under a lot of pressure, okay? Can we play somewhere else? Flandre felt a lot of unspoken in his heart. However, Qin Xiao saw through Flander's thoughts. Dean Flander, you don't need to pay too much attention to me. You can completely treat me as if I don't exist. If there is anything, I will come to find you. He could also understand Flander's difficulties and comforted him. Well then, since that is the case, we want to disturb your highness's rest. Flander, despite the awkwardness, at least received a word from Qin Xiao. At least he knew how to coexist with Qin Xiao, which was a good gain. He took the hint and took his leave with Li Yusong and the others. After Flander and the others left, Qin Xiao lay back down in the rocking chair and unknowingly fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was already deep into the night. Ding detected that the host's mental state is excellent and can accept missions. In his dream, Qin Xiao was suddenly awakened by the system's voice. Damn, dog system, you're disturbing my sweet dreams. Do you know how much karma you've created? Qin Xiao was extremely dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of the system. He couldn't even remember the last time he had such a good sleep. Disturbing a peaceful dream is a great crime. However, the system completely ignored Qin Xiao and directly issued a task. Ding, a new task has been released. Beginner's Guide, 3 Rookie Soul Master. Your martial soul is weak and your cultivation talent is poor. You barely made it into Shrek Academy. You must cherish this hard-won opportunity. Is this talking about me? Qin Xiao always felt that what the system said was completely unrelated to him. You say the Thunder Emperor martial soul. One of the 10 Fiends? ISNT strong? I became a Title Douluo at 18, and you say my talent is poor? If I were to go out and say this, those so-called geniuses would probably be too ashamed to find a block of tofu to smash their heads against. The only thing that made Qin Xiao feel somewhat strained was that he barely managed to hold back and didn't kill Zhao Wujia. However, the system didn't care about that. Rookie, you need to understand the principle that a clumsy bird flies early and diligence can make up for shortcomings. Only by putting in more effort than others can you avoid being left far behind by the other students in the academy. Task requirement. Practice hard continuously for 7 days from midnight to dawn. Task reward. Soul power level 1. Huh. Looking at the system's reward, Qin Xiao's eyes brightened. Although the system said a lot of nonsense that made it seem seriously flawed, this reward was quite good. Even if I devour and refine the thunder to convert it into soul power to improve my cultivation, it would still take months or even longer to increase a level of soul power. This time, the system's reward for increasing a level of soul power can save me quite a bit of time. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, and his body honestly walked towards the courtyard. Since the system said he had to practice diligently, he couldn't take it lightly. He needed to find a place to attract lightning to temper his body. Only then could he truly live up to the term diligent. Chapter 8. He is clearly a genius, yet works extremely hard. This will do. After a long while, Qin Xiao arrived at the small square from earlier in the day. In the next moment, he quickly formed hand seals, and suddenly, a fierce wind arose, attracting lightning. This was a power that awakened naturally as his cultivation increased. Of course, the preparation time for this skill was too long, so Qin Xiao directly abandoned it during battles. However, it was perfect for training. Boom! After about 10 minutes, a flash of lightning cut across the sky in the distance, followed by a rumbling thunder. What's going on? Why is it suddenly windy and thundering? A loud thunderclap startled many people in Shrek Academy awake from their dreams. However, they quickly realized something was abnormal, because those dazzling arcs of lightning were not spreading across the boundless sky, but were striking down vertically. Wow, who is this? What kind of wicked deeds must they have done to be struck by lightning? In Flinder's office, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, and several other teachers were present. With the arrival of a Title Douluo's son and another Title Douluo, they couldn't sleep. Hee, old Zhao. How many wicked things have you done to get struck like this? Flinder asked with a smile after hearing Zhao Wujia's words. Me? That's not the same. Zhao Wujia momentarily showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, then laughed. But no matter how you look at it, I've at least fought against Title Douluo and come out unscathed. You can brag all you want. If it weren't for the mercy of His Majesty, the Thunder Emperor, you would be racing with your little friends right now. Flinder bluntly shot back. Oof. After listening to Flinder's words, Zhao Wujia snorted coldly. Just about to say something when he furrowed his brows as he looked out the window. Flinder, something's not right. It seems like the thunder is continuously attracted. With such a strike, I'm afraid even a Title Douluo would be blasted to bits, right? Once this was said, everyone felt that the situation might indeed be unusual. Let's go take a look, Flinder said. But Zhao Wujia replied, Boss, you usually do so many wicked things. I advise you to be cautious. Flinder frowned and coldly spat out a word, get lost. Soon after, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, and others arrived at the edge of the square. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of almost tangible gazes were directed towards the center of the square. They were curious to see what kind of being was so sinful to be continuously struck by lightning. Brothers, am I seeing things? It seems there's a person in the center of the square. The plump Xiao Xan blinked his bean-sized eyes and said uncertainly, It shouldn't be a person. At least it shouldn't be. The relatively calm Lu Qi said in a deep voice. Silence. Flinder's voice rang in everyone's ears. His martial soul was a cat hawk, giving him enhanced vision, so he barely managed to see the figure bathing in lightning. It's Qin Xiao. Flinder even saw that with each breath Qin Xiao took, streams of electricity like spirit snakes were being absorbed into his body. Is he really not going to get blown up? His body spasmed, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Flinder couldn't imagine what kind of strength someone would need to achieve this. Everyone be quiet. It's His Majesty the Thunder Emperor absorbing the thunder. Cultivating. Flinder recalled Qin Xiao's earlier appearance in his mind. You should be cultivating, right? What? That's His Majesty the Thunder Emperor? After hearing Flinder's words, Li Yusong, Xiao Xan, Lu Qi and the others were left in shock, unsure how to express their feelings. Only Zhao Wujia's mouth and eyes twitched continuously. This His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is truly extraordinary. Not only does he use lightning to strike others, but also strikes himself. He is a tough guy. Even more so than tough guys, such a person deserves to become a Title Douluo. Zhao Wujia rarely admires others, but he had to admire Qin Xiao now. In fact, it wasn't just him who was shocked. Secretly, someone was also witnessing everything before them. Who is he? Why is he so strong? If I were in that lightning, I would suffer a devastating blow. In a black cloak, he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Those eyes full of experience had never seen such a spectacle. Not to mention, even the owner of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, Martial Soul wouldn't be able to control such thunderous power, right? Teacher, what's going on? At this moment, a voice came from behind Zhao Wujia. He turned around to see Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, and others walking over from a distance. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were also on their way. Watch quietly, but don't make a sound. If you disturb His Majesty's cultivation, think about the consequences. Once everyone arrived in front of him, Zhao Wujia solemnly instructed. Teacher Zhao, what are you saying? Are you saying His Majesty is cultivating? Is the Thunder Emperor bathing in lightning? Everyone was stunned. This, not getting struck dead by lightning, is incredibly unreasonable. Is this even possible? If it's not His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, who else could have such strength? Zhao Wujia snorted. Huh? Everyone fell silent. After thinking carefully, it seemed there was no one else. I'm not saying you guys just knowing how to loaf around. What time is it? And you're already sleeping. Zhao Wujia frowned at the students dressed in pajamas. Look at His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, who became a title-level powerhouse at 18, yet still works so hard. Aren't you ashamed? Dai Mubai and Oscar suddenly turned red from the scolding. Who has time to practice diligently? If you don't go out and have fun, isn't that wasting your youth? Meanwhile, Tang Sin sighed quietly. If we're talking about diligence, he thought he was not lacking. He slept later than the rooster and woke up earlier. However, I've only just become a great soul master, while he is already a Title Douluo. Is talent really that important in this world? Is it wrong for the teacher to say there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? At this moment, Tang San subconsciously began to doubt the soul master theories he had studied hard for years. Beside him, Ning Rongrong and the other two girls had different expressions. Ning Rongrong was first shocked, and then her eyes filled with intense curiosity. A mysterious man held a deadly attraction for her. Xiao Wu was filled with fear, worried that Qin Xiao would kill her to take her soul bone. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her expression was very complex, extremely complex. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long while, when everyone had lost their hearing from the thunderous sound, the sky full of thunderclouds suddenly dissipated. In the arena, Qin Xiao stood proudly. This bit of thunder was nothing to him. If it were to be described, bathing in thunder was as simple as eating and drinking. Your Majesty, the Thunder Emperor. The respectful titles rang in Qin Xiao's ears one after another. Let us disperse, Qin Xiao said, turning to walk outside the arena. Just as Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others were about to leave, they were stopped by Zhao Waoqi. Wait, what are you all doing? Didn't you see how hard Your Majesty, the Thunder Emperor, is training? Or why do you have to not work hard? Everyone was left speechless, secretly thinking, I am useless. In the distance, Qin Xiao also heard Zhao Waoqi's loud voice and nearly stumbled and fell. He really wanted to explain, don't misunderstand. I don't actually want to work hard. Chapter 9. I saved you. Why do you want to harm me? Walking out of Shrek Academy. Qin Xiao wandered around casually. Although Shrek was small and the village he was in was dilapidated, there was a sense of peace that could calm one's heart. Unknowingly, Qin Xiao entered a certain mystical state. To be honest, after coming to the Douluo Continent for over a decade, he rarely had such leisure time. He had been focused on improving his strength all these years. So he just kept walking. Daybreak came. The morning light fell, like a pair of warm hands gently caressing one's cheeks. At this moment, Qin Xiao also woke up. Indeed, this time's realization had completely stabilized his cultivation, and would not affect his future improvement. Noticing a change in his strength, Qin Xiao felt a bit surprised. After glancing around, he confirmed that he was in a village next to Shrek. However, when he wanted to leave and return to Shrek, two figures entered his line of sight. Suehua, if you want to break up with me, that's fine, but you have to come back to me one more time. Otherwise, no way. A lewd, chubby man with a round face, small eyes, short hair, and two little mustaches around his lips said, while grabbing the arm of an ordinary-looking girl. Suehua pleaded, no, please don't. Just let me go. Are you even human? Qin Xiao found it somewhat amusing. With such a classic line and this lewd image, he was definitely the most lecherous Mahong Jun of Shrek. However, when he left, he heard that Zhao Wujia was going to train Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. It seemed he wouldn't be able to join the righteous cause. As for whether he would take action, that was wishful thinking. He really had no mood to concern himself with unrelated people and matters. After all, in this world, there were far too many unfair things happening every day. After seeing so much, he had long since grown numb to it. Tap, tap, tap. He withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Mahong Jun and Suwa, and walked straight into the distance. Ding! Side mission released. A true hero acts for the country and the people. Rookie Soul Master, although your strength is not strong, you must not lose your innocent heart. Contribute to the fight against evil forces. Mission: combat the evil forces in front of you and rescue the girl in need of help. Mission reward: 100 years to the first soul ring. Qin Xiao? Dog system, aren't you a bit too controlling? I give up on this task. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered with these matters. Ding. Giving up the side quest will result in being unable to trigger side quests again. Do you want to continue giving up? If I give up this task now, I won't be able to trigger any tasks in the future. Qin Xiao believed that even if it were side quests, the rewards shouldn't be too bad. Giving up an entire forest for a single tree seems a bit unworthy. Forget it. I won't give up. I'll accept this task. This time, I'll just be a good person. Qin Xiao decided not to give up on the task. Ding. Side quest accepted successfully. Note: the opponent is very strong. On par with you. Please proceed with caution. Opa Wisma? Qin Xiao was speechless. I can crush him with just one finger, okay? System: is there any reward that can make you normal? He asked in his mind. However, the system did not respond. Qin Xiao knew that the system was beyond saving. He had completely given up on himself. Mahong Jun, I beg you, let me go. I really can't take it anymore. At this moment, Suehua was still struggling. Struggle all you want. The more you struggle, the more excited I get, Mahong Jun said, gripping Suehua's arm and laughing. Let her go. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, startling Mahong Jun. What the hell? Who is this kid daring to ruin my fun? Mahong Jun was instantly furious, turning to Qin Xiao with a hostile look. Saying this, he released Suehua, but being a hero saving the beauty also depended on one's strength. In the next moment, he shot towards Qin Xiao like a released arrow. His meaty fist was infused with soul power. He was determined to make this guy who interrupted his good time pay the price. However, Qin Xiao's response was simple. He flicked his index and middle fingers lightly, accurately striking Mahong Jun's fist. Mahong Jun felt an unstoppable force coming from his fist, and he was sent flying. Bang! Finally, Mahong Jun fell over 10 meters away. He quickly rolled and stood up, but sharp pain in his right hand twisted his face in agony. It was probably broken. Mahong Jun realized that his situation was dire. When he looked at Qin Xiao again, His gaze changed, filled with vigilance and shock. He could tell that this young man was definitely stronger than him, very likely a powerful attack-type soul master like Douluo. As for being above soul master, he had never considered it. After all, given the other party's age, how could he possibly be a soul master? All right, very good. Kid, if you have the guts, wait for me here. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Xiao's reply, he turned and ran away. Qin Xiao. As expected of a disciple of Flander, your mind is quite sharp at times. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards have been issued. A mechanical voice sounded, and Qin Xiao felt a slight boost in strength. Thank you. At this moment, Suehua was no longer shocked. She said to Qin Xiao with a grateful expression, "It's just a small effort." Qin Xiao said, taking out a bag of coins from the soul guide space and tossing it over. "Here are 10 gold soul coins. Leave this village and go live somewhere else. Help others to the end, and send the Buddha all the way to the west." Qin Xiao directly eliminated the possibility of Suehua being threatened by Ma Hongjun in the future. 10 gold soul coins were enough for an ordinary person like Suehua to live a stable life. However, Suehua shook her head and said, "Sir, I don't want money. Let me follow you instead. I can be of great help." Her words were clearly suggestive. Huh? Qin Xiao was taken aback, looking at Suehua in disbelief. "You don't want money, but you want my life? I saved you. Why repay kindness with enmity? This is a sin. You should keep this money. From now on, we have no dealings with each other. Don't even say you know me." After saying this, he had already disappeared from spot. Finally, he had arrived. After a while, Ma Hongjun gasped for breath, finally running back to Shrek Academy. "Fatty, what happened to you?" At the academy gate, Oscar, who had just finished training, rushed over, followed by Dai Mubai. "How many times did you go yesterday? You look pale, unsteady on your feet, and completely drained. Here, eat my big sausage to recover," Oscar said as he took out a bright red sausage. "Yuck." Ma Hongjun felt disgusted. "Don't gross me out." Saying this, he pushed Oscar aside and sorrowfully said to Dai Mubai, "Boss, you have to help your brother." Chapter 10. Oscar and Dai Mubai in trouble. Fatty, who hurt you? Dai Mubai, unlike the carefree Oscar, noticed Ma Hongjun's abnormality. The drooping arm proved that he must have been seriously injured. "Boss, it was someone I met in the village. A stranger. For no reason. He interrupted my intimacy with Suehua. Do you think I could hold my temper? I had to fight him, but in the end, I couldn't beat him." Ma Hongjun simply recounted the events in his own way. "What? Someone dared to act recklessly on my Shrek's territory?" Oscar was immediately furious. He had grown up with Ma Hongjun, and their bond was deep. However, what surprised Ma Hongjun was that Dai Mubai, who was always righteous, did not express his stance immediately, but instead frowned. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask. After all, he had come back seeking help to regain his face. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing in Shrek in the future? "Fatty, what does that person look like?" Dai Mubai remembered that the Emperor Thunder had not returned since leaving Shrek Academy. Fatty wouldn't have run into that person, would he? If that were the case, he couldn't help with this matter. Ma Hongjun frowned, seriously recalling, and then said, "Boss, that person is at most a bit taller than me, skinnier, and slightly more handsome. But compared to you, he's way off. You're at the top level. He's at the bottom." As Dai Mubai's little brother, Ma Hongjun deeply understood how to make Dai Mubai happy. If he was happy, his own issues would be resolved. "Well, if you say it like that, then let's go find that guy and get revenge for you." After hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai felt relieved. Dai Mubai was recognized as handsome. But after seeing Qin Xiao, he deeply realized that apart from strength, in terms of looks, Qin Xiao was several streets ahead of him. Now that Fatty said that person was only slightly better than him, it definitely wasn't Qin Xiao. As long as it wasn't Qin Xiao, everything would be easy to handle. "Fatty, lead the way." Oscar patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said, "All right, I hope that kid hasn't run away. Boss, you just beat him half to death, and leave the rest to me. I will make him understand what cruelty is." Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai and said. Dai Mubai nodded. Thus, the three of them headed toward the village. However, not long after, they all stopped in their tracks. They saw a tall figure walking from afar. It was the Emperor Thunder. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Instinctively, they wanted to give way to this big shot. But the fatal thing was that Ma Hongjun excitedly pointed at the distant Qin Xiao and exclaimed with joy, "Boss, that's him. That's the guy who bullied me. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. This time I will definitely make him know how to write death." He was quite pleased with himself, already imagining what it would be like to take revenge. In contrast, Dai Mubai and Oscar felt as if struck by lightning, almost forgetting to breathe. "What did you say? He's your enemy?" Oscar's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, He wished Fatty had mistaken the person. That's right, it's him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Ma Hongjun was very certain. Fatty, I think you should donate your eyes to someone with hope. With your vision, having no eyes wouldn't be a big deal. Dai Mubai said with annoyance. This kind of person, with this kind of demeanor, and you say he is only a bit stronger than you? You really know how to flatter yourself. Of this. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but scratch his head, awkwardly saying, Boss, Oscar, don't mind these details. Anyway, it's this person. We can just deal with him together. After saying this, his eyes flashed with fierce light. In any case, it was this person, and they would just take him down together. As his voice fell, his soul power surged, and a significant change appeared in his body. He had completed the martial soul possession. In an instant, the air became heated, and Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit was burning. However, two abrupt voices sounded beside him. Dai Mubai, greetings, Your Majesty. Oscar, I have seen Your Majesty, the Emperor Thunder. What the heck? Your Majesty? Ma Hongjun looked left and right, finding Dai Mubai and Oscar both bowing respectfully, not even daring to raise their heads to look at the figure ahead. He's a Title Douluo. Even Ma Hongjun, no matter how thick-skinned he was, knew what this term meant. In an instant, his martial soul dissipated, and his fighting spirit vanished. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Feeling extremely cold, his lips trembled, and he could no longer speak. Are you waiting for me? Qin Xiao looked at the three with a smile that seemed like a smile, but wasn't. Without needing to say much, he could roughly guess their intentions. However, he did not expect that Dai Mubai and Oscar would be so stubborn as to stand up for Ma Hongjun. Of course, if he had known that the two were tricked into coming by Ma Hongjun, he wouldn't have thought that way. Your Majesty, I called them here to find you. I've already had someone prepare breakfast, and we're waiting for you to come over. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky behind everyone. It was Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Oh, Qin Xiao looked at Flinder with a smile that was not quite a smile, and only nodded when the other party's expression became somewhat unnatural. Then let's go. The Dean is kind-hearted, so I won't be polite. With that, he stepped past the crowd, but he cast a meaningful glance at Ma Hongjun. Thump! The latter seemed to be struck by lightning and sat down on the ground. Flinder's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, but he said nothing. He hurriedly took 2 steps to catch up with Qin Xiao, but his voice remained where it was. What a pity to waste the beautiful morning without exercising. You 3 should run around the village 20 laps. If you can't finish, don't eat ahead. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Indeed, Flinder knew how to handle people. After Qin Xiao and Flinder disappeared from sight, Dai Mubai and Oscar also collapsed weakly onto the ground. Along with Ma Hongjun, the 3 looked as if their bodies had been drained of energy, and sweat had unknowingly soaked their clothes. That was too thrilling. If it weren't for the Dean's intervention, we might have been doomed today, Oscar said with a pounding heart. How could they afford to offend a Title Douluo? If they hadn't provided a suitable reason just now, they would have been in trouble. Fatty, you really are a disaster. Oscar, and I almost got killed because of you today. Dai Mubai, no longer his usual carefree self, instead complained about Ma Hongjun. This was understandable. He had traveled a long way to Shrek just to save his own life and live a few more years, right? And now, he almost became an enemy of a Title Douluo under Ma Hongjun's persuasion. Wasn't it akin to a longevity god hanging himself because he wanted to live longer? To know that he had witnessed Qin Xiao's training process with his own eyes. It was so fierce that even if he searched the entire Douluo Empire's royal family, he wouldn't find such a powerful individual. In other words, if he provoked such a powerful person, getting crushed would mean there was no one to take revenge for him. Chapter 11. New Mission. After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun became even more panicked. Boss, what on earth is going on? Can you explain it to me properly? Dai Mubai said nothing, and Oscar sighed. Let me tell you about it. This matter should start from yesterday's entrance exam. Soon, Oscar recounted yesterday's events in detail. The shock on Ma Hongjun's face grew stronger, eventually turning into a bit of panic. Goodness. So that mysterious young man wasn't he just pretending to be weak? He really is a fierce tiger. An 18-year-old Title Douluo. This is going to the heavens. On the other side, Qin Xiao followed Flander to the Academy's cafeteria. In simple terms, the word simple is enough to describe the cafeteria. Your Highness, this is the cafeteria of Shrek. A bit shabby, Flander said somewhat awkwardly. The cafeteria in front of them was similar to a farmhouse. No, to be precise, it was transformed from a farmhouse. And the chef cooking was a villager from a village. He thought Qin Xiao would inevitably complain. However, Qin Xiao's response surprised him. It's already quite good to have shelter from the wind and rain. When I was cultivating, I used to dive deep into the mountains and forests and the conditions were much harsher than this. Not to mention that there are people preparing breakfast. As he spoke, he walked into the cafeteria. On the other hand, Flander felt deeply moved. Just from Qin Xiao's words, he knew that Qin Xiao was able to become a Title Douluo at such a young age, not just by chance. They entered the cafeteria. Qin Xiao noticed that some people had already arrived. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong sat opposite each other, silent and focused on their bowls of congee and steamed buns. Tang San and Xiao Wu were seated at a table together, also eating light food while quietly discussing something. However, when Qin Xiao entered, their gazes all turned toward him. Ning Rongrong showed no concealment of her curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing merely glanced at Qin Xiao before shifting her gaze away. Yet, Qin Xiao still caught the fleeting complexity in the girl's eyes. After a brief glance at Qin Xiao, Tang San also lowered his gaze. Xiao Wu's reaction was the most pronounced. Her face was filled with panic, and with a thud, she dropped the unpeeled egg she was holding onto the floor. To be honest, ever since Xiao Wu first saw Qin Xiao, she had wanted to leave this place. However, she didn't dare to. She always felt that Qin Xiao had set his sights on her, and was afraid that her impulsiveness would provoke his extreme behavior. "Your breakfast is ready, Your Highness." At that moment, Flinder approached a long table and called out to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound. Steamed buns, sesame cakes, dumplings, xiaomai, wontons, a variety of breakfast items, at least 7 or 8 kinds. It was clear that Flander had put in a lot of effort. There was no need for the dean to go to such trouble. Treating me the same way he treated the students would be enough. Qin Xiao smiled slightly. Shrek Academy's conditions are limited, and being able to reach this step already shows that they are extremely dedicated. At the same time, Qin Xiao also understood that Flinder was still quite nervous when facing him. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, a bitter smile appeared on Flinder's lips. They say that Title Douluo powerhouses all have their own tempers. Who knows if you're someone like a smiling tiger who enjoys stabbing others in the back? To be honest, even if he said that, he still dared not neglect Qin Xiao. In fact, as long as Qin Xiao was around, he had to be cautious in his dealings. There was no way around it. After all, the situation was stronger than the individual. Fine then. Qin Xiao no longer paid attention to Flanders and started eating by himself. The breakfast was average, but he enjoyed it very much. In a short while, his plate was already empty. Just then, the sound of a bell echoed through Shrek Academy. Flanders also changed to a serious expression. "All students, attention. This is the assembly bell for the academy. All students, please gather immediately on the playground." Upon hearing the bell, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others immediately stood up and walked towards the cafeteria exit. "Your Majesty, you." Flanders suddenly noticed that Qin Xiao had also moved. "Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go take a look," Qin Xiao said as he walked outside. "Die loud, fatty, listen to the bell." Outside the academy, Oscar hurriedly said, "Let's go back to the academy first," Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. However, Ma Hongjun stood in place, looking hesitant. "Fatty, why aren't you moving?" Oscar frowned. Ma Hongjun smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to move, it's that my legs won't listen to me. They're shaking uncontrollably. I can't take a step." Oscar. He knew Ma Hongjun was afraid of Qin Xiao. Dai Mubai scoffed. "Fatty, if you could apply the thoughts you have for women to problem solving, you wouldn't have so many troubles. What kind of existence is the Thunder Emperor? He doesn't even regard you as a person, all right? Stop thinking so highly of yourself," he said irritably. "Really?" After hearing Oscar's words, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at first, and he showed a bit of joy, but it quickly turned into a look of disappointment. "What's wrong now?" Dai Mubai asked impatiently. "It's nothing," Ma Hongjun sighed. "I just feel like what you said is too real, making me feel like I'm just a useless person. In front of Title Douluo and such strong beings, I'm like an ant. Fatty, I can describe you in one word right now." Oscar patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, "Handsome?" Ma Hongjun asked tentatively. "Cheap." Oscar threw out that word and hurried to catch up with Dai Mubai. After a while, when Dai Mubai and the others arrived at the square, they found that only the 3 of them were missing. Ironically, when Ma Hongjun saw that Qin Xiao was also present, he did his best to shrink behind Oscar. But how could his wit be hidden? He could only hide his head behind Oscar, a typical case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell, paying attention to the front, but not the back. All right, since everyone is here, I'll briefly mention a few things. First, all new students go find the teachers in the teaching office and each pay 100 gold soul coins as tuition. Second, the first class will be held tonight. So for the time being, you should rest and prepare. This will be a unique class. Third, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two are exceptions. You have extra tasks. Each of you needs to run 20 laps around the village, and you can return to the academy once you complete it. By the way, Tang Xin stays. The rest of you can go about your business. Flinders said one by one. To everyone, the first item seemed like a blatant demand for money. They could endure it. The second item, what kind of class would it be that starts tonight? They were curious. As for the third task, while others didn't comment, it sparked Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction. How can I possibly complete this? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speak out. You can use your support abilities, Flinder added. Support? Ning Rongrong was taken aback and instinctively looked at Oscar. Relying on him? Ning Rongrong, don't worry. After eating my sausage, not to mention running 20 laps. Even 200 laps would be no problem, Oscar said, unable to suppress his smug laughter. Then he chanted a lewd incantation. I got a big sausage. Then, a pink sausage appeared in his hand. You. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea, and her eyes showed determination. I, Ning Rongrong, will never eat that sausage, even if I die of exhaustion or hunger. However, no one paid her any mind, and they all left. Qin Xiao also wants to leave. In fact, he is not very interested in how Douluo Continent will develop in the future, because in this world, you are just a pawn of the gods in the divine realm, such as the Azura god, Sea god, and Rakshasa god. Even forces like Shrek, the Spirit Hall, and the Haotian sect are no exception. What he wants is to break free from Douluo and achieve a great freedom that even the gods cannot restrain. Improving his strength is the only thing he needs to do right now. After all, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, what do you not have? Power, women, anything. However, just as he was about to leave, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ding. Side quest released. Chapter 12. Thunder Law King Qin Xiao. Ning Fengji's worries. A new mission? Qin Xiao stopped in his tracks and instinctively looked towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Given the system's tendencies, he felt that this task was likely related to these two unfortunate kids. Rookie, you are still weak and need two reliable friends by your side. Only then will you have the chance to go further. An auxiliary soul master is the best choice. Task requirement. Help Ning Rongrong and Oscar complete Flinder's trial in your own way. Task reward. Ning Rongrong's affection 20, Oscar's affection -10. Huh? Are you sure, system, that I need to start from scratch to train companions with my current strength? It's not arrogance, but Qin Xiao felt that when he needed assistance, he could just go find Ning Fengji. An 18-year-old Title Douluo would likely grant a favor, and he believed Ning Fengji would not refuse. With this thought, he turned his gaze back to Oscar. He really wanted to ask the system if reducing affection was serious. Is this considered a reward? After reducing affection, what would Oscar do? Well, given Oscar's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Or rather, Qin Xiao wasn't very concerned about this issue. If you think Dean Flinder's task is too difficult to complete, I can help you. Just as Ning Rongrong was in a dilemma, wanting to throw in the towel, Qin Xiao's voice rang out. Your Highness, are you serious? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Beside her, Oscar's expression suddenly darkened. Qin Xiao took this scene in, but didn't pay it any mind. Let's go, we'll talk outside the academy. Qin Xiao said as he led the way out of the academy. Ning Rongrong and Oscar followed closely behind. Slurp. At that moment, they couldn't help but swallow hard, enviously saying, Oscar hit the jackpot with that girl, getting personal guidance from a Title Douluo. In fact, not just Ma Hongjun, but who in the crowd wasn't envious besides Xiao Wu? After all, that's a Title Douluo, a powerful being that is rarely seen. Yeah, if only I had that opportunity. Dai Mubai started to say, but couldn't continue. Behind him, a voice sounded. If you want to study at Shrek, then study hard. If you don't want to learn, then get lost. Undoubtedly, it was Flinder who spoke. Immediately, the two stopped talking, shrank their necks, and quietly moved aside. Tang-san, come with me. Flinder said this without looking at the others and turned to leave. Tang-san followed closely behind. On the other side, Qin Xiao has already brought Ning Rongrong and Oscar to the outside of Shrek Academy. Your Highness, as you know, our auxiliary soul masters have weak physiques. How do you plan to help us? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly. In her view, Qin Xiao must be planning to help them cheat. And then Flinder would just turn a blind eye, and this matter would be settled. It's very simple. I have a method that can infinitely activate a person's potential. It will be enough for you to complete the task before lunch. Qin Xiao said. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Really? Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. Beside them, Oscar's eyes were also filled with curiosity. Crackle. Qin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a flash of electric arc appeared and disappeared in an instant. Ning Rongrong and Oscar's faces immediately turned pale. This, you can't be. The two were instantly dumbfounded upon seeing this. Qin Xiao was bathed in thunder. and his proud figure unconsciously emerged in the hearts of the two. At the same time, a chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. It's relying on the power of thunder to stimulate your potential." Hiss! Ning Rongrong's small face suddenly turned pale. I think I'd rather not. Oscar's face also lost its color. "Your Majesty, I won't use it either. I don't think this amount of training is anything for me. If you don't believe me, just watch." With that, he took a bite of the big sausage in his hand and then took off running. The speed was such that even a rabbit would shed tears. "I think I could do it too," Ning Rongrong said as she bent down and exerted herself, chasing after Oscar's figure. However, Qin Xiao was not satisfied with her speed. He flicked his finger, and a bolt of lightning broke through the void, striking directly at Ning Rongrong. "Ah!" Ning Rongrong let out a strange cry, feeling soreness and numbness all over her body. The sensation was both exhilarating and torturous. But to be fair, her speed had indeed increased a lot compared to before. "Yes, my requirements aren't high. Just maintain the speed. If you can't keep up, then let me help you." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ning Rongrong's ear. She instinctively looked to her side, and Qin Xiao was surprisingly right next to her. However, Qin Xiao's leisurely demeanor made Ning Rongrong realize how much her strength differed from his. "What are you dazed for? Too slow." Just then, Qin Xiao flicked his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck Ning Rongrong like a small whip. "Ow!" Ning Rongrong let out another scream, and her speed increased significantly. Is this person a devil? Even the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is treated this way? Then Oscar, who was running ahead, heard Ning Rongrong scream and felt his heart sink. However, in order to avoid suffering himself, he mustered all his strength and ran for his life. On the other side, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the main hall of the sect, Ning Fengji sat silently on the throne facing south, listening to the report from the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Master, the young lady has entered Shrek Academy, but there are soul sage powerhouses stationed there, so I didn't dare to go deeper." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded. "I know about this matter. It's indeed not your fault. Keep investigating and report back." Saying this, he waved his hand. Normally, this disciple should have left, but he stayed in place. "Is there anything else?" Ning Fengji asked lightly, reporting to the master. "Besides the young lady's matter, something strange has also happened at Shrek." The disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hesitated, unsure if this counted as a matter. "Go on," Ning Fengji frowned. "It's like this. Our people observed that there was an endless thunderstorm that once descended upon Shrek Academy and lasted for a long time." "How long is a long time?" Several hours." The disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School said with a stiff neck, feeling ridiculous himself. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji instructed, "Continue to pay attention to the young lady's movements." "Yes." After listening to Ning Fengji's words, the disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hurriedly withdrew. At the same time, a figure rushed in. It was an old man with white hair and beard. "Fengji, are you really so at ease letting Rongrong be out there alone? What kind of wild chicken academy is Shrek? Can it be better than our teachings? I want to go bring Rongrong back. I can't feel at ease with her out there." Saying this, he boldly sat down on a chair next to the sect master Ning Fengji, clearly indicating that he wouldn't leave if Ning Fengji disagreed. However, to his surprise, Ning Fengji actually nodded. "Indeed, I was negligent. Shrek Academy might have significant issues. Uncle Jin, you came just in time. Let's go to Shrek together." Chapter 13, Mission completed. Strength increased, the sky was clear, and the sun blazed overhead. However, the people in front of Shrek Academy's cafeteria paid no mind to the heat. Teachers like Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and Li Yusong, as well as students like Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were all waiting. "Boss, do you think Xiao Ao and the others can really make it back before lunch?" Ma Hongjun calculated the time. There was less than a quarter of an hour until meal time. "They should not be able to make it back," he said. "I sneakily went to check before." The Thunder Emperor did not help Ning Rongrong and Oscar cheat, and with their physiques, it would be fast for them to return before finishing their meal. Dai Mubai expressed his opinion. In fact, it wasn't just him and Ma Hongjun who were concerned about this issue. Everyone present was paying attention. Otherwise, why were they all just waiting around? Time passed second by second, and the sound of the cafeteria opening rang out. "Forget it. They're not coming back. Let's start eating," someone suggested. Ning Rongrong and Oscar are really hopeless. "Boss, I think the Thunder Emperor's assertion that he could help them complete the task shouldn't be an exaggeration. Why don't we wait a bit longer?" Zhao Wujia said gruffly. "That's impossible. Oscar and Ning Rongrong's physiques are right there. For them to complete 20 laps on their own, they'd probably still be at it until the middle of the night, Flanders chuckled. He had a firm grasp on the limits of the two. But the Thunder Emperor. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but want to say more, but was stopped by Flanders. I know what you're trying to say, but a person's potential is also limited. Even a Title Douluo cannot raise this upper limit. Otherwise, my Xiaojiang. At this point, he fell silent. I see. Zhao Wujia understood the deeper meaning of Flanders' words. He had heard that Yu Xiaojiang was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the top 3 sects, and there were Title Douluo powerhouses stationed in the sect. But wasn't he also helpless against Yu Xiaojiang's wasteful talent? Let's go, Flanders said, leading the way into the cafeteria. Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, and the others followed closely behind. After that, it was Dai Mubai and the others. However, when Flanders saw the situation inside the cafeteria, he was instantly dumbfounded. He felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. How are you all here? He asked in disbelief. In his line of sight, Qin Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were seated at the table. We're eating. What's wrong with that? Oscar was the first to respond, completely puzzled as to why Flanders would ask such a question. Dean, why are you still here and not leaving? Behind Flanders, Zhao Wujia and the others bypassed him and entered the cafeteria. However, the next moment, each of them looked as if they had been hit by a petrification spell, revealing expressions of disbelief. Xiao Ao Yu, it's really you. Dai Mubai rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he wasn't seeing things. It was indeed Qin Xiao, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar who had returned. Flanders and Zhao Wujia's words outside were clearly heard by everyone. With Ning Rongrong and Oscar's stamina, they couldn't possibly complete his task. But now, holy crap, instinctively, everyone looked at Qin Xiao. That mysterious young man, an incredibly young Title Douluo. It was this person who turned the impossible into the possible. As for cheating, no one would think that way. What Title Douluo would lose face over such a trivial matter? After the meal, Ning Rongrong quietly approached Qin Xiao. Is there something you need? Qin Xiao asked in confusion. To be honest, he had gone to great lengths to motivate Ning Rongrong to complete her task. Along the way, Ning Rongrong had been complaining about Qin Xiao. She even mentioned turning back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to recruit people, threatening that Qin Xiao would be in big trouble. Of course, what she received in return was even harsher motivation from Qin Xiao. Great Demon King, although your training methods are quite extreme, they're also very stimulating. Without relying on myself, I wouldn't be able to complete Principal Flanders' task at all. Thank you. After saying that, she quickly ran out of the cafeteria. Qin Xiao? What? Is there even feelings involved? It's a cursed fate. Now he understands why the system rewards include a 20 affection level. How are feelings cultivated? Unconsciously, he looked towards Oscar. Sure enough, at this moment, Oscar silently stood up and left the cafeteria. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to be lost in thought. Clearly this would reduce the favorability by 10 points. Your Majesty, I have arranged for the students to have their second class tonight. Would you like to offer some guidance? When there were only a few people left in the cafeteria, Flanders approached Qin Xiaoyu. Second class? Qin Xiao did not respond immediately, as if lost in thought. In reality, he was waiting for the system to issue a task. However, no familiar mechanical voice emerged. Does that mean there are no tasks? Qin Xiao immediately replied with 2 words, not going. What is the point of watching a bunch of rookies peck at each other? With that time, it's better to be struck by lightning. No, it's better to hone his skills. All right, then I 1T disturb your Majesty. Flanders felt a bit regretful. If Qin Xiao was willing to go down, wouldn't he make a fortune? You have to know that there are many betting options in the Soul Arena, and becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. During these 5 days, Qin Xiao spent his time in calm cultivation. Now, the Slytherin Square has become a forbidden zone. Both day and night are shrouded in thunder, with few moments of respite. Both the students and teachers of Slytherin Academy have been silenced by Qin Xiao. Can anyone really withstand such a frenzied cultivation method? At least, they shouldn't. Ding, the 7-day arduous cultivation task is completed and the reward has been issued. Finally, a notification from the system echoed in Qin Xiao's mind once again. Immediately afterward, a mysterious power integrated into his body, and his soul power began to surge like a volcanic eruption. In just a few breaths, he felt as if he had broken through an invisible membrane, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. It worked. His soul power has increased significantly. Qin Xiao's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of joy on his face. The improvement in his strength made him extremely satisfied. System, if you could give me more tasks like this, I wouldn't complain at all. Qin Xiao muttered to himself again, but the system did not respond at all. Damn system, playing dead again. Qin Xiao secretly cursed. The system remained silent. Qin Xiao was speechless and gave up on the idea of communicating with the system. He waved his hand to disperse the dark clouds floating above his head, and a crescent moon came into view. It turned out to be late at night again. Just as Qin Xiao was about to lament the passage of time and cultivation, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face. A breath settled on him, conveying an unfriendly message. Tang Hao. In an instant, Qin Xiao identified the owner of this aura. It was the person who had been spying on him for several days. Who else could it be but Tang Hao? Huh, can't hold back anymore, can you? I'm curious to see what you want to say to me. After saying that, he followed the direction from which the aura came. P.S. The plot will change drastically from here, so original fans should proceed with caution. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 14. Tang Hao is shocked. Qin Xiao is too powerful. Outside the academy, in a sparsely populated forest, a figure cloaked in black was facing away from Qin Xiao. You've come, he said, his voice a bit hoarse. Qin Xiao was too lazy to waste words. If you have something to say, just say it. Everyone is quite busy. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Tang Hao's body tremble. Then Tang Hao slowly turned around and removed the cloak from his head, revealing his disheveled face to Qin Xiao. When I was your age, I was still in the soul sect, Tang Hao said with a hint of emotion in his eyes. To receive such praise from the Haotian Douluo, I feel undeserving. Qin Xiao said lightly. You. Tang Hao was taken aback. He didn't expect Qin Xiao to see through his identity at a glance. However, it no longer mattered. He had brought Qin Xiao here precisely to make the other party retreat in the face of difficulty. Since you recognize me, I'll be straightforward. Although I don't know why you came to Shrek Academy. I hope you will leave and not tell anyone about Xiao Wu's true identity. Tang Hao stared intensely at Qin Xiao. Originally, he planned to wait and figure out Qin Xiao's intentions before confronting him, but today's breakthrough of Qin Xiao forced him to change his mind. He saw endless potential in Qin Xiao, and if he allowed Qin Xiao to grow recklessly, he would become even more passive. As for why he targeted Qin Xiao so specifically, it's simple. Shrek Academy was a testing ground that Tang Hao found for Tang San, and among its members, some would provide significant help to Tang San in the future. For example, the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, Ning Rongrong, the genius food system Soul Master Oscar. In addition, there is Xiao Wu, a transformed human from a 100,000-year soul beast, whose value to soul masters is immeasurable. In his plan, Tang San should be the core of these individuals, a figure adored by many. However, Qin Xiao's emergence disrupted his plans, and Qin Xiao became the center of Shrek. Ning Rongrong favored him, and Dai Mubai and others held him in awe, while Tang San became invisible. Only Xiao Wu was nervously accompanying Tang San every day. But Tang Hao could see that if given the chance, Xiao Wu might just dive into the Stardow forest and not come back, which would be an even greater loss. Therefore, no matter what, Tang Hao had to make Qin Xiao leave. He was determined to first persuade him. If Qin Xiao does not comply, then force will have to be used. A genius like Qin Xiao, if left alive, will bring endless troubles. Only by dying can one feel at ease. Haotian Douluo so imposing. Qin Xiao smiled. What if I don't agree? Tang Hao, became famous decades ago. Young man, I advise you to think carefully. As Tang Hao spoke, he clenched his right hand, and the Haotian hammer, as big as a water bucket, appeared in his hand. Woof, woof, woof. He waved it casually, making a woofing sound. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, I'll give you another chance to organize your words properly. If you choose to retreat, I can compensate you, or even owe you a favor. You should know my favor. Before Tang Hao could finish, Qin Xiao made a gesture, interrupting him. This guy is too narcissistic, right? Just a wandering soul with no home to return to, merely a scapegoat for BB Doll. Qin Xiao shook his head. No matter how many times you ask me, this is impossible. His voice was firm and resolute. What a joke. The tasks he was currently accepting were all related to Shrek Academy. How could he possibly leave? Besides, he was someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than to force. Even with the title Douluo Tang Hao, it was impossible for him to bow his head. All right. Tang Hao's expression changed repeatedly, and he smiled in anger. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Then let me show you what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains. Qin Xiao remained silent, proving his answer through action. Crackling sounds. The electric arcs enveloped his entire body as his martial soul awakened. One of the 10 fierce beings of the Thunder Emperor, a rare humanoid entity. After awakening his martial soul, Qin Xiao had transformed into the Thunder Emperor, mastering the thunder of the heavens. Your strength far exceeds that of a soul master of the same rank. Tang Hao's pupils constricted as he gave such an evaluation. It must be said that Qin Xiao was very strong. With his current strength, he really felt somewhat challenged. Same rank. Qin Xiao grinned. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. Taking the initiative, when he reappeared, he was already in front of Tang Hao. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck like a shooting star towards Tang Hao's chest. Such speed, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Qin Xiao's speed was so fast that he barely managed to react. He quickly raised his hand, and the Haotian hammer blocked in front of him like a shield. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the forest. Immediately after, Tang Hao felt a massive force coming from the Haotian hammer, accompanied by a numbing sensation that almost made him loosen his grip on it. He staggered back several steps before he could barely stabilize himself against that force. So strong. The speed was so fast that a Title Douluo below level 95 couldn't compare, and the strength was enough to rival a level 95 Title Douluo. This was clearly a level 95 Title Douluo. Tang Hao was utterly shocked. This kid's talent was simply monstrous. He was also a genius. The youngest Title Douluo on the Douluo Continent, but compared to Qin Xiao's talent, he felt like he was a world away. It seemed that the title of the youngest should change hands now. Moreover, due to his lingering injuries from years ago and his years of depression, his strength had regressed significantly, and he could only exert the combat power of a level 95. This kid must not be left alive. Tang Hao's determination grew stronger. He decided to hold on and wait for the right moment to use the secret technique of the Haotian sect to take Qin Xiao away in one fell swoop. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that Qin Xiao, standing opposite him, was slowly dissipating. Illusion? Tang Hao was taken aback, then shook his head. No. It was a residual image left by extreme speed. Thunderpool. At that moment, a voice echoed from above Tang Hao's head, and thick bolts of lightning, like spirit snakes, enveloped him. If Zhao Wuji were here, he would be shocked. This thunderpool was far more powerful than anything he had experienced before. Just one bolt of lightning was enough to obliterate him. Martial soul, true body. Haotian protection. In an instant, Tang Hao thought of a countermeasure, activating his strongest defense while searching for an opportunity to break through the lightning blockade. But it was not that easy. Within hundreds of meters, it was instantly turned into scorched earth. Not only that, but Qin Xiao had no intention of giving Tang Hao a breather. Thunder Beast. The voice came from above, and Tang Hao looked up to see an astonishing scene. Earlier, Qin Xiao stood bathed in lightning, with 9 bizarre soul rings appearing in a purple-black pattern. Then his 8th soul ring lit up, and 9 massive electric orbs emerged around him. Gulp! Tang Hao swallowed hard. He sensed the aura of destruction. This power had already surpassed the limit of level 95. Regardless of how strong Tang Hao's combat power was, Qin Xiao, the wielder of the Thunder Emperor martial soul, was undeniably fierce, right? Invincible text. Chapter 15 Tang Hao. I can't die yet. Haotian 9 absolutes. In an instant, Tang Hao made a decision and immediately used the secret technique of the Haotian sect. As he dodged the strikes of the Thunderpool, he was already ready to unleash his power at any moment. The so-called Haotian 9 absolutes were not 9 skills, but 9 ways of exerting force. Void, seal, penetrate, pierce, entangle, shock, break, halt, and collapse. Compared to this, the charging technique of the chaotic hammer method seemed a bit useless. At this moment, Qin Xiao's soul skills had also been unleashed. The so-called Thunder Beasts were not just 1 but 9. Each of the thunder orbs around him transformed into a ferocious Thunder Beast. Each one was as thick as a water barrel, its body resembling that of a giant python, but with a menacing horn on its head. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. Seal, entangle, break, halt. Seeing this, Tang Hao gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his internal injuries and raising his power to its peak state. At that moment, 4 of the 9 methods of the Haotian 9 absolutes were displayed in an instant. In this moment, the combat power he exhibited was enough to crush any level 96 Title Douluo. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded as the Thunder Beasts were instantly destroyed by Tang Hao. For this, Qin Xiao was not surprised. The secret technique of the Haotian sect was very powerful, stronger than soul skills. He remembered that in the later stages of the original story, Tang Hao relied on the secret technique to defeat the Golden Crocodile Douluo with a combat power of level 97. Although the Golden Crocodile Douluo was no longer in his prime, nearing death, he was still level 98. And now Tang Hao was unleashing level 96 combat power with his level 95 soul power. which was understandable. Meanwhile, the combat power Qin Xiao was exhibiting was only at the initial entry level of 96. Penetrate, pierce, collapse, entangle. In an instant, Tang Hao unleashed another 4 techniques. And in the blink of an eye, only one Thunder Beast remained. Moreover, Tang Hao seized this opportunity to break free from the Thunder Pool's confinement. Roar! At that moment, the last Thunder Beast charged at Tang Hao. The result was only one: destruction. Is this it? After completing all this, Tang Hao's eyes filled with disdain. Young man, I once offered you kind advice and gave you a chance, but you're just not up to par. Back at his peak, he was spirited, holding the Haotian Hammer and pointing it at Qin Xiao, only to notice something was off. Why were so many bolts of lightning converging towards Qin Xiao? Is this his 9th soul skill? Upon seeing the soul rings shimmering on Qin Xiao's body, Tang Hao suddenly understood. Drink! Just then, with Qin Xiao's clear shout, the sky full of thunderclouds dissipated. Qin Xiao's figure once again appeared before Tang Hao. The difference was that he was now wearing a piece of menacing purple armor. Undoubtedly, this was Qin Xiao's 9th soul skill, Thunder Emperor armor. It was formed by gathering countless forces of thunder. Wearing this armor greatly enhanced his cultivation, speed, strength, and more. Qin Xiao estimated that there was at least 50%. This armor is extraordinary from thunder. Also, his cultivation aura has improved significantly compared to before at least. It can rival the level of 97, right? Tang Hao's heart suddenly sank. He felt a rush of anxiety. It's one thing to say he's an 18-year-old Title Douluo, but a 92-level Title Douluo, capable of unleashing 97-level combat power, is quite excessive. At this moment, Qin Xiao's eyes sparkled with lightning as he dove down, instantly appearing in front of Tang Hao. Instant teleportation. This is true instant teleportation, a skill granted to him by his 3rd soul ring. So fast. Just as this thought crossed Tang Hao's mind, he was sent flying. In a panic, he could only activate the Haotian shield. Yet, he was still met with Qin Xiao's relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Hao was like a sandbag, being knocked away and then falling, only to be knocked away again. Enough. After being sent flying once more, Tang Hao couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Who is he? Haotian Douluo. He had always dominated his opponents since childhood. Upon entering the realm of Title Douluo, he had repelled the Pope of the Spirit Hall and many elders with a single blow. Now, Qin Xiao was repeating what he had done back then. Even more impressively, it's too humiliating. Not enough. Only when one person is completely down and cannot stand up again can it be considered over. Qin Xiao's voice was cold. In fact, before this, he had no thoughts about Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. He only wanted to complete tasks at Shrek Academy. But now it had changed. Since Tang Hao had taken action against him, there was no possibility of mercy. Not just Tang Hao, even Tang San had to pay a price. A father's debt must be repaid by the son. It is only right. Unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? As Tang Hao spoke, a resolute look flashed in his eyes. At this point, he had only one option left. That is, to explode the rings. As his voice fell, the 5th ring suddenly shattered, and it continued until the 7th ring before stopping. A pure force surged into the Haotian Hammer. Back then, it was precisely because of the secret method of exploding rings that he was able to severely injure the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xiao, and several elders. Of course, it wasn't these 3 soul rings, but he felt that this was enough. At this moment, his cultivation was sufficient to match Qin Xiao. Exploding the rings. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, not with surprise, but with joy. When he read the original work back then, he thought it was a very cool skill. And now he finally saw it being used in person. Heh, ignorance. Tang Hao sneered, wielding the Haotian hammer as he charged out. However, after exchanging a few blows with Qin Xiao, he felt increasingly uncertain. Not to mention heavily injuring Qin Xiao, he was barely able to hold his ground against him. What a joke. Just a little more, if I could raise my cultivation a bit more, I should be able to crush him. Tang Hao's eyes turned red. Instinctively, he wanted to explode another soul ring. But halfway through the secret technique, he had to stop. 1,000-year or 100-year soul ring, even if exploded, wouldn't significantly boost my strength. But the backlash from exploding a 10,000-year soul ring could cost me my life. Not to mention killing the enemy. I might end up dead myself. How could Tang Hao hesitate? If he died, what would Tang San do? Now, between him and Qin Xiao, it was already a matter of life and death. Could he be merciful and let Tang San off? Don't be ridiculous. Such a saint would only appear in fairy tales. Not to mention, he believed that if Qin Xiao could return to Shrek, The first thing he would do would be to drag Tang San out and bleed him dry. I can't die. In an instant, Tang Hao made his decision. And soon Qin Xiao saw him finally unleash the Haotian protective body, a soul ring technique outside of his martial soul true form. Blue-silver prison. The 10,000-year soul ring on him lit up. Countless blue-silver grasses grew wildly, wrapping around Qin Xiao like tentacles. Goodness. It turns out the 10,000-year soul ring grants such a skill. Qin Xiao felt a strange sensation in his heart, but he did not sit idly by. This thing was like a toad. It didn't bite or irritate people, but getting entangled with it was indeed a troublesome matter. In contrast, when Tang Hao saw that Qin Xiao was temporarily unable to break free, instead of attacking, he turned and left, heading straight for Shrek Academy. Chapter 16. Tang San and Xiao Wu escape at Shrek Academy. In the square, all the teachers and students looked in one direction. There, a powerful soul power fluctuation was coming, making it impossible for them to sleep. Such a strong soul power fluctuation. How could the Thunder Emperor be so powerful? If the Thunder Emperor were serious, would I even be able to withstand a single blow? Zhao Wujia felt the soul power fluctuation coming from afar and couldn't help but shrink his neck. He knew Qin Xiao was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Who said you couldn't withstand it? Didn't you hold out for half a stick of incense under the Thunder Emperor's soul skills? A cunning glint flashed in Flanders' eyes. That's right. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up as well. With such achievements, even the soul.Douluo would feel ashamed. His proud expression made the others in the square speechless. This person really knew how to embellish his own achievements. Be careful, a very strong aura is rushing towards the academy. Suddenly, Flanders' expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "They're coming to the academy?" Everyone was startled. What would such a powerful being want at the academy? Instinctively, a sense of foreboding arose in everyone's hearts. Zhao Wujia and Flanders resolutely stood in front of the crowd. Li Yusong and Lu Qibin stood on either side, protecting Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the other students in the middle. The food system soul master, Xiao Xan, stood among the crowd as well. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. President Flanders, long time no see. He spoke first. Haotian, Your Majesty. Flanders' eyes were filled with surprise. He never expected that the one fighting with Qin Xiao would be Tang Hao. In the crowd, Tang San was even more shocked and shouted, "Dad?" His voice was filled with disbelief. Not just him. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and several teachers also found it hard to believe. What is going on? Tang San's dad is a Title Douluo? Little San. Tang Hao called out with a complicated expression and then said to Flanders, "Thank you for taking care of Little San these past few days, but I now have reasons that compel me to take Little San away. Your Majesty, please." Flanders immediately stepped aside, allowing Tang Hao to approach Tang San. Tang San was so excited that he pushed through the crowd and rushed into Tang Hao's arms. "I know you have many questions in your heart, but this is not the time to talk. Come with me. I will tell you the truth about everything later," Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Although Tang San had countless doubts in his heart, he could only keep them to himself. "Dad, can we take Xiao Wu with us?" He was actually asking, and his voice already carried a tone of pleading. "Are you willing?" Tang Hao looked at Xiao Wu. Instinctively, Xiao Wu shrank back. She was very afraid. Her heart was also turbulent. Didn't Little San say that his father was just a down-and-out man who only knew how to forge iron? But what was this Title Douluo all about? Also, had he already seen through my identity? What about Little San? Instinctively, she looked at Tang San. Doubt, confusion, and other emotions surged in her heart. "What? Are you unwilling?" Tang Hao frowned and asked again. But Xiao Wu could feel a pressure coming. It was as if she dared to say one word of refusal, her fate would be very tragic. In fact, it was indeed the case. After all, half of the reason he fought with Qin Xiao was that Qin Xiao's existence would affect Tang San's development, and the other half was because of Xiao Wu, a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, which could not be overlooked. "I am willing." She lowered her eyes, not daring to look at Tang Hao, and said in a flustered manner, "Good, then let us go." As soon as Tang Hao's voice fell, he grabbed Xiao Wu with one hand and held Tang San's hand with the other, disappearing from the spot at an incredible speed. They just left like that? The crowd at Shrek was left in stunned silence, looking bewildered. Whoosh! Not long after, a flash of lightning split the sky, and Qin Xiao's figure appeared from the lightning. "Your Majesty, Thunder Emperor, Flanders, Zhao Wujia," and others did not dare to delay and spoke in low voices. They were even more respectful than before. No one was blind, despite this young lord's age. He was truly formidable. Didn't you see the hammer-wielding Haotian Douluo running away with his son? Qin Xiao just glanced around the arena and noticed that Tang San and Xiao Wu were missing. He suddenly smiled. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. The worst thing you could do in your life is to be my enemy. However, everyone involuntarily shivered. After a long while, Qin Xiao retracted his gaze into the distance. He did not chase after them. Just now, his series of combos had consumed quite a bit of energy, and his soul power was running low. If he really pushed Tang Hao to the edge, he might explode 1 or 2 soul rings in desperation, and the outcome would be hard to predict. But he was still young. He had plenty of time. It wouldn't take long, with his own efforts, to crush Tang Hao in 3 to 5 years at most. If the system wasn't rigged, that time could be significantly shortened. On the other side, Tang Hao had taken Tang San and Xiao Wu away for over 100 miles. Finally stopping by a stream. Cough, cough. He could no longer hold back and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, the injuries he had forcibly suppressed erupted, and combined with the backlash from exploding the soul rings, along with the damage caused by Qin Xiao's attack, the 3 factors combined left him fortunate not to have ascended directly. Dad, what's wrong with you? Tang San immediately became anxious. Xiao Wu was so scared that she hid to the side. I'm fine. Just need a rest for a bit. Tang Hao sat down on the spot. Could someone who had coughed up blood really be fine? Ignoring Tang Hao's objections, Tang San grabbed his father's arm and checked his pulse. In an instant, his face turned the color of liver. The qi and blood were stagnant, the meridians were blocked, and the soul power was chaotic, like a headless fly bumping around. Is this called being fine? If it were someone else, they would have probably died right away. Tang San couldn't care about anything else and immediately produced a golden needle. He planned to use the golden needle to help Tang Hao regulate his breath. What are you doing? Tang Hao was taken aback. It's a method my teacher taught me. It should help you, Tang San said without hesitation. Does you Xiaojing know how to do this? Tang Hao frowned, but it wasn't the time to hesitate, so he nodded. Seeing this, Tang San stepped forward and inserted the golden needles into the acupoints on Tang Hao's body. Moments later, Tang Hao's eyes brightened, and his complexion improved significantly. I didn't expect you Xiaojing to have such abilities. After all these years of research, he finally managed to come up with something useful. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. However, Tang San did not answer his question. Dad, who exactly injured you like this? After a moment of silence, Tang Hao said you should know it was Qin Xiao. It really was him. The speculation was one thing, but getting Tang Hao's confirmation was another. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred, veins bulging on his forehead, and he clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. He really wanted to go back and take revenge. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat Qin Xiao, so he could only seethe with impotent rage. Chapter 17. Tang Hao recounts old stories and makes new arrangements, little San. Don't think too much about it. I will avenge this grudge sooner or later, Tang Hao comforted. Upon hearing this, the anger in Tang San's eyes eased a little. Tang Hao was right. If he couldn't take revenge himself, relying on Tang San would be an endless wait. Dad, is it time to tell me some things now? Tang San looked at Tang Hao and asked the biggest question in his heart. Ever since he awakened his martial soul, he knew his martial soul was extraordinary. He could also see that Tang Hao was not simple, but after so many years, he still hadn't figured out his origins on his own. He had even asked Yu Xiaojing multiple times about the second martial soul, but Yu Xiaojing had always remained tight-lipped about it. This had left Tang San feeling frustrated. Well, forget it. Some things I should tell you sooner or later. Tang Hao sighed and made a choice. This day came earlier than he had expected. Even much earlier. I'm not a fallen blacksmith. You should have guessed that. In fact, I was born in the Haotian sect, and our martial soul is called the Haotian Hammer. Some events from back then forced us to live a life of hardship. Tang Hao spoke slow, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he recounted the old stories. What? The spirit hall forced you into a dead end back then. Little San's mother isn't human, but the blue-silver emperor. Tang San and Xiao Wu were shocked and remained unable to extricate themselves from the revelation. It was actually my fault back then. If I hadn't taken Ain to the prosperous spirit city, she wouldn't have been targeted by the Title Douluo of the spirit hall, and none of those subsequent events would have happened. It's all my fault. Ain, I'm sorry for you. As he spoke, Tang Hao's voice choked with emotion, filled with self-blame and regret. Dad, please calm down. I believe Mom and Spirit wouldn't blame you. Tang San urged awkwardly. However, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened with anger. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Little San, your mother is not dead. She has merely transformed into her original form. I have always believed she can return to her original state and reunite with our family. Tang San was speechless. Was he really waiting for the blue-silver emperor to transform back and reunite? Even if he reincarnated dozens of times, he wouldn't be able to wait for that, right? However, he also knew that Tang Hao was in no state to handle any emotional shocks, and he couldn't accept the reality. He obediently replied, "Dad, I was wrong." Tang Hao nodded and then looked at Xiao Wu. I've already talked about my origins. Now let us talk about this little girl. Xiao Wu. Tang-san was taken aback. "Dad, what happened to Xiao Wu? For all these years, without you by my side, I've treated her as my sister, as my family." As he spoke, Tang-san protected Xiao Wu in front of him. Seeing this, Tang Hao sighed. "Little girl, why don't you explain it yourself?" Xiao Wu sighed softly. "Little San, step aside. I believe Douluo Haotian won't harm me. In fact, like your mother, I have also transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast." What? Tang-san was struck like a thunderbolt. He never expected this outcome. Instinctively, he turned to look at Xiao Wu. He found it hard to believe that this was true. Is it hard to accept? Xiao Wu smiled sadly. "No, that's not it, Xiao Wu." Tang-san quickly shook his head. "No matter what, you are still my Xiao Wu, my sister." After hearing Tang-san's words, a touch of emotion flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. "All right, I know you both have a lot to say, but you can talk slowly on the way," Tang Hao said slowly. At this point, he had already stood up, and his breath was much more stable. Clearly, Tang-san's golden needle technique had played a significant role. "On the road? Dad, where are we going?" Tang-san asked in confusion. "Not where we are going, but where you two are going," Tang Hao said with a serious expression. "Qin Xiao is the most talented soul master I have ever seen. An 18-year-old Title Douluo can unleash power comparable to a level 97 monster. With such talent, let alone me, even the founding ancestor of my Haotian sect, Tang Chun, couldn't compare to him. If we let him grow unchecked, he could very likely become a huge disaster in the future. Dad, are you really going to fight Qin Xiao? Your injuries are so severe now. Your fighting strength is barely 1/10. You can't possibly defeat him." Tang-san panicked. He knew about Tang Hao's physical condition. Seeking trouble with Qin Xiao now was simply like the birthday star hanging himself, asking for a long life. Thinking about Qin Xiao's miraculous thunder control techniques made Tang-san shiver. Simply put, if Tang Hao really wanted to seek death, he would rather suggest that Tang Hao take his own life. Little San, what are you thinking? I know my own situation. Don't worry. I won't be delivering my head to Qin Xiao. I have my own decisions to make," Tang Hao said with a smile. "Have you forgotten? We have a sect backing us." "Sect?" Tang-san was taken aback. Having become a discarded disciple of the sect, who would still care about you? Tang Hao smiled. "Don't worry, there will be a way. After all, the current sect master is your uncle." Upon hearing this, Tang-san fell silent. Tang Hao then looked at Xiao Wu beside Tang-san. "Xiao Wu, I want to ask you to take care of little San while I'm away. Take him to the Douluo Forest. That's your home ground. No matter how powerful Qin Xiao is, he won't be able to find you there." At this point, Tang Hao finally revealed his purpose. This was also why he mentioned Xiao Wu's identity in front of Tang-san. After that, he could only entrust Tang-san's care to Xiao Wu. Although he wasn't very reassured about this soul beast, he had no other choice now. "Uncle Tang, don't worry. I will definitely protect little San. In the Douluo Forest, no one will be able to bully little San. Even if that Qin Xiao comes, I'll have Deming and Erming beat him up," Xiao Wu said, waving her little fists, looking quite imposing. "Good. With your words, I can rest assured. You should set off now." Tang Hao rarely showed a smile. To this, neither Tang-san nor Xiao Wu had much objection. However, Tang-san felt a deep sense of reluctance in his heart. After all, they hadn't seen each other for many years, and just as they reunited, they had to part again. As the sun rises and sets, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, Qin Xiao finally returned to his peak state. Rarely, he wanted to go out for some fresh air. When he arrived at the square, he found Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all geared up on the playground. Zhao Wujia stood in front of everyone with his arms crossed. "What are you guys doing? Going to hunt soul beasts?" Qin Xiao thought about it. Not long after the start of school at Shrek, Oscar reached level 30. After that, a group of them went soul hunting. It was during this soul hunting expedition that Tang-san obtained one of the strongest external tools, the 8 spider lances. Qin Xiao was very curious if Tang-san could still obtain the 8 spider lances after missing this opportunity. In Chapter 18, "I have already become a Title Douluo, and you want me to hunt for souls? Your Majesty, do you also want to take a stroll in the Douluo Forest?" Zhao Wujia couldn't help but ask when he saw Qin Xiao didn't say anything. What's so good about strolling in the Douluo Forest? Qin Xiao instinctively shook his head in refusal. However, at that moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding, beginner guidance task issued. Rookie, after these few days of cultivation, your strength has made great progress. However, while cultivation is important, practical combat is equally important. Task requirement. Collaborate with Shrek Academy students to hunt a soul beast over 5,000 years old in the Douluo Forest. Task reward. The soul ring of the slain soul beast will merge with your own soul ring. Note, 5,000-year soul beasts possess extremely strong combat power. A group of rookie soul masters may face life-threatening dangers if they are not careful. This task truly is hellishly difficult. Qin Xiao's heart was completely calm, even feeling a bit amused. If this task had been issued normally, and if he had been a typical soul master, it would indeed pose a significant danger. However, he was not normal, and the system was not normal either. With his strength, he could kill a soul beast with 5,000 years of cultivation with just a single strike. You're telling him there's danger? The danger lies with the soul beasts, okay? But this task is still somewhat interesting, slaying soul beasts with over 5,000 years of cultivation. Does that mean I could easily take down one with 10,000, 20,000, or even higher years? And the reward for completing the task is the soul ring of the task's soul beast, which will merge with my own soul rings. Doesn't that mean that the age of a certain soul ring will receive a significant boost? Qin Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter. So it seems that the title of the number one in 10,000 years is not a dream. It might even go higher. In contrast, Zhao Wuji saw Qin Xiao shake his head and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that with Qin Xiao by his side, he still felt quite a bit of pressure. Just now, he was merely being polite. Since that's the case, let's set off. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice to everyone. All right, let's set off now. Qin Xiao responded. Zhao Wuji, I just saw you shake your head. Didn't you say you weren't going? He looked surprised. What's wrong, Teacher Zhao? Is there a problem? Qin Xiao looked at the dumbfounded Zhao Wuji and smiled as he asked. Is there a problem? And no, there's no problem. Zhao Wuji answered with a strong desire to survive. Let's set off now. In the crowd, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth with her hand to hide her laughter at old Zhao's predicament. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Everyone thought, isn't it true that in front of this crown, the so-called immovable Teacher Zhao is actually the one who is truly immovable? The Douluo Forest is located in the southeastern part of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Douluo Forest, only about 500 kilometers away. According to Zhao Wujia's estimates, even with Oscar's assistance, the journey would take about a day to reach. Although his Shrek students were not ordinary people, most of them only had the cultivation level of great soul masters. However, they managed to cover over 400 miles in just half a day, arriving at a small town not far from the Douluo Forest. All of this was thanks to the leisurely strolling youth at the back of the team. That was truly ruthless. Whoever couldn't keep up would get shocked. Zhao Wujia almost shed tears just watching. So cruel. At least people shouldn't. Your Highness, the small town ahead is the only place to rest outside the Douluo Forest. Let's take a break for now and buy some supplies, Zhao Wujia suggested. Upon hearing this, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the others were filled with gratitude. At that moment, they actually felt that Zhao Wujia was so gentle. All right, Qin Xiao nodded. He also knew that everyone's potential was almost at its limit. With over 100 miles left, not resting would drive them to collapse. Even though he was eager to enter the Douluo Forest and slay soul beasts to complete the mission, it wouldn't hurt to take a moment. Did you hear that? What are you still dawdling for? Go prepare whatever you need and gather here in an hour. We aim to come out of the forest before dark, Zhao Wujia shouted. In the past, he would have rested and entered the Douluo Forest early the next morning. After all, the Douluo Forest was not a domesticated soul-hunting forest. Even a soul sage had to be cautious when entering. Even in the outermost areas, one couldn't let their guard down, as one could never be sure when a tens of thousands-year-old soul beast might emerge. But this time, it was obviously unnecessary. With the Thunder Emperor present, wasn't it just like having their own backyard in the Douluo Forest? We got it. We'll be back within an hour. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the others immediately felt relieved. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun finally understood why Ning Rongrong privately called Qin Xiao the Great Demon King. Your Highness, you. Zhao Wujia tentatively looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, just do your thing. No need to worry about me. Saying this, he walked to a large tree by the roadside, leaned against it, and slowly closed his eyes. Xiao San, this is the Douluo Great Forest. Now that we are here, Erming should come pick us up soon. In the center of the Douluo Great Forest, no one can hurt you. Not even Qin Xiao. Outside the Star-Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu said with a complex expression. She didn't expect to return here in such a way this time. Xiao Wu, don't worry. From now on, I won't harm any soul beasts except for the usual soul ring hunting, Tang San assured as he held Xiao Wu's hand. In the end, we still have to kill. Xiao Wu forced a smile, but knew that it was unavoidable. Let's go. I'll protect you here. With that, she pulled Tang San into the forest. An hour passed quickly. When Qin Xiao opened his eyes, Zhao Wujia, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had returned. These three brats, who knows where they ran off to? Zhao Wujia said with a frown. In this situation, Qin Xiao instinctively had a thought and sighed. You should check the taverns here. Goodness, we are waiting for them here, and they actually went to indulge in pleasures? When I find them, I will definitely give them a good lesson, Zhao Wujia said bitterly. Hearing this, he was taken aback for a moment, then quickly left. Great demon, how did you know they were at the tavern? After Zhao Wujia left, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked curiously. Even Zhu Zhuqing perked up her ears to listen. Could it be that Qin Xiao had some special tracking obsession? The two couldn't help but wonder. Qin Xiao smiled slightly and replied with 2 words, guessing. Ning Rongrong. Deep down, she didn't believe Qin Xiao's words. Qin Xiao also had no intention of lingering with them any longer and turned to enter the small town. Let's go. Keep up with him, Ning Rongrong said, following closely behind. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up. I'm really sorry. I've been very busy with some matters recently. I guarantee over 4,000 a day next month. If there are more readers, I'll add more updates. Chapter 19. Zhao Wuji's anger, Tang San's decision. On the other side, in a tavern, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were already bruised and battered. We're just Shrek students, nothing more. You, a dignified soul king and a teacher from Sanhui Academy. Is it really appropriate for you to interfere in the matters of us young people? Oscar said with a defiant expression. Opposite them was an old man carrying a turtle shell on his back. 5 soul rings pulsated beneath his feet, making him not to be underestimated. Ma Hongjun said, Little Oscar, save some energy. He has already lost face before he even makes a move. What a bunch of sharp-tongued kids. The old man with the turtle shell laughed upon hearing this. Since you come from an academy, you should have a teacher leading you, right? Where is he? If teacher Zhao knew we were being bullied here, he would definitely break your dog legs. Just be glad he is not here, Ma Hongjun said with a cold smile. Interesting. Truly interesting. I don't know if he will break my legs, but if he doesn't break yours, then my surname is Yi Zhiqiu. The old man with the turtle shell stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice. Why you don't come over? If you have the guts, go get our teacher. Ma Hongjun panicked immediately. In the face of absolute strength, he was just a king of verbal sparring. This fat guy, can't he just accumulate some virtue with his mouth? Can't he see that the current situation is just stalling, waiting for teacher Zhao to find out we're missing and come to rescue us? Dai Mubai was really anxious about such a pig teammate. Helplessly, as Yi Zhiqiu advanced, they retreated step by step. Suddenly, Oscar's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Boss Dai, isn't that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor? Oscar's eyes were so swollen that they only had a slit left, and his vision had decreased significantly, so he wasn't sure if he was seeing things. Where? Dai Mubai was overjoyed. If His Majesty really came, they would be saved. There! Oscar pointed with his hand. Dai Mubai looked over, and his pupils immediately constricted. Sure enough, the handsome young man with his arms crossed, watching the commotion, was none other than Qin Xiao. It really is His Majesty. However, it seemed His Majesty had no intention of helping them out. Dai Mubai said with a bitter smile. He had just thought he found a lifeboat, but unexpectedly, before he could board, the boat capsized. There was no time to think about that anymore. Ma Hongjun also looked at Qin Xiao and shouted, Your Majesty, we're over here. As he spoke, he waved frantically at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao remained unmoved. Just kidding. Why would he help the 3 swordsmen of Shrek for no reason? Besides, there's no need to say much. The 3 of them have brought this upon themselves. Of course, the most important thing is that the system hasn't issued a task. Ma Hongjun felt awkward. Qin Xiao ignored him. However, his actions caught Yi Zhiqiu's attention. Your Highness? Could it be that a Title Douluo is present? Instinctively, Yi Zhiqiu followed Ma Hongjun's gaze and immediately spotted Qin Xiao. He laughed. Kid, even if you want to fool me, at least pick someone more fitting. This kid isn't much older than you, and you call him Your Highness? Ha ha, you're killing me. Yi Zhiqiu laughed so hard he bent over. Kid, tell me, are you really His Highness? As he continued to laugh, he couldn't help but ask Qin Xiao, He didn't notice that in the distance, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun were looking at him with expressions as if they were staring at a dead person. Yi Zhiqiu's actions fully illustrated what it means to not provoke fate. Living well and bullying the weak, isn't that good enough for him? And at this moment, Qin Xiao still smiled faintly and asked, "Do you think it's funny? Is there even need to ask?" Yi Zhiqiu almost answered without thinking, "Of course it's funny." But he couldn't bring himself to say the last word laugh. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. It was like having a fishbone stuck in his throat. In the next moment, his eyes began to bloodshot, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. What was going on? What happened to the teacher? Could it be that an old ailment had relapsed? Behind Yi Zhiqiu, a group of students from Tsanhui Academy were stunned by the sudden turn of events. "Your Majesty, let me handle this. After all, this is something caused by Dai Mubai and the others. Rest assured, the outcome will surely satisfy you." On the other side, behind Qin Xiao, Zhao Wuji's voice rang out. Qin Xiao turned around and glanced at Zhao Wujia, then slowly nodded. Zhao Wujia strode forward. "Teacher, Zhao, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun," and Oscar exclaimed in delight. This was the real lifeline. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu also returned to normal. "Teacher Zhao, do they call you teacher? Just now. It was you who did it, right?" He looked at Zhao Wujia, feeling that this was the truth. "Did something happen? I'll slap you." Zhao Wujia cursed and slapped him hard. Slap. Yi Zhiqiu was sent spinning several times by Zhao Wujia's slap, landing face first on the ground. "Who are you to question me?" "Your Highness?" Zhao Wujia felt unsatisfied and kicked out repeatedly. Even though Yi Zhiqiu had activated his martial soul, he couldn't withstand it. He let out cries of agony. The students of Tsanhui Academy were stunned. Who is this person? Even a soul king with a martial soul is being pressed down and beaten? Am I dreaming? Even Oscar and the others felt that Teacher Zhao was exceptionally brutal today. In the Stardew Forest, Tang San suddenly stopped. "Xiao Wu, wait a moment." Xiao Wu turned her head in confusion to look at Tang San. "Xiao San, what's wrong? I think I'm going to break through." A hint of joy appeared in Tang San's eyes. "How can it be so quick? Normally, you would need another 10 days or half a month to break through." "Maybe it's because I've been stimulated recently," Tang San said with a wry smile. In fact, this was indeed the case. The stimulation was too great. From the moment he saw Qin Xiao, his heart was constantly being provoked. An 18-year-old Title Douluo, what a monstrous talent. How many geniuses have been crushed and rubbed into the ground? Moreover, this kind of achievement is something you can never catch up to no matter what. Even if Tang San had the experience from his previous life and the Xintian skill, such a martial arts technique still made him feel inferior. Qin Xiao's talent is too astonishing. Initially, it was fine. He could only say he was very envious, even a bit jealous. But it was a case of no interference. However, the appearance of Tang Hao changed everything. Such a genius actually became an enemy. It's simply absurd. At the same time, he was genuinely anxious. An enemy like Qin Xiao is truly terrifying. If I can't grow rapidly in the future, no, I might not have a future, and my father is also in danger. Tang San said softly. Xiao Wu subconsciously squeezed Tang San's hand. Perhaps things wouldn't be that bad. No, Tang San shook his head. Provoking Qin Xiao would only make things worse. So, from now on, I will do whatever it takes to find a way to kill him. Chapter 20. The same script, different interpretation. Xiao San, I think you should focus on your cultivation and temporarily give up the idea of revenge. After all, Xiao Wu hesitated at this point. But Tang San was persistent. After all, what? My words might not sound pleasant. It's okay. I love to hear whatever you say. Then fine. With Tang San's affirmation, Xiao Wu no longer hesitated. After all, the gap in strength between you and Qin Xiao is still quite large. In fact, Xiao was being quite tactful. Not to mention the future, just the current gap between the two is like a trickle compared to an ocean. Tang San still foolishly claimed he would kill Qin Xiao and eliminate future troubles? What a joke. He would just be sending himself to death. However, considering Tang San's pride, she didn't say anything too harsh. Xiao Wu, just watch. Tang San, absolutely won't boast. Tang San said confidently. He was very clear about his strength. Relying on his own cultivation to avenge Tang Hao would take decades. But he has Tang Sek's hidden weapons. As long as he can make a top 3 mechanism type hidden weapon, even a Title Douluo could be killed. Tang San had this confidence in his heart. Unfortunately, if only I had the Buddha's Fury Lotus in hand, I would definitely be able to kill Qin Xiao. Tang San felt a bit regretful. Qin Xiao and Tang Hao fought fiercely, and Tang Hao almost lost his life. He believed that Qin Xiao would not fare any better. However, what he did not know was that the real situation of the battle was that Tang Hao was being thoroughly beaten. Aside from some significant energy depletion, Qin Xiao was basically unharmed. In the western region of Jinwu, Qin Xiao, Zhao Wujie, and the others had just arrived outside the Douluo forest. At this time, it was much later than Qin Xiao had anticipated. However, this couldn't be helped. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, being battle soul masters, were only slightly injured, which didn't significantly affect their speed. But Oscar was different. As a support-type soul master, his physical condition was much weaker. Various injuries had greatly impacted his speed. Your Highness, should we enter the forest tomorrow morning instead? Zhao Wujie asked cautiously. There's no need. Qin Xiao said. I think we can quickly get out of the Douluo Great Forest if we act swiftly. In his view, there wasn't much difference between day and night. Moreover, he was somewhat eager to complete his task. The original spirit ring fused with the spirit ring could enhance his strength a bit more. You must know that at his level, increasing strength is no easy task. That's why he wouldn't miss any task. Zhao Wujie heard the voice, nodded, and said to the people behind him, listen carefully. The spirit beasts inside the Douluo Great Forest are extremely dangerous. Even in the outskirts, there might be 10,000-year spirit beasts. Therefore, after entering the forest, none of you should leave my body more than 20 meters. Ning Rong Rong, Oscar, you two must stay close to me. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone replied in unison. However, after walking for nearly 2 hours in the Douluo Great Forest, they encountered quite a few spirit beasts, but none suitable for Oscar's spirit ring. Let's take a break. Zhao Wujie said softly. We'll explore again when the moon rises. He glanced at the sky and made arrangements. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao rejected Zhao Wujie's suggestion. It's not the time to rest yet. A spirit beast is coming. Spirit beast? Zhao Wujie's heart instantly became alert. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was on guard on a nearby tree, and asked, Zhu Zhuqing, have you noticed anything? No, Zhu Zhuqing responded immediately. But before Zhao Wujie could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhu Zhuqing said, it's coming from the southwest. A strange snake is approaching. It seems to be able to fly, but not very high, only about 2 or 3 meters off the ground. Prepare. Zhao Wujie decisively shouted, not saying a word more. Everyone instantly stood up. On high alert, only Qin Xiao remained in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, he was quite surprised. Could it be that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was still reserved for Oscar? The Dragon King and Snake Queen were too useless, weren't they? Rustle, rustle. As Qin Xiao was lost in thought, a shadow had already emerged from the dense forest, appearing before everyone. It was a strange snake, with a fleshy crown on its head that looked larger than its head, bright red like blood. Its tail was quite special, fanned out. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Zhao Wujie's eyes lit up. It was about 6 or 7 meters long, approximately 14 to 1,500 years old. It's perfect for you, Oscar. Normally, this spirit beast should be hunted by you. But given your current state, let's forget it. Zhao Wujie said somewhat helplessly. So, in a way, I've benefited from his fortune. Oscar chuckled. Zhao Wujie shot him an annoyed glance. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself on the way back. Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard. Zhao Wujie's gaze made him feel a chill. Definitely nothing good. Zhao Wujie no longer paid attention to Oscar. He took 2 steps and pounced on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Don't be fooled by his seemingly clumsy physique, like a power-type contestant. In fact, he was quite fast. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake didn't have time to dodge before Zhao Wujie grabbed its tail. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was clearly angered by Zhao Wujie's actions and turned to bite him. But Zhao Wujie's speed was even faster. He had already exerted force and swung the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed as Zhao Wujie seemed to treat the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake like a whip, continuously striking the ground. After about 10 hits, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was already on the verge of death. Thud! It was disdainfully tossed in front of Oscar by Zhao Wujie. While it's still warm, hurry. Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. What are you thinking? Even Zhao Wujie couldn't help but blush. I meant for Oscar to quickly hunt it and obtain the spirit ring. So that's how it is. Everyone looked at Zhao Wujie with meaningful gazes. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Who dares to touch this snake? The voice was old and hoarse. But Oscar, Dai Mubai, and other young spirit masters felt a significant pressure of spirit power. They were startled. The newcomer was likely a strong opponent. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. Swish, swish. The grass and trees rustled, and 2 figures sprang out from the dense forest. It was an old woman and a young girl. The old woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, but her complexion was as rosy as a baby, and her silver hair was meticulously arranged. The girl had short hair up to her ears, looking around 16 or 17. Dressed in a neat outfit that tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, her deep brown eyes filled with vigilance and anger as she looked at the crowd before her. Seeing the two suddenly appear, Qin Xiao's eyes brightened. Was this the Snake Queen and Meng Yiran? He glanced at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that Zhao Wujia had thrown on the ground and shook his head slightly. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, they really couldn't. Even when given the opportunity, they were still useless. They hadn't managed to take down this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Chapter 21. Tang San's Request. Do you two have something to say? Zhao Wujia frowned as he looked at the two who had appeared. I am Tian Xiang, and I apologize for the disturbance. The Snake Queen introduced herself, extending her hand to grasp a snake-headed staff. At the same time, 6 spirit rings appeared beneath her feet. Tian Xiang, the Snake Queen? My apologies. Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow and then clasped his fists in greeting. He hadn't expected that this old woman before him was the Snake Queen of the invincible dragon and snake. Although the Snake Queen's cultivation was only that of the Spirit Emperor, the Dragon King was an extremely powerful spirit Douluo. It was said that when the invincible dragon and snake couple used their martial soul fusion technique, they could even contend with Title Douluo level experts. More importantly, the Dragon King and Snake Queen were nearly inseparable. With the Snake Queen appearing here, Zhao Wujia was sure the Dragon King was not far away. However, Zhao Wujia was not someone easily intimidated by just a name. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? At this moment, the Snake Queen asked. I am Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia smiled, and in the next moment, 7 spirit rings appeared one by one. Spirit Saint? Zhao Wujia? The Snake Queen's pupils suddenly constricted. She hadn't expected to encounter a tough opponent. So, it's the unmoving King Zhao Wujia. I have been disrespectful. The Snake Queen slightly bowed, supporting herself with her staff. Beside her, Meng Yiran's mouth slightly opened in surprise. She hadn't expected to randomly encounter a group in the Stardow Great Forest that included a Spirit Saint-level expert. Zhao Wujia merely nodded slightly and said no more. Are you waiting for me to explain the reason for my visit? The Snake Lady instantly understood Zhao Wuji's thoughts. To be honest, we came here for this phoenix-tail, chicken-crowned snake under your command. I wonder if you could let it go to us? To be honest, we have been tracking this spirit beast for a long time. It's just too cunning. The Snake Lady said with a bitter smile. Letting it go to them? Everyone was surprised that the Snake Lady actually made such a request. Teacher Zhao. Oscar was a bit anxious. He had done quite a bit of research before coming and knew that this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was one of the spirit beasts that perfectly matched him. So he certainly didn't want anyone to take it away. Besides, in such a dying state, what was the difference from a duck that was about to be served? You also saw it. My student needs this spirit beast as well. I'm very sorry, but we cannot let this spirit beast go. Zhao Wuji said solemnly. Grandma. Next to the Snake Lady, Meng Yiran couldn't help but tug at Tian Xiang's sleeve. Brother Zhao, there should be a first-come, first-served principle, right? After all, we were the first to spot this spirit beast. If you are willing to step back, I owe you a favor with my old man. The Snake Lady said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, Sister Zhao. Suitable spirit beasts are hard to come by, and I cannot back down. Zhao Wuji stood his ground. All right. The Snake Lady laughed. It seems that my husband and I have not walked the continent for a long time, and many people don't know what the world-defying dragon and snake represents. Saying this, she slammed her cane heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Was she going to make a move? Zhao Wuji felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Since the conversation had reached this point, they could only see the real skills now. Even Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others behind Zhao Wuji knew that something big was about to happen. Yiran, let's go. But just at that moment, the Snake Lady's unexpected action stunned everyone. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. My pants. Ugh. I was already prepared for a big fight, and you just turned around and left? Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. Grandma. Even Meng Yiran couldn't understand what was going on with her grandmother. Let's go find your grandfather first. The Snake Lady's voice was filled with undeniable authority. With no choice, Meng Yiran had to compromise. Teacher, what is going on? Oscar was confused. Zhao Wuji instinctively glanced at Qin Xiao, then said to Oscar, don't worry about it. Hurry up and refine the spirit ring of this spirit beast. Delays will lead to changes. Hearing this, Oscar stepped forward with his blade. On the other side, the Snake Lady walked a long way with Meng Yiran before stopping. Grandma, why do we have to back down? You could have sent a message for Grandpa to hurry over. Meng Yiran asked in confusion. After all, they had been chasing this prey for so long, yet they were giving it up. No one would feel comfortable about that. I'm just afraid your grandfather won't make it in time. The Snake Lady sighed. I sensed a powerful aura locking onto me earlier. If I made any reckless moves, I could be struck down with a thunderous blow, and the outcome might be more than I can bear. Avoiding the sharp edge is the best result. Is there someone even you are wary of? Meng Yiran found it hard to believe. The Douluo Continent is vast, and the number of strong individuals is countless. The snake lady shook her head slightly, helplessly saying a sentence. But the next moment, both she and Meng Yiran's expressions changed as they looked in a certain direction. It's your grandfather sending a message for us to go over. He may have found a better target. Let's go take a look. After saying that, she vanished into the jungle with Meng Yiran. Xiao-san, what kind of spirit beast do you want to hunt for your third spirit ring? In the forest, Xiao Wu asked Tang San beside her in confusion. They had been wandering in the forest for a long time, but Tang San still hadn't found a suitable target. You should know the weakness of blue silvergrass. It's too weak. Simply enhancing its resilience or the like has no meaning, and the improvements are limited. So I want to take a different approach and look for a poisonous spirit beast to hunt. Let's see if we can make blue silvergrass become toxic. Even a little paralyzing toxin can make blue silvergrass more versatile. Make blue silvergrass toxic? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up after hearing Tang San's words. I have to say this idea is indeed good. Then let's go now. Tang San nodded with a smile. But Xiao Wu frowned. What's wrong? Xiao-san, someone is coming. Let us hide for a bit. All right. The two did not hesitate any longer and hid in the crown of an ancient tree like phantoms. Not long after, a group of several people walked past them, talking as they walked. What exactly is Shrek Academy? How come they have a soul, sage-level powerhouse as a teacher? Our Tsanghui Academy's principal is only at the soul sage level, right? Do you think that kid they call your highness is really a Title Douluo? Are you out of your mind? How old is he? Looks like he's in his teens. Have you ever heard of a Title Douluo in their teens? The students of Tsanghui Academy were discussing among themselves. However, this made the leader, Qin feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but coldly shout, "Enough! In the Douluo forest, you still keep jabbering. Do you think this is your backyard? If you don't want to die, shut up." Also, didn't you have a lot of questions? Those people from Shrek Academy also entered the Douluo forest. If any of you have the guts, go and ask them directly. Qin said coldly to the students of Tsanghui Academy behind him. Let us forget it. What if that teacher Zhao hits me? I'm support, I can't take 2 slaps. Everyone rejected. Then shut up. This matter should never be mentioned again. Qin snorted coldly, limping forward. The students of Tsanghui Academy followed closely behind. This time they all behaved themselves and didn't dare to mention what happened before. After a long while, Tang San and Xiao Wu floated down from the tree, their movements light as if they were 2 ghosts. Xiao-san, let's go. I think the man-faced demon spider is very suitable for your third spirit ring. Let's go find it now. Xiao Wu said excitedly. However, Tang San stood still, not moving. Xiao-san, what's wrong? Xiao Wu, can I ask you to help me with something? Tang San asked, staring at Xiao Wu seriously. Xiao Wu asked in confusion. What is it? Do we need to say please between the two of us? I remember you told me that Deming and Erming are both spirit beasts over 100,000 years old. I want them to help me deal with Qin Xiao. What? Xiao Wu was shocked. Xiao-san, are you crazy? Qin Xiao is a powerful being that even the Haotian Douluo cannot defeat. Deming and Erming may not be his match. It won't be. Hearing this, Tang San calmly shook his head. Do you remember what I said before? After battling with my father, I believe Qin Xiao must have sustained serious injuries, so now is definitely the best time to strike. However, Xiao Wu is still very hesitant. She has witnessed Qin Xiao's strength firsthand, and from the bottom of her heart. She doesn't want Deming and Erming to take risks. Xiao Wu, I'm not asking Deming and Erming to go to their deaths. They're the overlords of the forest. Even if they can't defeat Qin Xiao, retreating shouldn't be too difficult, right? But there's no but anymore. Xiao Wu, please help me. If Qin Xiao doesn't die, and there's such a powerful enemy out there, I really can't eat or sleep peacefully. Tang San's voice carried a hint of pleading. All right. Xiao Wu reluctantly nodded. I'll talk to Erming. Seeing this, Tang San smiled. That's my good Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Oscar finally completed the absorption of his spirit ring and began to show off his new spirit ability. With a series of lewd incantations, a strangely shaped sausage appeared in his hand. You, what the hell is this? Ma Hongjun immediately made a gagging gesture. Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zhu Qing. And the others didn't say anything, but instinctively took a few steps back. What do you mean by this? Oscar's expression changed instantly, feeling quite hurt. Now you all ignore me, but soon I'll make you regret it. My third spirit ability, Mushroom Sausage. Effect, fly. After he finished speaking, he focused intently on everyone, afraid of missing every detail on their faces. Sure enough, he got what he wanted. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others were suddenly astonished, their mouths agape. Damn, give me one to try. Ma Hongjun reached out eagerly towards Oscar. However, Oscar responded with a big eye roll. Just roll as far away as your thoughts go. Weren't you the one who reacted the most just now? You were about to puke. Ma Hongjun. Oh, Xiao Ao really holds grudges. All right, since the spirit ring has been hunted, let's set off back now. Zhao Wuji clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao also spoke leisurely. Wait, I still have one more thing to do. Chapter 22. Your grace is cultivating you. Just do it. As soon as Qin Xiao spoke, everyone's gaze immediately turned towards him. To be honest, I want to take a stroll deep into the Douluo forest. Facing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Qin Xiao spoke frankly. However, everyone was even more confused. You are a big shot. If you want to go, then go. Who could possibly stop you? Not to mention the depths. If you wanted to, even going to the core area of the Douluo forest wouldn't make anyone dare to say a word against it. Cough, cough. Qin Xiao understood the hidden meaning in the eyes of the crowd, coughed lightly, and said, I hope you all will join me in this. This was no problem. The first to agree was Ning Rongrong. Then let's go together. However, upon noticing the strange gazes from Zhao Wuji, Zhu Zhuqing, and others, Ning Rongrong suddenly realized, wait, are you saying we should go deep into the Douluo Great Forest together? I thought you meant for us to go out first. Qin Xiao nodded slightly. The task was to cooperate with teammates to hunt a soul beast that was over 5,000 years old. Qin Xiao felt that he had to hunt down a soul beast that was at least 50,000 years old, right? This doesn't seem too good. Ning Rongrong shrank her neck. Although she loved to play and cause a ruckus, she also knew what was acceptable and what wasn't. If Qin Xiao was just taking her, it would be one thing, but there was still a whole bunch of people behind them, right? Could they really be protected? But could they refuse? Everyone was also very resistant in their hearts, but they still yielded. Thus, everyone followed Qin Xiao deeper into the Douluo forest. Your Majesty, this is at least an area where soul beasts over 50,000 years old are active, right? Impressive. Old Zhao has never been here before. After a long while, Zhao Wujia said with shining eyes, Teacher Zhao, you seem off. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and the others looked at Zhao Wujia with strange expressions. They knew that they were all extremely anxious right now. Soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Even a few of them could mean that Qin Xiao might not be able to protect himself, right? Boom, boom, boom. However, the more they feared something, the more it would come. The ground clearly started to tremble, and without Qin Zhao's reminder, everyone could guess that a colossal creature was approaching. Before long, a gigantic face loomed over them from above. Your Majesty. The curiosity on Zhao Wujia's face also disappeared, replaced by tension. Don't be afraid. It's 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape. Qin Xiao turned her head slightly and looked at the panicking crowd, trying to calm them down. Thought it was a good thing she tried to reassure them. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Ma Hongjun felt his knees go weak and directly collapsed to the ground. Qin Xiao. Is it really necessary? Roar. At this moment, the Titan giant ape, Air Ming, has already set its gaze on Qin Xiao. It is certain that this relaxed and carefree young man is the person that Sister Xiao Wu is looking for. Humans die, although its voice is intermittent. Anyone can detect the cold, killing intent within it. Is it targeting me? Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Normally, a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years should possess intelligence no less than that of a human. It shouldn't exhibit such extreme behavior in front of a strong individual like him. Moreover, Qin Xiao was very certain that there was no enmity between him and the Titan Great Ape. Wait, behind the Titan Great Ape, there was a familiar aura. It was Xiao Wu and Tang San. Qin Xiao instinctively glanced behind the Titan Giant Ape, where something was vaguely hidden in the darkness. In an instant, he realized. It turned out that the Titan Giant Ape was being manipulated by someone. Then I can't be blamed for this. Qin Xiaoxin smiled coldly in his heart. Originally, he planned to hunt a soul beast that had existed for about 50,000 years. But now, the Titan Giant Ape had delivered itself to his door. He had some fondness for this foolish character in the original story. But now that fondness had completely vanished. After all, if one is to be a tool for others, one must be prepared to be used as a tool. Prepare for battle. At this moment, Qin Xiao softly urged, Come on. Ning Rongrong gently waved her small fist, mentally supporting Qin Xiao immensely. Of course, it would have been even better if she could stand by his side instead of hiding behind a tree more than 10 meters away. Dai Mubai and Oscar quickly pulled Ma Hongjun back a few steps. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Qin Xiao noticed that she was no longer in sight. She must have activated her shadow spirit cat, martial soul, and hidden in the darkness. Sigh. What a situation this is, he lamented. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, Komeiya. He called out, Your Highness. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were filled with fear, but they still approached cautiously and stiffly asked, What is your command? Activate your martial souls and attack it. Qin Xiao said, pointing at the Titan giant ape. In fact, he had no choice, as the mission stated that they needed to work together. He couldn't be sure whether the mission would be considered complete if these people didn't take action. What? Fight it? Ma Hongjun was stunned. Wasn't Qin Xiao just putting him in a difficult position? This was completely a suicidal act. If you don't take action against it, then I'll have to take action against you. You can choose for yourselves, Qin Xiao said, as arcs of electricity crackled between his fingers. What are you standing there for? Your Highness is kindly training your courage. Even when facing an enemy who is far stronger than you, you must dare to take action. Hurry up and act. Don't let His Highness's intentions go to waste. Zhao Wujie shouted, feeling frustrated with the hesitance of the two. Qin Xiao, winky face. Actually, I just wanted them to touch the monster a bit. I really didn't intend to hone their minds. However, after Zhao Wujie's interpretation, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were clearly greatly inspired. The hesitation in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a look of determination. White Tiger possession, Phoenix possession. In an instant, the two completed their martial soul possession. At the same time, they unleashed their soul skills. White Tiger's fierce light wave, Phoenix fire line. The two beams, one white and one red, quickly struck the Titan giant ape. The result was evident. For the Titan giant ape, the attacks from the two were like a tickle. Although their attacks did not cause substantial damage, the humiliation was extremely strong. While they did not inflict any actual harm on the Titan giant ape, they successfully provoked its anger. Thud, thud, thud. The Titan giant ape stood up and kept pounding its chest as if beating a war drum. It was clear that it was about to go berserk. Ning Rong Rong, give me a boost. Then Oscar will give everyone mushroom sausages, and you can wait for me outside the Star Dough Forest. Or you can return to Shrek first. Qin Xiao thought that this should count as working together, right? As for Zhu Zhuqing not attacking the Titan giant ape, it doesn't matter. Lonling's stealth and sneaking also count as making a move, right? Let's just assume she intimidated it mentally. Oscar had no objections to Qin Xiao's arrangement and instinctively went along with it. When he saw the Titan giant ape, he was always in a tense state of mind, and only when Qin Xiao called his name did he come back to his senses. What? What do you want me to do? Ning Rongrong felt her face turn red all of a sudden after hearing Qin Xiao's words. How embarrassing. How could he say something like that? Qin Xiao didn't expect that at this moment. Miss Ning actually misunderstood his meaning. What I meant was to use the Seven Treasures glazed tower to assist me. He explained again. Oh, so that's how it is. Ning Rongrong suddenly understood and didn't care about the embarrassment anymore. She cupped her hands, and the Seven Treasures glazed tower appeared in her hands. The Seven Treasures turned out to have glaze. The Seven Treasures are famous, the first said. Strength. The Seven Treasures turn out to have glaze. The Seven Treasures are famous, the second said. Speed. Whoosh. Two beams of light fell on Qin Xiao. Is this the assisting ability of the Seven Treasures glazed tower? No wonder it is known as the #1 support in the world. Qin Xiao could feel his strength significantly enhanced. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the Titan giant ape had also vented its anger and in just 2 steps arrived in front of Qin Xiao, swinging its fist, which was larger than an iron pot, and smashed down hard. I want to see how strong you really are. In Qin Xiao's eyes, there was no fear. He stepped forward and threw a punch. Crack, crack. An invisible ripple erupted, breaking the trees within dozens of meters around the two of them. Let's go, get out of here. Fortunately, Zhao Wujie was quick-witted, grabbing Ning Rongrong with one hand and pulling Oscar away with the other. With a shout, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai also chased after him. For a moment, only Qin Xiao and the Titan giant ape were left in the arena. However, there were actually 3 pairs of eyes watching everything from a distance, shocked to the point of being speechless. Oh my god, I can't be mistaken, right? That boy in the distance is one of Zhao Wujie's students, isn't he? He actually has the strength to confront the Titan giant ape. In the dense forest, Meng Yiran said in disbelief. She even felt the scene was unreal and rubbed her eyes vigorously. Looking again, Snake Lady was equally astonished, and then a look of realization appeared in her eyes. Yes, it must be that boy who brought me the sense of crisis earlier. I didn't expect his strength to be so formidable. Saying this, she felt a wave of relief in her heart, thankful that she hadn't acted against him. Otherwise, by the time Long Gong arrived, there would be nothing left but ashes. Right? What? Old woman, are you saying they are the ones who previously snatched that phoenix tail, coxcomb snake? A thin old man beside them asked in disbelief. That's right. Snake Lady slowly nodded in affirmation. Hiss! Long Gong gasped upon hearing this, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Being able to retreat in front of such a strong opponent is already a stroke of luck. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of fear. But the human-faced demon spider we were tracking has gone over to that person's side. Mang Yiran said helplessly. Long Gong sighed. Yiran, calm down. What time is it? And you're still thinking about that human-faced demon spider. If we rush over now, we might be seen as enemies by that person and the soul beast. This. Mang Yiran's expression instantly darkened. At this moment, Snake Lady asked again, Old man, who do you think will win in their battle? Long Gong pondered carefully. 100,000-year soul beast combat power is enough to defeat an ordinary Title Douluo, let alone the Titan giant ape. That boy, even if he has Title Douluo's strength, would undoubtedly lose. To defeat the Titan giant ape, one must have a power level above 97. Chapter 23. The Thunder Emperor's Treasure Technique. Thunder Emperor's Finger 97? Mang Yiran was genuinely shocked by Long Gong's words. The Titan giant ape's strength is actually this formidable? She said in disbelief. After living for so many years, she had never even heard of anyone at the 97 level. To her, someone with a cultivation level of 97 was a legendary figure in the Soul Master world. There's nothing to be surprised about. Although 100,000-year soul beast cultivation cannot compare to a 97-level soul master, the Titan giant ape itself is an anomaly among soul beasts, and its strength cannot be assessed solely based on cultivation level. Long Gong's voice was filled with reverence. This is normal, whether human or soul beast. As long as they are powerful beings, they are worthy of respect. After a brief pause, he added, however, while the Titan giant ape is strong, that boy Title Douluo can still leave if he wants. If the Titan giant ape can't stop him. Snake Lady then exclaimed, a Title Douluo so young. His future is unimaginable. Instinctively, she glanced at her granddaughter. Initially, she thought her granddaughter was a genius. However, after seeing Qin Xiao, she felt that Mang Yiran's talent was merely average. Too average. The so-called genius is completely incomparable to Qin Xiao. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the three were conversing, Qin Xiao and the Titan giant ape exchanged a few more blows. At this moment, the Titan giant ape was excitedly roaring. Long Gong looked over and immediately reminded, Old woman, Yiran, be careful. I see that the Titan giant ape is about to go berserk. That young Title Douluo is likely to retreat, and at that time, we can't stay here any longer. Snake Lady nodded. Mang Yiran softly said, understood. At the same time, facing the ferocious Titan giant ape, Qin Xiao was not surprised, but rather delighted. How exhilarating. After all, he was a cultivation fanatic and a battle maniac. Otherwise, even if he could refine thunder to enhance his soul power through closed-door training, he wouldn't have achieved such accomplishments. If it could be even more intense, it would be perfect. He had gained new insights into his martial soul and was just a step away from unleashing a portion of its power. Since the battle with the Titan giant ape began, Qin Xiao had not used any soul skills. He was purely relying on his martial soul to manipulate the power of thunder in combat. This was all for the purpose of honing himself. It should be noted that the reason the Thunder Emperor was powerful was not because of so-called soul ring skills, but rather because of his unique techniques. To his shame, Qin Xiao's current mastery of the Thunder Emperor martial soul was at the most basic level. He had not mastered any of the major techniques within the Thunder Emperor's divine powers, such as the Nine Heavens Tribulation Light, thunder transforming into stars, or Thunder Emperor's finger. However, today he had caught a glimpse of the way. Suddenly, at that moment, Qin Xiao noticed that the Titan giant ape's chest suddenly swelled up, drawing in air to gather power. Was it about to unleash the Titan sky cannon? Qin Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility. Just in time, he also wanted to test whether the path he was taking was correct. He thought to himself, raised his right hand, bringing 4 fingers together while leaving only the index finger extended. Then, he pointed at the Titan giant ape from a distance. Crack! A bolt of lightning shot out from Qin Xiao's fingertip. Initially, it was only as thin as a finger. However, in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the thickness of a barrel. Roar! At this moment, the Titan giant ape was not to be outdone, opening its mouth to unleash an invisible shockwave. Boom! The 2 energy bodies collided in the void. The shockwave was instantly obliterated under the thunder. The thunder, however, continued to strike fiercely on the Titan giant ape's head. Boom, boom, boom. The Titan giant ape was hit and staggered back several steps before stabilizing itself. In the distance, Meng Yaran was stunned. Grandpa, you just said that this lord was going to retreat, right? But why do I feel like it's even more ferocious than before? This. Long Gong recalled how he had confidently analyzed the situation earlier, only to be slapped in the face by reality, causing his old face to flush. I just overlooked one issue. It's possible that this lord happens to have an attribute that counters the Titan giant ape. Long Gong hurriedly found a way to justify himself. Yes, that's it. The Titan giant ape excels in strength and strong attacks. In this kind of soul power clash, the Titan giant ape is not good at it, which is why the situation turned out like this. However, given the Titan giant ape's defense, I'm afraid this lord's attack might not be able to break through its defense at all. So, taking a few lightning strikes is nothing. However, before he could finish speaking, the snake lady beside him shook his shoulder. Old man, you have to look. The Titan giant ape seems a bit off. Long Gong could clearly feel the snake lady's hand trembling. What happened? With such confusion, he looked over. Instantly, he was stunned. He saw that the Titan giant ape had stabilized itself, but the fur on its head was already showing large patches of charred black. Even more outrageous was that it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and Long Gong also saw two giant teeth, each about a meter tall, being vomited out. Damn! Is this real? That lord's attack is so strong. The Titan giant ape took one hit and had two teeth broken? It's really hard to believe. Saying this, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, afraid he had seen it wrong. Grandpa, is this what you meant by weak attack that can't break through defense? Do you have some misunderstanding about weakness? At this moment, Meng Yaran couldn't help but voice her doubts. Long Gong, he was convinced. He didn't dare to speak recklessly anymore. Just watch. Maybe a miracle will really happen. The Thunder Emperor finger still isn't right. If the Titan giant ape took a real Thunder Emperor finger hit, it should have already knelt. However, Qin Xiao felt unsatisfied with the damage caused to the Titan giant ape. He was almost embarrassed to call it the Thunder Emperor finger. Of course, the target was the Titan giant ape. If it were any Title Douluo of the same level as Qin Xiao taking this hit, they wouldn't die but would definitely be seriously injured. Roar! Looking at the blood and broken teeth on the ground, the Titan giant ape's eyes turned red. It let out a furious roar. The blood made it even more ferocious. If baring its teeth and snarling were useful, I would have escaped long ago. Qin Xiao sneered mockingly, then provocatively beckoned the Titan giant ape with his finger. There was no doubt that this was a gesture universally understood by both humans and soul beasts. The Titan giant ape instantly understood that this human was inviting it to come closer. Damn, this was too much. No, it was too much for an ape. As the overlord of the Star Doe Forest, it had long forgotten the last time it had been so provocatively challenged. In the next moment, it took a step forward, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, and rushed to Qin Xiao's side, throwing out a series of chaotic punches. Too slow. Moreover, it only relied on brute force, lacking any technique in its strikes. In this regard, Tang Hao was miles ahead. The Titan giant ape had considerable attack power, but in Qin Xiao's eyes, it posed no significant threat. After all, it wasn't hitting Qin Xiao, but the air. No matter how the Titan giant ape attacked, Qin Xiao could easily evade. In terms of speed, Qin Xiao completely overwhelmed it. At the same time, after dodging, Qin Xiao casually pointed his finger, continuously refining his Thunder Emperor finger. Clearly, he was using the Titan giant ape as a sharpening stone. He was enjoying himself. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape was suffering, howling as it was struck by bolts of lightning. So cool. To be able to face a 100,000-year-old soul beast with such ease and flair was truly impressive. Meng Yaran watched the distant battle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Xiao's ethereal figure had unknowingly left a deep imprint in her heart, one that could never be erased in a lifetime. How enchanting! A young man like him could actually overpower the Titan great ape. No one dared to tell such fairy tales when I was a child. Seeing this, Long Gong couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at Qin Xiao, then at himself. He felt like he had lived his whole life as a dog. Beside him, the snake lady nodded numbly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I couldn't imagine there would be such a talented person on the Douluo Continent. It's hard to imagine what heights he will reach in the future and what achievements he will have. Hearing this, Long Gong smiled bitterly. Now he has become an existence we look up to, and in the future, we may not even be qualified to glimpse his figure. I have to say, it's a despairing situation. Xiao San, I think Erming is very likely not Qin Zhao's opponent. We might as well leave. Let's not provoke him anymore. On the treetops, 200 or 300 meters behind the Titan great ape, Xiao Wu's eyes were already glistening with tears. Ming was her relative. However, she had just watched helplessly as Ming's teeth were knocked out. She couldn't help but feel heartache and boundless guilt. If it weren't for her pleading, Ming wouldn't have gone to trouble Qin Xiao. He certainly wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. No, it's impossible. I don't believe Qin Xiao is unscathed. My father has been so severely injured. I don't believe he can still exert peak combat power. It's deliberate. This must be what Qin Xiao wants us to see. Tang San's eyes glowed with purple light, closely watching the battle between the Titan great ape and Qin Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Wu's words were hard for him to accept. Even now, he firmly believed that his deduction could not be wrong. Xiao San, didn't you see that Ming couldn't even touch the hem of Qin Xiao's clothes? Yet every attack from Qin Xiao dealt considerable damage to Ming. If this continues, I'm afraid Ming really won't be able to hold on, Xiao Wu said with a pained expression. Unfortunately, Tang San didn't really listen to Xiao Wu's words. After frowning and thinking for a while, a look of realization suddenly appeared on his face. Xiao Wu, I know where the problem lies. It's the soul skills. From the beginning of the battle until now, Qin Xiao hasn't used a single soul skill. He must be unable to use soul skills due to some limitations. I said, with his Title Douluo at level 92, how could he possibly contend with my father without paying a price? Tang San firmly believed that Qin Xiao was using a self-created soul skill similar to the explosion ring secret method that Tang Hao mentioned. Is it really the case? Xiao Wu was puzzled. Tang San nodded emphatically. As long as they held on, Ming would definitely win. The teacher said that a soul master without soul skills is like a bird without wings. Well then, Xiao Wu nodded hesitantly. No, it's still off. The arrangement of the runes is still unstable. Qin Xiao was immersed in his realizations. He kept using the Thunder Emperor finger over and over again, his whole body feeling numb. He couldn't even hear the roar of the Titan giant ape. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly became enlightened. I understand now. I understand, so the problem lies here. Qin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. After continuous practice, he finally comprehended the scatter hand technique and the Thunder Emperor's finger. In the next moment, he moved and retreated 100 meters away. The Titan giant ape was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why isn't he attacking anymore? You helped me comprehend the Thunder Emperor's finger. To repay this kindness, I've decided to give you a quick end. Qin Xiao let out a cold laugh, and the arcs of electricity surrounding him began to change. They twisted and transformed into mysterious runes. Then these runes, as if attracted by some special force, arranged and combined together. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed above the Stardow forest. A terrifying scene unfolded. Pale arcs of electricity gathered and coalesced towards Qin Xiao. Gulp! The Titan giant ape looked up at Qin Xiao and rolled its throat heavily. So terrifying. At this moment, the power accumulating around Qin Xiao made it feel a chill of fear. Explosive, terrifying, destructive. Waves of aura erupted from Qin Xiao, causing soul beasts within a 10-mile radius to involuntarily prostrate themselves. So terrifying. This aura was not aimed at us. It even made my soul tremble. It's hard to imagine how much pressure the Titan giant ape faced when confronting that figure. In the distance, Long Gong, Shi Pe, and Meng Yiran barely managed to stand by supporting each other, preventing themselves from collapsing. So strong. With this strike, the Titan giant ape probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shi Pe was also taken aback. Ming, hurry up and leave. At this moment, Xiao Wu could no longer hold back and shouted at Ming. Hearing her voice, the Titan giant ape looked at Xiao Wu, and she looked back at it. Their eyes met, and without needing any words, both understood the meaning contained in each other's gaze. The Titan giant ape appeared helpless and desperate. Xiao San, Ming told me that there's a force in the void locking onto it. Qin Xiao's soul skill is guaranteed to hit. More importantly, the power in this soul skill is something Ming cannot resist at all. What to do? What should we do? Xiao San, you must save it, Xiao Wu said in a panic, tears rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. What? Ming can't hold on either? Tang San was shocked. His brain began to race. Xiao Wu, let us go. It's no longer safe here. If we're late, it will be too late. Qin Xiao, let us go. He was already somewhat flustered. It was obvious that after Qin Xiao dealt with Ming, he would definitely not spare them. Leave? Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, I want to leave. I can't leave Ming alone here. Xiao Wu, you've seen it. The soul power fluctuations ahead are too strong. If we go, we will only be sending ourselves to death. So, distancing ourselves is the best choice. Distance ourselves? Xiao Wu was stunned. Xiao-san. How can you say such a thing? Ming is our partner. You actually want to abandon it? Tang San frowned and advised Xiao Wu calm down. Right now, Ming must also hope that we leave. After all, staying here is just waiting for death. If we survive, we will definitely avenge Ming in the future. Chapter 24. Fusion of the 100,000. Year Soul Ring. Strength greatly increased. No. I want to leave. I cannot abandon Ming here no matter what. Xiao Wu insisted on her thoughts, and saying this, she was about to jump down from the tree to rush to the Titan giant ape. But the next moment, she felt a pain in her neck, and then her vision went black as she fainted. Behind her, Tang San quickly caught her. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I can't let you go to your death, and I can't let a beast take you down with it. I still have too many things to do. Soda, Tang San said coldly, carrying the limp Xiao Wu on his shoulder, and then, ignoring the Titan giant ape's desperate gaze, he ran deeper into the Douluo forest. He remembered Xiao Wu saying that there was a sky-blue bull python named the Ming deep in the Douluo forest, with over 150,000 years of cultivation. With it around, if Qin Xiao dared to come, he would undoubtedly die. Teacher Zhao, why hasn't the crown prince come yet? There won't be any issues, right? On the other side, among the Shrek group, Ning Rongrong asked with some concern. Upon hearing this, a flicker of gloom passed through Oscar's eyes. Zhao Wujin shook his head, saying what could happen. You all know the crown prince's strength. Even the Haotian Douluo can't do anything to him. This Titan giant ape can't do anything to him either. If the crown prince wants to leave, the Titan giant ape can't hold him back. Zhao Wujin said, waving his hand dismissively. It's as if he is Qin Xiao. However, he now felt genuine respect for Qin Xiao. Both his strength and character were admirable. Of course, if he could do some human things. If he could do some normal things, it would be even more perfect. Teacher Zhao, look. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, who was scouting from the treetops, pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Everyone looked over and was instantly shocked. They saw the sky filled with thunder converging into a finger, which then slammed down. A wave of destructive aura rushed towards them. This is the Thunder Emperor Crown Prince using his soul skill. Hiss. This move feels even stronger than the soul skill shown when facing Tang Hao before. Even from a distance, everyone could still feel that wave of destructive aura. They were very frightened. At the same time, they couldn't imagine what kind of despair the Titan giant ape would face against this thunderous strike. Fear, helplessness. The Titan giant ape no longer knew how to resist such an attack. Or rather, it knew that no matter what it did, it couldn't withstand such an attack. It held its head with both hands, curling its body to protect its weaknesses as much as possible. Of course, this was the only thing it could do. Boom! Thunder exploded. The massive thunderous finger slammed down violently. Electric snakes danced wildly, and the scene instantly became as bright as day. Rocks and trees were all shattered into pieces. Do you hate me? After a long time, as the electric light faded, Qin Xiao looked coldly at the Titan giant ape in front of him. At this moment, the Titan giant ape was in a miserable state, with its body covered in wounds. Some of the injuries had been charred black by lightning, faintly emitting the aroma of roasted meat. It knelt on the ground, having lost all its strength. However, the gaze it directed at Qin Xiao was still filled with hatred. It was clear that if it could, it would immediately tear the person in front of it to shreds. If you hate me, you might as well hate yourself. Hate yourself for being so foolish, Qin Xiao said, glancing at the distance. There was no trace of Xiao Wu and Tang San anymore. It was clear they had escaped. Then he looked at the Titan giant ape and said, remember, in your next life, don't let others use you as a pawn. Roar. Finally, terror appeared in the eyes of the Titan giant ape. He wants to kill me. He really wants to kill me. Qin Xiao's voice was flat, but the killing intent made the Titan giant ape feel a chill of fear. Instinctively, it wanted to retreat in terror. However, there was no opportunity left. Qin Xiao's index finger had unknowingly fallen on its brow. A bolt of lightning pierced through its massive head. Thud! It collapsed to the ground, just like that. The once mighty soul beast overlord, the Titan great ape, had fallen. Immediately afterward, a deep red soul ring condensed around it. Ding! Mission accomplished. Ding! Mission reward has been issued. Please confirm which soul ring the host will merge with. Originally wanting a 50,000 year soul ring, unexpectedly, I received a 100,000 year soul ring instead. Life truly is full of surprises. Qin Xiao shook his head with some emotion. However, he felt no guilt in his heart. Humans and soul beasts were inherently oppositional. Either humans killed soul beasts, or soul beasts killed humans. Moreover, given his relationship with Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, they were destined to be enemies. Instead of leaving the Titan giant ape to become a threat, it was better to eliminate it in advance. In fact, if his strength allowed, he'd want to rush into the core area of the Stardow Forest and slay the sky blue bull python as well. Only then could he eliminate future troubles. But, he thought, there was no rush regarding the sky blue bull python. Since he could accept the task to hunt for a soul ring once, he could do it again. At that time, turning it into a soul ring would maximize his benefits. For now, he should fuse the soul ring and see what the effects are. Qin Xiao thought to himself, temporarily calming his thoughts about dealing with the sky blue bull python. System. Fuse the Titan giant ape's soul ring with my first soul ring, he said in his mind. Suddenly, the soul ring that had condensed on the Titan giant ape seemed to be drawn towards him, landing on the top of Qin Xiao's head and ultimately merging completely into his body. Streams of soul power also flowed into him. The feedback from a 100,000-year soul ring brought a remarkably obvious surge of soul power. Qin Xiao was somewhat surprised. This improvement was significant. Although it couldn't make him immediately become a level 90 Title Douluo, it greatly shortened the process. Ding! It has been detected that the host's original soul skills are too poor. Would the host like to replace them with new soul skills? Huh, there's such a good thing? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Is there really a need to say more about such a thing? Replace. Qin Xiao immediately responded. Ding! Replacement successful. New skills have been generated. Indeed, Qin Xiao found that the original 1,000-year skill from the first soul ring was gone. In its place were two skills brought by the 100,000-year soul ring. Titan Body increases strength and defense by 100%. After reading the first soul skill, Qin Xiao gently stroked his chin. Is this guiding me towards the path of a brute? However, he wasn't given much time to think, as the effect of the second soul skill surfaced in his mind. Thunder Titan Soul. The soul ring transforms into a Thunder Titan entity corresponding to its cultivation age, directly pouncing on the target for a strike. Is this because I can control thunder? Has the Titan Great Ape evolved? Qin Xiao secretly speculated on the reason, estimating that it was most likely the case, and that the combat power of the Thunder Titan should be significantly stronger than that of an ordinary Titan giant ape. With this soul skill, do I not need to take action myself against an ordinary Title Douluo? I could just open the door and let the Titan take care of it. Qin Xiao smiled. Not bad. His previous soul skills were provided by a century-old soul beast, and considering his current cultivation level, the enhancement was pitifully small. The two soul skills granted by the Titan giant ape were much better than his previous ones, especially the second soul skill, which was quite suitable for a lazy person like him. With this in mind, Qin Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. He had to admit that this was a good haul. A big profit. Chapter 25. Meng Iran fuses with the human-faced demon spider. Tang Hao seeks help. Of course, Qin Xiao's gains didn't stop there. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the Titan giant ape's body fiercely. Without the support of soul power, the Titan giant ape was as weak as paper in the face of the lightning. Instantly, its mountain-like body turned to ashes under the thunder. Plop! A piece of crystal-clear bone fell down. A soul bone. After Qin Xiao clearly saw the fallen item, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out, and the soul bone seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, landing in Qin Xiao's hand. Just like in the original work, this was a left arm bone. This would be my first soul bone. 100,000 years old. That's still acceptable, right? Of course, if this were to be heard by other soul masters, they might not be able to hold back a mouthful of old blood. 100,000-year soul bone is not just acceptable. It's already quite impressive. This is a legendary sacred object. Countless soul masters wouldn't even dare to dream of possessing such a treasure. Soon, the left arm bone that the Titan Great Ape had exploded out was fused and refined by Qin Xiao. This soul bone also had two skills. One was Gravity Mire, and the other was Titan Skybreak. Titan Skybreak is the signature skill of the Titan Great Ape, with a clear advantage in attack, showcasing the Titan Great Ape's dominance to the fullest, and its power can be considered immense. With Qin Xiao's cultivation, no one below the rank of soul.Douluo should be able to withstand it. Gravity Mire is a typical control-type skill that can greatly increase the gravity in a designated area. In Qin Xiao's understanding, this is a soft control-type skill. There is no doubt that these two soul skills are no different from the abilities provided by the Titan Great Ape in the original work. Are you not satisfied yet? At this moment, Qin Xiao's gaze turned to the distance. Long before he battled the Titan Great Ape, he had noticed someone spying from afar. Moreover, among those people, there were two auras he was very familiar with. This should be Meng Iran and Snake Lady. Then the identity of the last person became obvious, Long Gong. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense forest. 3 figures emerged. "I am Long Gong. Greetings, Your Highness," Long Gong said as he bowed deeply, his attitude exceptionally humble, completely devoid of the arrogance one would expect from a soul.Douluo of over level 80. Of course, even if he had 10 more lives, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Although he and Snake Lady together could contend with Title Douluo level powerhouses, that was just a contest. The person before him had slain even the soul beast Overlord Titan Great Ape, who was stronger than an average Title Douluo. The gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm. Lowering his posture a bit is not a problem at all. "Ciao Qin Xiao, Meng Iran. Greetings, Your Highness." At this moment, Snake Lady and Meng Iran also bowed to Qin Xiao. "I didn't expect we would meet again so soon." Seeing this, Qin Xiao smiled slightly, looking like an old friend greeting someone after many years. However, neither the Snake Woman nor Meng Iran dared to respond to this remark. They knew that Qin Xiao definitely had more to say. Sure enough, Qin Xiao spoke again. "I'm very curious. What is it that keeps you from retreating from a distance? Are you planning to wait until I and the Titan Giant Ape are both injured, so that you can benefit from the situation?" "What? Benefit from a situation?" Long Gong's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't afford to take on such a big accusation. He quickly waved his hand. "Your Highness, you think too highly of me. I'm just a minor soul.Douluo, and even with my wife, we wouldn't be enough for you to deal with using just one hand." As he spoke, he pointed to Meng Iran beside him and said, "My granddaughter needs a soul beast as a soul ring. Unfortunately, that soul beast has run into the dense forest behind you. Of course, we just vaguely discovered that the soul beast has already been injured by the aftermath of your battle with the Titan Giant Ape." "Ah, so that is how it is?" Qin Xiaoxin couldn't help but mutter to herself. However, upon careful thought, what the Dragon Lord said made sense. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Whether he or the Titan Giant Ape wins, it's not a couple like them who could pick up the corpses. Even if they could rival a Title Douluo, it wouldn't work. Relaxing, Qin Xiao suddenly realized the problem. They said they were hunting soul beasts? Could it be? Qin Xiao asked. "What soul beast are you pursuing?" "It's a human-faced magic spider." Long Gong answered without hesitation. "Is it really a human-faced magic spider? Could it be the same one?" Qin Xiaoxian suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity. "Since you have found that human-faced spider in the dense forest behind me, let's go and take a look." As he spoke, he slightly moved aside, signaling Long Gong and the others to pass. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your understanding." Long Gong was immediately overjoyed. Then he called to the Snake Lady, Meng Iran, beside him. "Wait for me here, I will go take a look." With his voice falling, Long Gong transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the dense forest behind Qin Xiaoxian. Not long after, he returned, dragging a huge, barely alive spider behind him. The human-faced magic spider. Everyone in the field recognized the origin of this giant creature. "Iran, come over quickly. This magic spider is still warm. It still has a breath left, just right for you to hunt and use as your soul ring." Long Gong waved to Meng Iran. "All right." Meng Iran cheerfully replied and quickly walked over. Swish, swish, swish. Cold lights flashed, quickly piercing into the most vulnerable parts of the human-faced magic spider's body. Soon, this human-faced magic spider, which had over 1,000 years of cultivation, stopped struggling, and a purple 1,000-year soul ring formed. Finally going to obtain the third ring. Meng Iran's voice was a bit complex and emotional. The previous Fengwei Jiguang snake was intercepted, and this human-faced magic spider was almost lost too. The hunt for the third soul ring could be said to be full of obstacles. "Iran, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and refine it," Long Gong urged anxiously. Meng Iran nodded heavily, then sat cross-legged, and the soul ring seemed to be attracted as it fell onto her head. Seeing the scene, Long Gong and the Snake Lady subconsciously glanced at Qin Xiaoxian. They still remembered that the 100,000-year soul ring formed from the Titan Giant Ape seemed to have been absorbed by Qin Xiaoxian. It was quite absurd. However, Qin Xiaoxian ignored their little actions and instead focused intently on Meng Iran, his face full of curiosity. He wanted to know if Meng Iran could obtain the external soul bone, the 8 spider spears. This scene, however, looked different in the eyes of Long Gong and the Snake Lady. They looked at Qin Xiaoxian, then at Meng Iran, and exchanged glances. "Could it be that Your Highness has an interest in Iran? This will be a tremendous good fortune." In the city of Tiando, in a private room on the second floor of the Yuexian, a scruffy man sat at a table, drinking fine wine jug after jug. No one would expect that in such a high-end place frequented by princes, princesses, or imperial nobles, there would be such a disheveled person. However, since his name was Tang Hao, it became reasonable for him to appear in Yuexian. He did not deceive Tang San. After parting ways with Tang San, he came to the city of Tiando, and in Yuexian, he was not there to get drunk, but to wait for someone, the current leader of the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao, his good big brother. Qin Xiao's strength put him under unprecedented pressure. Apart from the Haotian sect and Tang Xiao, he couldn't think of anyone else to ask for help. Chapter 26. Tang Hao's reinforcements, Meng Iran's 8 spider spears. However, as a sinner of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao couldn't just enter the sect whenever he wanted. In desperation, he could only contact Tang Yuehua to pass on messages to Tang Xiao, who was far away at the Haotian sect, through Yuxian. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Tang Hao frowned and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, it's me, Yuehua. A gentle voice came from outside. The person you want to see has arrived. Big brother, he is here. Tang Hao instantly became agitated upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words. He jumped up from his seat. Then, he rubbed his rough hands on his clothes, trying to smooth out the wrinkles and calm his restless heart. Creak. At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open. A beautiful woman dressed in a silver-work dress walked in gracefully. Second brother. She gently called out to Tang Hao and then stood to the side. Following that, a powerful figure strode in. He looked somewhat similar to Tang Hao, and upon seeing him, an excited expression instantly appeared on his authoritative face. Aodi, is it really you? His voice was filled with excitement. Before he finished speaking, he had taken 3 steps forward to stand in front of Tang Hao, his large hands tightly gripping Tang Hao's shoulders. At that moment, he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Big brother, it's me. Tang Hao's eyes also turned red. He didn't expect that after so many years apart, they would meet again. You've really suffered over the years. This time, I won't let you leave. You will return to the sect with me later. After barely calming his excitement, Tang Xiao held onto Tang Hao's arm tightly. However, Tang Hao shook his head. Big brother, I'm a sinner of the sect. I can't go back. Nonsense. Tang Xiao shook his head. Now, I am the sect master. If I say you can return, then you can return. His voice was filled with undeniable authority. But there are many elders in the sect. They may not forgive me. Let's think this over carefully. Tang Hao shook his head slightly. Even though he hadn't been at the Haotian sect for decades, he could imagine the situation there with just a bit of thought. Given Tang Hao's personality, it would be difficult for him to have absolute say within the Haotian sect. What was the point of returning if he would only be mistreated? Hearing this, Tang Xiao's expression also became somewhat unnatural. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Big brother, I actually have something important to ask for your help. What is it? Just say it. We brothers don't need to say please to each other. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Xiao shook his head slightly. Tang Hao didn't immediately voice his request, but instead looked at Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, you can go out first. After all, discussing this matter would bring up old grievances. There were many things he didn't want a third person to know. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua's gaze flickered, and then she silently left the room. Once he confirmed that Tang Yuehua had gone far away, a bitter smile appeared on Tang Hao's face. This matter actually starts with my child with Ain, Tang San. Tang Xiao's brows instantly furrowed into a tight line. When Tang Hao mentioned Qin Xiao, Tang Xiao was astonished. He never expected that there would be a genius who became a Title Douluo at such a young age on the Douluo Continent. Even the ancestor Tang Chun, who revitalized the sect, had not achieved such accomplishments at that age. He couldn't imagine what kind of prodigy could achieve such heights. However, when Tang Hao mentioned his enmity with Qin Xiao, he was both shocked and angry. How arrogant of the Thunder Emperor Douluo to dare to attack you. Does he really think there is no one in the Haotian sect? I bet he went a Shrek for that girl named Xiao Wu. After all, not everyone can resist the temptation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San and Xiao were very much like you and Ain back in the day. But the tragedy that befell Ain cannot happen to Tang San and Xiao Wu. And since such a talented individual has become an enemy, we must do everything possible to destroy him. We must crush him in his cradle before he fully matures. Tang Xiao's voice was resolute, and he made a decision. Qin Xiao must not be spared. Big brother, with your words, I can rest easy. Qin Xiao's strength is only on par with mine. With your help, it will be certain to eliminate him. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Tang Xiao's words were undoubtedly a reassurance. Tang Xiao nodded slightly. Time is of the essence. The longer we wait, the more changes may occur. We should set off for Shrek immediately to kill Qin Xiao. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, Under Qin Xiao's watchful gaze, Meng Yiran had absorbed all the soul rings provided by the man-faced demon spider. However, the girl showed no signs of waking up. Old man, what's going on? Yiran has absorbed the soul rings. Why isn't she waking up? Snake Lady asked nervously. She might be consolidating her cultivation. Don't worry too much. Long Gong smiled slightly, not paying much attention to the issue. But the next moment, both Long Gong and Snake Lady's expressions changed simultaneously, because a look of pain suddenly appeared on Meng Yiran's beautiful face. Did Yiran really obtain the 8 spider spears? Qin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he internally exclaimed, "Good job. What is happening? Yiran, what is wrong with her?" However, Snake Lady was confused about what was happening. Long Gong also became a bit flustered and instinctively reached out to touch Meng Yiran. You don't want anything to happen to Meng Yiran, right? I suggest you best not disturb her. Qin Xiao, seeing this, spoke softly. Why? The Dragon Duke seemed frozen in place, as if he had been struck at an acupoint. After a moment, he slowly turned his head to look at Qin Xiao and asked in confusion, "May I ask your highness to clarify?" Qin Xiao did not keep them in suspense and asked, "I wonder if you have heard of external spirit bones?" External spirit bones? Snake Lady looked a bit confused and instinctively glanced at Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. You mean external spirit bones? The ones that can grow according to legend. His voice was filled with shock. He had seen knowledge about external spirit bones in a very ancient book. They were rare spirit bones, even more so than regular spirit bones, and at that time he was very skeptical about their existence, considering them just a legend. After all, he had never heard of anyone on the Douluo Continent possessing external spirit bones. Old man, what exactly are external spirit bones? Snake Lady asked in confusion. Dragon Lord opened his mouth, about to respond, when a voice interrupted him. Ah! Meng Yiran let out a painful groan, and the 8 dark, fierce spider legs tore through the clothes on the girl's back, breaking free. At this moment, Meng Yiran looked fierce and evil, sending chills down people's spines. My God! How could Yiran become like this? Snake Lady couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up beside her, secretly admiring. Well done. He was curious about how Tang San would feel when he saw Meng Yiran, who was now burdened by the 8 spider lances. Chapter 27. Dragon Lord's Gratitude. Sword Douluo arrives Yiran. Kneel and bow to your excellency. After Meng Yiran put away the 8 spider lances, Dragon Lord said in a deep voice. Bow. Qin Xiao shook his head. No need for that. This is her opportunity. In fact, if it weren't for Qin Xiao being unable to absorb this spirit ring himself, he would have been tempted to try it. Beside them, Snake Lady said, Your Excellency, please don't be modest. If it weren't for your intervention injuring this spirit beast, we wouldn't know how long we would have to track it. Who knows? It might have ended up like that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. She couldn't continue her sentence. It could be said that if it weren't for Qin Xiao, she would have insisted on competing with Zhao Wuji for the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. If that had succeeded, wouldn't there be no matter of external spirit bones? On the other hand, after hearing Snake Lady's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. Snake Lady was right. If he hadn't intervened, then this human-faced demon spider would have become Tang San's spirit ring, and external spirit bones would have also fallen into Tang San's hands. Your Excellency, if it weren't for you, with my wife's knowledge, we wouldn't have known Yiran's condition, and we would have certainly disturbed her absorption of the external spirit bone, possibly causing irreparable damage to her. Dragon Lord said, turning to Meng Yiran, Yiran, thank your Excellency. Hearing this, Meng Yiran knelt down with a thud, sincerely saying to Qin Xiao, Your Excellency's great kindness, I have no way to repay. Please allow me to bow to you. As she spoke, her forehead heavily pressed against the ground, even making a thud sound due to the force. At this point, Qin Xiao could only accept it calmly. However, his fondness for Meng Yiran increased significantly. Not to mention anything else, just for this girl being sincere. Your Excellency, are you leaving? At this moment, Dragon Lord noticed the intention to leave in Qin Xiao's eyes and quickly asked, Why not leave? Waiting to eat a meal? Qin Xiao couldn't help but think. However, he then heard Dragon Lord say, Your Excellency, if you ever need anything in the future, just say a word. Even if it means going up a mountain of knives or into a sea of fire, I will not frown. This was not an exaggeration. The value of a growth-capable external spirit bone was truly immense. It could be considered priceless. After hearing Dragon Lord's words, Qin Xiao just smiled and turned to leave. Your Excellency, if you happen to pass by the Beast Academy, you must come in and sit for a while. Seeing Qin Xiao about to disappear from sight, Meng Yiran called out sweetly. Okay. The voice of Qin Xiao came from afar. Eming. approaching the core area of the Douluo forest. Xiao Wu leaned against a large tree, her eyes tightly closed, frowning and calling out urgently. She looked as if she had just had a nightmare. At the same time, her cries startled Tang San, who hurried to Xiao Wu's side and called out with concern, Xiao Wu, wake up. Erming, don't go. Xiao Wu woke up as if from a dream, letting out a startled cry. However, what met her eyes was Tang San's ordinary face. Xiao San, where is Erming? I just had a dream where Erming died, Xiao Wu said, somewhat dazed. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San's expression instantly stiffened. Xiao San, this is just a dream, right? Xiao Wu said, beginning to look around anxiously. Where is Erming? Is it hiding again? Enough. Tang San could no longer hold back and shouted angrily. Xiao Wu, Erming is dead. That is real, not a dream. What? It's really true? Xiao Wu was instantly struck as if by lightning. In her mind, the image of Erming facing the Thunder Emperor surfaced, along with Erming's desperate expression. Xiao Wu, accept reality. It was Qin Xiao who killed Erming, Tang San said, bringing his fingers together and pointing to the sky, swearing, I swear in my lifetime Tang San will kill Qin Xiao to avenge Erming. However, his words did not calm Xiao Wu down. Instead, it felt like adding fuel to the fire. Enough. Tang San, if it weren't for you, Erming wouldn't have died, Xiao Wu said with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she felt heartbroken and regretting that she had been persuaded by Tang San to let Erming confront Qin Xiao. Regretting that even when she realized Erming was not a match for Qin Xiao, she still let Erming fight. Regretting why she listened to Tang San so much. He was just a great soul master. How could he understand the battles between Title Douluos? Xiao Wu, I admit that Erming's death has something to do with me. No, it has a lot to do with you. This whole thing happened because of you. Xiao Wu completely disagreed with Tang San's statement. Xiao Wu, Tang San opened his mouth, anger rising in his heart. Wasn't it you who asked Erming for help in the first place? Now that something has happened, you push everything on me alone? Tang San, cannot bear this blame. But Xiao Wu had already covered her ears with both hands, shaking her head. Stop talking, I want to be alone. You go. Go if you want. Tang San coldly threw down this sentence and turned to walk into the forest. However, not long after he returned, sitting down under an ancient tree a dozen meters away from Xiao Wu, looking very displeased. Only after stepping out did he remember that this was the depths of the Douluo forest, surrounded by terrifying 10,000-year soul beasts. In other words, without Xiao Wu, he would not be able to get out of the Douluo forest at all. As the white dew touched the grass and the morning sun rose. In the village outside Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, arrived beside the Sword Law, standing side by side as they looked at the distant Shrek Academy. Sword Uncle, who didn't sleep all night? Hearing this, Sword Douluo frowned. Master, do you think our previous speculation was wrong? Was the thunderstorm just a coincidence? I didn't sleep a wink last night, and didn't see the spectacular scene of thunder descending. Haha, Sword Uncle, that's what you get for asking for it. You said you wanted to investigate here. I told you long ago that we should just go to Shrek Academy and ask clearly. Ning Fengji shook his head and chuckled. Master, please don't mock me. I was worried about startling the snake in the grass. Sword Douluo waved his hand helplessly. What if there really is a powerful soul beast lurking in Shrek Academy? That would be a huge benefit for our sect. However, just as the two were chatting and laughing, a figure landed behind them. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were not surprised, as this person was indeed the dark guard of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Master, Elder, the young lady has returned to the academy. The dark guard knelt on one knee and reported. What? Rongrong is back. Before Ning Fengji could speak, Sword Douluo had already voiced his surprise. He had seen Ning Rongrong for a long time and missed her dearly. Immediately, he said to Ning Fengji, Master, let us go. We need to ask Shrek Academy what happened. Ning Fengji smiled and teased. Sword Uncle, I think you really just want to see Rongrong, right? The village was still a bit distant from Shrek Academy. However, this distance was nothing to Sword Douluo. He quickly brought Ning Fengji to the academy's entrance. Just in time, they ran into the Shrek group about to enter the academy. At the first moment, Sword Douluo spotted Ning Rongrong's figure. He smiled and was about to call out, but the next moment he abruptly stopped. In fact, the smile on his face quickly faded, and his brows furrowed tightly. All of this was because of a young man. Chapter 28. Ning Fengji's shock. He really is 18? Outside Shrek Academy, Qin Xiao and the Shrek crowd also noticed Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo. Grandpa Jian, Dad, Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly from the crowd. Could these two be the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? In an instant, everyone thought of their identities. Teacher Zhao, may I go over for a moment? Ning Rongrong didn't forget to ask Zhao Wuji's permission. Go ahead. Zhao Wuji nodded, then turned to the people behind him and said, since we're already at the academy, everyone should go do what they need to do. Today is a day off, and classes will resume normally tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and led the way back to the academy. Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, chattering away like a fledgling returning to its nest. At that moment, Qin Xiao also withdrew his gaze, planning to return to his residence. But just then, a voice came from behind him. Your Highness. Qin Xiao turned around, somewhat surprised because it was Zhu Zhuqing who had called out to him. It should be noted that this youthful-looking, well-endowed ice beauty was not like Ning Rongrong, who was clingy, but had always kept her distance from him. Is there something you need? He was very curious about why Zhu Zhuqing had called him. Could you come with me for a moment? Zhu Zhuqing asked with a troubled expression. Qin Xiao nodded. Indeed, this was not a suitable place for conversation given the crowd. Soon, he and Zhu Zhuqing disappeared from everyone's sight. Creak. Witnessing their departure, Dai Mubai unconsciously clenched his fists. However, this scene did not go unnoticed by his good brothers. Boss Dai, I know you have a lot of thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing, but I advise you to give it up, said Ma Hongjun, patting Dai Mubai's shoulder. The fatty talked a lot, but this statement was quite accurate. Boss, just let it go. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Oscar also agreed deeply. He felt that his feelings for Ning Rongrong were similar to Dai Mubai's feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. As someone who had been through it, he should offer some advice. However, the more he tried to advise, the angrier Dai Mubai became. But could a situation be compared to Oscar's? Oscar was unrequited love, but Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, and now she was out on a date with someone else. Come on, boss. We've been out for so long. Let's find a place to relax. I'll treat you, Ma Hongjun said as he pulled Dai Mubai towards the direction of Soto City. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong and gritted his teeth. Count me in. On the other side, Ning Fengji teased Rongrong. It seems that Grandpa Jian is more important to you than your dad. No way. Then why did you call Grandpa Jian first instead of calling Dad? Grandpa Jian, look, my dad is being picky. Ning Rongrong couldn't answer this question and had to seek help from Jian Douluo. Sure enough, her thoughts were correct. Jian Douluo said, Sect Master, you are being stingy. It's just a title. I don't think it matters who is called first or last. Ning Fengji was speechless. If she had called you Dad first, I would say the same. Unfortunately, the old and young in front of him didn't care about his feelings at all. You've lost weight, Jian Douluo said with some heartache, then reached out to pat Ning Rongrong's head, but you've also grown taller. Ning Rongrong giggled. You haven't seen me for so long. How could I not grow taller? I feel like Grandpa Jian's beard has grown longer since the last time I saw you. Haha. Jian Douluo shook his head and laughed. You are still that little clever one. You haven't changed at all. Ning Rongrong smiled again, curiously asking, Grandpa Jian, Dad, you didn't come here just to see me, right? This. Caught off guard by his daughter's revelation, Ning Fengji felt somewhat embarrassed. He tried to change the topic. If I'm not mistaken, you should have gone soul hunting, right? Where did you go? Was there anything interesting? Of course. Ning Fengji's method of changing the topic was very effective. Ning Rongrong nodded excitedly. Of course. You might not believe it, but we encountered a 100,000-year Titan giant ape on this trip. It was really big and fierce. What? A 100,000-year soul beast. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, both Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exclaimed simultaneously. It was indeed astonishing. However, even an ordinary Title Douluo wouldn't be a match for a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone a 100,000-year Titan giant ape. Such a powerful soul beast overlord. Not even a level 95 Title Douluo would dare to face it easily. How did you manage to escape? Ning Fengji quickly began to doubt the authenticity of the matter. Dad? That question is easy to answer. Ning Rongrong giggled and said mysteriously, because we have a Title Douluo strongman in our team. However, after hearing Ning Rongrong's words, both Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji were shocked again. Shrek Academy has a Title Douluo strongman? After their surprise, Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. You little witch. Do you really think I can be easily deceived? I investigated before, and the headmaster Flender is only a level 78 soul sage. And Zhao Wujin is even weaker than Flender. How could there be a Title Douluo? That tall man should be the unmovable king, Zhao Wujin, the second strongest in your Shrek Academy. TCH. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong waved her hand. Dad, that is ancient history. I'm not lying to you. Do you remember the most handsome young man in our team just now? The most handsome? Ning Fengji shook his head. He really didn't pay attention. Rong Rong, are you talking about the boy at the back of the team? However, Jian Douluo's reaction was the opposite of Ning Fengji's. Instinctively, Qin Xiao's figure surfaced in his mind. It couldn't be him, right? Earlier, he had felt that the boy was strange, giving off a dangerous feeling. But before he could test it, Ning Rongrong came in. Yes, it's him. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. He is Thunder Emperor Douluo Qin Xiao. Teacher Zhao privately told us that His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is a level 92 Title Douluo. We were able to escape in front of the Titan Giant Ape because His Majesty intervened. Everyone believes that the Soul Beast Overlord has already been slain by His Majesty. Rongrong, is this true? Seeing Ning Rongrong speak with such conviction, Ning Fengji couldn't help but believe a bit, but he looked so young. How could he be a Title Douluo? And Ning Fengji's words reflected Jian Douluo's inner thoughts. I know about this. Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest proudly and said, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor is not old. He is only 18. How much? 18? Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Rongrong, you are too outrageous. Exaggeration has its limits. Ning Fengji frowned and said solemnly, There has never been an 18-year-old Title Douluo in the history of the Douluo Continent. The youngest Title Douluo on the Douluo Continent is over 40. If you say that young man is an old monster who has maintained his appearance and is actually 50 or 60, they could barely accept it. But if you insist he is 18, who would believe it? There can't be any fakes. On the day of enrollment, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor personally said he was 18. I believe it without a doubt. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's eyes revealed a fervent look. Like a little fangirl. If His Majesty the Thunder Emperor had been born earlier, there would have long been records of 18-year-old Title Douluos on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 29. Jian Douluo's thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing's request normally. A Title Douluo fabricate when they became a Title Douluo. After hearing Ning Rongrong mention that Qin Xiao publicly stated his age, Jian Douluo was no longer very doubtful. After all, Title Douluos also have their pride. Who would brag about such things? However, I still can't understand how one could become a Title Douluo at 18. On the side, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed even tighter. This was extremely illogical. He, seeing the expressions of the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji looking defeated. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but let out a laugh like silver bells. Dad, Grandpa Jian, if you had seen how His Majesty the Thunder Emperor trains. You might not think so. Rongrong, does that mean you have seen his training process? Suddenly, Ning Fengji's breathing became hurried. Of course, Ning Rongrong noted. I saw it with my own eyes. Hurry, tell Dad about it, this is crucial. With Ning Rongrong's affirmative answer, Ning Fengji's breath quickened. To be honest, he really wanted to know how the monster became a Title Douluo at 18. At the side, the Sordo also perked up his ears, even subconsciously controlling his breathing to hear more clearly. There was no doubt that if he could borrow even a bit from the mysterious Thunder Emperor Douluo's training methods, it would greatly benefit his own cultivation. Dad, Grandpa Jian, you can listen but don't have too many expectations. His Majesty the Thunder Emperor's training methods might not be something you can learn. Ning Rongrong, with her clever mind and understanding of both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, quickly saw through their thoughts and advised them. Could it be that there is a life-threatening aspect? Ning Fengji chuckled at Ning Rongrong's words. The Sordo also shook his head and laughed. The more you say that, the more I want to try it out and see what is so special about His Majesty the Thunder Emperor's training methods. The more Ning Rongrong warned them, the more he wanted to give it a go. Hey, Ning Rongrong shook her head helplessly. Actually, His Majesty the Thunder Emperor's training method is very simple. Have you heard of thunder body tempering? Thunder body tempering? The Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. At this moment, Ning Rongrong continued, It's the training method that involves attracting lightning to be struck by it. What? You mean being struck by lightning? The Sword Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. Didn't they come as Shrek to investigate the mysterious falling lightning? Now, from Ning Rongrong's words, it seemed to be artificial. How could one withstand such strikes? Ugh. How long does this method of thunder body tempering last? Ning Fengji, though shaken, still tried to stay as calm as possible. A long time. Ning Rongrong pondered seriously and provided a time frame, about from midnight until dawn. Hiss! Both the Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji drew in a sharp breath. Master, if what Rongrong says is true, then this Thunder Emperor law is indeed not to be underestimated. With my cultivation level, I can't withstand such prolonged lightning strikes. Even an old bone like me can't endure such an assault for so long. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, which possesses thunder power, wouldn't dare to train like this. This training method was akin to seeking death. They truly couldn't fathom how he managed to endure it. The sword Douluo secretly conveyed this thought to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji, upon hearing, nodded slightly, not saying anything further. However, there was a glint of wisdom in his eyes, and the sword Douluo knew the master must be plotting something related to that Thunder Emperor Douluo. Grandpa Jian, do you still want to learn from it now? Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes and asked the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo's expression changed, and he then smiled wryly and shook his head. If it is as you say, then I can't learn from it. In fact, he was being quite understated. Internally, he was scoffing, thinking who would dare to imitate such intense techniques. Wer vertries will die Allricht. By the way, Dad, Grandpa Jian, there's another thing related to His Majesty the Thunder Emperor that you need to know. Ning Rongrong rarely showed a serious expression. What is it? The sword Douluo and Ning Fengji's heart stirred, becoming extremely serious. They had already realized that anything related to this Thunder Emperor was not simple. That is, Haotian Tang Hao from the Haotian sect had a duel with His Majesty the Thunder Emperor, and in the end, Tang Hao fled in disgrace with his son. Ning Rongrong said proudly. This expression resembled that of a fan when their idol achieves something, feeling prouder than when they achieve something themselves. This. Even Tang Hao lost. Considering the time, he has already been a Title Douluo for over a decade, right? The #1 weapon spirit, plus the secret techniques of the Haotian sect, can't defeat an 18-year-old Title Douluo. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were at a loss for words. They were so shocked that they felt a bit numb. They couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying talent could create such a genius. Wait, the sword Douluo suddenly recalled what Ning Rongrong had said at the beginning. Master, if that Thunder Emperor Douluo is indeed that strong, then that 100,000-year Titan giant ape may have really been killed by him. Ning Fengji was taken aback, meaning he very likely possessed a 100,000-year soul bone. A 100,000-year soul bone. Ning Fengji's eyes turned red. This was the dream of countless soul masters. Master, I have a bold idea. The sword Douluo's eyes suddenly showed a fervent expression. Uncle Jian, are you thinking of sparring with that youth? Ning Fengji, who understood the sword Douluo extremely well, instantly guessed his thoughts. Ha! The sword Douluo laughed. It's still the master who understands me. An old bone like me sparring with him won't yield much combat insights, and might even leave me frustrated. But this Qin Xiao is different. I believe that sparring with him will greatly benefit me. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengji nodded slightly. This matter still depended on what Qin Xiao thought. It couldn't be forced. If there's anything, just say it here. In a secluded forest, Qin Xiao stopped and spoke to the girl in front of him. Okay. The girl seemed somewhat distracted. When she turned around, Qin Xiao clearly noticed the flustered expression on her face. What is wrong with this ice-cold beauty today? Qin Xiao was quite puzzled, so he decided to be straightforward and asked, what do you want to find me for? Aye. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, unsure how to start. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Qin Xiao frowned. Women really are troublesome. Your Majesty, please don't go, I said. Zhu Zhuqing was anxious. I want to ask you for help. After reading some comments, I found them quite interesting. Different strokes for different folks. If you don't like this book, just remove it from your shelf. There's really no need for harsh words. In other words, you can read the book for free. So what is there to be dissatisfied about? Chapter 30, Dai Lao Da. Take it easy. They are just cultivating in the quiet forest. A lonely man and a lonely woman. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's request, Qin Xiao paused for a moment and asked, how do you want me to help you? Well, just like how we went back and forth in the Star Do Forest. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red as she said the last two words, electrocute me. Huh? Something's off with you. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Qin Xiao's expression instantly became strange. Could it be that this girl had some special preference? Cold on the outside, but passionate on the inside, and liked to play with something a bit thrilling? You should know that Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others avoided him like the plague. Even Ning Rongrong, that little witch, was complaining after being shocked. Zhu Zhuqing, something's really off. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have noticed Qin Xiao's strange gaze. Her face was still red, but her eyes were filled with determination as she finally mustered the courage to face Qin Xiao. Your Majesty, I don't know what you think of me, but know what I want. Thunder body refinement, although painful, can enhance my potential, allowing for quicker cultivation. That's enough reason for me. I don't have any special preferences, but I want to increase my strength. I want to defeat Dai Mubai. And I want that heartless man to pay the price he deserves. Relying solely on my own cultivation, Achieving this wish is truly too difficult. I beg you to help me. As Zhu Zhuqing spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Hurt, helplessness, pain, all sorts of emotions erupted at that moment. That coward Dai Mubai fled before his domineering brother. But what about her? She had suffered for over a decade in the Star Luo Imperial City, each passing day bringing her closer to death. Nothing was more despairing than waiting for death. Finally, she got news of Dai Mubai and came to this remote little city, hoping to find him and jointly confront their tragic fate. However, what had Dai Mubai done after escaping to this secluded town? Indulging in a life of excess, living recklessly, carefree and happy. He had long forgotten about her, the one whose fate was tied to him. A deep sense of disappointment and hatred grew in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Making Dai Mubai, that heartless man, pay the price he deserved was her only wish before death. Who would have thought Zhu Zhuqing was so strong-willed? Qin Xiao was somewhat surprised. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing was not very conspicuous. With average talent, an average martial soul, and average strength, it was hard to say what made her special aside from her cold personality and youthful appearance with a voluptuous figure. However, today, Zhu Zhuqing displayed an unknown side in front of Qin Xiao. In her quest for revenge, she was even willing to endure the pain of the Thunderbody refinement, which made Qin Xiao take a new look at her. Not to mention, Dai Mubai had also experienced the benefits of the Thunderbody refinement, and with Davis's threat. Yet he didn't come to seek help from himself, which spoke volumes. Thud! Seeing that Qin Xiao did not respond immediately, Zhu Zhuqing knelt down. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Qin Xiao, pleading for his mercy. It wouldn't be impossible to agree to you. However, I have one condition. Condition? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and immediately nodded. As long as it does not go against my bottom line, and as long as I can do it, I can agree to anything. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, laughing in surprise. I think you misunderstood. I just want to tell you, there is only one opportunity. If one day you can't hold on any longer, don't come to ask me again. That's all. This. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, and she stammered, completely at a loss for words. Sitting down on the spot, she said, "Let's start now." Qin Xiao said in a deep voice. Zhu Zhuqing gratefully nodded at Qin Xiao, then shifted from a kneeling position to a sitting position. Crack! In the next moment, a flash of electric light darted past and landed on Zhu Zhuqing. The thunder was so intense that it brought both pain and a tingling sensation, causing Zhu Zhuqing to involuntarily let out a series of moans. Your Majesty, why is the force this time so strong? Zhu Zhuqing barely managed to utter fragmented words. Qin Xiao said with a serious expression, "In the past, with that kind of strength, your progress in cultivation was slow. What do you expect to surpass Dai Mubai? Only by increasing your strength can you rise quickly. Don't talk, hold on. I'm coming again," Qin Xiao said, and another thunderbolt struck down. Zhu Zhuqing screamed, even louder. "Big brother Dai, what's wrong with you? You said we would relax a bit. Why are you backing out now?" Not far away, Ma Hongjun said somewhat unhappily. In front of him were Dai Mubai and Oscar. "Fatty, if you want to relax, just go. I'm not forcing you to come back with me. Besides, I also said that I can only relax once I find Zhu Zhuqing and confirm that nothing is wrong with her," Dai Mubai said, frowning. Just now, the more Dai Mubai thought about it, the more he felt something was off. What was his fiancée doing in the woods with another man? He initially thought he could endure it for a while, but the more he endured, the angrier he became. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun shut his mouth in frustration, afraid to provoke Dai Mubai further. "Big brother Dai, it seems you have real feelings for Zhu Zhuqing," Oscar said in a low voice, his eyes flashing. "Real feelings?" "I guess so," Dai Mubai gave a vague answer. In reality, he didn't have any feelings for Zhu Zhuqing at the moment. It was just his possessiveness and desire to conquer that were at play. After all, isn't conquering a proud girl like a little wildcat quite an achievement? "Fatty, stop being dazed. Let us split up to help Big Brother look for her. That way we can be quicker," Oscar said to Ma Hongjun behind him. "Huh? Why is everyone targeting me? Who did I provoke?" Ma Hongjun thought to himself, but his body was still very honest. Not long after, Ma Hongjun suddenly exclaimed from 100 meters away, "Big brother Dai, Oscar, come here quickly. Listen to this sound. Did they discover something?" Dai Mubai and Oscar hurriedly approached to listen closely. "Is that Zhu Zhuqing's voice?" Dai Mubai's eyes brightened. "Let us go over and take a look." However, Oscar quickly grabbed him. "Big brother Dai, don't you think this voice's rhythm sounds very familiar?" "Familiar rhythm?" Dai Mubai was taken aback, and after thinking carefully, his face suddenly turned pale. Could it be that they have? "I can't take it anymore," Dai Mubai said, his eyes almost spitting fire. about to charge out. But Oscar and Ma Hongjun were quick to grab him, one on each side. Big brother Dai, acting on impulse is dangerous. If you rush over now, you might get struck in half by the Thunder Emperor, Ma Hongjun said urgently. Oscar quickly agreed. Yes, big brother Dai. Maybe things aren't as we think. Maybe they are. Right, they're training. Training? Do you have to shout so loudly while training? Do you think I've never trained before? Dai Mubai's eyes were red, his whole body trembling, and he was about to grind his teeth. Chapter 31. Dai Mubai spits blood. soul.With request little Oscar really is quite a talent. Just forcing comfort, huh? Ma Hongjun secretly gave a thumbs up to Oscar in his heart. Normally, he should sympathize with Dai Mubai's situation, but after hearing Oscar's words, he could only hold back his laughter. So what do you think I should do now? Dai Mubai barely calmed down and asked his left and right arms. I think we should wait and see. Oscar pondered for a moment. Ma Hongjun thought for a while and said seriously, I think we should respond to changes with constancy. Isn't that just nonsense? Dai Mubai snorted. So, aside from waiting here, I can't do anything else? Boss, if you think that way. It doesn't seem to be a problem. Ma Hongjun and Oscar both nodded in agreement. Dai Mubai only had a dark face, saying nothing. Over 2 hours passed. The forest finally fell silent. Title Douluo is indeed Title Douluo. Their combat power is just enduring. Ma Hongjun thought enviously. Oscar subconsciously glanced at Dai Mubai and found that his complexion had turned dark with a hint of purple, looking like pig liver. Big brother Dai, is it worth it for a woman? With your conditions, it's not hard to find one as beautiful as Zhu Zhuqing. He cautiously comforted Dai Mubai. What do you know? No matter how beautiful other women are, they can't compare to Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai spoke through gritted teeth. In fact, Oscar and Ma Hongjun didn't even know that his palm had already been pierced by his own nails. Women from outside are just women from outside. But Zhu Zhuqing is the one I have a betrothal with. In name, she is Dai Mubai's woman. Boss, stop talking. It seems they are coming out. Ma Hongjun suddenly pointed in one direction. Dai Mubai and Oscar both looked over and indeed, two figures slowly appeared. Qin Xiao, Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted. Immediately recognizing the identities of the two, Oscar hurriedly tugged at Dai Mubai's arm, signaling him to calm down and not to do anything impulsive. Soon after, Qin Xiao was in front and Zhu Zhuqing was behind, having already walked up to everyone. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Oscar and Ma Hongjun quickly called out. No matter what thoughts they had in their hearts, they still had to maintain the respect due when facing a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Dai Mubai's gaze only flashed briefly over Qin Xiao before landing on Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared disheveled and somewhat damp. Sweat had soaked her clothes, accentuating her curvy figure even more. Boom! Dai Mubai was instantly struck as if by lightning, his mind going blank. His body swayed, and if it weren't for Oscar's quick reflexes to support him, he would have likely fallen to the ground. What are you doing? Qin Xiao frowned and asked. What are we doing? We're picking mushrooms, Ma Hongjun quickly replied with a shift of his eyes. That's right. We plan to add a mushroom soup to the cafeteria at noon. The red umbrella and white stem mushrooms have the best flavor, Oscar quickly agreed. Qin Xiao, red umbrella, white pole. Are you sure it's safe to eat? Then you all continue, and I hope to see the so-called mushroom soup at noon. Qin Xiao said with deep meaning. Ah, all right. After a moment of surprise, Ma Hongjun and Oscar nodded in unison. Zhuqing, let's go. Let's head back and rest well. We have to continue tomorrow. Qin Xiao said to Zhu Zhuqing behind him. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded. Then, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun quietly watched the two leave. Wow. After Qin Xiao left, Dai Mubai couldn't hold back any longer. His anger surged, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Once was enough. Are we really coming back tomorrow? Do they not take people seriously? Dai Lao Da. What are you doing? Oscar panicked. His temper was too much. Ma Hongjun said in confusion. Dai Lao Da, it's really not that serious. Since it's already someone else's shape, why not just give up? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged women, right? Xiao Ao, fatty, I'm feeling terrible. Dai Mubai could no longer hold it in. You may not know, but Zhu Zhuqing is different from other women. She's my fiancée. He could no longer restrain himself and revealed the truth to the two. What? Fiancé? Oscar and Ma Hongjun were instantly shocked. They didn't expect Dai Mubai to drop such a huge bomb. Now do you still think it's unimportant? Dai Mubai looked at the silent Oscar and Ma Hongjun and asked, what would you do if it were your fiancé? After a moment of silence, Oscar said, Fatty, let's go mushroom picking. After all, we promised to add a meal to the cafeteria for lunch. and I'm afraid we won't be able to take it back, making Qin Xiao suspicious. Ma Hongzhu nodded. Okay. Dai Mubai was stunned. Hey, are you guys even listening to me? Sigh. I wonder where Zhu Zhuqing took the crown and what they're talking about. Outside Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong had already returned from the surprise of seeing her family, her thoughts drifting far away. Right now, she was solely focused on wanting to know what those two were up to, why they hadn't come back for so long. If I had known, I wouldn't have reunited with my family. No matter what, I should have gone to take a look. Haha, Rongrong, look at how anxious you are. See, they are back, aren't they? Jianduo couldn't help but laugh at Ning Rongrong's anxious appearance, then pointed in a direction. Ning Rongrong quickly looked over. Sure enough, two figures walked into her line of sight, one after the other. They finally returned. A joyful expression filled Ning Rongrong's small face. Sigh, my presence as a father seems to be getting lower and lower. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. It seemed like Ning Rongrong was happier to see others than to see him. What a failure. Little friend, could you come here for a chat? At this moment, Jianduo called out to Qin Xiao, a warm smile on his face. You can go back first. Tomorrow will be at the same time and place. Qin Xiao said to Zhu Zhuqing behind him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and walked step by step towards the academy. I am Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Greetings. Seeing Qin Xiao approaching, Ning Fengji welcomed him with cupped fists. I have met Sect Master Ning and Senior Jian. Respect me a foot, and I will respect you a yard. Both soul.Douluo and Ning Fengji were sufficiently polite. So Qin Xiao naturally would not treat them with the same attitude he had towards Tang Hao. He was also eager to know what Ning Fengji wanted to say to him. Little brother, this child Rongrong has a quick tongue and mentioned some of your deeds to me. I believe you don't mind, right? Ning Fengji asked with a smile. In response, Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. In fact, he had no hidden thoughts about his identity. In this world, the strong are respected, and only powerful strength can earn respect. To play the pig, to eat the tiger. Qin Xiao really has no interest in this. These are just trivial matters and not anything else. However, Qin Xiao changed the subject and asked directly, Master Ning and soul.Douluo stopping me isn't just a chat, is it? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and soul.Douluo's expressions shifted slightly. They clearly didn't expect Qin Xiao to be such a straightforward person. Immediately, soul.Douluo laughed and said, Ah, young friend, you are quite straightforward. I like that. To be honest, I have a rather unreasonable request, and I'm not sure if I should mention it. Qin Xiao did not hesitate at all. Since it was an unwelcome request, it was better not to say anything. Ning Fengji, soul.Douluo. This person seems to be a bit too straightforward, doesn't he? Chapter 32. Pulling wool from Ning Fengji and challenging soul.Douluo. Is there a problem? Qin Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. Of course, if you really want to say something, I won't stop you. After all, the mouth belongs to you, and it's your freedom to say whatever you want. Of course, the power to refuse is in my hands, so they can say whatever they like, right? Huh. Ning Fengji and Jianduo were somewhat taken aback, not knowing what to say for a moment. Especially Jianduo, he felt that at this moment, it wouldn't be very polite to bring up the request to spar with Qin Xiao. This is a master. Just a few words from him left us speechless. He valued Qin Xiao even more in his heart. At this time, Ning Rongrong spoke up sweetly. Your Majesty, here's the thing. Grandpa Jian wants to spar with you, and I wonder if you could agree? After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Jianduo cast a grateful glance at her, truly not in vain for caring for this girl. Ning Fengji also relaxed, a hint of a comforting smile appearing on his lips. Truly worthy of being my father's little darling. What a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket. Spar? Qin Xiao was taken aback. If that's the case, it wouldn't be impossible. In fact, for Qin Xiao, this is a good thing. He understood very well that trying to improve his strength in isolation was far from enough. Fighting with strong opponents is also a fast way to enhance one's strength. The insight he gained from the battle with the Titan giant ape, the Thunder Emperor's finger, is a great example. He was originally pondering where to find strong opponents to fight and improve himself, but unexpectedly, Jianduo came knocking on his door. However, it is rumored that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is as rich as a country. Wouldn't it be a bit unfair to not take this opportunity to gain some benefits for himself? Qin Xiaoxin thought to himself. He looked at the 200 or 300 gold soul coins in the Spatial Soul Guide and fell into deep thought. I'm afraid I can't agree to you on this. Qin Xiao shook his head. You should be able to see that my training time is very precious. Oh. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed. soul.Douluo sighed. Indeed, at Qin Xiao's age, he should be dedicating all his time to cultivation. Only someone like him, who is older and whose potential is nearly exhausted, would think of unconventional methods and seek breakthroughs through combat. However, at that moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward with a warm smile on his face. I'm a few years older than you. May I call you Qin little brother? What? If you call me little brother, what should I call you in the future? Ning Rongrong immediately frowned, not saying a word. She felt that she needed to find a time to discuss this issue with Ning Fengji properly. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Qin Xiao immediately responded with a smile. Ning old brother, no need to be polite. Ha, good. Ning Fengji laughed heartily, and, at the same time, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a pitch-black card. Meeting his fate, this black card contains 1 million gold soul coins. Just for calling you old brother, please don't refuse. This is all the local specialty we can offer from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Xiao. As expected of the wealthy Ning Fengji, your generosity is impressive. You must know that 1 million gold soul coins is an astronomical sum for the vast majority of soul masters. Brother Ning, you are really too polite. How could I possibly accept this? Qin Xiao said he was sorry, but his body was very honest. In the blink of an eye, he quickly put away the black card. Everyone was speechless. Where was the so-called apology? We didn't realize it for a long time. However, Qin Xiao's next words surprised soul.Douluo. Senior Jian, I just had another insight. How about we spar to verify it? He asked soul.Douluo. What the hell just now? After hearing Qin Xiao's words, soul.Douluo couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, if it's too much trouble for you, then forget it. Seeing soul.Douluo hesitate, Qin Xiao added. After all, he wasn't taking Ning Fengji's money for nothing. The opportunity was given to soul.Douluo. It was up to him to make use of it. Not a problem at all, not a problem. Soul.Douluo quickly said, shall we go to the dense forest ahead? He pointed in the direction Qin Xiao had just returned from with Zhu Qing. Qin Xiao nodded, no problem. Saying this, he took the lead into the dense forest. As the soul.Douluo was about to follow, Ning Rongrong remembered Qin Xiao's terrifying strength and wanted to warn the soul.Douluo to be careful. Grandpa Jian, wait a moment. When you fight Qin Xiao later, you must. However, before Ning Rongrong could finish, the soul.Douluo interrupted her. Rongrong, don't worry. I will definitely hold back and be careful not to hurt Qin Xiao. Huh? Ning Rongrong was taken aback. That's not what I meant. But before she could say anything further, the soul.Douluo had already disappeared from her sight. Dad, shouldn't we go take a look? Ning Rongrong usket Ning Fengxi. The aftermath of a battle between 2 Title Douluos is very powerful and dangerous. It might feel restrained because we are here, so let's wait here. The battle shouldn't take long to finish, Ning Fengji said softly. All right then. Ning Rongrong pouted her lips, and even though she was reluctant in her heart, she could only obediently wait. On the other side, a few miles away from Shrek Academy, Qin Xiao and the soul.Douluo stood facing each other. Chun Xian, level 96 Title Douluo, Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword. The soul.Douluo said, and a beautifully crafted longsword appeared in his hand. At the same time, he casually performed a sword flourish with his right hand, producing a series of sword sounds. Qin Xiao, level 92 Title Douluo, Martial Soul, Thunder Emperor. As Qin Xiao's voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted. Arcs of electricity danced around him like lightning snakes, highlighting his extraordinary presence. It looked as if a deity was walking among mortals. One of the 10 Fiends of the Thunder Emperor, a humanoid being. After transforming into a martial soul, the Thunder Emperor martial soul could be said to be inseparable from Qin Xiao. Why have I never heard of the Thunder Emperor martial soul? After listening to Qin Xiao, soul.Douluo pondered the records about the Thunder Emperor and martial soul. However, to his disappointment, he found no information. Senior, there are so many martial souls on the continent. How could you have heard of them all? Haha, my young friend is right. I was too fixated. Today, I want to see what mysteries this Thunder Emperor martial soul holds, capable of shaping an 18-year-old rank 92 Title Douluo powerhouse. Soul.Douluo laughed heartily and pointed his sword at Qin Xiao from a distance. At the same time, 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 black floated sequentially from beneath his feet. Be careful, senior. As Qin Xiao's voice fell, he summoned his own soul ring without showing any weakness. However, just the first soul ring had already shocked the soul.Douluo, who exclaimed in disbelief. The first soul ring, red. How could the first soul ring possibly be red? Chapter 33. Qin Xiao versus soul.Douluo for 1,000-word chapter. Senior, be careful. At the moment soul.Douluo hesitated, the soul rings beneath Qin Xiao's feet appeared collectively in an instant. Then his third soul ring lit up, and he had already disappeared from his original position. It was indeed his third soul skill, teleportation. What a cunning little brat. Sword Douluo was astonished at Qin Xiao's grasp of the timing in battle. Undoubtedly, that moment of distraction was indeed the best opportunity to strike. However, you're level 92, and I am level 96. Even if I let you take the first move, what difference would it make if I let you take 3 moves? Sword Douluo also had his own pride. In the next moment, his second soul ring lit up, the 7-killing sword in his hand anchored, and a massive phantom appeared behind him. At the same time, a powerful sword aura formed a defensive shield, enveloping him within. This is my second soul skill, Spirit Guardian, which can withstand 3 attacks from a level 95 Title Douluo. You don't need to hold back, just strike directly, Sword Douluo said with immense confidence. Haha, since Senior has said so, if I don't accept, wouldn't that be disrespecting you? The voice of Qin Xiao echoed above the sword-fighting spirit. At the same time, the 6th soul ring on his body lit up. Thunder God, explosion kill. Qin Xiao shouted, raising his hands high above his head. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and in Qin Xiaoqing's hands, a giant hammer formed entirely from condensed thunder appeared. This momentum seemed to be no weaker than level 95. Seeing this, the Sword Douluo frowned slightly, feeling that his earlier words might have been a bit careless. But who was he? A dignified, level 96 Title Douluo, an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, known as the Sword Path's Dust Heart on the Douluo Continent. It would be quite embarrassing to retract his previous statement. Well, even if he had the combat power of level 95, it might not be able to break my Sword Spirit Guardian with a single strike. The Sword Douluo thought to himself. Whoosh! In the next moment, Qin Xiaoqing descended from the sky, his speed far surpassing the speed of sound. He looked like a shooting star from the heavens. It was hard to imagine the destructive power contained in this strike. However, the next moment, Qin Xiaoqing swung the thunder-condensed giant hammer, striking heavily against the shield in front of the Sword Douluo. Crack! A sound like shattering porcelain rang out, and the sword aura shield in front of the Sword Douluo instantly collapsed. Was it really that powerful? The Sword Douluo was slightly taken aback. He couldn't underestimate this century-old soul skill. What he had just said about being able to withstand the attacks of Title Douluos below level 95 3 times was not a lie at all. First soul skill, Sword Strike. The Sword Douluo took a half step back, and the 7-killing sword in his hand, emanating a strong sharpness, fiercely thrust toward the thunder hammer in Qin Xiaoqing's hands. Boom! Another loud sound echoed. Sword energy surged, and electric light flashed. An invisible airflow erupted, centered around Qin Xiaoqing and the Sword Douluo, destroying all vegetation within 100 meters. Hud. Following that, both Qin Xiaoqing and the Sword Douluo retreated several steps before stabilizing their forms. The Sword Douluo frowned as he looked at his right hand gripping the 7-killing sword. He could still see arcs of electricity flickering on the long sword, bringing him a tingling sensation. Haha, Senior, you have broken your word. Qin Xiao laughed and said, you promised to let me have 3 moves, and now you've already attacked me after just 1 move. What? The Sword Douluo, hearing this, couldn't help but blush. How embarrassing. Just a moment ago he was so proud, and now he is faced with such a slap in the face. Who would have thought that the sword energy shield capable of withstanding 3 attacks from a Title Douluo below level 95 would be shattered in 1 hit by a Title Douluo at level 92? It's simply outrageous. I have to say, Qin Xiao's performance exceeded his expectations. He originally thought he had given Qin Xiao enough respect, but it turned out he had overestimated himself. Heroes emerge from youth. I underestimated you. The Sword Douluo is not someone ordinary can compare with, fully demonstrating what it means to be able to endure and adapt. I take back what I just said. From now on, I will regard you as an opponent of the same level as myself. Young friend, be careful. There was a bit more seriousness in the Sword Douluo's voice. All right. However, before Qin Xiao could finish speaking, he noticed that the 4th soul ring on the Sword Douluo had already lit up. A murderous intent was revealed. The Sword Douluo slashed his sword, unleashing waves of sword energy attacking towards Qin Xiao. Crackle! Qin Xiao's soul power gathered, forming a soul power shield in front of him. However, he noticed something unusual. No, these sword energies are more directed towards the surroundings around me. Qin Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. There's something fishy about this. In the blink of an eye, his mind raced, and within just 1/10 of a breath, he analyzed the Sword Douluo's intentions. You want to cut off my escape route and launch a strong attack? Qin Xiao looked at the sword Douluo and said, "Ha, your perception is quite sharp. I just noticed the mysterious teleportation ability you displayed. It's truly remarkable. However, I suspect that soul skill cannot be used when the space around you is unstable, right?" The sword Douluo smiled faintly. Indeed, Qin Xiao nodded calmly. Teleportation is not entirely without limitations. When the space is unstable, his body transforms into thunder molecules, making it impossible to reassemble. However, to disrupt space, it is also impossible without an attack power of 95 or higher. But today, Qin Xiao's opponent is a level 96 sword Douluo, so achieving this is not difficult. Haha, that's good. At this moment, the sword Douluo laughed heartily and said, "Just now, I took one of your strikes. Now you take one of my swords." Qin Xiao even keenly sensed that the fifth soul skill of the sword Douluo had activated. It should be a powerful attack soul skill, one that shakes the world. He instantly recalled the effects of this soul skill. Moreover, sword Douluo had laid the groundwork for so long in order to unleash this soul skill, clearly having immense confidence in it. "Do you think you can take me down with your fifth soul skill? Naive. I want to even let you unleash it." Sensing sword Douluo's intentions, Qin Xiao's reaction speed became even faster. He didn't know when, but his 10 fingers had already pressed against each other. At the same time, his second soul ring had lit up. Second soul skill, Thunder Sound Shockwave. Effect. After activation, a thunderous sound erupts from his palms, causing all life within the wave's coverage to experience varying degrees of dizziness. Of course, if the opponent is weak, they might be instantly killed by the shock. At this moment, he suddenly brought his hands together. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed throughout the arena in an instant. Simultaneously, an invisible ripple emanated from Qin Xiao as the center, covering the area around sword Douluo in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The next moment, sword Douluo felt his ears go deaf and his vision darken. The fifth soul skill he was about to unleash vanished in an instant. Wake up! However, he was a level 96 powerhouse and quickly thought of a countermeasure. He bit his tongue to rouse himself. But where was Qin Xiao's figure? Fourth soul skill, Wrath of the Thunder God. At this moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Sword Douluo looked up and saw Qin Xiao hovering in midair. He also noticed a pitch-black cloud that had appeared above him without him realizing it. This thing was obviously not a good omen. A bad premonition arose in sword Douluo's heart. Crack! Just as he hesitated, a bolt of lightning had already struck down. What the hell is this? Sword Douluo was stunned. The lightning was thin, possibly as fine as a sewing needle. Could be a taunting skill? Who does it look down on? Sword Douluo casually slashed with his 7-killing sword. However, a strange thing happened. It passed right through. The lightning still accurately struck him. The next moment, sword Douluo's whole body stiffened. A tingling sensation coursed through him, and he found himself unable to muster any strength. What kind of soul skill is this? It actually attacks the soul. Sword Douluo let out another exclamation. Fortunately, his soul was immensely strong, and this effect only lasted for less than half a second before dissipating. The Wrath of the Thunder God summons invisible lightning that directly attacks the soul. As expected, the cultivation of a senior is profound. If it were an ordinary Title Douluo, they would likely have no resistance left. Qin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oomph, kid, I'm not an ordinary Title Douluo that you can compare to. Don't say just one time. Even if you do it again, what difference will it make?" The sword Douluo snorted coldly, seemingly feeling that his words weren't powerful enough, and added, "Even if you do it 3 more times, I can still handle it." Is that so? Qin Xiao counted on his fingers and calculated that the Thunder God's wrath had a total of 9 attacks. Excluding the one just now, there were still 8 left. "Senior, be careful." "What? That strange lightning just now, there's still 9 times? Damn, this skill is too bizarre." Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the sword Douluo's face immediately turned green. If there really were 9 strikes of thunder targeting the soul, even he would have to drink a pot. Crack. However, without giving him more time to complain, another weak lightning bolt struck down. "I can't fight it, but can I not dodge it?" Faced with the soul attack, the sword Douluo was somewhat at a loss. Third soul skill, sword wings like flying. He pointed, and the 7-killing sword fell at his feet, its speed suddenly increasing dramatically. Want to compare speed with lightning? Even if your speed were 10 times faster, it probably wouldn't work. Qin Xiao shook his head slightly. He simply chose to ignore him and began to prepare for his next attack. 7th soul skill, Thunder Emperor's true form. 8th soul skill, Thunder Beast. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo, who had escaped to a distance, let out a wail. There was no helping it. He couldn't help but react, as being struck by lightning was certainly not a pleasant experience. "Kid, you've successfully angered me. True form of 7 kills. with his voice falling. The sword Douluo once again grasped the 7-kill sword. However, at this moment, the 7-kill sword had grown significantly larger, and its sharp sword aura had become even more powerful. At the same time, the attributes of the sword Douluo's entire body received a tremendous boost. Crack! Another bolt of lightning targeting the soul struck down. However, this time, the sword Douluo only let out a muffled grunt, fully demonstrating the terrifying state he was in. What terrifying soul skill is this kid brewing again? No, I can't let him succeed any longer. The first to strike has the advantage. I can't remain passive like this. The sword Douluo made a swift decision, and at that moment his 8th soul ring lit up, moving mountains and filling seas. He let out a clear shout. The 7-kill sword in his hand was swung wildly. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out 12 swords. 12 sword auras, several meters long, surged towards Qin Xiao in midair. At this moment, Qin Xiao also moved, suddenly pushing both hands towards the sword Douluo. 9 thunderballs transformed into 9 ferocious thunder beasts, charging toward the sword auras. This attack was already comparable to a level 96. This kid is truly a monster. The sword Douluo felt the pressure brought by Qin Xiao and was extremely shocked. His attack was probably on par with that of the Elder Yueguan from the Spirit Hall. And this is only at 18. What will the future hold? After executing this sword, the sword Douluo did not strike again. He believed that since he had already used his 8th soul skill, Qin Xiao had no chance of victory left, unless there were 12 thunder beasts. Otherwise it wouldn't be enough for his sword aura to slay. He thought this way. In fact, it was indeed true. Crack, crack, crack. The sword auras collided with the thunder beasts, and continuously, some sword auras extinguished while some thunder beasts dissipated. In the blink of an eye, only 3 sword auras remained. However, not a single thunder beast released by Qin Xiao was left. The sword Douluo truly lived up to his title. A peak level 96 Title Douluo was indeed not something the sickly Tang Hao could compare to. Qin Xiao saw his soul skill being shattered and was not too surprised. Thunder Emperor armor. Finally, his 9th soul skill lit up, and countless bolts of lightning enveloped Qin Xiao. The intense lightning was so strong that even the sword Douluo found it hard to open his eyes. Has he finally used his 9th soul skill? I want to see what other tricks you have left after this. Instead of being alarmed, the sword Douluo felt delighted, knowing that Qin Xiao was running out of options. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, Qin Xiao, clad in the Thunder Emperor armor, appeared before the sword Douluo, with his palms shaped like blades. He struck 3 times in quick succession, shattering the remaining 3 sword energies of the sword Douluo's 8 soul skill. The price he paid was only a slight dimming of his armor. Such a powerful aura. The sword Douluo was slightly shocked as he looked at Qin Xiao, who had reappeared before him. It was truly astonishing. You now give me the feeling that you're not weaker than me, and even in terms of soul power, you might be stronger. So monstrous. I really want to know how you have grown. The sword Douluo shook his head repeatedly. This young man before him was truly remarkable. Compared to him, he felt like he had wasted his life. Senior, do you still want to continue competing? Qin Xiao asked with piercing eyes. Why not? Kid, I admit you're strong, but I still have trump cards up my sleeve. The sword Douluo snorted disdainfully when I use my 9th spirit skill. Even I am afraid. You better be careful, kid. To be honest, since my debut, other than old bones, no one has survived after seeing my 9th spirit skill. However, I can give you a chance. If you can't hold on, just say so. Huh? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Then I asked for your mercy, senior. The sword Douluo was getting too carried away. Don't worry, I'll try my best not to kill you. The sword Douluo said in a deep voice. God demon. 2 slashes. Boom. The next moment, a towering 7-kill sword, over 10 meters tall, tore through the sky and descended. Then, a giant, even taller than him, reached out to grasp the sword hilt. Gotta go drink. No time to split chapters. Wishing everyone a happy National Day. Chapter 34. First Spirit Skill, Thunder Titan. Outside the forest, in front of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong clasped her small hands together, nervously watching the distant forest. There, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Sword chi surged, and she could no longer imagine the extent of the battle between Qin Xiao and the sword Douluo. She never expected Qin Xiao could withstand sword uncle's attacks for so long. In the Douluo Continent, he could be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the strong. Ning Fengji was also quite surprised. Qin Xiao's display of combat power surprised even him. Would there be any issues? Ning Rongrong asked Ning Fengji nervously. Rongrong, don't worry. Uncle Jian will be careful. He definitely won't hurt Qin Xiao. Ning Fengji said, shaking his head slightly to indicate that Ning Rongrong should not be concerned. However, He did not see any sign of relaxation on Ning Rongrong's face. Instead, she frowned. What's wrong? Don't you trust what I'm saying? Ning Fengji asked in surprise. Dad, I think you misunderstood. I'm not asking if Qin Xiao will be okay. I'm asking if Grandpa Jian will be okay. Ning Rongrong said seriously, still frowning. What? You're worried about Uncle Jian? Ning Fengji was taken aback, then revealed a helpless smile. Rongrong, what are you thinking? Don't you know your Grandpa Jian's strength? He is a Title Douluo at level 96, and his martial soul is the unmatched 7-killing sword, with combat power comparable to a level 97 Title Douluo. It's not an exaggeration to say that, in a one-on-one situation, very few people on the Douluo Continent can pose a threat to him. Even if Qin Xiao is a genius, he is only 18 years old with a strength of level 92. Not to mention defeating your Grandpa Jian. It would be hard for him to even tie. I think your Grandpa Jian could defeat him using just the first 7 soul skills. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's little face changed slightly, and she shook her head repeatedly. No, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, just watch. Ning Fengji shrugged helplessly. He was also at a loss for what to do with this headstrong little princess. However, he believed that the sword Douluo would prove his words with strength. As long as the sword Douluo returned victorious, even if Ning Rongrong didn't believe it, she would have to believe it. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly pointed into the distance. Dad, look, what skill is Grandpa Jian using? What skill have you not seen before? Ning Fengji thought, somewhat puzzled. Ning Rongrong had grown up almost in front of the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, and she recognized most of their soul skills. Could it be that Uncle Jian had comprehended some new soul skill and was testing it on Qin Xiao? With this thought, he followed Ning Rongrong's pointing direction and was instantly stunned. A massive sword, several dozen meters tall, fell from the sky, held by an even larger giant. Ning Rongrong certainly had not seen this skill before. Because it was too destructive, the sword Douluo would never use it during his match with the bone Douluo. But now, he used it in a duel with a young junior. Was it really necessary? Ning Fengji thought in disbelief. Dad, what is this soul skill? Seeing Ning Fengji seemingly in shock, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Immediately, Ning Fengji felt a bit embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he was boasting that the sword Douluo would defeat Qin Xiao with his 8th soul skill. And now, Divine and Demon Slash. Ning Fengji said with a bitter smile, this is your Grandpa Jian's 9th soul skill. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy, and she laughed. Haha, Dad, you were wrong. Laughing, she waved her little fist in a victorious gesture. Kid, are you scared now? If you admit defeat now, I can refrain from using this sword. The sword Douluo said loudly. He decided to give Qin Xiao another chance. In my dictionary, there has never been a word for fear, Qin Xiao declared. Qin Xiao's response was unwavering. To become a strong person, one must have a heart as solid as a rock. And Qin Xiao's achievements today are comparable to gold and stone. They cannot be conquered by the powerful aura displayed by his opponent. The more aggressive the sword Douluo became, the more it ignited Qin Xiao's fighting spirit. Come forth, Thunder Titan. Immediately, he no longer concealed it, and the first soul ring on his body actually detached from Qin Xiao. Then lightning flashed, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Roar. The next moment, a furious roar came from the lightning, and a titan great ape, almost the same height as the phantom condensed by the sword Douluo, appeared between Qin Xiao and the sword Douluo. What is this, a titan great ape? But something still fell off. The voice of the sword Douluo was filled with surprise. The giant beast that appeared out of nowhere had purple fur, and there were thick bolts of electricity surrounding it. Not to mention, just the wandering electric light could easily kill a soul sage. Undoubtedly, the suddenly appearing Thunder Titan gave the sword Douluo a heart-pounding feeling. The strength of the Thunder Titan completely exceeded the sword Douluo's expectations. In fact, the strength of the Thunder Titan was related to Qin Xiao's cultivation. Normally, with only level 92 cultivation, the summoned Thunder Titan shouldn't be this powerful. But let's not forget, after merging with the Thunder Emperor armor, Qin Xiao's cultivation increased exponentially. The Titan Great Ape strength was comparable to that of a level 96 Title Douluo. So, its true combat power was even more terrifying. Kid, you're truly becoming more and more astonishing. You indeed have the qualifications to face my full-powered sword. The sword Douluo exclaimed in admiration, then solemnly warned, be careful. As his voice fell, the enormous phantom finally drew the 7-killing giant sword. Swish! He swung his hand to slash, as if tearing apart the heavens. A huge crack appeared, and countless sword energies fell like raindrops. Ding, ding, ding. The sword energy struck the Thunder Titan, sounding like raindrops hitting a glass window. Qin Xiao had already hidden in the arm of the Thunder Titan. Such strong defense. The voice of the Sword Douluo was somewhat surprised. Simply put, Qin Xiao's first soul skill was much stronger than he had expected. However, this was not my strongest attack. The sword rain was just a prelude. The real highlight was yet to come. The Sword Douluo acknowledged that this electrically entwined titan was strong, but he was even more confident in his own attack. Since his debut, no one had been able to withstand his ninth soul skill, not even if the opponent was a Title Douluo. Boom! As if to confirm his words, Qin Xiao noticed a more powerful sword aura emerging from the crack in the sky. This sword aura was an enlarged version of the seven-killing sword, nearly 100 meters long. The terrifying might seemed capable of tearing the heavens and the earth apart, splitting this world in two. Truly deserving of its title as the first in killing, the attack power of the seven-killing sword was incomparably stronger than Tang Hao's. Qin Xiao's pupils constricted as he made a comparison in his heart. Of course, if Tang Hao did not have old injuries, Qin Xiao could not compare how strong his combat power could explode. However, no matter how heaven-defying the secret techniques of Haotian's sect were, going from level 95 to level 97 in combat power was about the limit. If I hadn't fused with the Titan giant ape for 100,000 years, to face an attack of this level, I would have only been able to resist using the Thunder Emperor's finger. But now, there's still a way. Qin Xiao immediately made a decision. Chapter 35. The Sword-Fighting Soul Master Admits Defeat. Thunder Titan, Titan Sky Cannon. As his voice fell, the Thunder Titan protected in his arm opened its mouth and unleashed an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning. It must be said that after the Titan Great Ape transformed into the Thunder Titan, its combat power became even more terrifying. This lightning-infused Titan Sky Cannon was many times stronger than previous versions. Boom! The massive seven-killing sword was shaken by the Thunder Titan's Titan Sky Cannon, and the entire sword body was visibly dimming. However, it ultimately still slashed down fiercely through the lightning. What a powerful strike! Qin Xiaodong's pupils constricted, further realizing the terror of the dual strikes of gods and demons. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you still have a chance. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late. At that moment, the voice of the Sword Douluo echoed in Qin Xiao's mind. It must be said, today's performance by Qin Xiao has already amazed him enough. He didn't expect that even after using the last soul ring skill, this boy still had room for resistance. Given time, this child will surely achieve great things. His accomplishments will definitely surpass mine. The Sword Douluo silently gave Qin Xiao an evaluation in his heart. The word defeat does not exist in my dictionary. Qin Xiao responded to the Sword Douluo in a voice transmission. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "Thunder Titan, self-destruct." As the words fell, the Thunder Titan no longer protected Qin Xiao. It leaped forward, lunging towards the massive seven-killing sword. Crazy. This kid is completely insane. The Sword Douluo's pupils constricted, shocked beyond belief. Boom, boom, boom. This time, a series of explosive sounds erupted, and the terrifying surging lightning made even those far away feel a chill. But this was to be expected. After all, at this moment, the Thunder Titan was equivalent to a 96th level Title Douluo, and its self-destruction was like that of a 96th level powerhouse. Its power far exceeded the Titan Sky Cannon it had just unleashed. At the same time, amidst such terrifying attacks, the towering seven-killing sword, standing 100 feet tall, was also shattered in the violent assault. Cough, cough. In the dense forest, it was now a scene of devastation. The intense battle had caused the Sword Douluo to feel a rush of blood, leaving him quite uncomfortable. However, his gaze never wavered, fixated ahead. There, amidst the rolling smoke and dust, he could see a figure surrounded by electric light, standing proudly. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth twitched. What kind of monster is this kid? Even now, he can still stand? However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Qin Xiao was incredibly excited. This is really possible. The self-destructive power of the Thunder Titan is far greater than the combat power it could unleash by itself. Indeed, soul skills need to be developed. This skill is currently my strongest trump card besides the Thunder Emperor's finger. He felt joy in his heart. The gains from this battle with the Sword Douluo were immense. Kid, you are indeed strong. If you were given another 10 years. No, if you were given another 3 to 5 years. Your strength could very well surpass mine. The Sword Douluo looked at Qin Xiao and said solemnly, "But you still lost today." "I lost." Qin Xiao shook his head slightly. "Senior, your words are incorrect." He chuckled. "Even at this point, you still won't admit it? Young man, don't be too arrogant. The sword Douluo shook his head and laughed. Then let me make you lose clearly. Your soul skills above the 7th ring can no longer be used, right? Likewise, I also cannot use soul skills above the 7th ring for now. But my cultivation level is far beyond yours. Simply put, my 1,000-year soul skills can match your 10,000-year soul skills. What do you have left to fight me with? The sword Douluo's voice was filled with confidence as he looked proudly at Qin Xiao, waiting for him to admit defeat. Normally speaking, the senior was right. Qin Xiao did not deny it, but I am not among the normal ones. His voice fell. 9 soul rings of red, purple, 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 black, 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 black. Black appeared. Then, the first soul ring on his body detached and transformed into a thunder titan, landing between the two of them. Qin Xiao asked with a smile, I wonder how many times you can withstand the self-detonation of the thunder titan, senior? Once, twice, or 3 times. As long as I'm in my martial soul true form, I can unleash my first soul skill infinitely. This. In contrast, the sword Douluo's face stiffened, unable to help but curse inwardly. What kind of monster is this kid? A first soul skill from 100,000 years. Isn't this just being unreasonable? Wait, he tricked me. The sword Douluo suddenly remembered a weakness of Qin Xiao, which was his soul power. Kid, you almost fooled me. Continuously releasing 100,000-year soul skill. I don't even need to make a move. You'll probably be drained already. He huffed unkindly. What? You say soul power? Qin Xiao suddenly smiled and waved his hand toward the sky. Thunder come. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting him accurately. For a normal person, lightning would be something to avoid at all costs, but when it struck Qin Xiao, he instead squinted his eyes. Comfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but let out a moan. A monster. He really is a monster. Sword Douluo's eyes widened. He could clearly feel that after being struck by the lightning, Qin Xiao's soul power was getting stronger. This meant he could absorb the lightning to replenish his consumption. What in the world is this? Sword Douluo was already a loss for words. Seeing is believing, and now he completely believed Ning Rongrong's words. Senior, why aren't you speaking? I can heal myself a bit. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Qin Xiao looked at the sword Douluo, whose expression changed like a revolving lantern, and smiled as he asked, no problem. You're amazing. The sword Douluo replied to Qin Xiao, Kid, today you've won. Haha, just lucky. Qin Xiao laughed in response. He had to admit that making a powerful figure like the sword Douluo yield was quite a pleasurable experience. Kid, don't get too proud. The sword Douluo coldly snorted, looking displeased. Actually, I still have one sword move that I haven't used yet, and its power is so terrifying that even I find it frightening. To be precise, it could only be considered half a sword. The sword Douluo vowed that if he truly mastered that sword move, he would definitely come back to cut this kid. However, it would be soon. Previously, he only had a vague idea, but after the battle with Qin Xiao, he had gained quite a bit of insight. Complete understanding and mastery of that sword move should not be far off. The sword Douluo thought to himself. Hearing this, Qin Xiao was stunned. Could it be that the successor is the sword, and the sword is the person? Ugh. Unity of man and sword? But so what? Qin Xiao smiled and imitated the tone of the sword Douluo, saying, Senior, you may not know, but I also have a big move that I haven't unleashed. Its power is astonishing, and I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might accidentally crush a level 96 Title Douluo. Kid, just keep bragging. The sword Douluo scoffed, feeling that this kid was deliberately mimicking his tone to provoke him. Chapter 36. Ning Fengji's plans. Tangsan's life for a life, they are back. They are back. In front of Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong looked at the two figures walking side by side out of the dense forest with a joyful expression. Undoubtedly, they were Qin Xiao and the sword Douluo. Great, neither of them is missing an arm or a leg. After taking a closer look, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight, feeling that this was a very happy thing. Qin Xiao, sword Douluo, why do I always feel like you're hoping something bad happens to us? Sect Master Ning. After taking a few more steps forward, Qin Xiao cupped his fists towards Ning Fengji from a distance. I've exhausted too much with Senior Sword, and I need to hurry back to recuperate, so I want to accompany you. That is only right. Hearing this, Sect Master Ning smiled slightly, and also cupped his fists towards Qin Xiao. What is this? You Brad actually said you're exhausted? In contrast, after hearing Qin Xiao's words, Sword Douluo couldn't help but twitch his lips a couple of times. He knows this kid is incredibly talented, able to refine the power of thunder into pure soul power. The so-called soul power consumption for him is mostly restored just by getting struck by lightning a couple of times. If he wants to fully recover, it's not difficult at all. It's just a matter of being struck a bit longer. Senior Sword, I take my leave. Qin Xiao once again cupped his fists at the sword Douluo. You've taken the gold coins and gained battle experience. Don't think I don't know that you've reaped enough benefits and are just going to walk away. The sword Douluo snorted in annoyance. But would Qin Xiao care about what he said? Obviously not. After leaving a casual see you, he turned around and left decisively. This kid is so arrogant. The sword Douluo felt utterly disheartened, disordered in the wind. Dad, Grandpa Jian, I just remembered that the academy is about to serve meals, and if I go back late, I'll be starving. Goodbye. Just then, Ning Rongrong, this little cotton-padded jacket, suddenly said with a twinkle in her eye. Without even waiting for Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo to nod, she had already dashed after Qin Xiao's figure. She shouted while running, "Your Highness, wait for me." This girl, the sword Douluo, was taken aback, completely at a loss for words. Ning Fengji could only shake his head helplessly, having to sigh. You can't keep a girl. Forget it. Let's not worry about them for now. Ning Fengji retracted his gaze and looked at the sword Douluo, saying with some emotion, "Heroes emerge from youth. I never expected Qin Xiao's combat power to be so strong. It forced Uncle Jian to use the divine and demon 2 slashes, and winning was so difficult." In his eyes, the sword Douluo had already used such a powerful soul skill, so there was no possibility of losing. Winning? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the sword Douluo shook his head bitterly. "Sect Master, you're mistaken. I didn't win against that kid who got struck by lightning." "What? Didn't he win? I thought I had already regarded Qin Xiao highly enough, but it turns out I underestimated him." After hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji was shocked, incredulous, truly unbelievable. "I'm really curious what kind of trump card this kid has to be able to fight you to a standstill. Sect Master, don't guess anymore. There was no tie between me and Qin Xiao. I lost." Every guess from Ning Fengji made the sword Douluo feel mocked. Fortunately, before Ning Fengji could ask, the sword Douluo revealed the truth himself. "What? You are a 96th level Title Douluo, and your combat power is comparable to that of a 97th level powerhouse. Yet you lost." Even someone as calm as Ning Fengji was taken aback. He couldn't imagine how outstanding that young man was. "I can't remember the last time I saw the sect master show such a shocked expression," thought the sword Douluo to himself. "Sect Master, I truly did not deceive you in this matter. Even when I fought that kid struck by lightning, I held nothing back. I've lived for so many years and seen countless talented experts, but even the best among them is not 1/10 as good as him. He is truly extraordinary. This child will surely achieve great things in the future. Even I will have to look up to his accomplishments." The sword Douluo's voice was filled with admiration. He once thought he was a genius and had his own pride, but compared to the current Qin Xiao, were his previous accomplishments even worth mentioning? They seemed so pale and powerless. After a long while, Ning Fengji finally sighed deeply. "Now, I have to rearrange my plans regarding him. I need to place a heavy bet." Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo frowned slightly. "Sect Master, you've already given him 1 million gold soul coins. That is already a great show of goodwill. If we get even closer to him, I'm afraid there will be trouble. After all, Rongrong said before that Qin Xiao has a considerable grudge against Tang Hao, and Tang Hao is backed by the Haotian sect." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. "Are you worried that getting closer to Qin Xiao will displease the Haotian sect? They say the top 3 sects are like branches of the same tree." The sword Douluo hesitated for a moment and said, "Ha ha, the top 3 sects are like branches of the same tree? It seems like nothing more than a joke now." Ning Fengji laughed. Back then, when the Haotian sect angered the spirit hall, they quickly shrank back, even abandoning their 4 loyal affiliated soul master families. What else could they not abandon? The so-called shared roots is just a verbal alliance among the 3 sections. "So what is your plan, sect master?" The sword Douluo's pupils contracted, as he had already vaguely guessed some of Ning Fengji's thoughts. "Of course, it's to spare no effort in recruiting Qin Xiao to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school," Ning Fengji said solemnly. "A Title Douluo at 18 is someone no one can predict how far he will go in the future. I believe he has a great chance of becoming the Tang Chan of the Haotian sect, the level of that Grand Priest of the Spear Hall. If he joins our 7-treasure glazed tile school, I'm confident we can change the landscape of the Douluo Continent." Ning Fengji did not hide his ambition in the slightest. More importantly, he was not a sapling anymore. He was already a towering tree. He was a Title Douluo powerhouse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And that value is even greater. If he joins, our 7-treasure glazed tile school's strength will skyrocket instantly. What does the Haotian sect matter? The sect master truly is the sect master. You've quickly weighed the pros and cons. The sword Douluo praised, but the next moment, a question arose in his heart. "But it's hard for us to offer him attractive conditions, right? I can feel that kid struck by lightning is deliberately keeping his distance from us. How could there be no opportunity? Ning Fengji said, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tang Hao will help us. Tang Hao. The sword Douluo was quite puzzled as to why Ning Fengji said that. Uncle Jian, you just said that if Qin Xiao were your enemy, you would feel restless and want to deal with him quickly. Tang Hao is not foolish. He knows the disadvantages of allowing Qin Xiao to grow freely. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He had already failed once and should know that he couldn't kill Qin Xiao alone. The sword Douluo's eyes brightened. Then he said, so he is going to seek help, and the Haotian sect is Tang Hao support. Even if he is an abandoned disciple of the sect, he will have to shamelessly seek help from a sect. Otherwise, allowing Qin Xiao to grow would be a disaster. That is true, but it's also not true. Why? Uncle Jian, have you forgotten? The sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, is Tang Hao's elder brother. Tang Hao can directly ask Tang Xiao for help, so there is no need to face the disdain of the sect. Blood is thicker than water. Tang Xiao will definitely help Tang Hao. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Calculating the time, perhaps the two of them are already on their way to Shrek. The sword Douluo fell silent for a moment, then asked, Sect Master, is it really worth it to tear our face with the Haotian sect for that kid struck by lightning? What is worth, and what is not worth? Ning Fengji waved his hand nonchalantly. Over the years, the Haotian sect has kept a low profile, while we have faced the Spirit Hall alone. Besides, do they really have the courage to be our enemy? One Spirit Hall is already enough for them to handle. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo's eyes lit up. Haha, good. Then I'll witness the might of the Haotian sect as powerhouses. Ning Fengji nodded slightly and said, next, please pay close attention to the movements of Shrek Academy, with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao appearing. We also need to show up in a timely manner to provide help when it's most needed. The sword Douluo nodded seriously. Sect Master, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me. Ning Rongrong, can't you find a cafeteria on your own? Why are you always following me? Qin Xiao frowned and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was following him like a little shadow. Originally, he had planned to return to his residence to rest. However, when he finally relaxed, he realized that although his soul power hadn't been consumed much, his physical strength had been greatly depleted. In short, he was hungry. Passing by the cafeteria, he thought he might as well grab something to eat. You said it yourself, the cafeteria is right ahead. I'm just following you because I'm walking slowly. Ning Rongrong said, trying to sound justified and strong. Oh, Qin Xiao elongated his voice. So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll help you. What do you mean by that? Ning Rongrong's pretty face changed slightly. In the next moment, she was horrified to find that there were sparks of electricity flashing between Qin Xiao's fingers. She began to retreat, her face filled with panic. No, don't. However, for this disobedient little witch, Qin Xiao had only one way to deal with her. Zap her. He flicked his fingers, and sparks accompanied by lightning struck Ning Rongrong. Stop. Ah. Ning Rongrong let out a scream and ran away faster than a rabbit. Qin Xiao shouted behind Ning Rongrong. Helping others is the source of my happiness. Next time you need help, just tell me directly. When Qin Xiao walked into the cafeteria, he was a bit stunned. Damn, this is amazing. The cafeteria really has mushroom soup, and it's made with red umbrella and white stem mushrooms. Qin Xiao turned his gaze to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. Ma Hongjun said with a flattering expression, Your Highness, you should give it a try. This mushroom soup is really delicious. Qin Xiao shook his head. There are always unruly subjects trying to harm me. But before he could take his seat, he discovered another problem. Flanders Zhao Wujia. As he spoke, his gaze swept over teachers like Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, asking, what is wrong with you? If you have something to say, just say it. He noticed that these people were looking at him oddly. Your Majesty, we just want to know who the strong opponent you will be fighting today is. Zhao Wujia asked nervously, rubbing his hands together. Qin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he ly said, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo. The crowd was first taken aback, then immediately showed expressions of admiration. Regardless of the outcome, being able to fight against Sword Douluo certainly meant being one of the top powerhouses on the Douluo Continent. It was a realm they could never reach even after a lifetime of hard work. Amazing. Your Majesty, please give me an autograph. I'm your fan. Zhao Wujia looked even more fervent. Qin Xiao. To be honest, being admired by a rough man like Zhao Wujia is not something he considers worth being happy about. His strength is something I can hardly match in my lifetime. Isn't there any possibility of washing away this shame? Dai Mubai was extremely frustrated, and he even felt despair. He immediately picked up the mushroom soup on the table and said, Come on, Xiao Ao, fatty, let's drink this bowl of soup. He hoped to forget all his worries with the soup instead of wine. That night, Qin Xiao received a piece of news. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were poisoned after drinking too much mushroom soup. Fortunately, Flinder flew 100 miles overnight to find a healing soul master, which saved the three of them. Tang-san, do you regret letting Erming provoke Qin Xiao? In the Douluo forest, Xiao Wu suddenly asked Tang-san from a distance. Hearing this, Tang-san was taken aback. Regret? Why should I regret? I only feel regret that the Titan giant ape couldn't kill Qin Xiao. The third entry of the Xiantian treasure record confirmed that the opponent is an enemy. As long as they have a way to die, do not show mercy, otherwise, it will only add to your troubles. It can be said that since it was confirmed that Qin Xiao was an enemy, he would go to any lengths to kill Qin Xiao whenever he had the chance. Leaving Qin Xiao as a threat would only add to his troubles. However, in response to Xiao Wu's question, could Tang-san speak the truth? The answer was no. Tang-san understood that Xiao Wu had been ignoring him for so long just to hear him say some words of regret, right? If it were outside the Douluo forest, he would still have the confidence to say, "What wrong have I done, Tang-san? I have never regretted my actions in my life." But here, in the core area of the Douluo forest, without Xiao Wu, he couldn't escape at all with his strength. A man of great ambition can bend and stretch. I will endure. Tang-san made up his mind. His expression changed, and he said with guilt, Xiao Wu, I have also realized that it is my fault. If I hadn't insisted on letting Erming test Qin Xiao, this accident wouldn't have happened. I was too eager for quick success, and I bear an unshirkable responsibility for Erming's death. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand, raised high. Xiao-san, what are you doing? Xiao was taken aback. I have thought it through. Living with guilt is an unbearable pain for me. I am willing to give my life to repay Erming. Tang-san said, smiling sadly, Xiao Wu, goodbye. With that, the gleaming dagger plunged fiercely into his chest. Chapter 37. Xiao Wu's Lie. Tang Hao attacks. Slap. Seeing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly turned around. Her long scorpion braid whipped against Tang-san's hand like a long whip. Slap. Tang-san felt pain in his hand, and the dagger fell to the ground. What are you trying to do? Xiao Wu frowned and said coldly, Erming died because of me. I am willing to pay for it with my life. Tang-san said with a face full of sorrow. In fact, he finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He had bet right. Xiao Wu was just capriciously angry at him, not completely devoid of feelings for him. But can Erming come back if you do this? Xiao Wu asked with a frown. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. Even if Erming is the sole beast overlord, there is no way to resurrect him. Tang-san said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Not to mention resurrection. I estimate that Erming's ashes have probably been scattered by Qin Xiao. Since her death cannot bring Erming back to life, then live well. Only by living can you avenge Erming. Xiao Wu's gaze gradually turned cold. Only by killing Qin Xiao could she comfort Erming's spirit in heaven. Seeing this, Tang-san was slightly taken aback. The Xiao Wu in his heart, who seemed harmless, now appeared somewhat ferocious. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu spoke again. Let's go. I will take you to Xidaming, to the true core of the Douluo forest, where it is more suitable for cultivation. Okay. Tang-san nodded and followed Xiao Wu's pace. After a long time, Tang-san felt that the scenery in front of him opened up. Before him was a lake. The calm surface of the water looked like a beautiful sapphire. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Who would have thought that the depths of the Douluo forest are not some dragon's den or tiger's lair, but so peaceful and serene? If humans did not step in and hunt soul beasts, the entire Douluo forest would be like this. Xiao Wu's voice rang in Tang-san's ears. For a moment, Tang-san didn't know what to say. Deming, Xiao Wu called out to the lake. Could it be that the Tianqing Niumeng is hiding in the water? Tang-san's heart trembled slightly. For such a powerful soul beast, he had no understanding beyond its name. Boom! As Xiao Wu's voice fell, ripples spread across the lake surface. And then a massive water column shot up into the sky. As the water column dissipated, a huge figure appeared in the sight of Tang-san and Xiao Wu. It was a powerful soul beast with a bull's head and python's body, measuring dozens of meters long. The immense pressure radiating from it made Tang-san feel like kneeling and crawling. The pressure was too great. Tang-san gritted his teeth and held on. Deming, he is my friend. You cannot be so rude. Seeing this, Xiao Wu frowned and said displeasedly, All right, the Tianqing Niumeng actually spoke human language. But Tang-san clearly felt the pressure on him lighten. Huff, huff. Tang-san gasped for breath, shocked in his heart. Is this the Tianqing Niumeng? Much stronger than the Titan giant ape. How could you make friends with such a weak human? The Tianqing Niumeng asked Xiao Wu at that moment. If I don't make friends with the weak, should I go make soul rings for the strong? Xiao Wu replied irritably. This. The Tianqing Niumeng was taken aback. Xiao Wu's words seemed quite reasonable. Where is Air Ming? Didn't he go to pick you up? Has he gone wild again? It shifted the topic. Air Ming he. Xiao Wu hesitated when she heard this. Tang San heard the Tianqing Niumeng's words and felt uneasy in an instant. If the Tianqing Niumeng knew that it was I who let Air Ming trouble Qin Xiao, which ultimately led to his tragic death at Qin Xiao's hands, would the Tianqing Niumeng kill me with a single-tail swipe? Instinctively, he looked at Xiao Wu, secretly praying that this little lady wouldn't reveal him. The Ming. Air Ming. What happened to him? Xiao Wu, can you stop hesitating? Air Ming can't come back. He has already died at the hands of a human powerhouse. Xiao Wu finally mustered the courage to tell the Ming the truth. What? Air Ming is dead. The Azure Bull Python was shocked beyond measure. Even due to its intense emotional fluctuations, a large amount of dark clouds appeared above the Douluo forest. The lake beneath it was boiling like water. What on earth is going on? It coldly asked Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and found the latter filled with pleading eyes. She instantly understood the deep meaning in Tang San's eyes. Help me. If you don't help me, I'm finished. Xiao Wu let out a long breath. A Title Douluo from the human race has discovered my identity and chased me into the Douluo forest. Air Ming fought against that Title Douluo to help me, and in the end to cover my escape. It paid with its own life as Xiao Wu spoke. Tears flowed continuously from the corners of her eyes. She felt guilty towards Air Ming and also towards the Ming. However, for the sake of Tang San, she had to lie. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was on my side after listening to Xiao Wu's words. Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xiao Wu bore all the burden alone. Humans. Again, humans. The Ming roared while rolling on the surface of the lake. The lake was no longer calm, and giant waves over 10 meters high were raised. Boom! Thunder echoed across the Douluo forest. Crack! The pale lightning intertwined, making the Ming look even more terrifying. Xiao Wu, tell me who it is. I want to kill him. The Ming's voice was incredibly cold. It made Tang San shiver involuntarily. That person is called Qin Xiao, the titled Thunder Emperor. But for now, I do not recommend you seek revenge on him. Why? I suspect he may very well be immune to lightning. Lightning immunity? Da Ming was shocked. It possessed both water and lightning elemental attributes. Qin Xiao's immunity to lightning instantly weakened its strength by half. After the shock, it calmed down. This matter should indeed be considered carefully. Xiao Wu, tell me in detail what exactly is going on with Qin Xiao and what kind of strength he has. Xiao Wu nodded and began recounting the moment they encountered Qin Xiao. After a while, the sky blue bull python was shocked. It turned out that the Qin Xiao chasing you was only an 18-year-old Title Douluo. His talent is that incredible, and the thunder body refining. Is that something a human can do? At least, a human shouldn't be able to. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this morning, as the sun rose, 2 uninvited guests appeared over Shrek Academy. One wore a black cloak, while the other was dressed in a magnificent and solemn black uniform, exuding an air of superiority. Without a doubt, these 2 were Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Among them, Tang Hao coldly spoke, Qin Xiao, come out and die. Chapter 38. Ning Fengji's plan. Qin Xiao, come out and die. Tang Hao's voice, infused with soul power, carried far and wide. Not only could Shrek Academy hear it, but even Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo in a nearby town could clearly hear it. As expected of the Haotian sect, they are indeed domineering. Ning Fengji shook his head and chuckled beside the Sword Douluo. Sectmaster, shall we go now? The Sword Douluo asked in a deep voice. Ning Fengji nodded, all right. Who is so arrogant as to dare to be so disrespectful? Damn it, how dare you directly call the title of His Majesty? When I find you, I will make you rethink your words. Zhao Wujia cursed as he arrived at the Academy Square. However, when he saw the 2 figures suspended in midair, he was instantly dumbfounded. Hovering in the air, damn it, are these 2 Title Douluos? Upon closer inspection, one of them was indeed Tang Hao. Next to him, that middle-aged man who looked about 50 to 60% similar to him was undoubtedly Tang Xiao, a dual Title Douluo, hitting the younger for the older. The Haotian sect and its affiliated sects are all of the same flavor. Zhao Wujia scoffed in disdain. Sect Master Tang, it's an honor for you to grace Shrek. It truly brings glory to our academy. At this moment, Flender and several teachers also appeared, slightly cupping their fists towards Tang Xiao. Flender? Tang Xiao Dawen. After all these years, you're still a soul sage? Ah, Never hit someone in the face or expose their shortcomings. Did Flinder feel that Tang Xiao was mocking him? Shut up. I can hear a dog barking early in the morning, disturbing my sweet dreams. Suddenly, Qin Xiao's voice echoed from within the academy. The next moment, everyone felt a flash of lightning before their eyes, and Qin Xiao's figure had already appeared in the arena, hovering in the air. In fact, he was even higher than Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, looking down at the two brothers from above. Hee. It turns out the drowning dog has come back. He coldly smiled at Tang Hao. Ha. The title drowning dog really suits you. Zhao Wujie couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. However, under Flinder's reproachful gaze, he quickly stifled it. Kid, don't be too arrogant. This time, I will definitely wipe you out. Tang Hao's face turned ashen. So it was you who hurt my second brother? Achieving Title Douluo at such a young age with such strength, no wonder you're so arrogant and proud. You have this qualification. Tang Xiao slightly raised his head to look at Qin Xiao. His evaluation of him was summed up in one word. Arrogant. 2 words. Overbearing. 4 words. Disregarding others. But soon he shook his head. With your strength, you could walk through the Douluo Continent with ease, but you just had to take the wrong path, provoking the Haotian sect and attracting attention from those you cannot afford to offend. You will pay for this with your life. At this moment, Tang Xiao had already made up his mind upon seeing Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao must kill. Ha. Qin Xiao laughed. So you were planning to do 2 against 1 today, right? We're not taking advantage of the numbers, but Tang Xiao wanted to find a grand reason for himself. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Xiao. So it's still 2 against 1, is it? Oh well. Tang Xiao opened his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Tang Hao was even more furious. Big brother, stop wasting words with him. Let's oppress him first. History is written by the victors. At that time, whatever we say, who can oppose it? He believed that as long as Qin Xiao was killed, everything would be worth it. Ha. Good. No wonder it's the unmatched Haotian sect. Today's statement has truly opened my eyes. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out in the arena. Who is it? Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were both stunned. And almost simultaneously, they turned to look. They saw the white-haired sword Douluo and the composed Ning Fengji walking from afar. Qibao glazed Sect Master Ning, and Senior Qinshin. Tang Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and he said in disbelief, I have seen Sect Master Tang. Ning Fengji cupped his fists in greeting to the somewhat stunned Tang Xiao. It's been decades, and Sect Master Tang still has the same demeanor. The same demeanor? After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Tang Xiao's expression became somewhat unnatural. He glanced at Tang Hao, feeling that Ning Fengji was mocking them. The former Haotian sect still had some face. Although they had beaten the young and the old, they would not do things like taking advantage of numbers. Today, they had truly disgraced Haotian sect. Tang Xiao thought with some shame. Big brother, don't hesitate. Let us first eliminate this hidden danger of Qin Xiao. After all, the Haotian sect has already sealed the mountain gate and isolated themselves from the world. Why care about what others say? Tang Hao saw that Tang Xiao's thoughts seemed to be wavering, and quickly spoke up. Are you not afraid of getting bitten if there are too many lice? Tang Xiao thought helplessly, and in an instant, he understood the deeper meaning of Tang Hao's words. However, Tang Hao's words may be rough, but they were not without reason. At that moment, he made up his mind. Let us do it, no matter what others say in the future. Let us first eliminate Qin Xiao and resolve this hidden danger. Sect Master Ning, I still have important matters to attend to. Let us talk later. Tang Xiao said as he shifted his gaze back to Qin Xiao. At this moment, everyone knew that Tang Xiao had lost his face. The two brothers were about to join forces against Qin Xiao. Sect Master. At this time, Sword Douluo looked at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded slightly, signaling Sword Douluo that he could take action. Immediately, Sword Douluo no longer held back, stepping forward to summon the 7-killing sword and his soul rings to assist Qin Xiao in contending against the two from Haotian sect. However, just then, a voice echoed in their minds. Sect Master Ning, Senior Jian, I appreciate your good intentions, but I can handle this small situation on my own. It was Qin Xiao. Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji both recognized it was Qin Xiao's voice. You reckless kid, don't try to show off. If it weren't for me helping you, you definitely wouldn't be able to handle this today. Don't look at Tang Xiao's only level 95 cultivation. With the Haotian Hammer combined with the secret techniques of Haotian sect, he possesses a combat power of 97, already able to match you. Besides, there's also Tang Hao, who is watching closely. How will you cope? Sword Douluo transmitted the message with annoyance. Qin Xiaoqiang is strong, he admits. However, he believes that if Tang Xiao and Tang Hao join forces, it is definitely beyond what Qin Xiaoqiang can handle. So, I asked the senior and sect master Ning to stand by for me. If I truly cannot match the two, it won't be too late for you to step in and help me. Regardless of how today's matter concludes, it counts as me, Qin Xiao, owing you a favor. Qin Xiao once again transmitted his voice to the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji. He could see that both of them had ulterior motives for helping him. However, regardless of their intentions, Qin Xiao felt somewhat moved that they were willing to stand against the number one sect, the Haotian sect, for him. In other words, if Qin Xiao had not fused with the Titan Great Ape's soul ring and had not comprehended the Thunder Emperor's finger, he would indeed need the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji to intervene in order to defeat Tang Hao and Tang Xiao today. Master, the sword Douluo looked towards Ning Fengji again. Ning Fengji slightly nodded, his meaning clear. The young man is full of vigor. Let Qin Xiao try first. If he can't hold on, then we will step in. Chapter 39. Qin Xiao versus Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. At that moment, a violent sound of breaking air rang out in the arena. It turned out that the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao each manifested a massive Haotian hammer, swinging it with great force. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings rose beneath Tang Xiao's feet. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was not to be outdone and also released his soul rings. However, the 9th ring on Tang Hao appeared somewhat dim and lackluster. This was because he had used the explosion ring secret technique during his last encounter with Qin Xiao, and the cooldown period had not yet passed. Brother Hao, you have old injuries, so just support me from the side, Tang Xiao said with a frown, speaking to Tang Hao in a low voice. Tang Xiao, I wonder who gave you that confidence. Tang Hao was once as confident as you, but in the end, he fled like a stray dog. Qin Xiao sneered and said, since you're already going to be a whore, why uphold the virtue of chastity? You've already decided to use more against less. So what are you holding back for? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you two brothers don't attack at the same time, there won't be any opportunity. Qin Xiao's words were filled with unreserved sarcasm, causing Flanders and the others to suppress their laughter. Beside them, Sword Douluo's lips twitched slightly. This kid struck by lightning really knew how to be sharp-tongued. However, it must be said that every word he said was reasonable. In contrast, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's faces alternated between white and red. To put it bluntly, Qin Xiao's words were extremely insulting and hurtful. Big brother, stop holding me back. Let me tear his mouth apart. Yes, tear it apart fiercely. Tang Hao was already furious. He felt as if a fire was burning in his chest. What a sharp-tongued little brat. Tang Xiao also frowned. It should be noted that apart from the elder group of his Haotian sect, this was the only person who dared to insult him to his face. This was intolerable. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao, unwilling to back down, released his soul ring. Just the first soul ring shocked the entire audience. Except for Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, everyone else looked astonished and couldn't believe their eyes. The first soul ring was actually red? Am I seeing things? This isn't right. I remember that the first ring displayed by His Majesty was a 100-year yellow one. How did it turn red? The members of Shrek Academy were discussing it in confusion. What's going on? Tang Xiao asked Tang Hao, puzzled. Qin Xiao's strength is seriously inconsistent with what you told me. What is the situation with a 100,000-year first ring? Tang Xiao was confused, and Tang Hao looked equally baffled. Big brother, I swear, I really didn't lie to you. When he fought against me back then, it was indeed a 100-year first ring. And he didn't even use his first soul skill. I have no idea why it has turned into what it is now. Tang Hao felt innocent as well. He also wanted to find someone to ask for clarification on what was going on. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen it, he still couldn't understand how Qin Xiao obtained this soul ring. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo said to Ning Fengji. However, Ning Fengji simply shook his head lightly and said, there is a reason for everything that exists. This is Qin Xiao's secret, destined to be beyond the reach of others. And at that moment, the remaining 8 spirit rings of Qin Xiao have emerged. Moreover, he did not show off, as his spirit rings lit up one after another. The 7th spirit ability, True Body of the Thunder Emperor. The 9th spirit ability, Thunder Emperor Armor. The 8th spirit ability, Thunder Beast. In an instant, the sky above Shrek Academy was filled with rolling thunder and changing winds. The instigator of all this, Qin Xiao, beckoned to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao with his finger. Come here. Tang Hao, GT alt winky face. Big brother, I can't hold back any longer. Let's not discuss how this 10,000-year spirit ring appeared. We should eliminate him first. If Tang Hao was previously filled with rage, now it was as if a volcano had erupted. All right, Tang Xiao nodded heavily and charged towards Qin Xiao first. However, he was astonished to see the 3rd spirit ring on Qin Xiao light up and then disappear. 9 thunderballs transformed into 8 fierce thunder beasts, pouncing towards Qin Xiao. Be careful, Hao. A bad premonition arose in his heart as he shouted to Qin Xiao behind him. In the next moment, he was entangled by several thunder beasts, unable to break free. The only thing he was grateful for was that Qin Xiao was not an ordinary person. Upon sensing the anomaly, he had already reacted, using the Haotian Hammer as a shield in front of him and activating the Haotian protective body. Just then, Qin Xiao appeared in front of Qin Xiao out of thin air, wielding a gigantic thunder hammer as thick as a water tank and smashing it down fiercely. Thunderstorm, explosive kill. Boom! The thunderous giant hammer in Qin Xiao's hand crashed violently against the Haotian hammer. At this moment, with Qin Xiao's high cultivation and strong combat power, how could a sickly Qin Xiao compare? Qin Xiao immediately felt an unimaginable impact. His whole body was pushed back by the powerful force, leaving a deep plow mark on the ground. What immense strength! The dignified Haotian was actually so vulnerable, not even a match for the Thunder Emperor, and was knocked back with a single blow. Most people present had never seen Qin Xiao fight seriously. The scene at this moment was truly shocking. Incredible. It said that the Haotian sect is extremely domineering, but I feel that the Thunder Emperor is even more domineering than the Title Douluo of the Haotian sect. As Qin Xiao's fan, Zhao Wujia excitedly clenched his fists. A real man should be this violent. Sword Uncle, I can somewhat understand now why you lost. This Qin Xiao is truly fierce. Ning Fengji also whispered behind the Sword Douluo, with the soul power shield in front of the Sword Douluo. He didn't have to worry about his voice being overheard, alerting Qin Xiao and Qin Xiao. Is this it? Just a kid struck by lightning testing the waters. The real show is yet to come. The Sword Douluo scoffed. Qin Xiao, I didn't expect you to be even weaker. Qin Xiao struck successfully, and the smile on his face grew even wider. At this moment, Qin Xiao was weaker than he had imagined, appearing to be around level 94. However, if given the opportunity to team up with Qin Xiao, it could still be troublesome. He could only try to take down Qin Xiao before Qin Xiao could escape. I'm going all out against you. Qin Xiao's eyes turned bloodshot. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. He was determined to forcibly use the exploding ring's secret technique. There was no other way. With his current strength, only after using the exploding ring could he threaten Qin Xiao. Brother Hao, no. The backlash from the exploding ring isn't something you can endure. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao, surrounded by the thunder beasts, let out a loud shout, stopping Qin Xiao. Immediately after, another sound came through. Haotian 9 absolutes, break, seal, stop. He was trying to escape. Qin Xiao sensed something unusual and no longer hesitated, suddenly launching a punch towards Qin Xiao with his left hand. Titan Sky Cannon. A roar echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone felt a moment of daze, as if they saw a Titan giant ape roaring at the sky. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning shot through the air towards Qin Xiao. This was the result of the fusion of the Titan Sky Cannon and Qin Xiao's own power, making it even more powerful than the original Titan Sky Cannon. Undoubtedly, if Qin Xiao was hit, he would definitely die. Chapter 40. Thunder Titan, Self-Explosion. Hammer shakes the world. Suddenly, Qin Xiao let out another furious shout and surprisingly used a soul ring technique. Time in the arena seemed to slow down with Qin Xiao's shout. Crack, crack, crack. 3 thunder beasts were smashed to pieces by Qin Xiao's hammer, and he seized the opportunity to find a chance to escape. Ling Tian strike. Immediately after, Qin Xiao's 6th soul ring lit up, and with the Haotian hammer descending from the sky like a shooting star, it actually arrived first, blocking in front of Qin Xiao. Haotian shield. Faced with the Titan Sky Cannon that was now just inches away, all Qin Xiao could do at this moment was to defend with the Haotian hammer. Ultimately, the Titan Sky Cannon was still blocked. However, the powerful impact and the raging lightning force still caused Qin Xiao's blood to surge, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother, are you okay? Qin Xiao asked anxiously. Just some minor injuries, nothing serious. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said solemnly, Brother Hao, you need to be careful. Qin Xiao's strength is even greater and more troublesome than we thought. This time, we shouldn't stray too far apart to prevent him from picking us off one by one. A lesson learned. After being feigned by Qin Xiao just now, Qin Xiao had learned his lesson. Understood. Dang Hao not that, Heavy Li. Do you really think this can restrain me? Qin Xiao smiled coldly, innocently. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the first soul ring on Qin Xiao lit up. That bright, red 100,000-year soul ring. Dean Flander quickly lead the Shrek people to retreat. Seeing this, Sword Douluo thought to himself that it was bad and hurriedly reminded Flander. He knew that if the raging Thunder Titan appeared while these people were still present, It would be too dangerous. He remembered that a spark casually splashed from the Thunder Titan was enough to take the life of a soul saint. As for the power of self-detonation, it was even more frightening, enough to turn Shrek Academy into ruins. In fact, without soul.Douluo's reminder among the Shrek students, people like Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai had already been escorted out of the academy by teachers like Liu Song, Xiao Xian, and Lu Qibin. The only ones left on the scene were Zhao Wujie and Flander, both soul saints. After hearing soul.Douluo's reminder, the two quickly retreated. Just at that moment, a huge figure surrounded by electric light descended from the sky. It was the mighty Thunder Titan. Boom! It landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. My cafeteria? Flander's mouth twitched. Although he was far away, he still noticed this colossal creature at a glance, which crushed the Shrek Academy cafeteria with a single step. His heart was bleeding. The Thunder Titan's careless act made the already poor Shrek Academy even worse. Dean, let's retreat a bit further. I feel that even a spark from that giant ape could take our lives. Zhao Wujie and Flander's focus was different. Compared to money and material possessions, he cared more about his own life. Old Zhao, you make a valid point. Flander realized and retreated with Zhao Wujie again. This retreat took them 2 miles away. What is this thing? Tang Hao was shocked. He had never seen this soul skill before. Tang Zhao's brows had been furrowed since he saw Qin Xiao. The aura was so strong, it felt like his cultivation was even above his own. He felt that Qin Xiao's 100,000-year soul skill was a bid against the heavens. Go! Qin Xiao pointed at Tang Xiao, and Tang Hao destroyed them. Boom! The earth trembled as the Titan giant ape leaped high, casting a massive shadow over Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. A fist the size of a house came crashing down on them. Big brother, what should we do? How brother? Don't panic. Let me handle this. Tang Xiao frowned, the Haotian hammer in his hand moving as swiftly as thunder. The technique he used was the break of the Haotian 9 absolutes. Although the Thunder Titan was strong, he was confident he could block this attack. It's over. Tang Xiao is done for. The soul.Douluo felt a tightness in his heart. Sword Uncle, what's wrong? Master, you probably haven't seen a Title Douluo at level 96 or 70 self-destruct, right? Sword Uncle, are you joking? Who would self-destruct for me to see? Ning Fengji smiled helplessly, thinking soul.Douluo was joking. But in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something, his pupils contracting sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. You mean? However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a thunderous explosion in the arena. The intense noise and blinding lightning violently assaulted their hearing and vision. Shrek Academy was reduced to ruins by the self-detonation of the Thunder Titan. It's over. I won't become blind and deaf, will I? Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and other Shrek students felt a significant impact, even from a distance. It won't be permanent. It's just for a moment. However, if such things happen a few more times, it could be quite harmful to you. Liu Song spoke to reassure everyone. But even as he tried to conceal it, the tremor in his voice could not be suppressed. Moreover, he forgot, or perhaps didn't he notice, that the students around him could see nothing and hear nothing. It's over. My Shrek is completely gone. Your Majesty, you might as well have killed me. On the other side, Flinder was first stunned, then felt a sharp pain in his heart. To him, the destruction of the academy was far worse than death. The stimulation was truly overwhelming. Is this the real strength of the Thunder Emperor? In contrast, Zhao Wujie, this rough man, seemed heartless and carefree. As the battle escalated, he grew even more excited. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Xiao, what a Qin Xiao. I thought I had a high opinion of you. I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. At that moment, 2 figures stood up from the ruins of Shrek. It was Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. However, both of them were tattered, their hair disheveled, and their exposed skin was blackened. They even had ringing in their ears. They had just been stunned by the explosion and were only now coming to their senses. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Qin Xiao's voice echoed from the void, equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao could still stand after such a close-range explosion. But it didn't matter. Another wave would do. Go! He waved his hand, and the remaining 6 Thunder Beasts charged towards Tang Xiao, while he began to gather power once more. How, brother, fight alongside me. This kid is already at his last gasp, Tang Xiao said solemnly. I can't eliminate my hatred without flaying him alive. Tang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. However, after the 2 brothers teamed up to kill the remaining Thunder Beasts, they were shocked to find that Qin Xiao's first soul ring lit up again. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao felt a jolt in their minds and a chill down their spines. No way. He can't really use the same trick again, can he? Chapter 41. Qin Xiao's plan. Tang Xiao's defeat 4,000 words. The first soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring, which means he can use this soul skill infinitely while in his martial soul, true body state. In the distance, Zhao Wuji and Flinder were also stunned by the scene before them. Seeing Qin Xiao use the Thunder Titan's soul skill again, Flinder immediately thought of many things. Are you afraid of an infinitely usable 100,000-year soul skill? Too strong. The Thunder Emperor is truly too strong. Just that self-detonation of the Thunder Titan. If he does it 2 more times, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao will definitely be blown to death, right? Zhao Wujia was getting more and more excited. Old Zhao, stop talking nonsense, Flinder scolded in a low voice. The Thunder Emperor isn't afraid of the 2 Title Douluos from the Haotian sect teaming up. Even if we were tied together, we wouldn't be a match for Tang Hao or Tang Xiao. If those 2 brothers get angry, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. Sword Uncle, now I understand why you failed against Qin Xiao. Ning Fengji's tone was unusually grave. Such a terrifying first soul skill that can be used infinitely. Even if Uncle Bone came, he would have a headache. Haha, master, don't be fooled by this kid. If he could really use a 100,000-year soul skill infinitely, wouldn't he be invincible? Sword Douluo shook his head and laughed, voicing his suspicions. A 100,000-year soul skill is still a 100,000-year soul skill. Even if it's the first ring, the consumption can't be negligible. I think with Qin Xiao's soul power, being able to use it consecutively twice is already his limit. Only twice? Ning Fengji was taken aback. Hearing this, Sword Douluo smiled helplessly. Master, what do you mean only? That kid struck by lightning only has the real soul power of level 92. Such a powerful 100,000-year soul skill. Even if I used it once, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Him using it twice in a row is already quite against the heavens. This. Ning Fengji was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sword Uncle, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten he was at level 92. Gulp. Outsiders watched the excitement. Insiders watched the doorway. Tang Hao swallowed hard. Only by truly facing the Thunder Titan did he realize how much courage was needed. Especially after that fierce self-detonation, it left a significant psychological shadow on Tang Hao. Big brother, what should we do? Tang Hao knew that in his current state, he couldn't withstand the Thunder Titan's attack. So he could only look to his big brother for a solution. How, brother? You should retreat. Leave this place. With you here, I still have to protect you. And I can't unleash my full strength, Tang Xiao said immediately as the Thunder Titan pressed in. Big brother, I think you're right. Take care. Tang Hao replied without hesitation. Tang Xiao was a bit taken aback. This response seemed a bit too straightforward. Originally, he thought it would take some persuasion to get Tang Hao to retreat. In the next moment, everyone saw Tang Hao transform into a streak of light, fleeing the battlefield as if for his life. Seeing this, Tang Xiao was once again astonished. What the hell? I told you to retreat, not to leave me behind and run away. Tang Xiao felt a sense of being duped, and the one who duped him was his own younger brother. Qin Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. Has someone finally fallen? Great Sumera hammer, explosion ring. Suddenly, a loud shout in the arena attracted everyone's attention. Crack, crack, crack. In a series of sounds, Tang Xiao's 6th, 8th, and 9th soul rings shattered almost simultaneously. The surging soul power flowed into the Haotian Hammer like a rushing river. Instantly, the Haotian Hammer, which was as thick as a water bucket, expanded to the thickness of a water tank. At that moment, Tang Xiao's strength underwent a tremendous transformation. The secret technique of the Haotian sect was indeed extraordinary. At this point, Tang Xiao's cultivation level had reached a solid 97. Seeing this, the Sword Douluo's pupils constricted slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the secret technique." Beside him, Ning Fengji also sighed. If it weren't for the secret techniques of the Haotian sect assisting the Haotian Hammer, how could the Haotian Hammer hold the title and status of the world's #1 weapon spirit? Self-destruction. At this moment, the distance between the Thunder Titan and Tang Xiao had already closed significantly. Qin Xiao made a decisive decision and issued the command to the Thunder Titan. Haotian 9 absolutes. Break. The Haotian Hammer in Tang Xiao's hand carried an inexplicable power, and with one strike, the void was distorted. The thunder and soul power storm generated by the Thunder Titan's self-destruction was also greatly dispersed. However, it still couldn't change his destined fate of being engulfed. It seemed that Qin Xiao was in trouble this time. At this moment, everyone in the arena thought so, including the Sword Douluo, Ning Fengji, and Tang Xiao. Indeed, at this time, Tang Xiao's figure had reappeared before everyone. However, to withstand Qin Xiao's fierce attack, he had also paid a price. His aura was noticeably weaker than before. But Qin Xiao, however, performed even worse. The majestic Thunder Emperor armor had already shattered. His cultivation level had dropped drastically, now only at the level of 92. Qin Xiao, even if you can still unleash that sinister self-exploding attack, it won't be able to do anything to me. And I can take your life with just one strike. Tang Zhao's words were not exaggerated. The balance had shifted. Even Flanders and Zhao Wujing could see that Tang Zhao's strength was indeed several levels higher than the current Qin Xiao. Sword Uncle, be ready to act at any moment to save Qin Xiao. With my support, even if Tang Xiao detonates, he won't be your match. Ning Fengji whispered behind Sword Douluo. This time, Sword Douluo furrowed his brows tightly and stopped speaking. The battle between strong opponents changes in an instant, and he had to pay close attention. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao made a strange move, continuously forming seals with both hands, and bizarre, mysterious symbols appeared. Without a doubt, what Qin Xiao was performing at this moment was the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. Thunder Emperor's finger. What the hell is this? Dan Xiao Zhao Wen. Instinctively, he felt a bad premonition in his heart, knowing that he must not let Qin Xiao complete this strange skill. He bent down and exerted force like a shooting star, rushing towards Qin Xiao. Just then, Qin Xiao was already enveloped by countless treasure runes, and he extended his right index finger gently towards Tang Xiao. Boom! A finger formed from gathered lightning, like a pillar supporting the sky, brutally pressed down towards Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao's figure seemed incredibly small before this finger. Crack! Crack! The first contact with the Thunder Emperor's finger was made by the Haotian Hammer in Tang Xiao's hand. However, to Tang Xiao's shock, the Haotian Hammer, which he had proudly considered the #1 weapon spirit since childhood, was actually crushed to pieces by a single finger. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. He was clearly at the end of his strength. How could he still have such combat power? He was shocked to an unimaginable extent in his heart. But in the next moment, an irresistible force directly slammed him into the dust. What kind of soul skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Those who witnessed everything were dumbfounded. They had never expected the battle situation to turn so quickly. Just moments ago, Tang Xiao, who had been arrogant beyond measure, was actually knocked down into the dust. Sword Uncle, you're not being fair. Why didn't you tell me Qin Xiao has such a powerful soul skill? Ning Fengji complained a bit. In fact, this was not his fault. After all, he had just been sweating profusely for Qin Xiao's safety. So it was nothing to vent a little. Secmaster, you have wronged me. I really don't know what this soul skill of his is all about. When I fought against him, that kid struck by lightning never used this soul skill. Facing Ning Fengji's complaint, Sword Douluo looked innocent. But in the next moment, he suddenly remembered something Qin Xiao had said. Wait, could this be the soul skill he mentioned that made him feel scared? The more Sword Douluo thought about it, the more he felt it was right. He didn't expect that kid wasn't just boasting, but actually had this strength. At this moment, the dust in the arena settled. Tang Zhao's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was seen kneeling on the ground in despair. His meridians were shattered, and even if he survived, he would be a useless person in the future. Tang Xiao knew deeply how severe his injuries were. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Xiao walked step by step in front of Tang Xiao. Why? Tang Xiao asked hoarsely. You want to ask me why I have such powerful soul skills and don't use them to attack Tang Hao, right? Qin Xiao smiled. However, his smile was filled with coldness. Tang Xiao fell silent. Because Qin Xiao was right. Qin Xiao said, Tang Xiao, actually you've been wrong about one thing from the beginning. That Wei's Tang Hao has never been my target. What? You have a deep grudge against him. How could you not want to kill him? Tang Xiao was first shocked and couldn't believe Qin Xiao's words. Do you think I need to lie to you? Qin Xiao glanced disdainfully at Tang Xiao. Tang Zhongzhu, he really didn't deceive you. At this moment, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo arrived in the arena. A Title Douluo at level 95, severely injured, and another Title Douluo at level 95 with astonishing combat power, who is also the leader of Sect. If you had the chance to eliminate one person, how would you choose? Tang Zhongzhu? He looked at Tang Xiao and asked. So it's like this. The onlooker sees clearly, and after Ning Fengji's hint, how could Tang Xiao not realize that the so-called ladder was actually himself? Ning Fengji said lightly, I believe Tang Zhongzhu has the answer as well. If it were up to me, I would definitely choose to eliminate the ladder. Wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. Tang Xiao's heart was once again dealt a significant blow. However, Hao Di has successfully escaped your grasp, and one day, he will come back for revenge. The only thing Tang Xiao felt fortunate about was this matter. However, Qin Xiao's next words made him feel uncomfortable again. Let me tell you something else. If Tang Hao doesn't leave, then today I would be the one defeated. The Thunder Titan, I can only use it twice. The first time it injured you, and the second time it scared Tang Hao away, forcing you to self-destruct. Although the Thunder Emperor's finger doesn't consume much soul power, it wears down my mental will, so I can only use it once in a short time. Right now, my combat power is only equivalent to an average Title Douluo. To be honest, if Tang Hao hadn't left, I definitely wouldn't have used the Thunder Emperor's finger. I would have been the one fleeing today. This secret was conveyed to Qin Xiao through a secret voice transmission. He could see the look of relief in his eyes disappear. First came shock, followed by regret. Brother Hao, did you hear that? If you had run just a little slower, today would have had a different ending. Qin Xiao was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said for Tang Hao to leave first. Isn't this inviting disaster? In the next life, remember to be more discerning. Find a good family, and don't provoke those you shouldn't. Seeing Qin Xiao's face full of regret, Qin Xiao was very satisfied. Killing Qin Xiao outright would be too easy on him. To crush Qin Xiao psychologically was what Qin Xiao truly wanted. Now his goal had been achieved. What did you say? You want to kill me? Qin Xiao was taken aback, and then he began to panic. A killer must be prepared to be killed. Qin Xiao's voice was cold, and electric sparks were already swirling around his palm. No, don't. Qin Xiao panicked. I am the leader of the #1 sect in the world, Haotian sect. I can give you anything you want. Moreover, my Haotian sect has many powerful warriors. If I die, you will be in big trouble. Even someone like Qin Xiao was filled with fear in the face of death. Just a turtle hiding its head in a sect. Do you think I would be afraid? Even if they don't come to find me, I would still attack Haotian sect. Qin Xiao shook his head, not taking the Haotian sect seriously at all. After all, according to the original text, besides Qin Xiao, there were several elders within the Haotian sect, as well as an ancestor, Tang Chun, who was far away in the city of slaughter. However, since they were already enemies, Qin Xiao would not show any mercy. No matter how powerful they were, he had a system and knew the plot. No matter how strong, there would always be a way to bring about their destruction. At worst, Qin Xiao believed that there should be no one in the Haotian sect's mountain gate who could withstand his assassination. As for Tang Chun, although strong, he was already mentally unstable and not difficult to deal with. Besides, I might not be the biggest enemy of the Haotian sect, right? Qin Xiao suddenly smiled. When Qin Xiao saw this smile, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something bad was about to happen. You mentioned that many disciples of the sect died because of Tang Hao's previous schemes, and in the end, the Haotian sect also closed its mountain gate, acting like a turtle pulling its head in. And now, he has caused the death of his older brother, who is the sect leader. Will the elders in the sect forgive him? Qin Xiao smiled, saying that it might be that your Haotian sect will have to take action to clean up the mess. This. Tang Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He knew that what Qin Xiao said was not impossible. Within the sect, from the elders down to the disciples, there was a lot of discontent towards Tang Hao, the sect's abandoned disciple. If anything else happened to him, the sect might really take action to clean up the mess. No, I can't die. I absolutely can't die. Otherwise, the Haotian sect and my brother Hao will really be finished. Tang Xiao no longer looked at Qin Xiao and turned his pleading gaze towards Ning Fengji, as if he had found the last straw to cling to. Sect Master Ning, you must save me, Tang Xiao said excitedly. We the three sects are like branches of the same tree, as close as family. Chapter 42, Selling Soul Bones. A complete set. Sect Master Tang, as the head of sect, don't you find it ridiculous to say this now? After hearing Tang Xiao's words, Sword Douluo couldn't help but laugh. Previously, our sect master also tried to mediate the conflict between both sides. But do you remember what kind of attitude you showed and how you rejected us? Hearing this, Tang Xiao's eyes widened. And for a moment, he was at a loss for words. This moment is different from that moment. Things can't be the same as they were before. When he first came here, seeing Qin Xiao, how spirited he was. He never even dreamed that the two brothers would not be able to take down a rank 92 Title Douluo. This time, it's really over. Gradually, Tang Xiao fell into despair. The spark in his eyes gradually faded. Let's go. Qin Xiao knew that Tang Xiao's mentality had completely collapsed. Knowing it was a dead end, his spirit had dissipated. Immediately, he struck down with a palm, enveloping Tang Xiao in a flash of lightning. In just a breath's time, the master of the Haotian sect, the 95th Title Douluo Tang Xiao, turned to ashes, completely disappearing from the Douluo Continent. Clinking sounds echoed. After Tang Xiao's death, the soul bones he had refined fell to the ground, colliding with each other and producing a series of crisp sounds. As expected of the master of the Haotian sect, he had as many as 6 soul bones. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up as he reached out and grabbed the 6 soul bones, which all fell into his hands. It must be said, this was truly an unexpected surprise. Dead? The dignified lord of Haotian sect just fell like this? In the distance, Fland and the others were just waking from their dreams. It was hard to imagine that such a prominent figure as Ten Xiao had died right before their eyes. Even the soul bones that originally belonged to Ten Xiao had exploded out. How tragic. The Emperor of Thunder is majestic. I, old Zhao, am completely convinced. Zhao Wujia had a look of fervor on his face. In his view, a real man should be decisive in killing like Qin Xiao, no matter where you come from. In my eyes, you're no different from a cabbage. And the personality that Qin Xiao displayed was very much like Zhao Wujia's. Life and death are looked down upon. If you refuse to accept it, just fight. The ages of these soul bones were all quite ordinary. At this time, Qin Xiao had already roughly distinguished the ages of the numerous soul bones. Of course, what he referred to as ordinary was anything but ordinary. They were all approximately between 20,000 to 50,000 years old. Normally speaking, these soul bones could be considered top-tier existences. Otherwise, how could Ten Xiao, as the lord of a sect, choose to refine them? But Qin Xiao looked down on it. That's right, he was that arrogant. Since he had come to the Douluo Continent and had already become a Title Douluo, Qin Xiao felt that not refining 6 soul bones over 10,000 years old would be disrespectful to himself. Lord Ning, I don't know if your 7-treasure glazed tile school accepts soul bones. He turned to Ning Fengji and asked, soul bones? Ning Fengji was taken aback by the question. However, when he glanced at the soul bones in Qin Xiao's hand, he immediately nodded. We do. I wonder how many you want to sell, Brother Qin? Soul bones are treasures, and even in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they are not abundant. Especially those over 10,000 years old. They are even rarer. Not to mention, the 2 elders of his 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, have not even gathered a complete set of soul bones. As for their origin, does it matter if he, Ning Fengji, spent money to buy soul bones? Even if the Haotian sect comes looking for them, it wouldn't matter. I'll sell you all of them. Just name a price. Qin Xiao said, handing over a complete set of soul bones. To be honest, keeping this stuff was useless to him. It was better to sell it to Ning Fengji. Of course, Qin Xiao had his own plans. First, to realize some cash. Second, to repay Ning Fengji's assistance. Besides that, there was a third point, which was the most important. To help the Haotian sect establish an enemy and sow discord between the 2 major sections. Aren't you the #1 sect in the world, Haotian sect? What would you think if the soul bones exploded after the death of your sect master ended up in the hands of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? He didn't believe that Ning Fengji wouldn't be moved by so many soul bones, no matter who refined them. It would be a slap in the face for the Haotian sect. What? You're selling all of them to me? This is a complete set of soul bones. Sure enough, as Qin Xiao had expected, Ning Fengji was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Xiao to leave not a single soul bone behind. More importantly, the value of a complete set of soul bones was much higher than buying a few scattered ones. He was incredibly tempted. Lord Sectmaster, I can't shake the feeling that this kid struck by lightning is trying to trick us. We should be cautious, the sword Douluo said, setting up a soul power barrier as he spoke to Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, do you think I can't see his intentions? Ning Fengji shook his head. This was a straightforward scheme. However, the value of this complete set of soul bones was too great. Not to mention, with this set of soul bones left by Ten Xiao, it would be enough for you and Uncle Bone to perfect the soul bones on your bodies. At that time, wouldn't your strengths increase by more than just a little? In fact, Uncle Bone might even be able to break through the bottleneck that has troubled him for many years and become a Title Douluo at level 96. Tell me, how can I not be tempted? Even knowing this kid is trying to dig a pit for us and sow discord with the Haotian sect, I still have to buy this set of soul bones. With Ning Fengji's wisdom, he naturally understood Qin Xiao's intentions, but he still couldn't help but be moved. Sigh, this kid's schemes are truly deep. The sword Douluo shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. However, his evaluation of Qin Xiao had risen significantly. A person with talent, strength, and such profound schemes. Who could be his opponent in the future? Uncle Jian, actually, selling soul bones to us is also a way for Qin Xiao to repay us a favor. Not to mention, he could easily make this deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family or the Wuhuan Hall and achieve the same effect. At this moment, Ning Fengji added. The sword Douluo raised his eyebrows. So, are we thanking this kid for using us as a pawn? One could say that. Ning Fengji replied with a helpless smile. Lord Ning, Senior Jian, I don't know how your discussion is going. If it's difficult or unnecessary, I can find other buyers. Qin Xiao looked at the 2 people isolated by soul power and asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin, don't misunderstand. Uncle Jian and I are just discussing what kind of price would be considered fair for you. After Sword lifted the soul power isolation, Ning Fengji laughed heartily and spoke to reassure Qin Xiao. Oh, what price does Sect Master Ning intend to offer? Qin Xiao asked curiously. He saw Ning Fengji extend 3 fingers, 30 million gold soul coins. Normally, each of these soul bones in your hand is worth over 2 million. And the price of the torso and head soul bones is even higher, at least over 3 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled. So it seems that Master Ning is still giving me a high price. No, Ning Fengji shook his head. Selling a complete set of soul bones would definitely double the price. The price I offered you is not high. It can only be considered fair. Chapter 43. Qin Xiao's plans, the good show, just began deal. Under the eager gaze of Ning Fengji and the soul.Douluo, Qin Xiao nodded. In fact, the price Ning Fengji offered was even a bit higher than what Qin Xiao had in mind. So what is there to disagree with? Soon the transaction was completed. Ning Fengji received 6 soul bones, while Qin Xiao obtained 10 black cards. Brother Qin, don't worry. Each black card has a limit of 3 million gold soul coins. If there are any discrepancies, you can come to the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School to find me at any time, Ning Fengji assured, patting his chest. Haha, Brother Ning. You're being too modest. Since I'm trading with you, I trust your character. Qin Xiao didn't even look at the amount on the card and just put it away. Then, he waved to Flandra in the distance. Dean Flandra, please come over here. What do you want me for? Flandra wondered, thinking, could it be that he wants to silence me? With this thought, he felt a wave of panic. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Qin Xiao noticed Flanders' hesitation and shook his head in annoyance. Good news? Then it's nothing. Flanders believed that Qin Xiao had no reason to lie to him. Regarding the battle with Tang Xiao, Shrek Academy was destroyed, and I am willing to invest funds to restore it. When Flanders approached, Qin Xiao said, No, that's not necessary. Flanders waved his hand. However, when he saw Qin Xiao take out a black card and hand it to him, Flanders said, How can I accept this? But his body honestly clenched the black card in his hand. When he saw the amount on the card, Flanders was even more shocked. 1 million gold soul coins? Flanders' hands trembled. My God, I have never seen so much money in my life. Your Highness, is this money really for me? Flanders asked tentatively. You're really not trying to give me 10,000 gold soul coins or 100,000 gold soul coins and accidentally gave you the wrong amount, right? Qin Xiao smiled. Do you think I would make such a mistake? No. Flanders smugly put away the black card. This kid knows how to do favors. Jian Douluo secretly snorted beside him. He recognized that the black card Qin Xiao had just taken out was the gift Ning Fengji had given to Qin Xiao as a meeting present. Senior, that's not the point. What do you mean by doing favors? That money is mine. I can spend it however I want. Even if I spend 1 million or throw away 1 million, there's no problem at all. Qin Xiao said, with a stack of black cards appearing in his hand. Without exception, they were all written by Ning Fengji. The soul.Douluo was instantly speechless. At this moment, Ning Fengji stepped forward and cupped his fist towards Qin Xiao. Brother Qin, I still have some sect affairs to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Sect Master Ning, no need to be polite, just take care of your business. Qin Xiao was taken aback for a moment and clasped his fists. He naturally understood that Ning Fengji's so-called important matter was to return the loot to the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, these soul bones could only bring peace of mind if refined and used to enhance one's strength. Qin Xiao, when we meet next time, my sword will definitely surpass you. The soul.Douluo also left a harsh remark. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, just wait and see. That indifferent attitude made soul.Douluo feel so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He always felt that Qin Xiao looked down on him. However, Flinder received an important piece of information from soul.Douluo's words. That is, Qin Xiao had privately competed with soul.Douluo, and it seemed that the victory belonged to Qin Xiao. This is too impressive. After calming down, Flinder hesitantly said, Your Highness, there is actually one more thing I want to discuss with you. What is it? Qin Xiao had a premonition that Flinder was up to something. Previously at the Great Soul Arena, I encountered an old student from the academy, Qin Ming. He is now working as a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Oh, Qin Xiao elongated his voice. Is he willing to help connect us so that the students and teachers of Shrek Academy can join the Tiando Royal Academy? Your Highness is wise. A glimmer of light flashed in Flinder's eyes. He felt that talking to smart people was effortless. The Tiando Royal Academy, whether in terms of faculty strength or the living and training conditions provided to students, cannot be compared to our Shrek Academy. If we can join, it would be very beneficial for the students and teachers of Shrek. Flinder stated his reasons. Qin Xiao did not speak immediately, but stared intently at Flander. It wasn't until Flander became somewhat flustered that he softly said, "You really didn't make this decision to secretly pocket 1 million gold soul coins, did you?" This. Flander was taken aback at first. Then a look of terror appeared on his face. "Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. If your majesty is unwilling, I will start rebuilding Shrek Academy right now to show my determination." Flander was extremely anxious in his heart. This person was truly formidable. He had seen with his own eyes the leader of the #1 sect in the world fall at Qin Xiao's hands, and had witnessed Qin Xiao laughing and chatting with Ning Fengji. Although Flander prided himself on being shrewd, he did not dare to play tricks in front of Qin Xiao. "Haha, Dean Flander, don't be nervous, I was just joking." Suddenly, Qin Xiao smiled and said, "Since you care so much for the academy students, I have no reason to refuse you. Where shall we set off?" "Who?" Hearing this, Flander breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the ruins of Shrek, he suggested, "Why not right now? We can skip the packing process altogether." "Good." Qin Xiao nodded slightly. In fact, even if Flander hadn't suggested it, he would have to leave Shrek Academy for a while. Since he was at odds with Tang San and Tang Hao, he couldn't allow them to grow freely. For example, he could go to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eyes of Douluo to harvest some herbs. He could also go to the City of Slaughter to spread some poison. He could visit Heaven-Do City to play around with the Sea God's Trident. Qin Xiao didn't believe it, thinking he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Flander's proposal almost coincided with Qin Xiao's next plan. Coincidentally, he decided to first go to the Tiando Empire to study the medicinal field development project with Douluo. Qin Xiao has already thought about what to do next. His only hope is that Douluo doesn't refuse to recognize him. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. On the other side, over 100 miles away, Tang Hao looked towards Shrek with a face full of horror. In fact, after Tang Xiao detonated the ring, he hadn't escaped too far. He was even thinking of helping Tang Xiao fight Qin Xiao again. However, when Qin Xiao used that terrifying finger, he abandoned all thoughts of turning back. The dreadful power. Tang Hao believed that even in his prime, he might not be able to withstand it. Thud! Tang Hao suddenly knelt towards the direction of Shrek. "Brother, you won't have sacrificed in vain. One day, I will personally avenge you by killing Qin Xiao. Brother, don't worry, I will take care of Haotian sect for you. Brother, have a safe journey." After saying this, Tang Hao kowtowed 3 times. Chapter 44. Tang Hao's goal. External spirit bone. Look at that person. He seems like a dog. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry back to the academy. I can't wait to see senior sister Iran's external spirit bone. Shut up. Is this something you can casually talk about? Fortunately, there are no spirit masters nearby. At this moment, 2 voices sounded from behind Tang Hao. He turned around and saw 2 young men in academy uniforms walking past him. "Wait." Tang Hao called out to the 2. "What's wrong? Want to stand up for yourself? I advise you not to cause trouble and hurry back to muck out the stables." One of the 2 spoke up. "What were you just saying? External spirit bone?" Ignoring their insults, Tang Hao asked instead, "What external spirit bone? How come I don't know about it?" The expressions of the 2 young men changed, and they immediately realized that this down-and-out man might also be a spirit master. Whoosh! The next moment, the 2 felt a gust of wind approaching, followed by a sharp pain in their stomachs. They could no longer maintain their standing position and lay on the ground like shrimp, continuously convulsing. "I will ask you one last time, where are you from? Who possesses the external spirit bone? If you don't answer, you will only find death." Tang Hao's voice was extremely cold. He was not joking. "We are from the Beast Academy, and the one who possesses the external spirit bone is our senior sister Mangaran. She is also the granddaughter of our dean. If you know what's good for you, don't make things difficult for us. You may not know, but our dean and vice dean have teamed up." However, before they could finish their sentence, they were interrupted by Tang Hao. "I know that the dragon and snake couple can stand up to a Title Douluo. You know." The 2 were stunned. Tang Hao no longer paid attention to them and thought about walking away. Originally, he wanted to go to Stardow Forest to find Tang San, but now he had to make a trip to Beast Academy. External spirit bones, growth-type spirit bones, are absolutely treasures among treasures for spirit masters. They are several times rarer than spirit bones, and even Tang Hao thought they were legendary existences. If it were the past, it would be fine. But now, I am burdened with deep-seated hatred, and I won't miss any opportunity to enhance my strength. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure can bring trouble. Dragon and snake couple, Mengaran, I hope what I have heard is false news. Otherwise, I can only kill to seize the bones. With this thought, Tang Hao set off towards Beast Academy. 3 days later, when night fell, under the leadership of Ning Rongrong, the Shrek Academy group finally arrived at their destination, Tiando Royal Academy. "Rongrong, Are you sure this is Tiando Royal Academy? Fran, for the third time, confirmed. Of course. Ning Rongrong was extremely certain. How much money would it take to set up a school here? Fran was dumbfounded. This place is surrounded by mountains and water. With beautiful scenery. It hardly looks like a school. It's simply a paradise. Ning Rongrong tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment. Director Fran, to be honest, setting up a school here is not something that just having money can accomplish. This is a symbol of royal status. They say a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. I think this place is not as good as Shrek Academy. At this moment, Zhao Wujia crossed his arms disdainfully and said he didn't like places filled with rules and regulations. What arrogance! Do you really think our Tiando Royal Academy can be compared to a doghouse? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Go back to where you came from. Accompanied by the voice, several figures appeared. They were all wearing Tiando Royal Academy uniforms and looked at the Shrek group as if they were a bunch of country bumpkins. Looking at these people, Qin Xiao's eyes flickered. The young man surrounded by the crowd should be Shuebong, right? However, even though he recognized Shuebong, he had no intention of interfering directly, because only if Shuebong gets beaten up could he find Shuexing and Douluo. Moreover, Qin Xiao just happened to want to talk to Douluo additionally. Shuebong's mouth was indeed foul, so he didn't mind if he got beaten up a bit. Hello. We are invited by Tiando Royal Academy. Fran tried to control his voice as he spoke. Are you kidding? What would our academy invite you for? To farm? Haha. Shuebong laughed out loud. Mubai, shut him up. As Fran's voice fell, Dai Mubai stepped forward. It must be said, Dai Mubai was quite skilled. In a matter of moments, several Tiando Royal Academy students were knocked down to the ground. Shuebong spat out a mouthful of blood and threatened. Good. Do you know who I am? However, before the Shrek group could respond, another voice came from within the academy. Teacher, you all have arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Many gazes turned towards the voice, and a young man with extraordinary demeanor walked over from the direction of the academy. It's Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin actually called these people teachers. The students of Tiando Royal Academy were stunned, looking at the Shrek group in shock. Qin Ming frowned and glanced at the students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, then said to Flanders and the others, Teachers, please follow me. The three members of the teaching committee have been waiting for a long time. With that, he led everyone into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. All right, you want to communicate, right? If you can make it happen, I'll write the word snow backwards. Shuebong glared resentfully at the disappearing crowd and also left the academy. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the teaching committee of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, where three elderly men in custom-made robes from the Spirit Hall had been waiting for a while. To have three soul.Douluo greet them was quite sincere. Flanders was taken aback. At this moment, everyone's mood was similar to his, as the dissatisfaction from the unpleasantness at the academy's gate had vanished. Flanders stepped forward, crossing his hands over his shoulders and slightly bending forward. Shrek Academy, Flanders. Greetings, seniors. From the center of the three, the thin dream machine strode forward, pulling down Flanders' hand from his shoulder. Director Flanders has come to guide us. Our academy is honored. I am the head of the teaching committee, Dream Machine. While speaking, Dream Machine pointed to the old fat man on his left, saying, This is our committee's second seat, soul.Douluo by Baoshan. Then he pointed to the elder on his right, saying, This is our committee's third seat, soul.Douluo Jilin. After the introductions, Dream Machine added, Everyone, don't be reserved. Please come in. The interior of the teaching committee was very simple, with only necessary furnishings and a few simple green plants for decoration. After everyone took their seats, they engaged in some small talk. Finally, Dream Machine couldn't help but ask curiously, I heard from Teacher Qin Ming that the students of Shrek Academy are all little monsters. I wonder if we could have a look. Flanders was taken aback. It was fine for others to showcase their abilities, like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qin. But Qin Xiao, you want a Title Douluo to perform for you? Chapter 45. Is it okay, little dog? As soon as Dream Machine said this, among the Shrek group, many shared an expression similar to Flanders. They even instinctively turned to look at Qin Xiao. How could they not understand that Dream Machine wanted to test the students of Shrek? It was fine for others. But would the majesty of the Thunder Emperor really give you this face? They were all looking forward to it. Could it be that this student is the most talented individual among Shrek? Such an action could very well be encouraging this young man to take the initiative to battle. Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Ji Lin looked on with curiosity, also glancing over. They secretly guessed that it was very possible. Don't be afraid. This is just like your Shrek Academy here. Dream Machine immediately waved to Qin Xiao, his eyes and words filled with encouragement. In contrast, Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that Qin Xiao's identity was quite special, and Flanders had not informed the Heaven Do Royal Academy of Qin Xiao's identity. Unexpectedly, Dream Machine had taken the initiative to approach Qin Xiao. Feeling somewhat cared for, Qin Xiao was stunned. He was here to wait for the poisoned Douluo to come, not to let these three old men test him. Immediately, he planned to showcase his strength to make the three retreat. However, at that moment, a familiar system prompt rang. Ding, task issued. Rookie, if you want to become a powerful soul master, you must first have a strong heart. This is particularly important, even if your cultivation is far from Dream Machine's. You must not be afraid. Charge in and impress him. Task requirement. Must withstand Dream Machine's 50th level soul power pressure. Task reward. For every level of soul power pressure endured, the second soul rings age 100. Calculation begins above 50 levels. Exceeding the requirement will yield additional rewards. Remember, act within your means. If I remember correctly, Dream Machine's cultivation is at the 88th level soul Douluo. If he exerts full pressure on me, wouldn't that increase my second soul ring's age by 8,800 years? Exceeding the requirement. I wonder if Jilin and by Baoshan count as exceeding? One is at 83 and the other at 85 levels. If they can also be calculated into the soul ring age, that would be a total of 16,800 years. The last time I refined the soul ring and soul bone of the Titan giant ape had already brought my soul power to the brink of a breakthrough. If the second soul ring were to increase by over 20,000 years, the feedback in soul power would be enough for me to break through and become a 93rd level Title Douluo. Qin Xiao felt that the three tools, Dream Machine by Baoshan and Jilin, were quite valuable. Of course, he had also considered directly showcasing his cultivation level and then having the three of them jointly pressure him. But would they dare to attack him after knowing his cultivation level? At this moment, Flander looked at Qin Xiao, about to say something, but was stopped by Qin Xiao. Dean Flander, it's my honor that Senior Meng is willing to guide me. Can he guide you? What qualifications does he have? Flander was taken aback by the response. However, at this time, Qin Xiao had already stepped forward. Humble and polite, much better than those little brats in our academy. Dream Machine saw Qin Xiao's extraordinary demeanor and didn't hesitate to praise him. Very good, very good. Maintaining this demeanor in front of a soul Douluo is truly rare. Bai Baoshan and Jilin exchanged glances and couldn't help but compliment him as well. In contrast, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the others were somewhat speechless. For a moment, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does a powerful Title Douluo need to fear a soul Douluo? Ning Rongrong, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing frowned and looked at Ning Rongrong. She saw Ning Rongrong clutching her stomach, her little face all scrunched up. She's trying to hold back her laughter. It's nothing. My stomach hurts a bit. Ning Rongrong waved her hand at Zhu Zhuqing. Be careful, Dream Machine whispered, and the air around him suddenly distorted slightly. Immediately, Qin Xiao's expression changed slightly. He clearly sensed a weak soul power falling on him. This soul power pressure seemed to be about level 40. He silently evaluated in his heart. Indeed, it was my oversight. Shrek students at this age should at least have level 40, right? Using only level 40 pressure is indeed lacking. Then I'll use level 50. Dream Machine suddenly realized and immediately used level 50 soul power pressure. The powerful soul power even stirred up a gust of wind in the arena. Even Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others were affected to some extent, retreating several steps. In contrast, Qin Xiao remained unmoved. This kid is even more extraordinary than we imagined. President, add a bit more strength. Let's see where his limit is. At this time, Bai Baoshan and Jilin were also constantly observing Qin Xiao. I think this kid is very likely to withstand level 60 pressure. Dream Machine responded quietly. But you can't be anxious. It has to be gradual. That's right, we mustn't be impatient, nor can we use too much force. It has to be step by step. Bai Baoshan and Jilin secretly advised Dream Machine. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. Dream Machine responded quietly and slowly increased the level of soul power pressure. 51, 52, 53, 54. However, Qin Xiao's expression showed no change at all. Perhaps he's even stronger than I expected. Dream Machine gritted his teeth and suddenly raised the soul power pressure to level 60. Tap tap. In Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and others could no longer hold back and retreated. There's no way. They are normal people and cannot compare to someone with Qin Xiao's abnormal cultivation. Hiss. What level of cultivation does this kid have? Level 60 soul power pressure, and he acts like it's nothing? Bai Baoshan's small eyes widened in shock. For my analysis, This kid is very likely to have an extremely rare mental-type martial soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand such powerful pressure. In contrast to Baishan, Jilin's eyes were filled with a calm light. Logically, a soul king should also be able to withstand this pressure. Baishan was clearly opposed to Jilin's idea. He is still so young. How could he have soul king cultivation? Do you think such figures as the golden generation of the spirit hall can appear everywhere? Rather than believing he has soul king cultivation, I prefer to think he is a soul master with strong mental power and a mental martial soul. Jilin sneered. This. Baishan was speechless. After thinking carefully, he also felt that Jilin was right. After all, geniuses are common. But geniuses like the golden generation of the spirit hall are rare. Although Qin Xiao in front of them was extraordinary, he still believed there was no way to compare with the golden generation of the spirit hall. All right, stop arguing. I just need to increase the pressure. I have a feeling that level 65 should be his limit. After Dream Machine's voice fell, the three no longer communicated. However, a wave of even stronger soul power pressure erupted again. 61, 62. Has it already reached 65? After a moment, Qin Xiao sensed the level of soul power pressure and finally made a move. He frowned and shook his head. However, this action, in Dream Machine's eyes, felt like an invisible slap had hit him hard on the cheek. It was as if he could hear Qin Xiao's voice ringing in his ears. Can you do it? Little dog, although I haven't asked for monthly tickets or rewards, many readers have still generously given me rewards and votes. A scholar is honored by his confidant. I'm very touched. To be honest, after reading many comments, I felt a bit disheartened. Of course, it's not the various insults that dishearten me, but those who come to criticize without even understanding the book. For example, many people didn't even grasp the setting and told me that Title Douluo equals a great soul master. I'm truly speechless. And then there's talk of being a nanny or licking Tang-san. I laughed even more. If they had just read 20 chapters, they wouldn't say such things. Forget it. I won't take up public chapters to explain more. Today, let me just vent a bit. Still, that's saying, if you don't like it, remove it from your bookshelf. I'm not begging anyone to read my book. Chapter 46. The two teaching committee members take action. The cunning bone Douluo. No seems to be a man's nemesis. Regardless of age or status, as long as someone says no, one can't help but want to prove that they can, and that they can do it well. Dream Machine was stimulated by Qin Xiao's actions. He increased the soul power pressure again, instantly raising it to level 70. This increase in speed is a bit slow, huh? Qin Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had originally thought that provoking Dream God Machine would make him gather some energy and raise his momentum to the peak. However, that wasn't very impressive at all. Then, he yawned again. Damn it, I don't believe I can't take you down, you little brat. Seeing this, Dream God Machine was extremely furious and once again increased his soul power pressure. Level 75, level 76, level 77. President, are you sure this won't cause any problems? Baishan secretly transmitted a message to Dream God Machine, asking with some concern. He felt that Dream God Machine was getting a bit carried away. What problem? Look at that kid, isn't he just fine? Who knows what kind of freak he is? Dream God Machine replied irritably. He had made up his mind that no matter the situation today, he must deal with Qin Xiao. Level 80, this time it should work, right? Dream God Machine raised the soul power pressure to level 80 and then fixed his gaze tightly on Qin Xiao. As long as Qin Xiao showed any signs of abnormality, he would immediately back off. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao spoke up. Dream, I'm ready. You can start. Hearing this, Dream Machine was so frustrated that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. On the other hand, the people from Shrek were trying hard to stifle their laughter. The words from His Majesty the Thunder Emperor were quite insulting, especially Zhao Wuji, whose expression became somewhat unnatural. He recalled some not-so-pleasant memories. Back at Shrek Academy, he had regarded Qin Xiao as a nobody rookie, only to end up being humiliated. There was no way around it. They couldn't say they were brainless. It was just that Qin Xiao was truly too young. Even if they racked their brains, they could never have imagined that the teenager Qin Xiao already possessed the cultivation level of a Title Douluo. His achievements were so great that even Tang Hao, who was once known as the youngest Title Douluo on the Douluo Continent, would seem like a joke in front of Qin Xiao. He wasn't even worthy of carrying Qin Xiao's shoes. Level 88. What kind of monster is this kid? Able to withstand the pressure of soul power at level 88? This was already the limit for a president's cultivation. At this moment, Dream Machine continued to increase the pressure, surprising Baishan and Jilin. President could he be? Baishan suddenly thought of a possibility. However, Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jeline. Are you saying this kid is also a powerful figure? A powerful figure who can be compared to us? Don't joke around. Even if this kid started cultivating from the womb, he couldn't reach this level. Then what do you think is going on with this kid? I still maintain my previous opinion. This kid possesses a mental-type martial soul and likely has a head spirit bone that helps him significantly reduce this kind of soul power pressure, Jeline said. This? Bai Baoshan frowned. He felt that Jiline's reasoning was quite valid, and it was likely the truth. However, he still felt that something was off. You two, stop dawdling and come over here with me. Dream Machine transmitted to the two. President, isn't it inappropriate for us old-timers to join forces to test a junior? Bai Baoshan hesitated a bit. Do you think it's a loss of face for me, the president of the education committee, to not be able to handle a kid? Dream Machine retorted impatiently. It seemed that made sense. Bai Baoshan immediately joined Dream Machine to apply pressure on Qin Xiao. Finally, someone has entered the fray. Qin Xiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the addition of Dream God Machine and Bai Baoshan, it was enough to increase the duration of his second soul ring by over 10,000 years. However, even so, he did not feel satisfied. There was still Jilin beside him. He had to let him take the stage. After all, this was an increase of 8,000 years. Moreover, whether Qin Xiao could continue to enhance his soul power to level 93 was crucially dependent on Jilin. He couldn't let them see no hope at all, otherwise people would fall into despair. Qin Xiao decided to give them a glimmer of hope this time. The next moment, a strained expression appeared on his face. There's a chance. Dream God Machine's eyes lit up. Baoshan, your involvement is proving effective. Keep pushing. This kid is about to hit his limit. He secretly transmitted a message to Bai Baoshan, his voice filled with unmistakable excitement. Bai Baoshan responded heavily, increasing the output of soul power pressure. Level 50, 60, 70. Yet, he increasingly felt something was off. Why did this kid always seem to be on the verge of breaking down? On the other side, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Douluo felt something and arrived before the main hall of the sect. Sure enough, soul.Douluo Yujian was slowly descending with Ningfengji. Sovereign, you're back. I missed you both greatly. Douluo said he missed them, but his eyes kept glancing behind the two. Old Bone, stop looking. Rong hasn't returned. As Douluo's close brother, soul.Douluo knew exactly what Douluo was thinking. What? She hasn't returned? It's so dangerous outside. Are you really going to let Rong wander out there alone? Douluo said sternly. Hearing this, soul.Douluo glanced at Ningfengji with a complex expression, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Old Bone, you might be mistaken about me and the Sovereign. It's not that we don't want Rong to come back. It's that Rong refuses to return. In fact, I feel like I, as her sword grandpa, and Ningfengji, her biological father, have become unimportant. All right, Uncle Jian, stop talking. The child has grown up and should have her own ideas. I don't blame her. Ningfengji said, pressing his right hand against his heart. This topic was truly painful. After all, after Shrek was destroyed, he had suggested that Ning Rong return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with him. Ning Rong's answer was simple. One word, no. From Ning Rong's eyes. Ningfengji could see that wherever Qin Xiao went, Ning Rong would follow. At that moment, Ningfengji felt a mix of emotions. He knew that the precious jewel he cherished was likely taken away by someone else. It seems I asked some questions I shouldn't have. Seeing Ningfengji's reaction, Douluo realized something had happened between the little witch and Ningfengji and soul.Douluo. He thought it would be better to wait until Ningfengji's emotional wounds had healed before asking. Old Bone, you're right. Don't dwell on the Sovereign's pain. Hearing this, soul.Douluo chuckled. Actually, I and the sect have also made quite a significant gain this time and brought back an important gift for you. A gift? Douluo was taken aback at first, then said somewhat lackadaisically, that would be better than bringing Rong back to accompany me. Soul.Douluo raised an eyebrow and teased. I sent that a bit shallow, Old Bone. Don't speak so definitively. I believe once you see the gift, you won't say that anymore. He knew that this time Ningfengji had purchased 6 soul bones, and he hadn't refined any of them yet. He was waiting for Douluo to choose the suitable ones first before making a selection. He believed Douluo would be tempted when faced with 6 soul bones that could make up for his deficiencies. You don't believe it, huh? Douluo smiled. I've already reached a state of having no desires or demands in my heart. Even if the Sovereign wanted to give me soul bones, I wouldn't be moved. It would be better for that girl Rong to stay in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and keep me company. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Ningfengji and soul.Douluo no longer spoke. Seeing this, Douluo's heart trembled. Sovereign, You would really have brought back soul bones suitable for me, would you? Actually, I think sometimes it's quite good for Rong to train outside. Chapter 47. Bone Douluo shock old bone. You weren't saying that just now. Sword Douluo lightly glanced at Bone Douluo. Bone Douluo's old face couldn't help but turn red. He suddenly understood the sovereign's good intentions. Is that not acceptable? After saying that, he no longer looked at Sword Douluo, but turned his gaze to Ning Fengji. Sovereign, hurry up and show me your treasures. Ning Fengji shook his head and chuckled. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, let us go inside the hall to talk. In the main hall of the sect, as Ning Fengji placed one exquisite box after another on the table, Bone Douluo's eyes widened. Sovereign, these boxes can't all contain soul bones, can they? Bone Douluo scanned them with his eyes and came to a number. 6 boxes. Congratulations, you got it right. Sword Douluo smiled slightly. Seeing his old friend, whom he had known for many years, so shocked and flustered, made him extremely happy. Hiss, you guys didn't wipe out all the soul beasts in the Douluo forest, did you? Bone Douluo took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. That is not the case. Uncle Bone, you should open the boxes and see the soul bones for yourself. Ning Fengji was amused by Bone Douluo's words. Let us not talk about him and Sword Douluo. Even if the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school was mobilized, they couldn't possibly wipe out all the soul beasts in the Douluo forest. Of course, he also knew that Bone Douluo was joking. Phew, taking a long breath, Bone Douluo reached out and opened the first box. Immediately, he gasped in shock. This is a skull? Such a powerful wave of soul power proves that this skull is at least over 30,000 years old. It's a top-grade item. Even for Bone Douluo, who had seen much, he was taken aback. After all, this was a rare item among soul bones, extremely difficult to find. Old Bone, keep looking. Sword Douluo laughed heartily. If it weren't for you being with the sovereign, would you have the chance to mock me? Bone Douluo snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ning Fengji helplessly shook his head. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were old rivals who enjoyed bickering, and neither would give in to the other. Oh my, I can't be seeing this wrong. This is a torso bone? At that moment, Bone Douluo had opened another box, and his voice trembled involuntarily. This was also a torso bone over 30,000 years old, a top-grade one. He held this soul bone in his hand, reluctant to let go, because his soul bone was exactly the part he was missing. Old Bone, look at you being so unaccomplished. Seeing this, Sword Douluo couldn't help but laugh heartily. The more shocked Bone Douluo was, the happier he became. Let us keep looking. There are still surprises. More surprises? Bone Douluo subconsciously glanced at the remaining boxes and couldn't help but say, you guys better not tell me that the soul bones in these remaining boxes are from different positions. He said this, but deep down, he knew that this was very likely true. Sword Douluo smiled without speaking, just quietly watching him. At this moment, Bone Douluo began to open each box. Left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, right leg bone. More importantly, the lowest age of these soul bones was over 30,000 years. And there were even 2 pieces that seemed to be around 50,000 years. It really is like this. Bone Douluo repeated what he had just said. It really is like this. He was so shocked that he felt a bit numb. Bone Uncle, choose the soul bones you need and refine them. The ages of these soul bones are very high. And Sword Uncle, and I speculate that you are very likely to break through your current realm by refining these soul bones. As for the path after level 96, it's hard to say. At this moment, Ning Fengji's words reached Bone Douluo's ears. On the contrary, Bone Douluo tightly gripped the soul bones in his hands and asked, Sect Master, with such a high configuration of soul bones, even the leaders of Haotian Sect and Blue Electro Tyrant Dragon Sect, as well as the Pope of Spirit Hall, would only have such specifications. Wait. Bone Douluo thought of a possibility and couldn't help but say, you guys didn't kill these big shots and get them from their bodies, did you? Ning Fengji, N. Sword Douluo, dash. Of course not. Ning Fengji shook his head. We haven't gone that crazy yet. Beside him, Sword Douluo also nodded in agreement. I can swear that neither the sect master nor I have done anything so insane. If that's the case, then I can relax. However, before Bone Douluo could wipe the sweat from his forehead, Ning Fengji spoke up quietly. But we saw someone kill Haotian Sect's leader Qin Xiao and obtain this set of soul bones. After that, I spent a lot of money to buy this set of soul bones. Oh, so that's how it is. Bone Douluo said instinctively. But halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was off. Wait, what did you say? This set of soul bones was obtained from Qin Xiao. He immediately widened his eyes, shocked beyond belief. He even dropped the torso bone in his hand, not even noticing it fall to the ground. Who is Qin Xiao? The leader of the world's #1 sect was actually killed? Otherwise, Douluo spread his hands helplessly. You said it yourself. Such precious soul bones can only be possessed by at least the leaders of the top 3 sects or the Pope of Spear Hall. If it didn't come from Qin Xiao, where else could we find soul bones of such high grade for you? Douluo was stunned. Who could be so insane? Hearing this, Douluo's expression was incredibly complicated. It was a boy named Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao the boy? Is that a 5-word name? Douluo frowned and asked. Douluo was speechless. What I mean is the killer Qin Xiao is only 18 years old. A coward, are you kidding me? How could someone who could kill Tang Xiao possibly be a boy? This is impossible, Douluo said as he looked at Ning Fengji, hoping to confirm that Douluo was lying. However, he was disappointed. Ning Fengji also nodded. Uncle, Uncle is not lying to you. The killer is indeed a boy named Qin Xiao. He then slowly recounted the experience after meeting Qin Xiao. He single-handedly defeated a coward. He fought against the Tang brothers, resulting in 1 dead and 1 severely injured. After listening to Ning Fengji's words, Douluo was stunned for quite a while, and finally, he couldn't help but complain, what the hell, a boy? Ugh, a godlike boy. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Baoshan was also using all his strength, and at this moment his soul power pressure had risen to level 85. This was his peak. In contrast, Qin Xiao still looked like he was about to collapse. This left Baoshan and Meng Xinji feeling very frustrated. I beg you, just collapse already. Jilin, what are you still dawdling for? Are you waiting to eat? Baoshan couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Jilin. At this moment, he had to seek help. If they couldn't handle this kid, they might as well not mix in the future. Don't hesitate. Meng Xinji also sent a voice. In fact, he felt very embarrassed inside. Originally, he wanted to select a student to test the waters. He didn't expect to encounter such a freak. Clearly not very old. Yet he couldn't suppress him or Baoshan. Why'd I even bother try to test him? Now look, I've thrown myself in. It was truly a disaster. Meng Xinji regretted it deeply. The current situation was that capturing Qin Xiao would be embarrassing, but not capturing him would be even more embarrassing. Chapter 48. Thoughts on going live suddenly going live was a bit rushed. I was also very rushed, but the website's rules are unavoidable. I hope everyone can support me. Thank you. Chapter 49. Qin Xiao Breakthrough. Flender Teaching Committee. Request for first subscription. Jilin hesitated upon hearing Meng Xinji's call. Is this really okay? He secretly transmitted. It's important whether it's okay or not now. Stop being so fussy. Baoshan urged through voice transmission. All right. Jilin gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and joined Meng Xinji and Baoshan in applying pressure. He knew that no matter what, they would be embarrassed today. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. All 3 had finally arrived, and he could already see the 2,000-year soul rings beckoning to him. Time flew by. A fine layer of sweat had already formed on Jilin's forehead. At this moment, he had pushed his soul power pressure to the limit. Level 83. Beside him, Baoshan and Meng Xinji were in even worse condition. Their faces were pale, and even Meng Xinji's lips had lost their color. Forget it. Let's call it day. Meng Xinji suddenly spoke in a deep voice. At this moment, he had regained his calm. Qin Xiao gave him the feeling of a bottomless cold pool. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't gauge what lay before Qin Xiao. Can you tell me how you did it? What is your martial soul? And what is your true strength level? Dream God Machine craved an answer. They had stumbled, but he also wanted to know where this pit was buried. This is really too much of a pitfall. Hearing the sound, Baoshan and Jilin also stopped and stood aside. Although they said nothing, their eyes were fixed on Qin Xiao, seemingly seeking an answer as well. However, Qin Xiao did not respond to their words, appearing to be lost in thought, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding, congratulations, task completed. Ding, it has been detected that the host withstood the combined pressure of Dream God Machine, level 88, Baoshan, level 85, and Jilin, level 83, exceeding the task requirements. Ding, task rewards have been issued, and the duration of the second soul ring has increased, 25, 600 years. As the mechanical voice of the system faded from Qin Xiao's mind, he felt a mysterious power being infused into his body. A portion of this power merged with his original soul power. It was like a lit fuse, instantly causing his soul power to boil over. The next moment, he felt his soul power erupting like a volcano. Crackle. Qin Xiao heard a crisp sound coming from his body, as if breaking through some kind of restraint, and then he felt a wave of lightness wash over him. He had broken through. He had finally reached the 93rd level. At this moment, Qin Xiao finally understood what had happened. This was the breakthrough he had longed for. It was truly not easy. Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. If it were someone like Poison Daw, a Title Douluo, after fusing with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Their cultivation would at least increase by 2 levels. But Qin Xiao couldn't do that. To put it simply, if we compare a person's body to a container, the average Title Douluo's body is like a bucket, while Qin Xiao's body is like a water tank. In battle, his soul power is several times that of opponents at the same level. However, the difficulty of breaking through is also several times greater than that of others. After all, can the difference between filling a bucket and a water tank be the same? Fortunately, Qin Xiao has the advantage of being struck by lightning, which allows him to refine thunder for his own use, making his cultivation speed unparalleled. If he were to cultivate normally, Qin Xiao seriously doubts whether he could even break through to become a great soul master at this point. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Qin Xiao, sweeping out in all directions. Hut, hut, hut. Whether it was the Shrek group or the 3 teaching committee members from the Tian Royal Academy, they couldn't help but step back. It was too strong. This aura was really too strong. What level of cultivation is this kid at? Could it be that he is a Title Douluo? By Baoshan and Jilin said in shock. As if to confirm his guess, 9 soul rings flashed under Qin Xiao's feet. Red, black, purple, purple, black, 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 black. What kind of divine ratio is this? The 3 teaching committee members were almost wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this something a human can possess? The soul rings of the Title Douluo have become even stronger compared to Qin Xiao's increase in cultivation. What shocked the Shrek group was Qin Xiao's soul rings. Why did the second soul ring turn black? What exactly has he gone through? Although it was hard to accept, this was the reality. Dream Machine bitterly said. So it turns out that the one we have been trying to suppress is actually a Title Douluo powerhouse. This is simply absurd. Now the truth is out. Now he understands why Qin Xiao looked down on their soul power pressure. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. President, are we a bit too unaware of our own limitations? But I feel like we can't really blame ourselves, right? If this Title Douluo had revealed his title and strength earlier, even if I had several more guts, I wouldn't have dared to exert soul power pressure on him. Bai Baoshan said weakly. It was truly unexpected. He had considered many possibilities, but never thought he was a Title Douluo level powerhouse. Jilin was also taken aback. It wasn't that he couldn't think of it, but that he didn't dare to think about it. Qin Xiao thanked the 3 teaching committee members for their assistance. At this moment, he had already stepped out of the breakthrough state he had just experienced. Seeing the stunned expressions on Dream Machine by Baoshan and Jilin, he smiled slightly. We helped you? What did we help you with? The 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Your Excellency, you overestimate us. It was us 3 who were unaware of our own limitations and offended you. Dream Machine, as the president of the committee, was quick to adapt. He shook his head repeatedly, not daring to claim credit. In fact, he had already apologized for the previous offense. Ha! Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. He knew that no matter what he said, Dream God Machine would only become more anxious. Then he looked at Flander. Dean, you should continue discussing with President Dream about joining the Tian Royal Academy. All right. Flander stepped out from the crowd and walked forward. Qin Xiao returned to his previous seat, closed his eyes to rest, and consolidated the realm he had just broken through. The golden crow set in the west. After discussions among Dream Divine Machine and the other 3 committee members, they finally proposed generous conditions. Dean Flander, as long as you join the Tian Royal Academy, the faculty and students of Shrek will retain their original structure, and we will not interfere with your teaching and training. In terms of benefits, the expenses of Shrek's students within the academy will be covered by the academy. All teachers will receive Tiendo level treatment with a salary of 3,000 gold soul coins. And I can also apply for special education subsidies for Shrek's teachers. As for the treatment of His Excellency Qin Xiao, I can only report to His Majesty for his decision. Dream Divine Machine said, glancing at Qin Xiao instinctively, but quickly withdrew his gaze like a frightened rabbit. He then looked at Flander, full of inquiry, and asked, Dean Flander, how do you find these conditions? If there is anything you are dissatisfied with, feel free to say so. We can negotiate further. By the way, in addition to these conditions, we also invite you to join the committee and become the 4th committee member of the Tiendo Royal Academy. It seemed he was afraid that Flander would disagree. So Dream Divine Machine offered heavy conditions. Today was my first day back to work after the 11-day holiday, and I was suddenly notified about the launch without any preparation. For now, I will update normally today. Starting tomorrow, I will continue for 3 days, adding an extra chapter each day as a reward for the launch. The conditions are limited, so I hope for your understanding. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 50. The innocent poison Douluo, I am also quite helpless. Dean, aren't these conditions a bit too generous? Zhao Wujia leaned closer to Flander and whispered. After that, Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and Xiao Xian also showed satisfied expressions. However, Flander quietly glanced at Qin Xiao. He saw that the latter was looking at his nose and focusing on his heart, not knowing what he was thinking. Normally, it would be reasonable to grant us the qualification for Tindo-level teachers, but the additional special subsidies and the promise of a committee position were all because of his excellency. Flander understood this clearly. What should we do now? Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Since his excellency hasn't spoken, it means we should decide for ourselves. I choose to agree. The conditions offered by the Tindo Royal Academy were better than expected, and Flander truly had no reason to refuse. However, just then, a voice came from outside the committee room. President Meng, our Tindo Royal Academy is not a shelter. Not just anyone can enter. As the voice fell, 3 people walked in. The one in the middle was an elderly man, dressed in luxurious clothes, slightly plump, but with a dignified appearance. However, at this moment, his brow was tightly furrowed, giving off an imposing aura. Even when facing Dream Divine Machine by Bao Shan and Ji Lin, he maintained a condescending attitude. Beside the elderly man was a young man. It was him, Flander, Zhao Wujia, and the others instantly recognized him as one of the individuals who had blocked their path at the academy entrance. But what attracted everyone's attention the most was the last person among the 3. It was a thin old man in a green robe. His dark green pupils swept over everyone, sending chills down their spines and making them feel as if they were being targeted by a venomous snake. What terrifying cultivation. He must at least be a soul.Douluo, Zhao Wujia thought. In fact, Dream Divine Machine and the others also felt a wave of tension. Such a formidable level of cultivation. Could he be the legendary poison Douluo? It was rumored that there was such a revered figure in the prince's residence. The only titled Douluo in the Tindo Empire. It seemed that today's matter might not go smoothly. Glancing at the still bruised Shuebong, Dream Divine Machine felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Your Highness, before your arrival, you must have received some news and have some misunderstandings about Shrek Academy, right? Dream Divine Machine said, pointing at the Shrek crowd. They are not teachers in an academy without strength. Teacher Qin Ming graduated from Shrek Academy. If they join our Tindo Royal Academy, it will certainly boost our academies and even the Empire's strength significantly. Of course, he did not elaborate that it was the Shrek crowd who would boost the Tindo Royal Academy's strength, and it was Qin Xiao who would boost the Tindo Empire's strength. This was actually normal. Dream Divine Machine by Bao Shan and Ji Lin were all supporters of Prince Xue Qinghe. When such a new title Douluo appeared in the Empire, he would naturally report to the Crown Prince, trying to win him over. If the Crown Prince also had such a titled Douluo supporting him, he would have the strength to confront Prince Xue Qinghe directly. Oh, Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Dream Divine Machine to hold Shrek Academy in such high regard. The more you value them, the less I can keep them. Otherwise, wouldn't it increase the Crown Prince's strength? He made up his mind, realizing he had been reckless. However, President Ming, what I want to say is that to join our Tindo Royal Academy, not only strength is important, but character is also crucial. As a prince, even if Shuebong had a slightly unruly character, he could not just be taught a lesson by anyone. Shuebong being slapped in the face would be a humiliation to the Empire, and they had to give an explanation for this matter. Xue Qinghe said with a gloomy face. Explanation? Dream Divine Machine was taken aback, completely not expecting Xue Qinghe to cling to Shuebong's incident. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to create trouble. Everyone, I am truly sorry. Prince Xue Qinghe has been appointed by His Majesty to manage some affairs of the Tindo Royal Academy. I will communicate with him first. He intended to calm Flander and the others down. However, he should have kept quiet. Once he explained, it led to even greater backlash. What? This guy is the head of the Tindo Royal Academy? Isn't that the end? Even if we stay, won't we often face petty grievances? How much hardship will that bring? Zhao Wujia immediately became furious, shouting loudly. He is like this, not tolerating any dissent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many enemies. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Flander, Li Yusong, and the others had gloomy expressions. Zhao Wujia's words were crude, but reasonable. No one was foolish. They could all see that Prince Xue Qinghe was deliberately targeting them. Impudence. Is the prince someone you can provoke? Shuebong's face immediately changed, and he said sharply, Uncle Wang, see? I told you I was right. These people are just a bunch of uncivilized peasants. I can hear what they say. I don't need your reminders. Xue Qinghe looked at Shuebong with annoyance. Sigh, this attitude is really not a bit better than Xue Qinghe's. He felt disappointed in his heart, but could not teach Shuebeng a lesson in front of so many people. Mr. Douluo, please take action. He slightly turned to the elderly man in green beside him. It's just a small matter. Douluo nodded slightly and walked up to Prince Xiuesheng. He glanced around and roughly assessed the strength of the Shrek people. The several mature-looking teachers likely didn't even have the strength of a soul.Douluo. As for the students, was it necessary for him to concern himself with their strength? In the next moment, he summoned his soul power, and 9 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. A Title Douluo powerhouse. He was indeed the poison Douluo Douluo. Now, the Dream God machine confirmed it. A Title Douluo powerhouse. Zhao Wujia, Flender, and the others also focused their gazes. They had thought the old man in green was extraordinary, but they never expected him to be this extraordinary. If it weren't for the fact that they had recently encountered enough Title Douluos, their current demeanor would be even more dreadful. Enough. Suddenly, a very abrupt voice broke the tense atmosphere in the venue. Qin Xiao stood up and walked forward step by step. He originally wanted to see if the situation would change, but it seems to be heading down the old path again. Who are you? You think saying enough is enough? Shuebeng shouted, dissatisfied, as he had not yet seen those who bullied him kneeling and begging for mercy. How could he be satisfied? Do you have a say here? Qin Xiao coldly glanced at Avalanche, his eyes flashing with electric light. An invisible force heavily struck Avalanche. Avalanche let out a miserable scream and was sent flying. Even Snowstar could hear the cracking sounds of bones breaking from Avalanche's body. What's going on? Snowstar was stunned, looking blankly at Douluo. Mr. Douluo, why aren't you helping to stop him? In contrast, Douluo also looked confused and innocently said, Your Highness, you misunderstand me. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. Then he looked at Qin Xiao, wondering who this kid was so formidable. That's it for today. Extra updates starting tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 51. The Avalanche Prince Enduring Humiliation. How could this be? A Title Douluo couldn't stop that kid's attack? After hearing Douluo's words, the heart of Prince Snowstar was stirred with waves of shock. What kind of power must this young man possess? But just at that moment, he got his answer, as Qin Xiao did not hide his strength. 1, 2, 3. Prince Snowstar instinctively reached out his hand to count the soul rings. As a result, he was shocked. 9 rings. He is actually a Title Douluo? His voice suddenly rose several pitches, and his soul ring configuration also. At this point, Prince Snowstar didn't know what else to say. Douluo, however, added with a hint of gloom. Quite terrifying, I senti it. Although he was responding to Prince Snowstar's words, his gaze never left Qin Xiao. From this young man, he felt an astonishing pressure. 100,000-year soul ring. Truly unreasonable. This person's strength is at least above mine. Douluo's heart also stirred with waves of shock. He felt as if facing a great enemy, fully alert. Seeing is believing. The poison Douluo was indeed arrogant and domineering. Qin Xiao faced Douluo with a relaxed and carefree expression. There was no way around it. His battle power was evident, and it would be difficult for him to lose against poison Douluo. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose here? Douluo asked coldly. I am Qin Xiao, he replied. Qin Xiao smiled. I came here just to wait for you. Wait for me? Poison Douluo was taken aback, completely not expecting Qin Xiao to give such an answer. Let's go, we'll talk outside. Qin Xiao spoke as he put away his soul ring and walked towards the exit of the education committee. Douluo frowned, hesitation flashing in his eyes as he followed suit. Mr. Douluo? Prince Xiuesheng called softly, looking at Douluo with a reluctant gaze, as if saying, Don't leave, I can't bear this alone. Indeed, Douluo was leaving, and he had no idea how to handle the mess in front of him. However, Douluo did not pay him much mind. Your Highness, take care. In fact, he felt quite helpless himself. I've already stepped in to shield you. What more do you want? What the pradikamin? Prince Xiuesheng watched Douluo's gradually receding figure, feeling utterly disordered in his heart. Your Highness, what do you think? After a moment, Dream Machine asked softly, What do I think? What do you want me to see? See how I can't get off the stage? Prince Xiuesheng's mentality crumbled. He had intended to make a scene at the Tiando Royal Academy, but no one had informed him that there was a Title Douluo in Shrek Academy. Dream President, you have really caused me a lot of trouble. Prince Xiuesheng realized that there was no way to force a conclusion today, so he had to play the pity card. With such a powerful figure in Shrek Academy, why didn't you inform me? After all, he had clashed with the crown. He complained to Dream Machine. That crown is low-key. Besides, you didn't give me much of a chance to speak. And you see how we handle the next situation. Dream Machine waved his hands repeatedly, clearly indicating that he did not want to take the blame. At the same time, He was glad that if it weren't for the presence of a powerhouse like Qin Xiao and Shrek Academy to suppress the poison Douluo, things could have escalated in unpredictable ways. However, he estimated that most likely the teachers and students from Shrek Academy would leave feeling wrong. After hearing Dream Machine's words, Prince Xuesheng felt like he had a headache. What kind of situation is this? He had originally thought that the people from Shrek were just a bunch of ants, and he could crush them easily. But who would have thought that such a huge change would occur with Qin Xiao? Cough, cough. Prince Xuesheng cleared his throat twice before cupping his hands towards Flander and the others. Everyone, I was just overly concerned for my nephew, and spoke a bit offensively. Please forgive me. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. I, a dignified prince, have already bent down to apologize to you. That should be enough, right? He thought that the people from Shrek should at least give him some face. However, to his surprise, everyone remained silent at first. And it was Flander who spoke up first. Your Highness, as a prince of the Empire, what wrong have you done? We cannot bear your apology. Huh? Prince Xuesheng's face stiffened. Flander's words felt like an invisible slap that hit him hard across the face. In simple terms, the more arrogant he had been moments ago, the more painful this slap felt. Huh? They still have a Title Douluo behind them. For that Qin Xiao's sake, I'll endure this. Prince Xuesheng laughed. Director Flander, right? You indeed have good guts to joke with this king. Everyone. This thickness of skin is truly unmatched. At that moment, Prince Xuesheng spoke again. As long as you are willing to stay, the treatment proposed by President Dream earlier remains unchanged. My royal palace is also willing to offer 100,000 gold soul coins as subsidies for the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. What do you think, Director Flander? Prince Xuesheng felt that he had shown enough sincerity. 100,000 gold soul coins. These down-and-out soul masters dressed in rags should have no reason to refuse, right? Prince Xuesheng could see that Shrek's situation was not good, even quite poor. He believed that as long as he offered enough incentives, the people from Shrek would surely be tempted. If they weren't tempted, he would just offer more money. Uncle Wong, what are you doing? However, at that moment, the sound of an avalanche rang out. Everyone turned to look behind Prince Xuesheng, where Xuebeng was unsteadily getting up. However, at this moment, Xuebeng looked miserable, with blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Although Qin Xiao had only used pressure against him, it had inflicted significant internal injuries, causing him to faint instantly. He was only now waking up. The more tragic part was that due to Qin Xiao's stunning appearance, everyone had forgotten about this unfortunate child. Xuebeng, step down. You have no place to speak here now. Prince Xuesheng coldly shouted without looking back. Uncle Wong, what's wrong with you? Xuebeng was taken aback, not understanding why his uncle had suddenly turned 180 degrees in his attitude after he fainted for a moment. Top, top, top. He hurried forward, reaching Prince Xuesheng's side, grabbing his sleeve and pleading, Uncle Wong, look at me, see how miserable I am. These unruly commoners have no regard for the law, disrespecting royal authority and seriously injuring the prince. I believe these people should not only be barred from joining the Tiando Royal Academy, but should also face heavy punishment. As he spoke, he glared aggressively at Flander and the others. Damn it, Director, if you stop me, it looks like I, Zhao, will have to bear a life on my shoulders today. Zhao Wujie couldn't hold back anymore and was about to charge forward. He was the type who enjoyed being threatened, especially when the person threatening him was far weaker than he was. That was even more intolerable. Flander raised a hand, blocking Zhao Wujie behind him, and asked with a smile, I wonder how your highness plans to deal with us? Chapter 52. Douluo, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, right? Ha ha. Now you know fear, right? Not so arrogant anymore, right? Hearing Flander's words, Xuebeng laughed. At the same time, he released his grip on Prince Xuesheng's sleeve, his gaze sweeping over Flander and the others as he said in a deep voice, Men are slaves, women are maids, and as for the person who just attacked me. Mentioning Qin Xiao, the hatred in Xuebeng's eyes intensified. Not torturing him 1,000 times is not enough to quell the hatred in my heart, he said softly. After listening to Xuebeng's words, everyone was rendered silent. Could this be considered the fearless ignorance of a fool? At the same time, they were curious about how one would go about torturing a Title Douluo 1,000 times. Hiss, you dare say anything? You want to torture a Title Douluo 1,000 times? If you're that amazing, why don't you ascend to heaven? Don't even talk about you. Even your father wouldn't dare say such things. Prince Xuesheng was furious and could no longer hold back. He raised his foot and kicked Xuebeng hard. In contrast, Xuebeng felt as if he were flying through the clouds and was sent flying out of the education committee. Keep an eye on him for me. After considering, Prince Xuesheng felt it was still unstable and shouted to the guards outside, seal his mouth too. From now on, I don't want to hear any sound from him. Yes. Outside the education committee, the guards waiting for Prince Xiao responded in a deep voice. Uncle Wang, why is this happening? Woo. At first, everyone could hear the screams of the avalanche, but soon his voice was cut off. A useless person who accomplishes nothing and only causes trouble. Prince Xiao felt that the avalanche was a failure. Once he made him act like a dandy, now he was even more of a dandy than the real ones. Immediately, he looked apologetically at Flander, the dean. Your Highness, we have discussed it carefully. We're just a group of rustic villagers, not suited for the spotlight. A pastoral life is more appropriate for us. Flander said, then clasped his fists towards Dream God Machine. Thank you for your warm hospitality. 3 members of the education committee, goodbye. After speaking, he left without looking back. Zhao Wuji and the others followed closely behind. The Tiando Royal Academy was vast, and Qin Xiao easily found an empty place. Douluo Bo followed closely behind. My lord, there is no one around. You can speak freely. Douluo Bo frowned, actually very curious about what Qin Xiao meant. Now he vaguely believed that Qin Xiao had come prepared. To be frank, I want to make a deal with you. Qin Xiao didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly to Douluo Bo. Although he wasn't a paragon of virtue, he still had his principles and wouldn't resort to robbery or theft. Moreover, anyone who has read the original work knows that there is a dual pot in the Sunset Forest, but the Sunset Forest is so vast. Where do you go to find this dual pot? Look for me to make a deal? Douluo Bo frowned. He had to admit that Qin Xiao's words surprised him greatly. What do you want to obtain and what can I obtain? Although he didn't want to engage in any transaction with Qin Xiao, he was very curious about Qin Xiao's true intentions. Qin Xiao said, I can help you solve the problem of the green-scaled snake venom in your body. What? How does he know my secret? Douluo Bo was startled at first upon hearing this. Then a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. You don't understand? Qin Xiao smiled and said, then let me ask you. Every time it rains on a gloomy day, do you feel an itchy sensation on your sides? And around midnight, at about 3 in the morning, do you feel a sharp, needle-like pain on the top of your head and the soles of your feet, with your whole body cramping? How do you know? Douluo Bo could no longer contain his astonishment and blurted out. He couldn't imagine how this young man, whom he had only met once, knew him so well. But after the shock, the killing intent in his heart deepened. He could not allow his secrets to be grasped by an unrelated person. It was a lethal threat. I advise you to think about whether you have the ability to pose a threat to me when you decide to make a move against me. Qin Xiao took in Douluo Bo's expression, unafraid, and turned to gaze at the distant sea of trees. The Tiando Royal Academy is indeed a good place. However, compared to Qin Xiao, who was watching the forest from afar, Douluo Bo felt quite restless inside, or rather, he was constantly struggling. One voice kept saying, kill him. As long as you kill him, no one will know your secret. Another voice, however, said, don't act impulsively. You can't possibly be his match. And what if what he said is true? Besides, even if you do make a move, you won't be able to defeat him. But can Qin Xiao really be trusted? Douluo Bo felt somewhat uncertain. Douluo Bo, my time is limited. You don't have much time to consider. Qin Xiao felt that he should put some pressure on Douluo Bo. In fact, he was determined to obtain the rare celestial herbs found in the Eye of Ice and Fire. First, Qin Xiao believed that the celestial herbs could enhance his cultivation. Second, since he had already made enemies with Tang Hao and Tang San, he could not leave them resources to strengthen themselves. First, he needed to get the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the next target was the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire, the Hanhai Qianquan. Oh right, Qin Xiao felt it was time to deliver a heavy blow to Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, would you? Yin Yin? Douluo Bo immediately felt a moment of confusion. Instinctively, the image of Douluo's charming smile appeared in his mind. Yes, Yin Yin is still so young, and there are many days ahead. I absolutely cannot let her follow my old path. The softest part of Douluo Bo's heart was touched, and he was no longer so resistant to Qin Xiao. If you can cure me, what do I need to give in return? Douluo Bo asked Qin Xiao. Douluo Bo, congratulations on making a wise choice. Qin Xiao slowly turned around and said, a straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. I've heard that you have a separate estate where there are many precious spiritual herbs. How do you know that? Douluo Bo was immediately taken aback. So, you want the spiritual herbs from my estate? He knew those herbs were his lifeline. The mere thought of giving them to Qin Xiao made his heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. Haha, you misunderstood. After hearing Douluo Bo's words, Qin Xiao shook his head with a smile. Phew, that's a relief. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, He couldn't be happy for more than 2 seconds. Qin Xiao's next words nearly dropped his jaw in shock. To be honest, I think your Biafu is pretty good. Douluo was stunned. What the hell? You actually want my Biafu? Isn't that asking for my life? Douluo, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, right? There's one more chapter, but it will be late. Everyone can go to bed early and read it tomorrow. Chapter 53. Mad Tang Hao. 3 chapters. The mountain wind blew in gusts. A chill rose in Douluo's heart. After a long silence, he spoke with a hoarse voice. All right, I agree. I knew you would make the wise choice. Qin Xiao revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. In fact, you don't need to be too sad. Once your poison is cured, what do you still need the medicine garden for? Upon hearing this, Douluo was taken aback. There was some truth to this. However, while the elixirs may no longer be useful, I still need the poison. Douluo said again. Qin Xiao said, how about this? You can also choose what you need to take away or cultivate it in my separate residence. Really? Douluo was overjoyed. Of course it's true. Qin Xiao nodded. As long as you're willing to pay, these are not problems. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Douluo almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This kid, he doesn't do anything related to others at all. This is the Beast Academy. Although there are no Title Douluo level powerhouses in the academy. The president and vice president couple are famous as the legendary dragon and serpent couple on the Douluo Continent. Together, they are enough to rival a Title Douluo. This has made the Beast Academy somewhat famous on the Douluo Continent. Old man, how's the soul bone refining going? In the president's office, the serpent lady asked Long Gong with concern. With my assistance using soul power pressure, today's fusion should be almost complete. I left her in a secret place outside the academy. Even if others have the desire to covet it, they can only miss. Long Gong said, the sooner, the better. The serpent lady breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression complex, as she said, it's all my fault for not taking good care of Iran. Before she fully mastered the external soul bone, I let her spar with other academies, inadvertently exposing the soul bone. Although the news has been sealed, some students still leaked it out privately. Old lady, don't blame yourself. Didn't you do it for Iran's good? You wanted her to accelerate the fusion of the external soul bone through practice, right? Long Gong comforted. Besides, our Beast Academy is not a small academy with just a few students. Together, there are hundreds of us. How can we expect everyone to keep quiet? Moreover, how many people are foolish enough to dare to come to our Beast Academy to snatch the soul bone? Old lady, don't be too nervous. Once Iran fully fuses with the soul bone today, she will be safe. After all, external soul bones are different from other soul bones. Once fused, they won't drop even if one dies. I also think it will be fine, the serpent lady said, reaching out to grasp Long Gong's hand. However, at that moment, Long Gong's expression suddenly changed. Old man, what's wrong? The serpent lady's heart tightened, unable to help but ask. Someone really has come, Long Gong said solemnly. The Beast Academy is not a place you can barge into. At the same time, outside the academy gate, 2 students blocked a strange person cloaked in black. Even the holy knights guarding the martial soul city wouldn't dare to speak. After hearing what the student at the door said, Tang Hao coldly sneered, his voice somewhat hoarse, but more filled with disdain. He came from Meng Iran's soul bone and knew that it was impossible to achieve his goal through peaceful means. So he was completely unconcerned. Bang! He kicked one student away, then grabbed another student by the neck and lifted him up. Where is Meng Iran? He asked in a low voice. Iran, Senior Iran. I haven't seen her in the academy for several days. The young student's face was filled with panic, and he was also struggling. But this was destined to be futile. A great soul master, if he could escape from Tang Hao's hands, then Tang Hao wouldn't need to live anymore. A dignified, Title Douluo level powerhouse actually shamelessly attacked a great soul master. Old lady, I've gained some knowledge. Suddenly, a faint mocking voice came from a distance. Tang Hao looked over, and 2 old figures appeared in the distance. Long Gong, serpent lady? Tang Hao's voice was still hoarse. Do you know me? I don't know. Long Gong shook his head. At this moment, Tang Hao's face was completely covered by the black cloak. How could he possibly recognize him? But in the soul master world, who doesn't know that the Beast Academy was founded by us? The serpent lady said coldly. Haha, I actually overlooked that. Tang Hao said, casually tossing the Beast Academy student aside. Today, I have only one purpose. Meng Iran. He fixed his gaze firmly on Long Gong and the serpent lady. At the same time, an oppressive aura erupted from his body. Very strong, stronger than the average Title Douluo. Long Gong and the serpent lady's expressions changed simultaneously. In the next moment, they both summoned their martial spirits and soul rings to resist the pressure from Tang Hao. I'll say it again, I only want Mangaran. Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Sir, you are too late. Iran has already refined the soul bone. Even if she appears, you won't be able to take it off her. The serpent lady couldn't help but say. The power Tang Hao displayed forced her and Long Gong to take him seriously. Haha, do you think I'm a child to be toyed with? Tang Hao laughed in anger. If she really refined the external soul bone, why hasn't she come out to see me? If you have any sense, quickly hand over Mangaran, or don't blame me for being rude. Have you thought this through? To fight with our Beast Academy for an external soul bone? Long Gong said solemnly. The value of the external soul bone, in my opinion, has surpassed that of 100,000-year soul bone. Do you think it's worth it to go to war with your little Beast Academy? Tang Hao said blandly. He was not lying. He was already fully equipped with soul bones, and even if he was given another 100,000-year soul bone, he couldn't refine it anymore. But external soul bones were different. They didn't occupy his current soul bone slots. It seems today cannot end peacefully. Long Gong said solemnly, Old lady, prepare the martial spirit fusion technique. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Tang Hao shook his head slightly, and the next moment, the Haotian hammer appeared in his hand. This is Long Gong, and the serpent lady's pupils suddenly contracted, thinking of a name. That's right, my martial spirit is indeed the Haotian hammer. At this point, there was no need to hide it anymore, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Ha! The dignified Title Douluo of the Haotian sect actually engages in the act of killing and seizing soul bones. Aren't you afraid of the world's ridicule? Long Gong suddenly laughed. Of course I'm afraid. The Haotian sect indeed cannot afford to lose face. To everyone's surprise, Tang Hao did not deny it, but instead nodded. Then he coldly said, So today, everyone who has seen the Haotian hammer, everyone who has seen me make a move, must die. At this declaration, the entire scene fell silent. They were all stunned. Has this Title Douluo from the Haotian sect gone mad? Chapter 3 is presented. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 54. The Fall of the Legendary Dragon and Serpent. Students run. Long Gong shouted loudly. At the same time, he and the serpent lady charged towards Tang Hao. Wanting to escape now is already too late. Tang Hao let out a cold snort, standing his ground. However, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping outwards like a tsunami in all directions. In an instant, screams rose one after another. In the square, several students who could not withstand the pressure of Tang Hao's soul power fell to the ground, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, their lives unknown. For a time, only Long Gong and Sheepa remained in the square. You demon, how dare you attack these children? Long Gong's eyes nearly spewed fire as he swung his dragon-headed staff down fiercely. Children? When they saw me display my martial soul in my eyes, they had only one identity, enemies. Tang Hao scoffed disdainfully, sweeping the Haotian hammer, sending Long Gong flying like a sandbag. Too weak. Not even a Title Douluo is qualified to attack me. Fortunately, Sheepa was quick to react and caught him. Do you still have the dignity and bottom line of a Title Douluo? Sheepa reprimanded coldly. Dignity? Bottom line? Tang Hao thought carefully. He had already discarded these things when he fled like a stray dog. I said before, if you hand over Mangaran, there wouldn't be so many issues. Tang Hao slowly shook his head, implying that the situation had become this way, and it was entirely not his fault. If someone came to your doorstep to kill your son or daughter and seize their soul bone, what would you do? Sheepa asked coldly. Would you hand over your son or daughter to be killed for their bones? I wouldn't. Tang Hao shook his head. No one dares to come to the Haotian sect to cause trouble. Ha ha ha, a domineering Haotian sect. Then I curse that one day your descendants will also be killed and have their soul bones taken. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Sheepa couldn't help but laugh. I initially wanted you to live a little longer, but now go die. Tang Hao's expression turned cold as he leaped up, the Haotian hammer smashing down towards Sheepa like a shooting star. Old woman, martial soul fusion skill. Long Gong shouted, and Sheepa quickly cooperated. The next moment, a giant dragon with golden scales crashed heavily into Tang Hao. Haotian 9 absolutes break. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not hold back and immediately used the ultimate skill of the Haotian sect. Boom! The golden dragon collided heavily with the Haotian hammer, producing a sound like thunder in the air. However, the two only held their ground for a moment before the golden dragon dispersed. Plop! Plop! 2 figures fell to the ground. It was Long Gong and Sheepa. At this moment, both of them had bloodstains on their chests, looking extremely disheveled. Clearly, they had suffered significant injuries. Top! 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 Tang Hao stepped on the stone slab, approaching step by step. He reached Sheepa's side, the Haotian hammer pointing diagonally at her. If both of you were titled Douluos using the martial soul fusion skill, I would have to retreat. But now, at most, you're only comparable to an ordinary Title Douluo, easily defeated. At this moment, Tang Hao's hood had fallen off, revealing a nearly twisted face. You are Tang Hao? You are the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Even after many years, even with Tang Hao's twisted face, Long Gong still recognized him. Shock appeared in his eyes. His voice filled with disbelief. Tang Hao ignored Long Gong's astonishment and coldly looked at Shi Pe, saying, "Where is Meng Yuran? If you don't say, you will die." I said it would also be death, right? Shi Pe suddenly laughed. "However, if you say it, I will give you a quick death. If you don't say it, I will make you wish you were dead." Tang Hao replied coldly. "Haha, my life is mine, not yours." Shi Pe laughed heartily. Suddenly, she looked at Long Gong. Her eyes first filled with reluctance, then filled with determination. "Old man, I'll go ahead. Remember to find me early in the next life. Don't leave me alone for too long. You know I fear loneliness." You. Tang Hao saw this and was filled with a bad premonition. However, he was given no more time to think as a series of cracking sounds suddenly came from Shi Pe. She actually shattered her own meridians with her soul power. Then, her head tilted and she fell straight to the ground. However, her eyes gazed longingly at Long Gong, not far away, unable to close. Old woman. Watching Shi Pe fall before him, Long Gong's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife, filled with grief and rage, his face filled with despair. Why bother? Tang Hao sighed slightly. If you had handed over Meng Yuran earlier, why would there be such a separation? Tang Hao's meaning was simple. All of this was self-inflicted. Tang Hao, even if all of us from the Beast Academy are dead, don't think you can obtain the external soul bone. Yuran will definitely take revenge for us in the future. Blood tears flowed from Long Gong's eyes. It was unimaginable what kind of despair his heart must be experiencing. At the same time, an aura far surpassing before erupted from Long Gong. Tang Hao even saw cracks appearing on Long Gong's skin, resembling porcelain. Self-explosion. Tang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing that it was bad. However, it was already too late. Boom. A powerful wave of soul power erupted, and Tang Hao was thrown away. Dust rolled and spread throughout the scene. What happened? Such a strong wave of soul power. The students of the Beast Academy were all shocked, one by one coming to the scene, trying hard to see what was happening at the center of the playground. After a long time, they saw clearly. A somewhat disheveled figure was walking out with a staggered gait. A huge black hammer was dragged along the ground. Run! He killed the deputy dean and many students. Some people, still in the dust, saw the lifeless Shi Pe and the dozens of students who had fallen and couldn't help but scream in terror. Run? Since you've all seen me, none of you will escape. Tang Hao scanned the panicked and terrified faces with his crimson eyes, excitedly licking his lips. Kill! He charged into the flock like a tiger, unleashing a bloody massacre. Qin Xiao, ahead is my territory. Keep close to me. This place is filled with poisonous mist and illusions. Even Title Douluos would find it troublesome. The poisoned Douluo reminded Qin Xiao behind him. In contrast, Qin Xiao smiled. Douluo, you're mistaken. This isn't your territory. It's my territory. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a wave of frustration. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao had already passed him, heading towards the poison formation. Crackle. Suddenly, electric lights flashed around Qin Xiao, and the toxins hadn't even approached him before dissipating. This works? Douluo was stunned. The power of thunder is fierce and righteous, the nemesis of all poisonous substances in the world. Qin Xiao turned to Douluo with a smile and said, "All right, you can go back after sending me here. Just bring your granddaughter over tomorrow noon, and I will help you with the detoxification." You actually let me go? Douluo frowned. Is it hard to get used to? Qin Xiao asked. Douluo's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll get used to it slowly." After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand at Douluo, then walked into the poison formation. Watching Qin Xiao's figure disappear, Douluo felt quite uncomfortable. He spat heavily. Damn it. What is this all about? It felt like sending his own wife to share a bed with someone else. Chapter 55, Dreaming of Divine Machines. I suspect His Royal Highness is a spy. On the other side, Qin Xiao has already crossed the toxic gas-covered outer region and officially entered the basin where the Eye of Ice and Fire is located. What a big Inyang hot pot! Looking at the two springs in the center of the basin, one blue and one red, Qin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. And he didn't linger in place. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip, which was the immortal grass beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Before long, Qin Xiao had arrived at the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where all around were spiritual herbs like red sand and cordyceps. However, Qin Xiao's gaze did not linger on these herbs for a moment. He finally found his first target. It was a celestial herb growing by the fire spring. It looked like a large cabbage, with fiery flames dancing around it. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. He remembered that this immortal herb, when combined with another herb of extreme cold attribute, the octagonal xianbing grass, could be used together and then swirled in the eye of ice and fire to achieve an immunity to ice and fire. Without beating around the bush, he wanted to give it a try. Using the jade knife he had prepared earlier, he cut off the fiery apricot flower. Qin Xiao then went to the ice spring and cut off a large white flower with 8 corners, which was exactly the other immortal herb he needed, the octagonal xianbing grass. However, when Qin Xiao held the octagonal xianbing grass in his hand, he became puzzled. According to the original story, this flower was extremely cold, and even a Title Douluo would be affected by the cold poison with just a light touch. So why did it feel so pleasantly cool and comfortable? Qin Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that my ice attribute resistance has reached a level where I'm no longer afraid of cold poison? He then noticed something was off. Instinctively, he looked at his other hand. After all, he hadn't sensed the legendary fire poison on the flame, fire apricot either, right? Could it be that my fire attribute resistance is also quite high? In fact, Qin Xiao was not very supportive of the so-called immunity claim. There is no absolute immunity. It can only be said that the temperature is not high enough or not low enough. This is not the time to hesitate. After 10 breaths, the effect of the immortal herb will diminish. Qin Xiao grabbed 2 stalks of fairy grass and began to feast on them. To be honest, the texture and taste of this thing were really good. It melted in his mouth, releasing a fragrant aroma. After finishing the 2 stalks of fairy grass, Qin Xiao surprisingly felt a bit unsatisfied. However, at the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He could feel a surge of power erupting from within him. It was fierce. The medicinal effect had erupted. Qin Xiaoxin knew what was going on, and subconsciously, he began to walk towards the direction of the ice and fire to yonder eye. However, after taking just 2 steps, he stopped, because the restless power within him became quiet. Then, as if drawn by something, it began to gather towards Qin Xiao's dantian. What was happening? Qin Xiao sensed a hint of the unusual. In an instant, he entered a state of inner vision. He saw a human-shaped phantom appearing in the dantian sea of qi. Qin Xiao was dumbfounded. Isn't this his martial soul? He also noticed that a red and a blue force were being absorbed by a humanoid phantom. Goodness. So he intercepted the powers of the fire apricot and the 8-sided xianbing grass? Qin Xiao was shocked. Could it be that my Thunder Emperor martial soul is growing in this way? Just then, the red and blue energy bodies were completely absorbed by the humanoid figure. At the same time, Qin Xiao felt a sense of dissatisfaction in his heart, as if he hadn't eaten enough. Goodness, they say that celestial herbs have immense energy, and even a Title Douluo can't handle too much. Yet you swallowed 2 types of celestial herbs in one go and are still not satisfied? Qin Xiao felt that his martial soul was just a big eater. However, despite the complaints, he was still happy in his heart. The more immortal herbs he could absorb, the greater his potential would be, right? He believed that efforts would always be rewarded, especially when it came to investing in himself. Immediately, he began to harvest one immortal herb after another. Rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, strange mushroom, sky-reaching chrysanthemum, crystal blood dragon ginseng, longing for autumn water dew. No matter what Qin Xiao consumed, his humanoid martial soul accepted everything without hesitation. Regardless of the attributes of the immortal herbs, they seemed to transform into pure energy in front of him, replenishing his own needs. I don't believe you can eat the remaining immortal herbs as well. Qin Xiao thought to himself as he took out 8 petals of the fairy orchid and stuffed them into his mouth. Finally, after absorbing the 8 petals of the fairy orchid, Qin Xiao's martial soul finally underwent a change. Mysterious runes began to appear on his humanoid martial soul. Qin Xiao's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but softly exclaim in his heart, "This is a treasure technique." In the next moment, Qin Xiao felt a moment of daze, as if he saw an ancient world. There were shadowy and terrifying figures of 9 heavens, exuding an astonishing aura. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 heavens merged, striking down a thunderbolt like celestial light. Further away, the stars extinguished. The 9 heavens tribulation light. Witnessing all of this, the name of this treasure technique emerged in Qin Xiao's mind. Incredible! This treasure technique is much stronger than any 10,000-year soul skill. No, In the face of the 9 heavens tribulation light, what is a 10,000 years soul skill worth? At this moment, Qin Xiao felt that the soul skill he had exchanged for a large amount of fairy grass was worth it. Although his cultivation had not improved, his combat power had skyrocketed. What? Dream, you are serious? How can there be such a young Title Douluo in the world? In the Tiando Imperial Palace, Dream God Machine was telling the current prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, about the events that took place at the Tiando Royal Academy. As expected, just as he imagined, Shui Qinghe was greatly shaken. Your Highness, I did not deceive you. This matter is absolutely true. Dream God Machine made a gesture of swearing. Not only I, but also Ji Lin and Bai Baoshan can testify. If it weren't for Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing's narrow-mindedness, our Tiando Empire would have gained another Title Douluo level worshipper. Your Highness would also have an additional Title Douluo level support. Speaking of this, his heart ached. Xuexing's eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, this matter indeed reflects poorly on Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing's actions. However, neither my uncle nor Xuebing can be punished by me. Dream, may I ask you to accompany me to meet my father and report this matter? In fact, after hearing Dream God Machine's words, Xuexinghe felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was even a little happy. The two fools, Xuexing and Xuebing, actually rejected such a strong person to weaken themselves? I must say, well done. If the Emperor Qian knew about this, he would probably be so angry he would spit blood, right? Xuexinghe thought to himself, looking forward to Emperor Xuye's reaction when he learned of this matter. Of course, he would not miss the opportunity to heavily suppress Prince Xuexing and Xuebing. In contrast, upon hearing this, Dream God Machine was first taken aback, then responded firmly, I am willing to accompany you to meet His Majesty and explain the circumstances of the matter. I want to request His Majesty to severely punish Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing. Your Highness, to be honest, I even suspect that Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing have been seduced by the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, deliberately weakening our Tiando's power. Chapter 56. The Killer Tang Hao, the Angry Emperor Xie. In the prince's sleeping quarters, Xuexinghe listened to Dream God Machine's words with a calm face, but his heart was filled with strange feelings. He was very curious about how his cheap uncle and brother managed to act more like traitors than himself. Dream, perhaps my uncle and the others have some hidden reasons? Xuexinghe said leisurely. Your Highness, you are just too kind-hearted. We can all see the intentions of Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing. They're just trying to weaken and suppress you, Dream God Machine said, growing angrier. No, I must report Prince Xuexing to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Xuexinghe did not say anything more. He knew that Dream God Machine's emotions had been stirred up, and soon he would pour out his anger before Emperor Xue. A moment later, in the Tiando Imperial Palace in the main hall, the thin, haggard Emperor Xue was furious. What? Xuexing and Xuebing actually did such arrogant and overbearing things, even rejecting a Title Douluo strongman who came to seek refuge at the Tiando Royal Academy? Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, his chest heaved violently, and he coughed heavily. It was clear that he was extremely agitated. Your Majesty, it's not just that. Do you know how young that Title Douluo is? I estimate he is no more than 20 years old, Dream God Machine said, shaking his head and sighing. It is truly a pity that such a talented strongman could not join our Tiando Empire. Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing are really going too far. If this young strongman turns around and seeks refuge with the Star Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall, not only will our Tiando Empire miss out on assistance, but we will also gain a powerful enemy. I must say, they are truly unwise. It is a tragedy to have such rulers in the empire. Your Majesty, I implore you to revoke Prince Xuexing's control over the Tiando Royal Academy. If this continues, the Tiando Royal Academy will eventually be finished. Dream God Machine spoke more passionately, wanting to vent all his dissatisfaction today. I must say, every word from Dream God Machine stunned Xuexinghe. He did not expect that Dream God Machine would speak so effectively without him needing to embellish anything, already diminishing Xuexing and Xuebing to nothing. Cough, cough. Enough. Emperor Xie coldly shouted, then turned to the outside of the hall and said in a deep voice, summon Prince Xuebing and Prince Xuexing. I want to question them face to face about their intentions. How could this happen? How could it turn out like this? On the other side, in front of the Beast Academy, Meng Yaran in a white dress was shocked. The Beast Academy was built among the mountains. Although it was not as magnificent as the Tiando Royal Academy, it could still be considered dignified and grand. But now, what met Meng Yaran's eyes could only be described as ruins. No! She let out a desperate scream and ran madly into the academy. When she stood on the ruins, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Grandma. She immediately saw the snake lady lying on the ground, trembling as she spoke. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She felt her legs were as heavy as lead. With each step, she stumbled. Finally, Meng Yiran reached the snake lady's side, her body slowly collapsing. Although the snake lady had long since passed away, her eyes remained open. She could see despair and reluctance in the snake lady's eyes. Woo-woo, Grandma, what happened? Can you tell me? Meng Yiran held the cold body of the snake lady, crying helplessly, feeling as if her world had collapsed. Cough, cough, cough. Yiran, senior sister. Suddenly, a weak voice, intermittent, rang out. Who? Meng Yiran turned to look and saw a person who had died long ago struggling not far away. Immediately, she put down the snake lady and rushed to the side of the Beast Academy student. Junior, it's me. Tell me what happened. She quickly asked. External soul bone. Murder, Haotian sect Tang. How? The student of the Beast Academy said a few words intermittently before using up all of his strength. All life signs ceased at that moment. Late at night, in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Brother, your dragon body is unwell. Why are you still not resting so late? You can talk to me about anything tomorrow, Prince Xuexing said with a concerned look at Emperor Xuye on the throne. Father, take care of your dragon body. Avalanche quickly echoed in agreement. In fact, both of them knew very well that calling them over at night was definitely not for a late-night snack. Looking at Xuexing and Dream Shinji, it was obvious why the Emperor summoned them. It must be related to that annoying Shrek Academy from the day before. Hee, Xuexing, do you think I can still sleep tonight? Cough, cough. The Emperor of the Night smiled coldly, but as he laughed, he started to cough again. There was no way around it. He was extremely angry. The Tiando Empire already lacked its own strong figures, and now they had finally encountered one with unlimited potential. Yet these two had turned him away. No one knew that he had already spat blood in secret. Your Highness, please don't be angry yet. Let me explain. Prince Xuexing quickly explained. Ignorance is no excuse, and he deeply understood that he needed to find an invincible reason for himself first. All right, even if you didn't know there were Title Douluo among those people, there were still several Soul Sage and Soul Emperor level powerhouses. Isn't it worth trying to win them over? Besides, there are also some 12-year-olds who have reached level 25 and above. Don't they have value? The Emperor of the Night threw out 2 more questions in succession. Prince Xuexing's expression changed, completely unsure how to respond. He knew the Emperor of the Night was right. Both the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage powerhouses, as well as young geniuses, were worth recruiting. In fact, if those people were to seek refuge in his princely mansion, not to mention treating them as honored guests, he would even offer at least double the price compared to the Tiando Royal Academy to recruit them. The reason he did this was entirely because these people had chosen the wrong side. They did not stand with him, but instead with the Crown Prince Xuexing, which was the fundamental reason for his suppression. Father, those people even hit my son. Uncle Wang was also trying to maintain the royal dignity. Seeing that Prince Xuexing was already speechless, Avalanche immediately spoke up, attempting to defend Prince Xuexing. After all, it was him who got beaten, and that was an undeniable fact. Even Prince Xuexing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that Avalanche's assistance was timely. However, the Emperor of the Night became even angrier, laughing in fury. Ha! Avalanche, you still have the face to talk to me about dignity. Over the years, you've indulged in eating, drinking, gambling, and stealing. You've almost covered it all. Go ask anyone in the entire Tiando city who doesn't know that you, Avalanche, are the #1 playboy. I ask you, do you still have any face left? Not to mention you, even my dignity has been thrown away by you. Chapter 57, Douluo. I feel like I've been whitewashed, father. Faced with the Emperor's furious reprimand, Avalanche was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but didn't he know what to say? Useless thing, letting him act like a playboy, and now it seemed he had truly become one. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Prince Xuexing was internally collapsing. He had originally thought he could rely on Avalanche to help him out, but now it seemed that was not going to work. What is wrong? Are you speechless now? The Emperor of the Night asked coldly. Avalanche immediately lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at the Emperor's icy gaze. At that moment, to say he didn't regret, it would be a lie. If he had known that there were Title Douluo level powerhouses hidden among Shrek's group, he would never have been so stubborn and confronted those people head-on. Your Highness, I also realize my mistake. Please give me a chance to make amends. Prince Xuexing knelt down with a thud, speaking to the Emperor of the Night. Qinghe, Dream Academy Master, do you know what the Shrek group is? The Emperor of the Night suddenly asked. Xuexing looked at Dream Shinji. Dream Shinji immediately answered, Your Majesty. After they left, I had people follow them secretly and found that they have not yet left Tiando City. They are temporarily staying in a hotel within Tiando City. Did you hear that? The Emperor of the Night, after hearing Dream Shinji's words, asked Prince Xuexing in a deep voice. I heard. I'll take care of it right away. Prince Xuexing said as he prepared to leave. Wait, Your Highness, is there anything else? Before this matter is properly handled, you don't need to concern yourself with the affairs of the Tiando Royal Academy for the time being. Qinghe will manage it for you. What? This is to strip me of my rights. Originally, most of the teachers and students of the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Dream Shinji and the other two commissioners, were on Xuexinghe's side. If Xuexinghe were to take control of the Tiando Royal Academy openly, would there still be a place for him and Avalanche? Moreover, Xuexinghe's foundation would become even deeper. How could he compete with Xuexinghe in the future? In an instant, Prince Xuexing thought of many things. Don't say this is just temporary. He was very clear that those people from Shrek were difficult to deal with. Not to mention there was a Title Douluo behind them. Hard-handed measures wouldn't work at all. Your Highness, I think this matter will not delay me from handling the affairs of the Tiando Royal Academy. Prince Xuexing didn't want to give up. If you make a mistake, you must be punished, even if you are my brother. Enough, I'm tired. The Emperor of the Night waved his hand, sitting wearily on the throne. Yes, Prince Xuexing no longer insisted, but as he turned around, his expression suddenly changed, looking as if he had eaten a dead fly. On the contrary, Xuexinghe felt a wave of relief in his heart. Originally, he was still thinking about how to weaken Xuexing and Avalanche, but now it was better. They had played themselves into a corner. Truly, if you don't court death, you want to die. I must find a time to meet that Title Douluo named Qin Xiao and thank him. Xuexinghe thought to himself, but on his face, he put on a worried expression. Father, please take care of your health. I will take my leave. Outside the palace hall, Avalanche hurriedly chased after Prince Xuexing. Uncle Wang, wait for me. What do you want me to wait for? Do you want to harm me again? Prince Xuexing felt a surge of anger seeing Avalanche, the unlucky child. Avalanche, however, wore a flattering smile. Uncle Wang, don't be mad. Two delicate beauties just arrived at my mansion. Get lost. Prince Xuexing was furious and kicked Avalanche away. Then he left without looking back. However, his voice still echoed in place. Tomorrow morning, you will go with me to talk to the people from Shrek. Morning mist lingered, and dew coated the grass. By the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Qin Xiao, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Then he stood up, a slight smile on his lips. What a Douluo, arriving quite early. Before long, Qin Xiao could already hear voices. Grandfather, why did you bring me here so early? People are still not awake. There is no need for long sleep while alive. One will naturally sleep long after death. Grandpa is an experienced person and tells you a truth. Sleeping less means living more. All right, I understand. In the white mist, the conversation between the two of you came through. One word from you, one word from me. Qin Xiao recognized the voice of Douluo. The girl who had been complaining nonstop must be Douluo's granddaughter, Yin. After a moment, an old man and a young girl came into Qin Xiao's view. Douluo, you arrived quite early. Ha ha, I was afraid you'd be anxious waiting. Douluo laughed heartily, but his eyes kept scanning the surrounding herbs, as if checking on his precious treasures. After a moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems there are some herbs I don't recognize that are missing, but it doesn't matter. Those things are useless to me anyway. Rounding it off, it's as if nothing is missing. Douluo was very familiar with his own assets. To him, the peculiar spiritual herbs near the ice and fire yin-yang well were of no value, so he didn't feel heartbroken about their loss. So this is the Qin Xiao that Grandpa mentioned? Is he really a Title Douluo? So handsome, unlike Douluo's focus. Yin looked at Qin Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had never seen such a young and handsome Title Douluo before. I think it's you who are anxious, right? Seeing this, Qin Xiao did not keep him in suspense and took out a jade box to hand it to Douluo. What is this? Douluo asked in confusion. Qin Xiao smiled slightly. It's a spiritual medicine that can control the Bailin snake venom in your body. Really? Hearing this, a look of surprise and disbelief flashed in Douluo's eyes. Immediately after, his body trembled. If he didn't believe it, then forget it. As Qin Xiao spoke, he pretended to retract the box. Wait, I believe you. Douluo snatched the box from Qin Xiao's hand. With an excited heart and trembling hands, he opened the box with great anticipation. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Inside the box was a large pale pink flower, leafless, with an enormous diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal looked crystal clear and translucent, and the stamen was a light purple, resembling purple diamonds embedded within. Without a doubt, the spiritual medicine Qin Xiao presented to Douluo was the immortal-grade fragrant chiloa. Is this the antidote you prepared for me? He looked at Qin Xiao in confusion. Although he couldn't name it, he recognized this herb as one that grew near the eye of ice and fire. He had seen it for decades. Are you just using my stuff to fool me? So you really want to take advantage of my treasure, huh? Douluo felt like he had been tricked, thinking that he was being treated like a fool. Chapter 58. You could have taken it by force. Why did you still want to do business? Let's just say you didn't recognize the treasure before. Qin Xiao looked at the frustrated Douluo and couldn't help but smile. After all, Douluo wasn't wrong. He didn't want to get something for nothing. Douluo, what you hold is not an ordinary item. It is called Haotian Hammer, reputed to be the nemesis of all poisons. You and your granddaughter each take half of it, and then force the remaining toxins in your bodies into a soul bone, and the biling snake poison will be resolved. Qin Xiao said lightly. There is no doubt that using Haotian Hammer like this, neither Douluo nor Douluo can obtain a body immune to all poisons. However, eliminating the threat of the biling snake's poison is still not a problem. Moreover, Qin Xiao didn't agree to help the two of them cultivate a body immune to all poisons. Besides, half a celestial herb can already bring considerable benefits to both of them. Compared to Tang San in the original work, Qin Xiao feels he has been generous enough. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Douluo frowned. Is it really that simple? What else is there? Is it more difficult? Qin Xiao said, while spreading his hands. I always feel like you saying this is looking down on me, Douluo said irritably. He had spent decades studying how to cure the biling snake poison without any results. If this continued for a few more years, he would be poisoned himself. Yet, he was dismissed by Qin Xiao's casual remarks. Grandpa, I believe it should work. Douluo tugged at Douluo's sleeve from the side. Why do you say that? Douluo was taken aback. Douluo whispered, a Title Douluo, so young must have some unknown secrets. Douluo nodded slightly. Qin Xiao, I will try it now. If it succeeds, my family name will be Qin from now on. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said casually. As he spoke, Qin Xiao turned and walked away, casually wandering near the ice and fire duality eye. Douluo also did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He then broke half of the immortal-grade fragrant silk and stuffed it into his mouth. Douluo watched Douluo nervously. Time passed second by second, and Douluo felt like each second was a year. Suddenly, the next moment, a powerful soul force erupted from Douluo, which Douluo was unable to withstand, and she was thrown away. Qin Xiao frowned upon seeing this, as Douluo was charging towards him. In the next moment, he moved. He took a step back. With a thud, Douluo fell in front of him. Looking up from the ground, Douluo asked, Why didn't you catch me? Qin Xiao was puzzled. Why should I take you? Douluo was at a loss for words. It worked. I didn't expect it to really work. At this moment, the loud laughter of Douluo came from afar. Qin Xiao looked back and saw the 9 soul rings on Douluo's body pulsating. His face filled with ecstatic joy. Grandpa, how have you changed? Your hair is black, your eyes are black, and your face is color. Douluo, disregarding the dust on her body, hurried to Douluo's side, constantly assessing him. The more she looked, the more shocked she became, and her eyes instantly turned red. Grandpa, you haven't returned to your former state, have you? The smile on Douluo's face froze in an instant. He raised his hand and gave Douluo a big smack on the head. What are you talking about? Your grandpa is doing just fine now. I can live for several more decades without any problem. Qin Xiao really didn't lie to me. The biling snake venom can no longer harm me. In fact, thanks to the powerful medicinal properties of the Haotian Hammer, my soul power has already increased by 1 level in just a moment. Upon hearing this, Douluo was initially stunned, then jumped up in delight. Yay? Qin Xiao, I misunderstood you earlier. Douluo looked at Qin Xiao sincerely and said, From now on, this place belongs to you. As he spoke, his voice paused, and he continued, Moreover, not only did you cure my poison, but you also helped me significantly improve my cultivation. Even this half herb is more beneficial for Yin. I, Douluo, am clear about gratitude and grudges. In this matter, consider it a favor I owe you. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. Indeed, a true villain is much better than a hypocritical gentleman. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded, not refusing Douluo's kindness. After all, Douluo was a Title Douluo powerhouse, and this favor might come in handy in the future. Yin, let's go. I'll help you resolve the biling snake poison when we return to the academy. Douluo said to Douluo. Douluo nodded slightly. However, every step Douluo took as he left was very difficult. He turned back every 2 steps, his eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance. It should be known that every herb in this basin was his hard work. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Xiao called out to him. Do you have something else? Douluo was taken aback, looking at Qin Xiao with some confusion. Qin Xiao smiled slightly and asked, I don't know if you're interested in being a security guard. What does security guard mean? Douluo was taken aback. You can also understand it as a courtyard protector. Qin Xiao smiled even brighter. The fairy grass had been completely pulled out, and the remaining herbs were of no use to him. It would be a pity to waste them, and he had other things to do, leaving him no time to take care of them. It would be better to hand them over to Douluo for maintenance and take the opportunity to reap some benefits. What? After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Douluo's pupils constricted, and he said irritably, What are you joking about? As a Title Douluo, how could I be your guardian? You should know that even the Snow Knight Emperor treats me with respect, and the Snow Star Prince honors me as a guest of honor. However, Qin Xiao remained indifferent to this. He slowly extended 2 fingers and waved them in front of Douluo, saying, As long as you agree to my conditions. You can freely pick 2 herbs from here every month. That's impossible. Douluo immediately shook his head, saying, Even though the spirit herbs here are rare in the outside world, they can't sway my heart. You said I could buy them with money. Have you considered that I might not sell them? You are being unreasonable. Seeing Douluo's exasperated expression, Qin Xiao smiled and added, This is also my second condition. As long as you agree, all spirit herbs here will be open to you, and you can buy any spirit herb at a 50 discount. 50 off? Douluo was genuinely tempted this time. Although he had already detoxified the Bailin snake poison, it didn't diminish his love for poisons. The demand for various herbs was high, and when converted into gold soul coins, it amounted to a huge figure. In the past, he didn't need to consider this issue at all, but now he had to. After all, the other place had already become someone else's. I can't think about it anymore. If I keep thinking, I feel like my heart will hurt so much I can't breathe. Okay, I agree. Douluo gritted his teeth, but added, I have one condition. I want to cultivate a small herb field of my own here. Buying herbs with money isn't sustainable. Only by planting them myself can I ensure a steady supply. Truly worthy of being a poison Douluo, calculating things so shrewdly. Qin Xiao praised, then he extended a hand. I can agree to your request, but it's not a gift to you. 5 million gold soul coins. I can rent you a piece of land for 50 years. What? 5 million? Douluo was shocked. He was so angry that he laughed. Qin Xiao, you could clearly rob it. Why do you want to do business with me? Chapter 59, Douluo's Breakthrough. The Snow Knight Emperor is in critical condition. Since I could do business, why would I go robbing? Qin Xiao retorted to Douluo's words. On the contrary, Douluo was left speechless. I'll gather enough 5 million gold soul coins for you later. This is not a small sum. Even Douluo has to prepare for it. If you're not in a hurry, then I'm even less in a hurry. Qin Xiao said casually. Since he wasn't short on money right now, he would leave this place to you to manage from now on. If anything comes up, just find me at Lamba Academy. I'll be there for the time being. According to the original plot, Qin Xiao remembered that after the Shrek group left the Heaven Do Royal Academy, they went to Lamba Academy. He concluded that the next task would likely refresh there. All right. Hearing this, Douluo nodded. Then, he and Douluo watched Qin Xiao leave. Sigh. Who would have thought? I'm just a pure, big, resentful person. Looking at the medicinal garden that once belonged to him, Douluo felt mixed emotions. In other words, it's like guarding a treasure mountain without realizing it. Grandpa, think positively. No matter what, the Bailin snake poison has been controlled, right? Your life is surely worth more than this medicinal field, isn't it? Douluo looked at the troubled Douluo and comforted him. What you say makes sense, but just thinking about using my own money to buy my own medicinal materials makes me a bit uncomfortable. After saying that, Douluo couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, I'll get used to it. Yin, wait for me here. I'll go back to Heaven Do City to find you a soul bone. Okay. Douluo obediently nodded in response. Meanwhile, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, outside the room of Bone Da, Ning Fengji and Sword Da stood side by side, staring at the tightly closed door. Why is it taking so long? He hasn't come out yet. Sword Douluo said, his voice heavy with concern. Is it that old bone can't break through the bottleneck and become a 96th level Title Douluo even after refining 3 soul bones in one go? If he can't succeed this way, I don't know how he will break through. Ning Fengji shook his head helplessly. He knew Sword Douluo was being overly concerned. Uncle Jian, don't rush. Breaking through a bottleneck is not that easy. Well then, let's wait a bit longer. Sword Douluo sighed. However, just as he finished sighing, the tightly closed door was suddenly slammed open by a powerful surge of soul power. On the contrary, Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji were pleasantly surprised. The next moment, Bone Douluo, with a smile on his face, walked out. His soul power was stronger than ever before. Old Bone, you succeeded? Sword Douluo's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Finally broke through after being troubled for so many years. Douluo couldn't help but laugh loudly. Congratulations, Uncle Bone. Ning Fengji also expressed his congratulations to Douluo with a happy face. Master, that is not quite right. If it weren't for you bringing back these soul bones, I would still be far from breaking through. After all, these soul bones are all top-notch. Douluo's eyes were filled with gratitude. On the other hand, Ning Fengji fell into deep thought. If that's the case, it seems we should thank Qin Xiao again. Originally, since Qin Xiao sold the soul bones to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, their relationship would have been settled. However, with Douluo's breakthrough, he felt he should express some gratitude. Moreover, Qin Xiao's potential is limitless, and Ning Fengji still wanted to interact more with him. Douluo paused for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. I'll go to Shrek to meet this kid. Douluo was a man of action, ready to leave immediately. Wait. Ning Fengji called out to Douluo, Uncle Bone, after Shrek Academy was destroyed, it hasn't been rebuilt. Now the people from Shrek Academy have come to Heavendoe City, and our people have brought back news that they're staying at an inn in Heavendoe City. Oh, that makes things much more convenient. Then I'll go look for him in Heavendoe City. Douluo's eyes brightened. For someone of his cultivation level, it wouldn't take much time to reach Heavendoe City. Ning Fengji said, I'll go with you. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. In front of the Douluo residence, a warrior in silver armor looked at Douluo Bo with excitement. But Your Majesty, what happened? Douluo Bo's gaze flickered. From a distance, he recognized this person as a guard beside the Snow Knight Emperor. Your Majesty, His Majesty is not in good condition, so I came to find you. The silver-armored warrior said. What? His Majesty's condition was stable before. How could there suddenly be a problem? Douluo Bo frowned and asked, seeing that there was no one around. The silver-armored warrior lowered his voice and said, Last night, His Majesty summoned Prince Xuesheng and got very angry. I see. Douluo Bo instantly understood the key to the matter. It must be that Xuesheng abused his power and excluded others, and the matter came to light. Sigh. Xuesheng is also unfortunate. If it were someone else being suppressed, that would be that. But unfortunately, he ran into Qin Xiao, which is a dead end. Douluo Bo silently mourned for Xuesheng for 3 seconds in his heart before saying to the silver-armored warrior, No more talking. I will go to the palace immediately. With Douluo Bo's Title Douluo cultivation, it took him only a few breaths to reach the palace from his residence. After that, he smoothly arrived at the emperor's bedroom and saw the Snow Knight Emperor. Lord Douluo, you finally came. The people around the Snow Knight Emperor looked surprised upon seeing him and quickly made way. Douluo Bo merely nodded slightly and stepped forward. Mr. Douluo, you've come. The Snow Knight Emperor said weakly. Your Majesty, with me here, you can rest assured. Everything will be fine. Douluo Bo said in a deep voice, administering both medicine and poison. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty is suffering from stress, which has aggravated an old illness. It's not a big deal, just needs a few doses of medicine for adjustment. That's good, that's good. The people around were overjoyed after hearing Douluo Bo's words. However, they soon noticed that Douluo Bo's expression was not quite right. What's wrong, Mr. Douluo? Is my condition showing signs of worsening? The Snow Knight Emperor also noticed something was off and said in a low voice. That's not it. Douluo Bo's face looked a bit grim. It's just that the medicinal materials Your Majesty uses are very precious and require a lot of gold soul coins. What? Need money? Everyone was stunned, completely not expecting Douluo Bo to say this. How much do you need? The Snow Knight Emperor asked in a low voice. These few doses of medicine require 49 types of main herbs and 81 types of auxiliary herbs, and it will take about 500,000 gold soul coins. Douluo Bo silently calculated and gave a number. This was a very fair number. He only calculated the cost and didn't make a penny in profit. Hiss. 500,000 gold soul coins? The crowd gasped in shock. Dare I ask Your Majesty, why did it not require this much gold soul coins for treatment before? Someone boldly asked. This was also everyone's confusion. Before? Remembering this matter, Douluo Bo couldn't help but feel furious. He couldn't help but snort coldly. In the past, I grew the herbs myself, and now I have to spend my own money to buy the medicinal materials? How can that be the same? Chapter 60. Snow Knight Emperor's Worry. Snowstar's Apology. Then why doesn't Team Mr. Douluo grow them anymore? Snow Knight Emperor asked in confusion. Do you think I don't want to? Douluo Bo replied irritably. Times have changed. Is it because of natural disasters that the medicinal materials have been destroyed? No, it's man-made disasters. Douluo Bo said painfully. Man-made disasters. The entire palace suddenly fell silent. Even Snow Knight Emperor became quiet. Those who could harm the poisoned Douluo were definitely not ordinary people. It was better not to know too much about this matter. Mr. Douluo, I don't know how long I can last with the medicinal materials worth 500,000 gold soul coins. Snow Knight Emperor asked again. Douluo thought for a moment and said, 7 days. Only 7 days? Upon hearing this, Snow Knight Emperor's voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Does that mean I have to spend 100,000 gold soul coins a day? How many taxpayers' contributions does it take in the Heaven-Do Empire to gather 100,000 gold soul coins? 100,000 a day means at least 3 million a month. And the annual treatment cost reaches 30 to 40 million, at least 30 to 40 million gold soul coins a year. Isn't that price a bit too high? Thinking about it, Snow Knight Emperor's breathing became heavy. He couldn't believe that surviving would cost him so much money. If only 30 to 40 million gold soul coins could extend your life. At this moment, Douluo shook his head, breaking Snow Knight Emperor's fantasy. Isn't 30 to 40 million gold soul coins enough? Snow Knight Emperor asked in shock. Of course it's not enough, Douluo replied, after 7 days. Your body will develop a tolerance, and the next batch of medicine will require even more herbal materials. The cost isn't fixed, it increases day by day. Sighing, Douluo thought back to how wealthy he used to be. He calculated how many spiritual herbs he had provided to Snow Knight Emperor over the years. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he realized it was all money. At the very least, it must amount to several 100 million gold soul coins. Right? Compared to that, the benefits provided by the prince's mansion really seemed pitiful. Damn it, a huge loss. Your Majesty, if you feel the medication costs are too high, I can provide you with a list, and you can send someone to procure it yourself. Seeing Snow Knight Emperor fall into silence, Douluo said solemnly. Mr. Douluo misunderstood. It's not that I don't trust you, but I feel that this worthless life doesn't deserve such an exorbitant cost for treatment. Besides, the treatment can't really cure anything. It just prolongs life. Snow Knight Emperor explained helplessly to Douluo. Douluo's gaze flickered slightly, but didn't say anything further. Because Snow Knight Emperor was speaking the truth. Someone, take Mr. Douluo down to collect his payment. Snow Knight Emperor ordered the guards to take Douluo away. Your Majesty, you should also rest a bit and sleep for a while, someone beside Snow Knight Emperor said with concern. 10,000 gold soul coins only buys me 12 hours. How can I sleep? Snow Knight Emperor smiled bitterly. For now, the Heaven-Do Empire's great enterprise could still afford an expenditure of tens of millions a year. But what if this continues? In the future, he might have to spend over 100 million gold soul coins for his own treatment, or even more. No one dared to speak anymore. Unfortunately, Qin is still young and hasn't fully developed his wings, and Prince Snowstar is secretly suppressing him. Otherwise, what would it matter if I passed the throne to him? Snow Knight Emperor thought to himself. He has been struggling to survive until now, and he has his own helplessness. In fact, he has long lost his desire for the throne of Heaven-Do. He only worries about Shui Qinghe. Prince Snowstar's influence in Heaven-Do is deeply rooted, and with the Poison Daw, a Title Douluo level powerhouse, serving as his offering. It only boosts Prince Snowstar's arrogance. Snow Knight Emperor is afraid that if he leaves, Prince Snowstar will rebel. Unfortunately, Ning Feng's the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, is an absolute businessman, even if I give him the title of Crown Princess Teacher. He wants to step in a deal with Snowstar. I can't let this go on. I need to help Qinghe. Snow Knight Emperor remembered what Dream Machine had said. The young Title Douluo at Shrek Academy, whom even Douluo is wary of. If he could serve as a powerful offering in the Crown Princess Mansion, there would be no need to worry about Snowstar secretly using any means with the Poison Douluo. In that instant, Snow Knight Emperor thought of many things and immediately said to those around him, go summon the Crown Prince. Old, broken, and remote. This must be the place. In a remote corner of Heaven-Do City, Qin Xiao glanced at the hotel door where even the plaque was falling apart. Before getting close, he smelled the decaying odor. It was coming from the old wooden door. Creak. He pushed the door open, and the wooden door creaked as if it couldn't bear the load, making a sound that grated on the teeth. Qin Xiao faced the Title Douluo without fear. But upon hearing this voice, he felt that something was wrong. When he arrived in the hall, he found some people gathered around the table, having breakfast. It seems my guess was not wrong. Seeing this, Qin Xiao thought to himself. Without a doubt, these people were from Shrek Academy. The moment he walked in, pairs of eyes turned to look at him, and most of them showed joy. Your Majesty, you have finally returned, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Zhao Wujin said excitedly. Indeed, Zhao Wujin had intruded. This was unavoidable. After witnessing Qin Xiao's bravery, he had already regarded this young man, who was several decades younger than him, as an idol. As for others, that's fine, but old Zhao, you should control yourself a bit. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he couldn't help but rub his forehead, indicating that he had a headache. In contrast, Zhao Wujie looked awkward and couldn't help himself. Your Excellency, we didn't leave you any messages. How'd you find this place? Zhao Wujie asked curiously. Have you been hiding in the dark all along? Of course not. I don't have any special hobbies in that regard. Qin Xiao shook his head slightly and smiled, saying, it doesn't have to be that complicated. As long as we find the cheapest in Tiano City, it won't be difficult to locate you guys. Right, Flander? Upon hearing this, Flander looked embarrassed. Qin Xiao's words were spot on and had perfectly grasped his character. However, for the sake of the director's dignity, he found a way to back down. Your Highness, you don't understand. I'm not just doing this to save money. More importantly, I want to train the children's will. We must eliminate extravagance and indulgence from a young age. If you put it that way, I won't argue with you, Qin Xiao said with a smile. At that moment, a deep voice came from outside the inn. His Highness the Prince is coming, and bystanders should avoid. Prince? Everyone was taken aback, putting down their bowls and chopsticks, looking towards the entrance. Before long, the plump Prince Xuexing entered, accompanied by Xueping. Xuexing had a smile on his face, while Xueping frowned, constantly waving his hand in front of him with a look of disgust. He thought to himself, is this place even fit for human habitation? Chapter 61. Prince Xuexing misidentifies. Qin Zhao's attitude. Xueping, do you have any opinions about this place? Without anyone else speaking, Prince Xuexing noticed Xueping's small actions and glared at him with a frown. Anger was already rising in his heart. This useless thing, really accustomed to a life of luxury. Has he forgotten what today, as purpose is? We are here to seek help. We need to lower our stance, understand? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Prince Xuexing realized that his teachings from last night were essentially preaching to a brick wall. No. Upon hearing this, Xueping belatedly lowered his hand, a look of panic flashing across his face. Uncle Wang, I just couldn't help myself for a moment. Besides, this place is really terrible. This is really a waste. Being immersed in being a dandy and unable to extricate himself has turned him into a real dandy. Prince Xuexing was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that only 2 of the Snow Knight Emperor's sons were left alive, he would really consider finding someone else to support. Forget it. The road ahead is walked by oneself. Xueping is my choice, my only choice. Even if he is mud, I must support him. Prince Xuexing thought this and smiled slightly at Qin Xiao, saying apologetically, Mr. Qin, Xueping is just a child. He was born into a royal family, accustomed to luxury, and has been spoiled, so he doesn't understand manners. Please overlook his behavior. Today's matter can be discussed even without him. After saying this, he also looked at Flander and the others. Director Flander, the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, I, Xuexing, apologize to you. Yesterday, we were the ones who offended. Prince Xuexing spoke sincerely, even bowing deeply. Clearly, as a prince of the empire, he was genuinely lowering his stance. Seeing this, Xueping felt 1,000 unwillingness but still obediently followed Prince Xuexing to bow. However, the people of Shrek did not speak. They all looked at Qin Zhao's back, waiting for his response. Everyone knew that Prince Xuexing and Xueping were actually apologizing to Qin Xiao. To put it simply, without Qin Xiao, they wouldn't deserve such treatment from Prince Xuexing. I, Dai Mu Bai, vow to become a person like Qin Xiao, forcing even the imperial prince to bow his head. Dai Mu Bai's eyes sparkled as he silently swore in his heart. If I had Qin Zhao's charisma, would Ning Rongrong look at me like that? Oscar's expression darkened. In contrast, Ma Hongjun looked at Qin Zhao's back, filled with longing and envy. If only I had Qin Zhao's strength, I could have any woman with just a flick of my finger. He knew that both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing made his mouth water. They were all women he could only dream of, but could never reach. 100 times better than Sui Hua. However, facing the courtesy of Xuexing and Xueping, Qin Xiao said nothing and simply watched them quietly. Haha, look at my memory. Suddenly, Xuexing laughed, and he saw a flash of light from a ring on his hand, revealing a black card. Even from a distance, Flander's keen eyes caught sight of some numbers on the card. Heavens, this card has all zeros. He felt an indescribable envy in his heart. Is there a chance to sit down and talk with Mr. Qin again? Prince Xuexing asked with a smile, holding the card in a way that was very deliberate, just like how Qin Xiao had seen people present business cards in his previous life. Very polite, and it allowed people to see the words on the card at a glance. As expected of a high-ranking prince, he casually offered 5 million gold soul coins, truly generous. Holding the card, Qin Xiao easily saw the numbers on it. What? Uncle Wang, a dignified prince of the empire, actually offered 5 million gold soul coins to Qin Xiao? Xu was shocked. He had never heard of Xu planning to do this before. Is this the extraordinary nature of a Title Douluo powerhouse? Even the imperial prince has to come bearing gold soul coins to curry favor. The people of Shrek once again refreshed their understanding of the strong. At the same time, they recognized the power of money. Even for someone like Dai Mubai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, 5 million gold soul coins is an astronomical figure. In the room, the only ones who were not sensitive to this number, apart from Qin Xiao, were probably only Ning Rongrong. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. This money is just to express our previous apologies. Seeing that Qin Xiao was reluctant to accept the black card in his hand, Prince Xu gritted his teeth and continued. As long as Mr. Qin is willing to sit down and talk again, feel free to state any conditions. I will definitely meet them. For those I cannot meet, I will find a way to fulfill them. Prince Xu voice was firm. To win me over the Tiando Empire, or rather, Prince Xu actually has such determination? Qin Xiao's gaze flickered slightly, yet he still did not give a response. After all, he was still concerned about the Hanhai Qinquan shield of the Tiando Empire. As the saying goes, since Tang San and his son were enemies of Qin Xiao had to completely cut off their path, leaving them with no way out. Of course, it would be even better to solve the problem at its root. However, he had no interest in getting involved in the disputes of the Tiando Empire. Who is coming? Just then, a series of exclamations came from outside the door. His Highness the Prince is here. Please avoid the area. Do not approach. However, compared to the loud shouts of the crowd, a warm voice seemed insignificant. But strangely, this voice was very penetrating. Both those outside the inn and those inside could hear it clearly. I am Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I am Douluo, elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji. Douluo. What are they here for? Prince Xu was startled by the voice and discreetly put away the black card in his hand, standing up straight. He first gave Qin Xiao an apologetic smile, then shouted towards the door, "Please let Sect Master Ning in." Suddenly, the noisy sounds outside disappeared, replaced by the sound of footsteps. Tap, 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 tap. Before long, two figures walked in. The first to catch Qin Xiao's eye was the gentlemanly and refined Ning Fengji. Beside him was a tall, slender old man. Qin Xiao knew that this person must be the second pillar of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Douluo. Qin, my dear brother, we meet again. Ning Fengji entered the store and first gave a slight fist salute to Qin Xiao. Sect Master Ning, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Qin Xiao cupped his fists in return. Actually know each other? Meanwhile, Xu, who witnessed all of this, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that it was not good. At that moment, Ning Fengji looked at Xu and to Ning's surprise, the prince and the Avalanche Prince were also present. What a coincidence. Xu also revealed a friendly smile, saying, I didn't expect to encounter Sect Master Ning here. Ning Fengji laughed, saying, I didn't expect His Highness the Prince to have such an interest in coming here for breakfast. Breakfast? Who is playing with yin and yang here? Xu felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he chuckled softly. Good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. Didn't Sect Master Ning also come here attracted by it? They are both seasoned players in the game of yin and yang. Since Ning Fengji teased him, he would surely retaliate. However, Ning Fengji's response left Prince Xu in shock. That's not correct. I specifically came to find Brother Qin. He spoke frankly. So straightforward. Don't you hide your intentions at all? Both Prince Xu and Avalanche were taken aback. Ning Fengji's honesty caught them off guard, and they were left speechless. I wonder what Sect Master Ning wants with me? Qin Xiao asked. No rush. Brother Qin, let me introduce you first. This beside me is the Bone Elder of my Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, Douluo stepped forward, with a smile on his face. He said, I am Gu Rong, here to express my gratitude to young friend Qin for your assistance. Assistance? Qin Xiao was taken aback for a moment and looked deeply at Douluo. In his perception, the aura on Douluo was fluctuating, clearly being controlled with great effort. Normally, when a soul master exhibits such a situation, it is definitely due to the improvement of their cultivation. It seems that after absorbing and refining the soul bone left by Tang Xiao, he had realized the opportunity for a breakthrough. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Senior, you flatter me. It's just a matter of mutual benefit between me and Sect Master Ning. Any opportunities you have are all due to your own abilities and have nothing to do with me. He waved his hand, not taking any credit. That's not quite right. Douluo shook his head slightly. Brother Qin, you're being too modest. Ning Fengji continued, By the way, Brother Qin, I've also brought some local specialties this time, as a token of my appreciation for Uncle Gu. You must accept it, don't refuse. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? Ning Fengji is giving Qin Xiao a gift. And what kind of gift? Local specialties? The esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the richest person in the world, is giving someone local specialties as a gift. Isn't that a bit demeaning? However, when everyone saw Ning Fengji pull out a black card from his spatial soul guide, their expressions turned to astonishment. What the heck? You call this a local specialty? This is money. But then, upon further thought, it didn't seem wrong. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the richest sect in the world, so if they were to give anything, it would definitely be money. It was only reasonable for Ning Fengji to give a black card as a local specialty, right? The card has 88 million gold soul coins, usable throughout the continent. Brother Qin, don't be polite, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Yes, Qin Xiao, you accept it. Without you, there would be no today's me. Douluo's voice carried some gratitude. After all, Qin Xiao could have chosen to sell the soul bone to the blue electric tyrant dragon family, or the spear hall, but he specifically chose to sell it to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which made Douluo what he is today. Sect Master Ning, Senior Bone, you're being too courteous. Such a grand gift. How can I accept it? Qin Xiao said, taking the card from Ning Fengji's hand. A typical case of saying no, but the body being very honest. Of course, this also indicated that Qin Xiao did not reject Ning Fengji's goodwill. Unlike Xuexing, his relationship with Ning Fengji was that of a killer and a bag licker, making them half accomplices. Therefore, Ning Fengji's money was not to be taken for granted. Ah, Ning Fengji, you are not human. After witnessing the conversation and actions between Qin Xiao and Ning Fengji, Xuexing felt completely unsettled. What was going on? Ning Fengji just wanted to express his gratitude and gave Qin Xiao 88 million gold soul coins. Then, if I want to recruit Qin Xiao to join the Tiando Royal Academy or bring him under my wing, wouldn't that 5 million gold soul coins seem a bit inadequate? Isn't this a slap in the face? He harshly despised Ning Fengji in his heart for such price inflation. Ha! Isn't it just that there is too much money and no place to spend it? How proud of you. Uncle Wang, why don't we leave first and discuss matters with Mr. Qin later? At this moment, Xuelang reached out and tugged at the somewhat dazed Prince Xuexing. In fact, even Xuelang felt a bit ashamed. He felt that Uncle Wang's face was about to be swollen by Ning Fengji. Well, Prince Xuexing regained his composure and cupped his fist towards Qin Xiao, saying, since Sect Master Ning and Mr. Qin are old friends, we want to disturb the two of you reminiscing. The prince walked slowly. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Qin Xiao calmly uttered 2 words, no need to see you out. After Prince Xuexing and the others had left, Ning Rongrong rushed over to the Douluo with a face full of delight. Grandpa Bone, I missed you so much. I heard from the sect master that they couldn't even drag you back to the sect. It wasn't that serious. They just nagged me a bit more than usual. Hearing Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong tugged at the corner of her clothes, slightly embarrassed. Sect Master Ning, you must have other matters to attend to by coming here this time, right? At this moment, Qin Xiao asked. Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, there was something, but it wasn't urgent. Tonight in Heavendo City, the most luxurious hotel, I will host a welcome dinner for everyone. We can eat and talk at the same time. This was mainly directed at Qin Xiao, but it also served as an invitation to Flander and the others. It seems there really is something going on. Qin Xiao thought for a moment and said, all right. After that, Ning Fengji and Douluo left side by side. It is worth mentioning that no matter how Douluo summoned her, Ning Rongrong still chose to stay at Shrek. Flander, what are your plans next? You won't really settle down here, will you? After Ning Fengji left, Qin Xiao asked Flander in a deep voice. I have a friend in Heavendo City who also opened an academy there. How about we go and have a look? Flander tentatively asked. Is it to meet Lu Erlong? Qin Xiao was somewhat looking forward to it. He remembered that Lu Erlong was considered one of the beauties in the original work. He also wanted to see if this fiery-tempered woman was as beautiful as described in the original text. On the other side, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xuexing arrived at the sleeping quarters of the Snow Knight Emperor. Father, are you feeling better? He looked at the bedridden Snow Knight Emperor and asked with a concerned expression, is everything all right? It's easier said than done. Or rather, I have no good options left. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. I summoned you here because it is related to my condition. Father, please don't think too much. The future will definitely get better. Snow Qinghe quickly comforted. Qinghe, you don't need to say those comforting words. I'm tired of hearing them. The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head with a smile. After a moment, his smile gradually faded, and he said solemnly, "Qin, I called you here to tell you that I plan to give up treatment." There was not enough time to separate the chapters, so I released 2 chapters together. Chapter 62, The Arrangement of the Snow Knight Emperor and Lu Erlong's Shock, 4,000 words. In the vast hall, there were only the Snow Knight Emperor and Xue Qinghe. When the Snow Knight Emperor expressed his thoughts, Xue Qinghe forgot to breathe. What is going on? Why did the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly make such a decision? This is too great. Xue Qinghe was extremely excited, but his face showed shock and deep sorrow. Father, how can you say such discouraging words? You will definitely be fine. It won't be long before Mr. Douluo can cure you, he said tremblingly. Silly child, if it could be cured, it would have been done long ago. How could it have been delayed until now? The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, in fact, my father has his reasons for doing this. He doesn't want to drag the empire down because of me. Then he recounted to Xue Qinghe what Douluo had said. Xue Qinghe was shocked. What? It costs so much just to maintain your condition? It is important to know that the annual tax revenue of the Tiando Empire is only a few billion, and after deducting various livelihood expenses, the amount that can enter the national treasury is even less. But the treatment cost for the Snow Knight Emperor is actually tens of millions? That's terrifying. Tens of millions is just the beginning. The future will only be higher. The Snow Knight Emperor sighed, but this is also good, as it has made me determined about some things. Before I pass away, I must help you solve this. Father, please don't give up on treatment. Even if it costs hundreds of millions, our heavenly Dou Empire can afford it. It's unnecessary. Facing Xue Qinghe's insistence, the Snow Knight Emperor shook his head. His pair of weathered eyes seemed to have seen through the mundane world long ago. I called you here only to inform you of my decision, not to ask for your opinion, and I have a few things to instruct you on. I, your son, will listen attentively to your teachings. Father, Xue Qinghe lowered his head and said no more. The first thing is, you need to change your temperament. You can't treat everyone with courtesy. As the crown prince and the future ruler of the empire, your attitude should be firmer. Even towards Xue Xing or your brother Xue Bang, it should be the same. Xue Qinghe's pupils suddenly constricted, but after all, they are members of the royal family. Which emperor didn't rise from the corpses of their brothers? Xue Xing is relentlessly suppressing you, wanting to support Xue Bang to rise to power. In that case, you should fight back fiercely after all. You are the heir chosen by me, and I am supporting you from behind. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Knight Emperor Xue is lying in a hospital bed. His voice is still powerful. I understand, your majesty. The prince replied solemnly after a moment of silence. In fact, what the Knight Emperor Xue doesn't know is that over the years, he has long wanted to eliminate both Xue Xing and Xue Bang, but he was afraid that making a big move would arouse the Knight Emperor's suspicion. However, that's no longer necessary. The second matter is to find a way to strengthen your power. Don't think that Ning Fengji is your teacher. He cannot intervene in royal matters. On the other hand, the prince's mansion of Xue Xing has the poison Douluo as a supporter, while you do not have such top-tier power by your side. If Xue Xing wants to secretly take action against you, it will be hard to guard against. This is also what the Knight Emperor is most worried about. Poison Douluo, huh? The snow on the river's surface remained still and silent, but in his heart, he couldn't help but scoff disdainfully. Did he really think that the lurking porcupine Douluo beside him was an easy target? That person has a firm grip on the poison Douluo. If the poison Douluo dares to attack me, it would truly be seeking his own doom. Seeing Xue Qinghe silent, the Knight Emperor continued. However, there was no way before. Now, with the appearance of Qin Xiao, it is a turning point. From what I learned from Dream Machine's description, this Qin Xiao is a powerful figure that even the poison Douluo fears. If he is there to protect you, I can rest assured. But didn't father already send Uncle Wang to recruit Qin Xiao? It's impossible. The Snow Knight Emperor slightly shook his head. Qin Xiao, a young man with great ambitions, absolutely won't tolerate any nonsense. You must remember, if you go to see him, you must lower your stance and offer sufficient benefits. May I ask, Father Emperor, what kind of benefits would make him tempted? Xue Qinghe asked. He can set any conditions, as long as he is willing to serve under you or become a vassal of the Heaven Dou Empire. Even if it means giving him the national treasure of the Heaven Dou Empire, we will give it to him. What? Xue Qinghe was shocked, not expecting the Snow Knight Emperor to be willing to pay such a high price. His future is limitless. Perhaps he doesn't have such great value today, but he will certainly have it in the future. Qinghe needs to look further ahead. Thank you, Father, for your teachings. I understand now, Xue Qinghe said respectfully. One last thing, you must be careful. Protect yourself well and do not give Xuexing any opportunity to take advantage. I even suspect that my illness is the result of Xuexing secretly manipulating Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor earnestly explained. Father, is this really true? Xuexing's eyes widened, feeling as if he had discovered a new continent. Surprised, isn't it? But the Snow Knight Emperor remained calm, and Xuexing even saw a look of heartache on his face. It's funny to say, I had suspected Xuexing, the Avalanche, and even you before. However, today I can confirm that Xuexing is the most likely culprit. After all, when I started using the golden soul coins to sustain my life, he benefited the most. The Snow Knight Emperor said decisively. He also believed that Xuexing had been plotting for many years and was finally starting to show his claws. Xuexing? Oh, Xuexing, this burden is yours to bear, whether you want to or not. After all, it was your royal brother who made you bear it. Xuexing had chuckled inwardly. His face, however, showed a look of righteous indignation. I will go find Xuexing for the antidote right now. It's useless. What you need to do now is to grow quickly and shoulder the great responsibility of the Tiando Empire. After all, my time is limited. The Snow Knight Emperor stopped the impulsive Xuexing. I understand, my son. I will go talk to Qin Xiao right now. Xuexing has said. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded. This was indeed the wise choice. Blue Tyrant Academy. In Tiando City, at the end of a bustling street, Qin Xiao stood still. Before him stood a magnificent academy. Dean Flander, is your old friend the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy? Behind Qin Xiao, Ning Rongrong read the name on the academy plaque. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others were also curious. They didn't expect the Dean, who was often in a poor state, to know such a wealthy person. After all, Tiando City is worth its weight in gold, and opening an academy here means being wealthy. Haha, you're absolutely right. Back then, I and two other good friends were known as the Golden Iron Triangle, also having made a great name on the Douluo Continent. Flander couldn't help but laugh. Despite his current shabby life, he still revealed an unmistakable pride from his glorious past. What? The Golden Iron Triangle? Ning Rongrong suddenly showed a look of shock. Could it be that you have heard of my fame in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Then you should know how formidable I am, right? Flander smiled at Ning Rongrong, and in the next moment, he was about to ask Ning Rongrong to share his glorious deeds with everyone. However, Ning Rongrong shook her head. What I mean is, I have never heard of the Golden Iron Triangle at all. Flander? Then why are you so surprised? It made me think you knew me. Who are those people outside? Suddenly, a voice of inquiry came from within Blue Tyrant Academy. Everyone looked over. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He appeared to be a teacher from Blue Tyrant Academy. Please inform your dean that an old friend, Flander, has come to visit. Flander cupped his fist towards the person inside the academy gate. All right. To everyone's surprise, the middle-aged man was unusually straightforward. This teacher, aren't you afraid he is an imposter? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Imposter? Upon hearing this, the teacher laughed. There have indeed been people who came to claim to be relatives of the dean, but every one of them was beaten badly. So no one would use this method to meet the dean anymore. Everyone, although they had not met yet, everyone had already formed some guesses about this mysterious dean. Well, it is very likely that he is a brawny, muscular, violent man. You all wait here. I will be back shortly, the teacher said, and then dashed off. Dean Flander, why is there such a big difference among people, even though we are all human? Yes, both opening academies, while others are thriving. Yours is on the verge of collapse. Undoubtedly, those who express such grievances must be Flander's old friends, Xiao Exant, Li Yusong, and others. Why is there such a disparity, considering I am at level 78? Have you ever thought about this question? Flander said, while rubbing his wrist, making a series of cracking sounds. We have thought about it. People's physiques are different. Lu Qibin said a sentence and then fell silent. Big Brother Flander, it really is you. Without keeping everyone waiting long, a surprised voice rang out from within the academy. Qin Xiao had long noticed a woman in a blue cloth skirt rapidly approaching. Beneath that robe was a figure that ordinary girls could not compare to, and as she ran, she looked particularly impressive. Soon, she walked out of the academy and stood before everyone. Her exquisite and charming face revealed a look of surprise, and her pair of black eyes fixed tightly on Flanders. Old Flander, after so many years, you finally came to see me in person. Saying this, she threw a punch at Flanders' shoulder. Staggering back a few steps, Flanders coughed. Ere long, it's been years, and your way of greeting is still so unique, and your strength has increased again. Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt a bit embarrassed, her emotions a little stirred, unable to help herself. Old Flander, you're magnanimous. You won't mind this little issue, right? All right, stop flattering me. You know, the term magnanimous used in reference to me is just sarcasm. Wait a minute. Flanders sensed something was off and looked Lu Erlong up and down. Are you not deliberately mocking me? Ha ha ha. How could that be? Lu Erlong chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the people behind Flanders and quickly changing the topic. Old Flander, if you weren't going to come. You Shun-Ti have brought so many people with you. You're not planning to merge with my Blue Tyrant Academy, are you? Although Lu Erlong hadn't seen Flanders for a long time, they had kept in touch through letters and knew that Flanders Shrek Academy was not very prosperous. Of course, she was joking when she said this. She had previously extended an invitation, but Flanders had turned it down, knowing that he had his own pride. However, Flanders' response left Lu Erlong stunned. Haha, Erlong, you guessed it right. What? I guessed it right? Lu Erlong's eyes widened, filled with surprise. Old Flander. You're not joking with me? Of course not. Flanders nodded seriously, but it's complicated and I can't explain it all in 1 or 2 sentences. I'll tell you later. This isn't the place for a conversation. Please come in with me. Lu Erlong nodded and led everyone into the Blue Tyrant Academy. In the spacious reception room, Lu Erlong arranged for everyone to take their seats. Let me introduce you to our Shrek members. Flanders brought Lu Erlong to Qin Xiao. This is His Highness the Thunder Emperor, Qin Xiao. He just turned 18 this year and is a new student at Shrek. Oh, Lu Erlong nodded nonchalantly and then said, Old Flander, no offense, but shouldn't you introduce me to the teachers at Shrek first? Why introduce a student first? Wait, what did you say his name was? Lu Erlong suddenly realized she might have missed something. I said, this is His Highness the Thunder Emperor, Qin Xiao. Flanders repeated, Your Highness, Old Flander, are you saying he is a Title Douluo? Lu Erlong looked at Flanders to confirm again. That's right. His Highness the Thunder Emperor is indeed a Title Douluo, and a powerful one at that. Flanders said with a serious expression. Moreover, His Highness just turned 18 this year and is a new student at Shrek. 18, new student, Title Douluo? Puffed. Lu Erlong could no longer hold back her laughter. Old Flander, after so many years, you still know how to make me happy. I have to admit, you've succeeded. I haven't laughed this happily in a long time. Haha. However, as she laughed, Lu Erlong suddenly found herself unable to continue. In the reception hall, everyone except her had serious expressions. Could it be that what Old Flanders said is true? This young man is really an 18-year-old Title Douluo? As this thought arose, Lu Erlong felt a chill rise from the soles of her feet straight to her crown. Instantly, the smile in her heart vanished. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to witness His Highness's majesty? Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes fell on Qin Xiao. Her expression grave. Qin Xiao did not speak, but a powerful soul pressure erupted from him, landing on Lu Erlong. Others remained unresponsive, but Lu Erlong's expression changed drastically in an instant. She felt as if she were carrying a mountain. This pressure could only belong to a powerhouse above a soul.Douluo. However, this pressure lasted for less than a breath before Qin Xiao retracted it. Lu Erlong let out a sigh of relief. She gasped for air and, filled with shock, said to Qin Xiao, Your Excellency, Erlong did not mean to offend just now. It's just that an 18-year-old Title Douluo is truly astonishing and incomprehensible. Chapter 63. The Plan of Shueshing, inviting the poisoned Douluo to act, 4,000 words. In the face of Lu Erlong's shock, everyone felt it was to be expected. After all, they had all gone through shock and setbacks. This is just the beginning. When you see Your Excellency's bizarre training method, your jaw will definitely drop. A cunning light flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as her mind began to imagine how shocked Lu Erlong would be when she saw Qin Xiao's lightning-struck training method. It's okay. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and gently waved his hand at Lu Erlong. Hearing this, Lu Erlong instinctively glanced at Flander. Her expression was complex. In her line of sight, Flander nodded slightly, which finally eased her mind. At the same time, she suppressed countless doubts in her heart. They didn't tell me about such a monster emerging from Shrek Academy. They must be trying to see me make a fool of myself. Lu Erlong thought angrily, thinking she would give Flander a piece of her mind later. Come, Erlong, let me introduce you again. This is Zhao Wujia, the vice president of our Shrek Academy. Flander, unaware that Lu Erlong had already planned to arrange something for him, was not in the mood for introductions and was already thinking about how to escape. On the other side, in the prince's mansion, bang, Shuepeng slammed his palm down, and immediately, the precious table worth thousands of gold soul coins beside him cracked apart with a snap. Uncle Wong, that Qin Xiao really doesn't know what's good for him. Isn't he just a Title Douluo? How dare he act so arrogantly in front of us? Xu Eping recalled the events of the past 2 days and felt an uncontrollable rage. If you were to ask him what his strongest emotion towards Qin Xiao was, it could only be summed up in one word: hatred. Qin Xiao made him lose all face, and he wished he could cut Qin Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Enough. If you hadn't offended Qin Xiao back then, how could this trouble have arisen? Uncle Wang, that's not right. You also said before that we must not let Xue Qinghe become arrogant and must weaken his strength. Without your support, how could I dare to provoke the people of Shrek? Xue Bong felt that he couldn't bear all the blame alone. So you're saying I helped you, but helped in the wrong way? This is really outrageous. Xue Bong was angry, and Xue Xing was even angrier. Thinking about the humiliation he suffered at Qin Xiao's hands was like adding fuel to the fire. He felt that if he didn't vent his anger, he would explode. In the spacious room, there was only Xue Bong. Slap. Xue Xing took 2 steps forward and gave Xue Bong a hard slap on the face. Phew. After that slap, he felt completely relieved. On the other hand, Xue Bong looked stunned, his expression frozen on his face. You hit me. You even hit my face. Even my father never hit me like this. He sounded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice suddenly turning sharp. Are you not convinced that I hit you? Xue Xing looked at him coldly, saying hitting you is too light. If you were my son, I would definitely beat you to death. The cold, murderous intent hidden in his voice was something Xue Bong could clearly feel. In the next moment, he woke up from his anger. In fact, he became frightened. Uncle Wang, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. After pretending to be a dandy for too long, it's hard to control some little flaws. Xue Bong quickly smiled apologetically. Humph. Prince Xue Xing snorted coldly. And this is the last time. Yes. Xue Bong felt as if he had been granted amnesty, nodding repeatedly, and then said, Uncle Wang, you don't need to worry about Qin Xiao anymore. I'll go to plead with Qin Xiao. No matter what, I must complete the task set by my father. However, Xue Xing's response surprised Xue Bong. He waved his hand, saying never mind. What, never mind? I've also investigated the background of Shrek Academy. They are in such a dire situation that they are on the verge of collapse. I initially thought that giving them some benefits would make them submit and obey, but the emergence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school changed my mind. Xue Xing explained. Ning Fengji can easily take out millions of gold soul coins for Qin Xiao, as you have seen. Moreover, there is another piece of information. Qin Xiao helped the Douluo a great deal. This shows that Qin Xiao has a close relationship with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. A person like this I don't want to recruit, but I simply cannot afford to recruit him. Do we really have to give up? But if we don't give up, it seems there is no other way out. Xue Bong felt a wave of helplessness. So are we just going to ignore Qin Xiao? But won't my father blame you? Xue Bong was somewhat worried. He was worried about Xue Xing and also about himself. If Xue Xing really lost the power to control the Tiando Royal Academy, then in the future, it would really be Xue Qinghe's family dominating everything. How can we just ignore it? Don't forget that we have already made an enemy of Qin Xiao. Who knows if he will stand against us in the future? As Xue Xing spoke, a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since he cannot be used by me, he can only be destroyed. I want to nip all risks in the bud. You mean you want to kill him? Xue Bong was shocked. He also wanted to kill Qin Xiao to vent his anger, but he only thought about it. Xue Xing also wanted to kill Qin Xiao. He would definitely take action. However, considering Qin Xiao's strength, is he really that easy to deal with? After all, Qin Xiao is a Title Douluo level powerhouse. He felt it was necessary to remind Xue Xing. Xue Xing said solemnly, I plan to ask Douluo to take action. Douluo? Fighting Qin Xiao, isn't that just sending his head? He is not Qin Xiao's opponent. Xue Bong knew that despite Douluo being a Title Douluo, in terms of combat power, he would dare to say he is second to last among Title Douluos. And no one would dare to claim last place. In contrast, Xue Xing shook his head. Xue Bong, you must remember that the strength between soul masters cannot simply be judged by soul power. If that were the case, soul masters wouldn't need to compete in soul battles. They could just show their soul power directly, right? Although Douluo's personal combat power is weak, he excels in poison. A single person can easily slaughter a city, which is something many Title Douluos cannot achieve. Additionally, although he cannot defeat Qin Xiao directly, if he secretly employs poisonous means, I don't believe Qin Xiao won't fall for it. Upon hearing this, Xue Bong's eyes lit up, and he instantly became spirited. Then we must have Douluo prepare some potent drugs for Qin Xiao, causing his strength to drop and turning him into an ordinary person. At that time, let's see if he can still be so arrogant. I want to stomp his head under my feet. The more Xue Bong spoke, the more excited he became. Xue Xing couldn't stand it anymore and had to interrupt him. You remember from now on, just don't provoke Qin Xiao again. And don't leak a single word. After all, the revenge of a Title Douluo is something neither you nor I can bear. Hearing this, Shuebeng nodded like a chick pecking at rice, indicating he understood. In fact, even if Xue Xing didn't remind him, he wouldn't dare to show off in front of Qin Xiao, even if he had 10 times the courage. Ding, dinner is ready. At dusk, the door of the reception hall was knocked on. Has it already come to this time without me realizing? Time flies when you're cultivating. After Flanders introduced himself, Qin Xiao entered a state of cultivation. Through the window, he could already see the lights outside flickering on. Your Highness, what do you think? Flanders asked Qin Xiao. You all eat. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Could it be that your Majesty looks down on the food at Lamba Academy? No worries. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I can arrange it for you. Lu Erlong was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Is that so? Not really. I just have an appointment, came a reply. Qin Xiao's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. He had not forgotten Ning Fengji's invitation. Lu Erlong was momentarily dazed. However, he quickly returned to normal. It was Erlong who was being impolite. Qin Xiao shook his head, signaling that it was nothing. Then, he looked at Flander and the others, asking, Aren't you planning to go? He remembered that Ning Fengji had also invited them. No, Flander shook his head. Only Ning Rongrong squeezed out from the crowd, saying, Your Highness, I'm going too. You must take me with you. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said, Let's go. After Qin Xiao and Ning Rongrong disappeared from sight one after the other, Lu Erlong could not help but ask, Boss Flinder, who exactly is hosting a banquet for him? That is a big shot. Flinder said in a deep voice, Can you stop keeping us in suspense? Have you forgotten that I'm an impatient person? Or do you think my fists are too light? Without Qin Xiao's suppression, Lu Erlong's true nature was unleashed. The Lu Erlong who could act without making a fuss had returned. Flinder said helplessly, It's the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji, who is hosting a banquet for Qin Xiao at the most luxurious hotel in Heavendo City. What? Ning Fengji. Lu Erlong was shocked. Just as Flinder said, this person was indeed a big shot, a figure who could make the soul master world tremble with just a stomp. It seemed that this Qin Xiao was quite something. Lu Erlong said with a complex expression, Not just a bit. You could say that your understanding of him is barely scratching the surface. By the way, from what he said, it seems Ning Fengji also invited you all. Such a big shot inviting you without giving face. I think, Boss Flinder, you're even more impressive. After hearing Lu Erlong's words, Flinder said irritably, Stop mocking me. I can tell how much weight I carry compared to these guys behind me. Ning Fengji's invitation to Qin Xiao was sincere. Inviting us was just a casual courtesy. If we really went to the banquet, it would only make us look even less significant. After hearing Flinder's words, Zhao Wujia and the other teachers all nodded. Ma Hongjun and the others were also deep in thought. Lu Erlong laughed and said, Boss, after so many years, you are still so shrewd. Don't worry. I prepared a big meal today to welcome you. What is Douluo doing? Why hasn't he come out to see me after so long? Xuexing was getting a bit anxious. He clasped his hands together and paced back and forth in front of the mansion door. Fortunately, the street in front of Douluo Mansion had been sealed off by guards, so no one could see his anxious expression. Creak. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Douluo, dressed in dark green robes, walked out. Haha, I was so engrossed in studying the medicine formula that I lost track of time. I apologize for keeping your highness waiting, Douluo said with a fist salute and a smile, his voice carrying some apology. It's nothing. I haven't waited long either. Xuexing smiled, but the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Mr. Douluo, you look like what? You look younger. Prince Xuexing said in disbelief. At this moment, although Douluo's clothing had not changed much, his appearance looked at least 10 years younger than before. By a stroke of luck, I obtained a spiritual herb, and after using it, I became like this, Douluo said casually, and then added, Your Highness, if you don't mind. Let's go inside the mansion to discuss. Prince Xuexing thought for a moment, and then slowly nodded. All right, then I will trouble Mr. Douluo. I do have a request. Not long after, Prince Xuexing followed Douluo to the pavilion in the back garden. The two sat opposite each other. Douluo first poured a cup of hot tea for Prince Xuexing and himself, then said in a low voice, Your Highness knows that I am a straightforward person and do not like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Ha! I appreciate that about Mr. Douluo. Xuexing laughed and said, To be honest, I've come here to ask you to help me eliminate someone. Oh, Douluo's eyes flickered, wondering who Prince Xuexing wanted to kill. Saying this, he picked up the cup of tea beside him and took a sip. Xuexing looked left and right to confirm that there was no one around. then leaned in closer to Douluo and whispered, "The person is someone you have also met, the Title Douluo Qin Xiao, from the day we met at the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Puffed. Douluo immediately spat out the hot tea that he hadn't swallowed, yet all over Xuexing's face. Xuexing hurriedly stepped back and wiped his face with his sleeve. "Mr. Douluo, what are you doing?" His voice had a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Douluo did not care about Prince Xuexing's emotions and asked again, "Who did you say you want to kill?" "Shrek Academy, Qin Xiao." Xuexing's answer was resolute. After confirming that he had not heard wrong, Douluo's eyes widened, and he exclaimed loudly, "Are you crazy? Kill him? Is he someone that an ordinary person can kill?" Douluo clearly remembered Qin Xiao's lightning that restrained toxins and his powerful strength. Moreover, he also believed that Qin Xiao had a certain understanding of medicine and poison. Otherwise, how could he have cured him? More importantly, although Douluo was not a righteous person, he understood the importance of gratitude and repaying favors. Qin Xiao tricked him, but also saved both him and Douluo. In his eyes, the gratitude was even greater. How could he bring himself to act against Qin Xiao? "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot assist you with this matter." The old man firmly shook his head in rejection of Xuexing's proposal. He was even already thinking about giving Qin Xiao a warning after Xuexing left. What? He rejected me so straightforwardly? In contrast, Xuexing looked shocked and confused. He never expected that Douluo would refuse him outright without a single word. Could it be because of Qin Xiao's strength? "Mr. Douluo, I think you might have misunderstood. I don't want you to confront Qin Xiao directly. Even if you're not his match, you can secretly use poison, which is your forte. As long as you can kill him, the method doesn't matter to me. As long as Qin Xiao is dead, I'll have achieved my goal." Chapter 64. Various Thoughts. Winning over Qin Xiao for 1,000 words. In the Douluo residence, Xuexing nervously looked at Douluo. "Why does Your Highness want to kill Qin Xiao?" Douluo did not give Xuexing a clear answer, but instead asked, "To be honest, the Snow Knight has issued an order for me to re-recruit Qin Xiao. I tried, but I failed. Those who follow me thrive, while those who oppose me perish. Qin Xiao cannot be my friend. He can only be my enemy. Since he is my enemy, only death can bring me peace." When Xuexing mentioned Qin Xiao, an uncontrollable fierce light flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt that such a promising young powerhouse had become a significant threat to him. After finishing, he looked at Douluo, unsure of when Mr. Douluo planned to take action, and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Douluo raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness may have misunderstood. I never said I would help you deal with Qin Xiao. What a joke. Not to mention that Qin Xiao had saved him. He was not even a match for Qin Xiao in terms of strength. After finally healing from the Bailin snake venom, he wanted to live a few more years and enjoy life. No way. The task of dealing with Xuexing, no matter what, he cannot take on." Douluo had made up his mind. "Mr. Douluo." Xuexing was taken aback and reluctantly began to persuade him. However, he was stopped by Douluo's hand. "Your Highness, even if you speak eloquently today, I still cannot act against Qin Xiao," Douluo said solemnly, "considering our long acquaintance. I advise you to give up on the idea of dealing with Qin Xiao. It is not wise. It's impossible. If I don't deal with Qin Xiao, I will completely lose control of the Ten Fiends Royal Academy, which is a loss I cannot bear." Xuexing became anxious. "Mr. Douluo, I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship." "Enough." Douluo coldly interrupted. "Your Highness, there's no need to mention past friendships. Over the years, I have secretly helped you with quite a few matters, and the past friendship has long been exhausted. Now, not helping you is merely my duty." Boom! Douluo's words exploded in Xuexing's mind like thunder. He never expected that Douluo would show no regard for their past friendship. "Your Highness, please take your leave." Suddenly, Douluo's voice rang in Xuexing's ears, bringing him back to reality. "Sigh. Sir, today I was reckless." Xuexing apologized to Douluo. Douluo merely waved his hand. "I have matters to attend to today, so I won't see you off, Your Highness." Saying that, he poured himself a cup of hot tea. Seeing this, Xuexing turned around without saying a word. At that moment, his gaze turned incredibly cold. He knew that the poison Douluo was out of commission and could not rely on him. He thought to himself, "I refuse to believe this. Without you, Douluo, I can still take care of Qin Xiao." He thought, then strode away. "Brother Qin, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for a long time." Ning Fengji smiled as he welcomed him in the most luxurious hotel in Tiando City. Qin Xiao also noticed that the Bone Douluo beside him was smiling and nodding at him, showing goodwill. "Haha, Master Ning, you can't blame me for this." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "This is all because of your little princess who took me around everywhere and made me miss the time." As he spoke, he moved aside. revealing Ning Rongrong behind him. In fact, the time Qin Xiao left Blue Tyrant Academy with Ning Rongrong was sufficient to attend the banquet. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong, under the pretense of guiding him, led Qin Xiao through bustling streets. If it weren't for Qin Xiao noticing something was off and pulling Ning Rongrong by the ear to make her give directions, they might have arrived too late for the hotel to close. You just know how to cause trouble, Ning Fengji said helplessly, looking at Ning Rongrong. She was just thinking it was a rare opportunity to take His Highness around. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Qin, my brother, please take a seat. Ning Fengji called to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao did not refuse. After a moment, under Ning Fengji's guidance, Qin Xiao arrived at the top floor of the hotel. 2 words, imposing. At a height of 100 meters, Qin Xiao could see half of the heavenly fighting city below. He instinctively reached out his hand. The bright moon seemed so close to him, within easy reach. The high tower was 100 feet tall, and one could almost pluck the stars from the sky. He dared not speak loudly, for fear of startling the heavenly beings above. Qin Xiao whispered softly. However, the 3 people beside him, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Douluo, were not ordinary individuals and heard Qin Xiao's words clearly. They were immediately greatly shocked. Not only is Brother Qin exceptionally talented, but his literary skills are also top-notch. Ning Fengji exclaimed in admiration. Haha, I'm just a parrot, not the real author. Qin Xiao shook his head. Your Majesty, there's no need to be modest. If there were really an author who could write such sentences, they would have long been famous in the Douluo Continent. Ning Rongrong looked at Qin Xiao with admiration. Is this the thrill of being a literary plagiarist? Qin Xiao decided not to explain further and took a seat. After a while, exquisite dishes were served one after another. Ning Secmaster, if you have anything to say now, you may proceed. Qin Xiao did not rush to taste the delicacies, but instead looked at Ning Fengji and asked, Am I not allowed to simply welcome you and wash away the dust? Ning Fengji replied. Qin Xiao smiled without speaking. Ning Fengji came to find him, which was unusual. What was that saying again? To offer kindness without reason is either treachery or theft. Haha, Qin little brother. Actually, it's I who asked the sect master to invite you here. If it weren't for you selling the sect master's soul bone, I wouldn't know how long it would take to find a breakthrough opportunity. The Douluo said to Qin Xiao with a smile. Senior, don't misunderstand. My relationship with sect master Ning is purely a transactional one, without any feelings involved. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Ning Fengji's expression stiffened, and then he couldn't help but smile wryly. Qin old brother, you are really too shrewd. Nothing can be hidden from you. Ning Fengji, stop pretending and laid it all out. All right, I do have something to discuss with you, but it is definitely good news for you. Oh, Qin Xiao responded with a long, waiting for more. You killed the leader of the Haotian sect, Ten Xiao, which has created a great enmity with the Haotian sect. I'm curious about what your next step will be. Ning Fengji asked. Mentioning this matter, Qin Xiao's smile instantly faded, and he replied calmly. This matter does not need sect master Ning to worry about for now. Haha, Qin old brother, don't misunderstand. I don't want to interfere in your affairs. I just want to say that if you encounter any difficulties, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect will definitely support you. Ning Fengji smiled. Then, thank you very much. Sect Master Ning. Qin Xiao cupped his hands to Ning Fengji. He understood that Ning Fengji was showing his determination, willing to stand on the same boat with Qin Xiao to confront the Haotian sect. Qin Xiao would not refuse this. After all, the soul bone he sold to Ning Fengji from Ten Xiao was meant to set the 2 major sects against each other, and now his goal had been achieved. Ning Sect Master, Senior Bone, don't just drink, have some food too. In the palace, in the Crown Prince's bedroom. Your Highness, Qin Xiao has gone to the appointment. It seems that Ning Fengji also wants to win him over. Meng Xinji conveyed the latest news to Xue Qinghe. Who wouldn't want to recruit such a rare genius in history? No, my uncle and brother have turned away such a talented strongman. Xue Qinghe sighed. If they want him, then let them have him. I'm not competing with them. Fighting would only weaken the strength of the empire. Forgive my boldness, Your Highness, but your thoughts are misguided. You are the emperor's designated heir, and no one is more qualified than you to hold the power of the empire. Xue Xing and Xue Beng should not compete or suppress you. You should retaliate fiercely, but fighting among ourselves. A hint of hesitation flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Your Highness, take action. If we can recruit Qin Xiao under our banner, it would be a tremendous help. With the full support of our Tiando Royal Academy, Xue Xing and Xue Beng will be nothing to worry about. Then should I invite Qin Xiao to meet at the Moon Pavilion tomorrow? I will go help you send a message. Meng Xinji looked delighted. He felt that His Highness was good in every way, but was just too kind and merciful. Late at night, Qin Xiao returned to Lamba Academy. To his surprise, there was a graceful figure waiting at the academy's entrance, as if she had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Qin Xiao approaching from a distance, her pretty face revealed a look of surprise. "Your Highness, you've returned?" Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in delight, quickly walking up to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao asked, "It's so late, why aren't you going to sleep?" Zhu Zhuqing replied seriously, "Director Liu Erlong assigned us a place to stay, and I was afraid you wouldn't find it when you came back, so I waited here. What if I don't come back today? Then I'll wait until you return." Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Qin Xiao felt a slight warmth in his heart, somewhat touched. He was about to say something more, but the words caught in his throat. Looking into the distance, he saw 3 figures approaching. The one in the middle was tall and sturdy, like an iron tower. On either side were 2 young men who looked similar to him. They seemed to be his devoted followers. "Boss, the beautiful girl who just arrived at the academy is right over there. See, I didn't lie to you." Someone pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. "But she has someone with her," another person said. The tall young man in the middle replied, "So what if she has a man? As long as they're not married, I have the right to pursue her. Besides, I'm so strong. How could you, as a woman, choose anyone else?" "Hey, don't say I'm a woman. Even if I were a man, I'd choose you, boss," one of them said with an ambiguous smile. However, he was kicked away by the tall young man. "By the way, the one in the middle is named Talon. He has bothered me before." Later, "Teacher Zhao helped me out," Zhu Zhuqing quietly said to Qin Xiao. "Oh, Talon?" Qin Xiao was taken aback at first, then asked, "The Li family?" He remembered that the Li family was Tang Hao's loyal lackeys, who had helped a lot when Tang San went to Gongxin City and when crafting hidden weapons. They must be eliminated. In an instant, Qin Xiao made a decision. "Ha! You little brat actually heard of the Li family?" "That's right, I, the young master, am from a Li family, called Talon." Talon laughed and said, "Kid, I have my eye on this girl. If you give her to me, you'll be my friend from now on." Ding, mission released. Rookie, as a soul master, you must never lose your passion. When your companion is insulted, you should stand up, even if you know you can't win. You must charge forward without hesitation. Mission requirements. Do everything possible to stall Talon for 5 minutes. Mission reward. Increase the lifespan of the 3rd soul ring by 50 years. That's actually a mission? Even without a mission, I can't let him off. However, increasing the lifespan of the 3rd soul ring by 50 years is already quite good. Indeed, the rewards for missions will keep getting better. Qin Xiao was taken aback, secretly thinking, "Hey, are you deaf, kid? Our boss is talking to you. Can't you hear?" At that moment, a young man beside Tai Long rushed out, swinging his fist. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face revealed a cold expression as she struck first and sent the young man flying. "This girl, I'm liking her more and more. So fierce." Tai Long's eyes lit up at the sight, and he excitedly licked his lips with his long tongue. In contrast, a cold light flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but a broad hand landed on her shoulder. "You're not his match yet. Let me handle this." Qin Xiao spoke as he stood in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. A warm current unexpectedly surged in her heart. Is this the feeling of being protected? "Haha, kid, you still have some backbone. Not hiding behind a woman. I'll go easy on you later and won't kill you." Tai Long laughed heartily when he saw Qin Xiao step out. However, Qin Xiao didn't want to say a single word to Tai Long crack. He flicked his finger, and an invisible force erupted, sending Tai Long flying more than 10 meters away, where he landed heavily, like a sandbag. The scene fell silent. "My God, what kind of strength does this person have?" One person exclaimed in shock. Another hurried to Tai Long's side and helped him up. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine, really." Tai Long staggered his feet, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Boss, you just spat blood and still say you're fine? Do you think I'm stupid? Kid, pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, huh? You've got guts. This grudge is settled. Wait for the revenge from my family, the Li clan." Tai Long spat out a harsh remark and quickly turned to run away. "Your Majesty, should I go after him?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. "No need." Qin Xiao shook his head, and in the next moment, he had disappeared from the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy door of the Li family was knocked on. "Is the young master back?" "He's back earlier than usual." The doorman muttered as he opened the mansion's main door, but everything before him left him dumbfounded. "Young master, what happened to you?" He saw Tai Long outside the door, covered in blood, and even seemed to be breathing more out than in. He panicked, threw Tai Long over his shoulder, and hurried into the mansion, shouting, "Patriarch, it's bad. The young master is in trouble." "Useless thing, where did you get drunk like this? And you need to be carried back?" As the voice fell, a sturdier figure appeared, Tainoa, who frowned and said in a deep voice, "What? Drunk? If it's fake, I hope it's real." The doorman quickly replied, You see for yourself. How can he grow flowers on him? Tainoa said unkindly. However, when he looked at Tai Long, he was instantly stunned. What's going on? Why do I feel like Tai Long is breathing more out than in? Chapter 65. The Destruction of the Leaf Family. 4,000 words. Tainoa hurried to Tai Long's side. After a careful examination, he was shocked to discover that Tai Long was severely injured. Son, what happened to you? Tainoa trembled all over, starting to panic and fear. Who hurt you? Tell me. I'll go skin him alive and make him suffer 10 times worse than you. No, at least 100 times worse. It's. Tai Long opened his mouth for a long time, but could not speak. Go find the best healing soul master to treat the young master. Tainoa quickly instructed the doorman beside him. The doorman immediately ran out. But not long after, footsteps echoed in Tainoa's ears. Talp, talp, talp. Didn't I tell you to find someone? Why are you back? Tainoa shouted angrily. However, no one responded to him. I see you're itching for a beating. Huh? I'm talking to you, and you pretend not to hear? Tainoa suddenly raised his head. But when he saw the person coming, he was taken aback. Because the person in front of him was not the doorman, but a handsome young man. Who are you? He asked in a deep voice. It's him. At that moment, Tai Long reacted fiercely, tremblingly reaching out his hand to point at Qin Xiao, struggling to make a sound. Immediately, Tainoa's expression changed drastically. Did he hurt you? Kid, I will tear you to pieces. Tainoa's eyes turned red, and his soul power erupted in an instant. His body sprang out like a spring, and 2 fists larger than sandbags slammed heavily toward Qin Xiao's chest. The sound of breaking air had already reached Qin Xiao's ears. However, in the face of this fierce attack, Qin Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. He made a very simple motion. With a flick of his right hand, like a long whip, he struck Tainua's chest with a loud slap. Immediately after, with a crisp crack, Tainua's figure was sent flying backward, landing beside Tai Long. A family should be complete and harmonious, and you see, this is just perfect. Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Kid, who exactly are you? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tainua barely supported his body and asked in terror. It's me, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao. Tainua was stunned, and no information about Qin Xiao came to his mind. When did such a powerful figure appear in Heaven Do City? It doesn't matter, and it's not something you can consider. If you don't want to die, I can give you a chance. Surrender. Qin Xiao said faintly. The Li family still has some strength. If they were to submit to him, there would be some benefits. Of course, he was more curious about how Tang Hao would feel when he saw his loyal sycophant betray him. Submit? You actually want us to submit? Ha ha. Taino laughed loudly, as if Qin Xiao's words were the biggest joke. Do you know who our Li family is loyal to? That you dare to spout such nonsense here and demand our submission? Taino's gaze towards Qin Xiao gradually filled with disdain. If you knew my master's name, you would probably kneel and beg for mercy in an instant. So that's how it is. Qin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Since you are so loyal to Tang Hao, then I won't be polite. What? You? Since you know that our master is Tang Hao, how dare you attack us? Tainua was shocked. Qin Xiao revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Even if Tang Hao stood in front of me, I would still dare to strike at you. As the words fell, a powerful wave of soul power erupted. Tai Long could no longer withstand this pressure. His head tilted, and he lost all signs of life. To this, there was no fluctuation of emotion in Qin Xiao's eyes. He knew that showing pity to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Besides, the people from the Strength Clan were not good people. They often oppressed others relying on their own strength. Not to mention, Zhao Wujia was one example. He was just lucky to have escaped the pursuit of the Titan. If his luck had been worse, he would have long become a ghost under the Titan's command. Tai Long! Tai Long! Tainua shouted, but no matter how he called, Tai Long did not respond. He was dead. Tainua's expression changed drastically. Kid, I don't care where you come from. Tainua, swear that I will kill you in my lifetime. I'm very sorry, but your life ends today. If you want to kill me, it will have to be in your next life. Qin Xiao coldly laughed. He was about to strike at Tainua. However, at that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the arena. Little thief, stop! As the voice fell, a figure fell like a meteor and landed steadily in front of Qin Xiao. It was a tall, silver-haired old man, the ruler of the Strength Clan, Titan. However, Titan did not appear relaxed in front of Qin Xiao. 8 soul rings colored yellow, purple, and black slowly moved around him. With his big copper bell-like eyes, he stared intently at every move of Qin Xiao. This was in stark contrast to Qin Xiao's relaxed demeanor facing him. Kid, who the hell are you? He could no longer hold back and coldly question Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's response was very simple. Just a Tang Hao's enemy. Ha ha, what a boast. How dare you claim to be the enemy of the master? Titan scoffed. Who is Tang Hao? He is known as the youngest Title Douluo in the Douluo Continent. What qualifications do you have to oppose a Title Douluo? Woo-woo. Father, stop wasting words with him. Tai Long is already dead. Taiwan seemed to have grasped a lifeline and cried out to Titan. What? Titan turned around and saw Tai Long lying on the ground, motionless. Boom! He felt as if struck by lightning. When he sensed an unusual aura intruding, he rushed over. But it turned out he was still a step too late. How dare he? How dare he? In the next moment, Titan felt an overwhelming rage rising in his heart, erupting like a volcano. Kid, I will tear you apart to relieve the hatred in my heart. Roar. In his furious roar, Titan directly activated his martial spirit true body. He transformed into a black-haired gorilla over 5 meters tall. It was the inherited martial spirit of the Strength Clan, the Great Strength Gorilla. A powerful wave of soul power erupted, sending sand and stones flying in the arena. Dong dong dong. The Great Strength Gorilla continuously pounded its chest, like a war drum beating. At that moment, his momentum reached its peak. Ding, a chain quest has been triggered. Beat the young to get to the old. Tai Long's unexpected death attracted the clan leader of the Strength Clan, Titan. Hold on. Wait for the teachers and students of Shrek Academy to arrive to resolve the crisis. Task requirements. Survive for 1 hour. Task reward. Increase the lifespan of the third soul ring by 10,000 years. Note, Titan's strength is extremely powerful. Every second under his attack is tormenting. Please give it your all and strive to survive. Another task has been triggered. Qin Xiao was taken aback. When he saw the content of the task, he couldn't help but laugh. Wow, to wait for the teachers from Shrek for an hour? This efficiency is really lacking. Not to mention soul respect and soul zone. Even a soul king or soul emperor would find it difficult to face this enraged old gorilla, right? An hour. And even the ashes would be blown away. I have to say, the Titan's strength is very strong, and its real combat power is not far off from that of a true Title Douluo. However, this doesn't mean much to Qin Xiao. Not to mention that the Titan's combat power can only be compared to a Title Douluo. Even a true Title Douluo would have to struggle. Kid, are you laughing? You're about to die, and you're still laughing? Seeing this, the Titan felt that Qin Xiao was mocking him. The Power Clan has always been the one to invade others' residences. But today it has turned around. This is a disgrace. Father, you must crush this kid to ashes. Only then can my hatred be alleviated, Tanuo said fiercely. His voice was filled with hatred. Titan, Bohm, Heffen, fished. At this moment, the 5-meter-tall, mighty gorilla let out a roar. He launched a devastating attack on Qin Xiao. This was his 8th soul skill, and also his strongest soul skill. The range of the attack spanned 100 meters. Still a locking type skill? But I never even thought about dodging. Qin Xiao slightly bent down, clenched his left fist, and then struck out with a punch. Kid, are you scared to the point of wetting yourself? Not even using your soul skill? Titan couldn't help but sneer. But the next moment his heart sank. A blue beam of light instantly pierced through his body, shattering his heart into pieces. It was actually a soul bone skill. Such a powerful soul bone skill. Could it be the legendary 100,000 year soul bone? In the last moment of his life, he wanted to understand where he had lost. However, he couldn't get a response from Qin Xiao before he fell to the ground with a thud, his massive body crashing down, until the life left him. He couldn't close his eyes. It's over. It's really over. Taino was stunned. The moment Titan fell, he knew that the clan of strength had been completely destroyed. A good person goes all the way, sending someone off on their journey. I will send you on your way too. Qin Xiao believed that a good person should go to the end. No, please don't kill me. I still want to live. I am willing to recognize you as my master. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tainua suddenly showed a look of terror on his face and hurriedly begged for mercy. His spirit had already been shattered by the successive blows. He simply wanted to live. There was only one chance to choose. Qin Xiao shook his head indifferently, flicked his fingers, and a flash of lightning entered the center of Tainua's brow. After doing all this, Qin Xiao turned and walked outside. Dang Hao, Dang San, you can continue to hide. It won't be long before the people supporting you will all be gone. Since I've started, I might as well consider visiting the other major affiliated families as well. Why are you still here? When Qin Xiao returned to Lamba Academy, he found Zhu Zhuqing still waiting at the school gate. I heard that in Talon's clan, there are even powerful soul Douluos. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated a bit. Qin Xiao noticed this unspoken worry. Instinctively, he reached out his large hand and rubbed Zhu Zhuqing's head. It's okay. The matter has been resolved. No matter how strong Contra is, it's just Contra after all. Can it be stronger than Tang Xiao? Qin Xiao smiled faintly, appearing as if the wind and clouds were light. Ah, this. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered, and connecting it to Qin Xiaodan's attitude, she instantly understood. A powerful soul.Douluo might have just fallen. If I also had such power, could I also control my own destiny? Let's go. Were you not waiting here for me to take me to my residence? Only when Qin Xiaodan's urging voice sounded did Zhu Zhuqing suddenly awaken. I'm coming. Zhu Zhuqing then realized that Qin Xiaodan had already walked far away. Not long after, a piece of news shocked Heavendo City. What? The Titan family, Talon and Tenno are dead? This is almost an extermination. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know what happened within a day. In the prince's residence, Xuexing was already wide awake, and this news stunned him. It should be known that the Titan family itself possessed the strength of a soul.Douluo, not to mention their astonishing background. Once the top of the three sects, they were a subsidiary family of the world's #1 sect, the Haotian sect. Even a Title Douluo would have to think twice before provoking them. Even he would have to give them some respect. Now, they have been exterminated? Who is this formidable person? If that's the case, do I also have hope to utilize this person? Xuexing's mind suddenly became active. After all, Dugu Bo definitely could not help him. If he wanted to deal with Qin Xiaodan's, he could only rely on himself. In the Heavendo Palace, Dream Machine returned. Your Highness, it's a big deal. He spoke loudly in front of Xuexing. Xuexing was taken aback. Dream President, what happened that even you are so flustered? Gulp, gulp. Dream Machine grabbed the cup on the table and drank it all in one go. The domineering old guy Titan is dead. What? Xuexing was shocked. Titan was considered a key figure in Heavendo City, and just like that, he was gone. Unfortunately, the battle ended very quickly. Our people didn't even have time to see who made the move. Dream Machine sighed. To be able to kill Titan in an instant, it must be at least a 95-level Title Douluo. I wonder which powerful person made the move. Could it be someone from the Spirit Hall? Hearing this, Xuexing frowned and said softly, This matter, I trouble you, Dream President, to thoroughly investigate for me. Dream Machine nodded seriously. Your Highness, rest assured. Knock, knock, knock. In the morning, Qin Xiaodan was awakened from his meditation by a knock on the door. The door was not locked. Qin Xiao said to the outside of the door. Creak. The door opened, and the plump figure of Lu Erlong walked in. Qin Xiao glanced over and then withdrew his gaze. I wonder what director Lu came here for so early in the morning. Tai Long is dead. His father Tenuo is dead, and his grandfather Titan is also dead. Lu Erlong's gaze was fixed tightly on Qin Xiao as he said this. Oh, Qin Xiao responded lightly. There are students in the academy who can testify that you had a conflict last night. So, you suspect that I took action. Qin Xiao looked at Lu Erlong again. In contrast, Lu Erlong remained silent, but his bright eyes were fixed on Qin Xiao, as if trying to read the answer from his face. Suddenly, Qin Xiao's lips revealed a faint smile. Whether I take action or not, what does it matter? Chapter 66. Zhao Wujia's Gratitude. Tang Hao's Arrangement. 4. Qian. In the room. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Lu Erlong's breath suddenly caught. She could sense an astonishing willpower pressing towards her, making it difficult for her to breathe. This also made her realize that the person in front of her was not a student from the Blue Tyrant Academy, but a terrifying powerhouse at the Title Douluo level. Your Excellency, Erlong did not mean to offend. Lu Erlong said with difficulty, I still have other matters to convey. As her voice fell, Qin Xiao let out a light oh. The terrifying pressure also disappeared in an instant. What other matters could there be that made Dean Lu come personally to convey? Qin Xiao asked curiously, Is it the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing, who has invited you to meet at the Moon Pavilion today at noon? Lu Erlong said as he took out an invitation from the Spatial Soul Guide and handed it to Qin Xiao. Xuexing. Qin Xiao could clearly see 3 big characters written in iron pen and silver hook on the invitation. After taking the invitation, Qin Xiao smiled at Lu Erlong. Thank you for your trouble. However, Lu Erlong remained standing in place, seemingly having no intention of leaving. Is there anything else, Director Lu? Qin Xiao asked softly. He saw that Lu Erlong, who was usually straightforward, was showing a rare look of shyness on her face. She kept swirling the hair that hung in front of her chest with her fingers, and her lips were tightly pressed together. After a moment, she finally spoke, Your Majesty. I have heard from Flander that you have a secret method to unlock the potential within the human body. That's right, Qin Xiao nodded. I have a friend who has been unable to break through the level 30 soul power barrier. I wonder if there is hope for him to achieve his long-cherished wish through such a method. After Lu Erlong finished speaking, she looked at Qin Xiao with eager eyes. The friend Lu Erlong mentioned should be that theoretically invincible master, Yu Xiaojing, right? Qin Xiao felt a stir in his heart and guessed who Lu Erlong was talking about. Some things, without trying, I can't give you an accurate answer. He said, then if I were to ask your excellency to take action, what kind of price would I need to pay? After Lu Erlong finished speaking, he nervously stared at Qin Xiao. Price? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao smiled. He stood up and walked step by step towards Lu Erlong. In contrast, a hint of panic flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes, and he instinctively took a step back. Bang! The table in the room shook. Lu Erlong noticed that he had nowhere to retreat. His hips had already bumped against the table. She felt a bit flustered. However, the next moment, a large hand lifted her chin. Qin Xiao's gaze met Lu Erlong's directly. If you want me to take action, shouldn't you ask me what I want? Instead, you should ask yourself what you can offer. The distance between Qin Xiao and Lu Erlong was very close. His breath, like a scorching airflow, hit Lu Erlong's face. Qin Xiao could clearly see a hint of panic flash in Lu Erlong's eyes. Soon, it was replaced by anger. Your Majesty, please show some restraint, Lu Erlong said, turning his head to the side. Ha! Qin Xiao chuckled. It must be said that being able to handle the hot-tempered and strong-willed Lu Erlong to such an extent made Qin Xiao feel quite accomplished. Dean Lu, what I want. You cannot provide. You can only see if there's anything that can move me. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao had already left the room. However, his voice echoed in Lu Erlong's ears. Lu Erlong let out a breath. After spending such a short time with Qin Xiao, she felt more exhausted than after a fierce battle. When she recalled Qin Xiao's words, her expression became incredibly complex. Xiao Gang, what should I do to make him help you? Your Majesty. As Qin Xiao just walked out of the room, he heard someone calling from behind. Without turning around, he knew just by the voice that it was Zhao Wuji. He stood still for a moment, and Zhao Wuji came to his side. However, what surprised Qin Xiao was that Zhao Wuji's eyes were red, with a hint of tears shimmering in the depths. What happened to you? Qin Xiao asked. Thump. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Zhao Wuji actually knelt down directly in front of him. Qin Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. Old Zhao, did you take the wrong medicine before coming out today? If there's something to say, just stand up and say it. No, Your Majesty. Let me bow to you one more time. With that, he actually knocked his head down with a thud, giving Qin Xiao a loud bow. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Is it the new year today? Should I give you red envelope money? Zhao Wuji. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. Zhao Wuji raised his head and, seeing that no one was around, explained to Qin Xiao, Your Majesty, after receiving news yesterday that the Leaf family had been exterminated, I couldn't wait to rush to the scene to check it out. After seeing the wounds on the old gorilla, I knew it was you who did it. Perhaps it means nothing to you, and it might not be much harder than squashing a fly. But for me, it is very significant. You may not know, but I've dreamed of exterminating that overbearing and shameless old gorilla. With my strength, I had no hope of doing it in this lifetime. The only way I could take revenge was to let him die slowly, but unexpectedly, you took action and eliminated him, and I felt one word in my heart. Is that what this is about? Qin Xiao suddenly understood. He remembered that the original text indeed mentioned that Zhao Wuji had been hunted by the Titans. To escape was indeed a stroke of luck. It's normal for Zhao Wuji to be so excited upon learning that a strong enemy had been eliminated. Get up. I thought you were here to ask me for red envelope money. Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively and said, Your Majesty, your words are truly interesting. Zhao Wuji first broke into a grin, but quickly composed himself and said seriously, Your Majesty, your great kindness today, old Zhao will never forget. If you ever need me in the future, whether it's up the mountain of blades or into the sea of fire, I won't even frown. I will remember your words. Qin Xiao nodded, but you should get up and speak first. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji quickly stood up. At the same time, he instinctively glanced around and did not notice any strangers present. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing this, Qin Xiao teased. Now you know to consider face? Instantly, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of embarrassment. The core of the Stardow forest, Tang Sen sat by the life lake, which resembled a sapphire, with a somewhat dazed expression. His thoughts seemed to drift away. Xiao-san, why aren't you cultivating today? What are you thinking about? A figure in a pink dress, Xiao Wu, walked over from a distance, looking puzzled. I just finished my cultivation. Tang Sen snapped back to reality, glanced at Xiao Wu, and said with some concern, Xiao Wu, you know how powerful Qin Xiao is. I wonder how my dad is doing now. Has he killed Qin Xiao to avenge Erming? Xiao-san, don't worry. Haotian Douluo is one of the most gifted individuals on Douluo Continent, and Haotian sect is one of the strongest sects on Douluo Continent. The two of them working together should easily handle a Qin Xiao, Xiao Wu said firmly. Yes, my uncle is the leader of Haotian sect. According to my dad's speculation, he is at least a level 95 Title Douluo. With their combined strength, unless Qin Xiao grows 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't even be able to escape. Tang Sen nodded, finally showing a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, the lake suddenly stirred with waves. Immediately after, with a loud boom, a water column shot up into the sky. The massive body of the sky blue bull python also appeared within the water column. Deming, what's wrong? Xiao Wu's expression changed. The movement of the sky blue bull python gave her a heart-pounding, extremely uneasy feeling. I can feel a powerful aura rushing toward the depths of the Star Do forest. Deming's voice boomed, echoing around the life lake. Not good. Tang Sen was greatly alarmed. Xiao Wu, it must be Qin Xiao coming to kill us. In his mind, only someone as fierce as Qin Xiao could create such a commotion. Similarly, he was most afraid of Qin Xiao arriving. Look at you being so timid. Deming glanced at Tang Sen disdainfully and snorted. That person's aura is somewhat similar to yours. There should be some connection. Hearing this, Tang Sen's face changed, looking quite bad. Being bullied by a beast when I'm down, I never thought I, Tang Sen, would be mocked and looked down upon one day. Sky Blue Bull Python, right? One day, I will make you repay today's humiliation tenfold. Xiao San, is it possible that this person is Haotian Douluo? Has he already dealt with Qin Xiao and is now here to take us back? At this moment, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she speculated. That's hard to say. Tang San first shook his head, then nodded, but it should be a friend, not an enemy. After a moment, a sound of breaking air rang out by the lakeside. A tall figure appeared by the life lake. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. He looked no different from a beggar on the street. However, his aura was impossible to ignore. Arrogant, domineering. It gave off a sense of who else but me. Dad, you finally came? Tang Sen looked at the suddenly appearing figure with surprise in his eyes and quickly ran over. Deming, don't be nervous. This is Haotian Douluo from Haotian sect and also Xiao San's father. Xiao Wu reassured Deming. Hearing this, Deming fell silent. However, his eyes were fixed on Tang Hao. In his understanding, humans were untrustworthy. Xiao San, how have you been these days? At this time, Tang Hao embraced Tang San. Tang Sen shook his head. I've been doing very poorly these days. I'm worried about your safety, and I'm also concerned that scoundrel Qin Xiao won't die. But now that you're here, I'm relieved. Dad, can you tell me about how miserable Qin Xiao looked before he died? Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would still be happy to hear you describe the process. As Tang Sen spoke, he looked at Tang Hao with an eager expression. In contrast, Tang Hao had a bewildered look. What is Tang Sen talking about? He wants me to describe how Qin Xiao looked before he died. I would like to, but Qin Xiao isn't dead. Xiao San, you guessed wrong. Qin Xiao is not dead. The truth came out as Tang Hao spoke. What did you say? Qin Xiao is not dead? How is that possible? Tang San's face showed disbelief, and then anger appeared on his face. Could it be that Uncle didn't consider brotherhood, and didn't help you? This was the only possibility he could think of. Helped. After hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao said with a bitter expression, well, I want to seek help from your uncle Tang Xiao. He agreed without a second thought. However, some problems arose afterward. In the end, your uncle Tang Xiao tragically died at Qin Xiao's hands, and I barely escaped. As Tang Hao spoke, he couldn't help but recall the battle with Qin Xiao, still feeling a chill. So strong. Qin Xiao's strength is simply monstrous. If it weren't for his good brother Tang Xiao risking his life to protect him, Tang Hao felt that right now, even his ashes would have been scattered by Qin Xiao. What? The two Title Douluos from Haotian sect joined forces and still couldn't match Qin Xiao? One even died? How can Qin Xiao be this fierce? We'll be able to deal with him in the future. Not to mention Tang San's reaction. Even Xiao Wu felt a shock in her heart. Instinctively, she thought of Erming. Then she looked at Daming and thought, Daming won't be in danger too, right? If I had known this, I would never have brought Tang San to Star Do Forest to hide. Erming is already gone. If Daming is also harmed because of me, then my life would be a small price to pay for their burial, and that wouldn't be enough. Xiao was already regretting it. If she had known this, she would have run away and would have given Qin Xiao a soul bone and soul ring. Looking at it now, one set wouldn't be enough to block it. Xiao Wu, oh Xiao Wu, what kind of strong enemy have you provoked this time? The Sky Blue Bull Python Daming also understood Tang Hao's words and realized that their enemy was stronger than he had imagined. Dad, what should we do next? Tang San believed that since Tang Hao came to find him, There must be a plan. Staying in Douluo Forest was not a solution. You are a soul master. The Soul Master Academy is where you should go now, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Do I really have to go back to Shrek Academy? After hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang San frowned and asked in disbelief. Shrek? That used to be a good place for you. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, you would have led Shrek to rise and could have gained a lot of support in the future. Unfortunately, it was all disrupted by the appearance of Qin Xiao, which ruined my carefully crafted plans. Tang Hao felt depressed when he brought this up. In fact, the cause of the matter was also because of this. Then where should I go? Tang San frowned and asked in confusion. Go to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. There are many academies there, and it's not difficult to find one where you can learn soul master knowledge. Tiando City? Tang San was surprised. I still have some connections in Tiando City. Tang Hao nodded seriously and continued. The Leaf family, who have always been loyal to me, has been developing in Tiando City. The Titan of the Leaf family is an 86th level soul.Douluo, whose combat power is comparable to that of a Title Douluo. I feel assured with you in front of him. Chapter 67 Qin Xiao's request. Han Hai Qin Shield 4000. Dad, can Xiao come with me? Tang Sin did not immediately agree to Tang Hao's words, but instead asked back. Tiando City is not a small place like Soto City. Tang Hao shook his head. In Tiando City, there are many strong people. Although there are no Title Douluos, who knows if a Title Douluo might pass by and discover Xiao Wu's identity. It is best for her to stay in Douluo Forest for now, at least for the time being. As he spoke, Tang Hao looked at Xiao Wu and said, If you want to go to the outside world with Xiao San, I will not stop you when you reach maturity. Then you will at least have the strength to protect yourself. That will take a long time. Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned pale. But that's still better than sending soul rings and soul bones to others, right? Tang Hao's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wu as he said lightly. This time, Xiao Wu no longer insisted. She nodded faintly, agreeing that the senior was right. Given the current situation, she indeed was no longer suitable to enter the human world. She turned her gaze to Tang San and said, Xiao San, but you must remember to come back and see me. Okay? Dad, I don't want to leave here either. Tang San's heart stirred, and he made a decision. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tang Hao. You are different from Xiao Wu. You are a human soul master. Douluo Forest is not suitable for your growth. Only by constantly fighting with strong opponents can you grow quickly. Tang Hao shook his head with a cold expression. Besides, the Titan is not an ordinary soul-Douluo. He has another identity as one of the 3 remaining divine artisans on the Douluo Continent, and he can provide you with a lot of help in forging. Then, okay. Seeing that Tang Hao's tone was filled with undeniable authority, Tang Sin no longer insisted. Of course, he also knew that even if he insisted further, it would definitely lead to no results. Seeing that neither Tang San nor Xiao Wu had any objections, Tang Hao said in a deep voice, Go pack your things. We will set off immediately. The sun was high in the sky. Qin Xiao leisurely arrived in front of the Moon Pavilion. In the previous life, there were various clubs, and this academy was equivalent to a Douluo version of a club, specifically open to royal nobles. Remembering the information about the Moon Pavilion, Qin Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances. Who are you? You must stand at a distance. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from loitering in front of the Moon Pavilion. After a moment, 2 people walked out from the Moon Pavilion and spoke to Qin Xiao. In fact, they had also been observing for a while. Although Qin Xiao is dressed appropriately, it cannot be considered luxurious, unlike the nobles and aristocrats who come to consume. Well, even this contemptuous look is quite authentic. Qin Xiao secretly nodded. However, he did not directly attack anyone like Tang Hao in the original story. Instead, he took out an invitation and threw it onto one person's face. What is this? The person took a step back and quickly picked up the invitation that was about to fall to the ground. We saw the large signature Shui Qinghe on it. He became even more flustered. What's wrong with him? The other person, puzzled, also looked over. Suddenly, their faces changed in shock. What? He is the esteemed guest invited by His Highness the Prince? And my apologies, I did not recognize your status and did not mean to offend. The 2 changed their attitude toward Qin Xiao 180 degrees, bowing repeatedly. They almost bowed down to Qin Xiao. Those who are unaware are not to be blamed. Please lead the way. Just 2 minor characters. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for them. Noble and elegant. Luxurious, yet not lacking in grandeur. This was Qin Xiao's impression after entering the Moon Pavilion. Led by a young servant, Qin Xiao went directly to the 2nd floor and stopped outside a room. Knock, knock, knock. The servant lightly tapped on the door and said softly, Your Highness, the guest you were waiting for has arrived. As soon as his voice fell, Qin Xiao could clearly hear hurried footsteps coming from inside the room. Creak. The door opened. Qin Xiao saw a familiar face. Meng Huichong? He was a bit surprised, but then he thought about it, and it made sense. According to the original text, before Xue Qinghe's betrayal, the three major committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy were all loyal to the crown prince, Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, Xue Xing and Xue Beng wouldn't be so closely pursuing him, trying every means to prevent Xue Qinghe from gaining power. Your Highness, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Meng Xinji smiled at Qin Xiao, then stepped aside, inviting him in. As Qin Xiao entered the room, a figure with its back to him suddenly turned around. It was a handsome young man who looked to be only around 24 or 25, with a warm smile on his lips. There was no denying that, at first glance, it was impossible to find him unpleasant. Xue Qinghe. Qin Xiao silently called out his name. Of course, he also knew another layer of Xue Qinghe's identity, which was that she was the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue. Qinghe had met the Emperor of Thunder. At this moment, Xue Qinghe saluted Qin Xiao with cupped hands, her attitude extremely humble. Because of Qinghe's special status, she was unable to go out to welcome His Majesty, and she asked His Majesty not to hold it against her. Later, Qinghe would drink 3 cups as self-punishment. It must be said that Xue Qinghe was very skilled in social interactions. Even though Qin Xiao knew that all of this was just an act, he still felt quite comfortable. Your Highness, there is no need for such formalities. I am not petty to that extent. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and responded lightly. It seems that this person is indeed easier to get along with than I had imagined. Seeing this, Xue Qinghe let out a small sigh of relief. Then, he made a gesture of invitation, saying that the banquet was already prepared and wondering if it would suit His Majesty's taste. Qin Xiao was not being coy and took a seat generously. Xue Qinghe and Meng Xinji followed closely behind. Your Majesty, let me apologize first, Qinghe said. He poured himself 3 cups as a self-punishment. Xue Qinghe was also very straightforward. The first thing he did was fulfill the promise he had just made. He downed 3 cups in quick succession before finally stopping. Qin Xiao could clearly see that Xue Qinghe's face suddenly turned red. Good, he praised and said, I don't think your Highness came down just to taste the delicious food and fine wine of Yuxian. If there's something to say, just say it directly. Upon hearing this, both Xue Qinghe and Meng Xinji were somewhat surprised. Qin Xiao's frankness caught them off guard. The 3rd floor of Yuxian is a forbidden area, as it exclusively belongs to the master of the pavilion, Madame Yuehua. Suddenly, a figure dressed in purple, resembling a steward, hurriedly arrived outside Madame Yuehua's door and whispered, Madam, the guests received by His Highness the Crown Prince have arrived. But upon closer inspection, who were they hosting? After a brief silence, an ethereal voice emerged from the room, replying to Madam, that person is not a noble from the Empire. He is very young and has an unfamiliar face. The purple-clad steward replied truthfully, I understand. You may leave for now. I will go take a look myself shortly. After a moment of silence, Tang Yuehua's voice echoed again in the room. Ha ha, Your Highness, since Your Majesty has said so, please speak your mind. In the room, Meng Xinji's expression shifted as he said with a smile. What the Dream Association leader said is correct. Xue Qinghe nodded and looked at Qin Xiao with an eager expression. I wonder if Qinghe has the qualification to have Your Majesty become a vassal of my Crown Prince's residence. It turns out this is to recruit me. Qin Xiao's heart stirred. He had long anticipated this. In fact, he was not interested in who would become the emperor of the Tiando Empire. However, Tang San and Tang Hao were already enemies, and according to the original work, Xue Lang and Xue Xing had become involved with Tang San. Subconsciously, they had already been blacklisted by Qin Xiao. As long as they dared to take risks, Qin Xiao wouldn't mind fulfilling their wishes. As for the relationship with Xue Qinghe, Qin Xiao planned to wait and see. Your Majesty, to show my sincerity, please feel free to state any requests you may have. At this moment, Xue Qinghe spoke again. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up. I heard that the Heaven-Do Empire has a peculiar item called the Hanhai Qianquan Shield. In the original work, if it weren't for the Hanhai Qianquan Shield, Tang San wouldn't have been able to escape death time and again. Without the Hanhai Qianquan Shield, Tang San wouldn't even have been able to undergo the God examination. No matter what, Qin Xiao could not let this item fall into the hands of others. If he could obtain it through Xue Qinghe, it would save him a lot of trouble. What? The Hanhai Qianquan Shield? I've heard of it. It's the national treasure of the Heaven-Do Empire. Meng Xinji exclaimed softly. Your Highness, Meng Huichong is right. The Hanhai Qianquan Shield is of great importance, and Qinghe cannot make a decision at this time. Xue Qinghe was taken aback at first, then apologetically said to Qin Xiao, then I will wait for His Highness's reply. As Qin Xiao spoke, he picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it in one gulp. This cup, I toast to your highness. Thank you for your generous hospitality. After speaking, he put down the cup and said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Your highness, Meng Huichong, please stay. After saying that, without waiting for the two to respond, he turned and left. Shui Qinghe and Meng Xinji were momentarily stunned. Qin Xiao, what a Qin Xiao. Shui Qinghe suddenly laughed, meaningfully. Your highness, a strong person like him being somewhat proud is normal. Please do not take it to heart. Meng Xinji hurriedly advised. He was genuinely afraid that Shui Qinghe might act impulsively and follow the old path of Shui Xing and Shuiba. Meng Huichong, you misunderstand. His strength is enough for him to be above it all. I actually think there is nothing wrong with what he did. And it saves us a lot of trouble. We can clearly know what he wants. Shui Qinghe said, looking at Meng Xinji, his face once again showing a warm smile. Besides, hasn't Qin Xiao's attitude towards us improved quite a bit? I heard that my uncle and royal brother were left with nothing in front of this person, leaving with their tails between their legs after preparing 5 million gold soul coins. And we still have a chance to discuss further with him. Haha, your highness. If that's the case, does it mean that Qin Xiao has taken a liking to us? Meng Xinji laughed heartily upon hearing this. I believe so. Shui Qinghe looked again in Qin Xiao's direction, thinking to himself, this is indeed an interesting person. I will definitely bring you under my wing. However, I have heard that the Hanhai Qinquan shield is also highly valued by His Majesty, who has been trying to decipher its secrets. At this moment, Meng Xinji spoke again with some worry. Whether to take out the Hanhai Qinquan shield will depend on Father Emperor's intentions. Shui Qinghe said softly, I will discuss this matter with Father Emperor when I return to the palace. Meng Xinji nodded, I will accompany you. Saying this, he walked out of the room with Shui Qinghe. However, just then, a graceful figure walked in. At first glance, she seemed to be in her late 20s or early 30s, but her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world, far beyond what a woman of that age could compare to. She wore a fitted silver palace dress that highlighted her dignified, elegant, noble, and luxurious temperament. Without a doubt, this person was Tang Yuehua, the master of the Moon Pavilion. Shui Qinghe slightly bowed. Qinghe has met Lady Yuehua. Theoretically, since Tang Yuehua taught him etiquette, she could be considered his teacher, so he behaved respectfully, which was not excessive. Tang Yuehua also inclined her body slightly and asked in confusion, I heard that your highness was dining here, so I specifically came to take a look. Why does your highness seem to be in such a hurry to leave? As she spoke, Tang Yuehua glanced at the dining table, only to see a table full of sumptuous dishes that had not been touched. She asked in confusion, is the food not to your liking today? Shui Qinghe's heart stirred, and he shook his head, saying, Lady, you need not think too much. There are some urgent matters that have arisen that I must deal with. In that case, I will not keep your highness any longer. Tang Yuehua said, slightly stepping aside. Shui Qinghe and Meng Xinji then left in succession. After they left, Tang Yuehua suddenly sighed. What a pity. I was ultimately a step too late and couldn't meet the person Shui Qinghe was hosting. It seems I can only send someone to investigate secretly, she thought to herself. As the head of the information department of the Haotian sect in Heavendo City, collecting all valuable information is Tang Yuehua's responsibility. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Tang Yuehua heard footsteps. In an instant, her expression returned to normal. Just then, the purple-clad steward came before her. What happened? Tang Yuehua could see the panic on the steward's face. Master, we received news from the sect that the sect leader has not yet returned. What? Big brother hasn't come back yet. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. She had always thought that Tang Xiao should have finished his matters and returned to the sect. Yes, the elders of the sect are trying to contact you to ask where the sect leader has gone. There are some matters in the sect that are waiting for the sect leader's decision. The purple-clad steward continued to convey the sect's will. Tang Yuehua's face turned ugly. I don't know where my big brother is. Master, it's already this time. Isn't it inappropriate for you to continue hiding it? The purple-clad steward's expression changed. Unable to help but remind her. What am I hiding? I really don't know. Tang Yuehua felt helpless when Tang Xiao and Tang Hao left mysteriously. They didn't tell her where they were going. They only left a message saying they would return to reunite with her after handling a major matter. In fact, Tang Yuehua had been waiting anxiously. Master, if you don't speak, the elders might send someone to ask in person. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's expression turned cold. It doesn't matter who comes. It will be the same. I've said everything I need to say. I don't know where my big brother has gone. Chapter 68. Tang Hao enters Heavendo for 1,000 words. Did you see that? That's the person who injured Big Tai with a snap of his fingers yesterday. He looks so weak and delicate. Yet he's so fierce? Hiss, terrifying indeed. Stop with the terrifying talk. Remember the new Ice Queen in the academy. Absolutely do not provoke her. As Qin Xiao stepped into Lamba Academy, he could hear many students whispering. Several even glanced at Qin Xiao and quickly turned away. Am I really that scary? Qin Xiao touched his nose, feeling as if he had become some kind of chaotic demon king in the eyes of these people. Qin Xiao knew that this was just the beginning. As the news of the extermination of the Li family spread, the number of people who feared him would only increase. By then, not to mention whispers, there shouldn't be any living person daring to approach wherever he was. After wandering around the academy for a while, Qin Xiao found it quite boring and decided to return to his residence. He had said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. Now all he needed to do was wait. Your Majesty. Suddenly, not far in front of Qin Xiao, a surprised voice rang out. Qin Xiao looked over and saw Zhu Zhuqing wearing a black short skirt, which caught his eye. It must be said that such an outfit made Qin Xiao's eyes light up. Her fair and delicate long legs and curvaceous figure added a touch of allure and sensuality to the icy beauty of the girl. Did you know I would come back? Qin Xiao asked curiously. I don't know. I just have been waiting here since you left this morning. This is the only way back to your residence. So I knew I would definitely be able to wait for you here. Facing Qin Xiao's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy and couldn't look him in the eye, and her voice became softer and softer. By the end, if it weren't for Qin Xiao's profound cultivation and strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to hear what she said at all. It turned out after waiting for so long. Qin Xiao said, "Come with me." After saying that, he walked ahead. Zhu Zhuqing obediently followed. Qin Xiao did not notice that Zhu Zhuqing's lips revealed a meaningful smile. It seemed that the crown prince had been watching her more than usual today. It looks like my choice is correct. Die lauda, die lauda. The person has left. In the shade of the trees further away, Ma Hongjun waved his hand in front of Dai Mubai. He could see that Dai Mubai's hollow pupils gradually regained some spirit. There was also some expression on his numb face. That was anger. It was one thing when they were at Shrek Academy, but now at Lamba Academy, with so many people, was it too much for Qin Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing to act like this? Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in anger. Too much. I don't think so. Ma Hongjun looked confused. Dai lauda, I'm not saying you, but you should take it easy. The two of them are willing. What does it have to do with us? I think it's a bit excessive to spy here. Fortunately, Qin Xiao didn't find us otherwise. The consequences would be unimaginable. Ma Hongjun thought of what Flinder had told him this morning, and he immediately shivered. A family with a powerful soul.Douluo was wiped out by Qin Xiao. Now when he saw Qin Xiao, he wished he could avoid her. What does willing mean? What does it have to do with me? Dai Mubai was about to bite his teeth to pieces. That's my fiancé, How can I take it easy? Dai Mubai felt that Ma Hongjun was better off not trying to comfort him. It made him feel worse. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun pointed ahead and whispered, "Boss, look. Is that Director Liu?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai looked over and his eyes widened. It really was. However, today's Liu Erlong was very different from when they first met yesterday. She wore a sexy red dress that tightly wrapped her upper body. Her chest appeared even more impressive. Moreover, the lower part had a high slit, revealing her long legs as she walked. If Qin Xiao could see this, she would definitely not be able to help but mutter, "Isn't this the legendary battle dress? The stepmother's skirt?" Gulp. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. Today, Director Liu seemed even more radiant. "Fatty, do you think there's something wrong with her wearing this to find Qin Xiao?" Dai Mubai asked in a low voice. "No, I have to find the teacher." After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, he ran off eagerly. On the other side, in the room, Qin Xiao looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" "Your Majesty, I am ready." "Please go ahead," Zhu Zhuqing replied, tightly pressing her lips together. "All right, then I'm coming." Qin Xiao slightly nodded, snapped his fingers, and a current of electricity struck Zhu Zhuqing. Immediately, Zhu Zhuqing fell onto the bed, her body convulsing. When they were at Shrek, Qin Xiao had promised to help Zhu Zhuqing with her training. As long as Zhu Zhuqing didn't defeat Dai Mubai, the training wouldn't end. Before long, a somewhat ambiguous sound came from a small room. Outside, Liu Erlong was just about to knock on Qin Xiao's door when she froze in place. With a swish, a blush rose on her face, turning her ears red. If I go in now, not to mention the matter with Xiao Gang, I might just completely offend Qin Xiao, right? But is it really okay to have such a situation in broad daylight? It's so embarrassing. Even the usually fiery and straightforward Liu Erlong was flustered, showing a rare shyness. Then, she stepped aside and obediently waited. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. As the sky grew darker, Liu Erlong's expression gradually changed. "It's completely dark now?" Is this even human? Creak. After a long wait, the door finally opened. Qin Xiao walked out. Is she okay? Lu Erlong asked with some sympathy. She could hardly imagine what kind of torment the girl in the room had gone through. Qin Xiao said, she is already exhausted and has fallen asleep. What you're doing will harm her. Lu Erlong thought for a moment, then mustered his courage and said in a deep voice. As a woman, she felt that this matter needed to be addressed. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao frowned. Dean Lu, are you questioning my skills? Skills? Lu Erlong was taken aback, then replied in a serious tone. No matter how good the skills are, over time, problems will arise. Then you're mistaken. Not only are there no problems, but she also has great benefits. What a joke. Lu Erlong certainly did not believe Qin Xiao's words. It was impossible. How can you say it's impossible if you haven't experienced it yourself? Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow and said irritably, Hud. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Lu Erlong felt as if struck by lightning and staggered back several steps. Qin Xiao's words completely flustered her. Qin Xiao, does this count as revealing her feelings to me? Giving me a hint? But I wasn't prepared for this at all. Lu Erlong dressed this way precisely to talk to Qin Xiao again. Previously, when Qin Xiao asked her what she could offer, she thought that as long as it didn't cross the bottom line, she should be able to accept it. However, unexpectedly, Qin Xiao was crazily testing her bottom line. Lu Erlong thought for a long time and had no idea what to say. Qin Xiao saw her stomp her foot in anger and run away. Did I say something? Qin Xiao was confused. It was already dark, and ere long still hadn't returned. On the other side, in the small forest, Flander's face darkened along with the sky. His mindset was also somewhat broken. Teacher, don't worry. Is it possible that Dean Lu Erlong and Qin Xiao are just having a pleasant conversation and lost track of time? Ma Hongjun tentatively said. If it were usually, I would believe it, but you also said Erlong is already in battle attire. Can I still believe that? Flander looked at Ma Hongjun and said, moreover, you don't know how Erlong feels about you, Xiao Jiangxi. Can do anything. As he spoke, his heart was filled with bitterness. Erlong, can't we think of a way to solve the problem together? Why do you have to walk this irreversible path? You Xiao Jiang really doesn't deserve you treating him like this. The more Flander thought, the more he hated. He didn't hate Qin Xiao or Lu Erlong. Only Yu Xiaojiang. If it weren't for that useless Yu Xiaojiang, would Lu Erlong have sought out Qin Xiao? He must be strong. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's big hand landed on Flander's shoulder. He looked at Flander with sympathy, even feeling a bit of camaraderie. In contrast, Flander thought about Dai Mubai's situation and felt much better. This kid is worse off than I am. Let us go. Let us buy some drinks in Heavendo City today. I'll treat. After saying that, Flander walked out of the academy with little interest. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a hurry. Qin Xiao was surprised. These days had been unusually calm. There had been no news from Xue Qinghe in the Tiando imperial family. Xue Xing and Xue Beng had not attempted to win him over again. Lu Eryong also seemed to have given up on helping Yu Xiaojiang. Even Flander had not been seen by Qin Xiao for 3 days. However, Zhao Wujia informed Qin Xiao that Flander had not returned for 3 days, but he should be living quite well. Qin Xiao was taken aback. Had Flander suddenly come to his senses and decided not to hang himself on a tree after all? But what had happened to cause such a significant change in him? Dad, is this the city of Tiando? Sure enough, it's huge compared to Soto City. On the other side, outside Tiando City, Tang Sen looked at the magnificent Tiando City and clicked his tongue. Forget it, there's really no comparison. It seems bringing you to Tiando City was the right choice. Only by broadening your horizons can you embrace the world. Tang Hao laughed beside Tang San. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to Spirit City to see. That's what truly counts as spectacular. Really? Tang San's eyes lit up. Is there any doubt? Tang Hao said, rubbing Tang San's head. But remember, little San, neither Tiando City nor Spirit City can compare to the grandeur of our Haotian sect's mountain gate. Hearing this, Tang San felt endless longing in his heart, wondering if there would ever be a day when they could return to their sect. He really wanted to see what the #1 sect in the world, Haotian sect, was like. How would it compare with the Tang sect from his previous life? Who was stronger and who was weaker? Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance to return to the sect. Tang Hao's voice was firm. You are a genius with twin martial souls. Your future is limitless. Although the elders of Haotian sect are stubborn, they also understand the value of twin martial souls. If you choose to return to your roots in the future, they will certainly not refuse. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback and asked, What about you, Dad? Me? Tang Hao laughed. After you return to the sect, you will undoubtedly be the pillar of the sect, and it's even possible that you will inherit the position of sect master in the future. Whether I can return to Haotian sect is solely up to your will. Of course, it might not be long before the elders of the sect come seeking my return. Tang San's heart stirred. Was it because of uncle's matter? That's right. Tang Hao nodded. Without your elder brother, there are still several Title level elders in the sect, but they are all getting old, and their potential has almost been exhausted in becoming Title Douluo. Even if they continue on, they won't get far. But I'm different. I'm still young, and my future achievements are far beyond this. If they don't invite me back to manage the situation, who will? Hearing this, Tang San's eyes immediately brightened. Dad, if that's the case, then there shouldn't be any problems. As long as the elders of Haotian sect aren't foolish, they should know what choice to make. Haha. Tang Hao couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, he even felt that the death of Qin Xiao was not such a bad thing for him. Let's go. Follow me into the city. As he spoke, Tang Hao reached out his large hand and took Tang San's, walking into Tiando City. After a long while, in Tiando City, Tang Hao and Tang San stood outside the residence of the Li family. What's going on? Did someone die? Tang Hao thought to himself, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. Hey, the customs here in Tiando City are really strange. There are actually 2 large white lanterns hanging at the entrance of the residence. Tang San looked around for a long time, puzzled. Tang Hao's expression changed, and he coldly reprimanded, Little San, don't talk nonsense. This is not some custom. It means that someone has passed away in the residence, and it seems to be someone extremely important. What? Someone has died? Tang San's heart stirred, and he asked, Dad, the deceased person wouldn't be Titan, would he? Haha, of course not. Titan is powerful. How could he just die like that? Tang Hao shook his head with a smile. That guy Titan may have a bad temper, but his strength is at the 86th level as a soul.Douluo. Even a Title Douluo would have a hard time dealing with him for a while. Not to mention his strong background with Haotian sect. Even a true Title Douluo would have to think twice before trying to kill Titan. Let's go. I'll take you to ask. Tang Hao said, pulling Tang San forward. Knock. Knock, knock. Lightly tapping the door bolt. Who is it? Both Tang San and Tang Hao could hear someone inside the residence. Creak. The heavy door was pushed open, releasing a smell of decay into the air. The person who appeared was an old man in white, the steward of the residence. He asked in confusion, I didn't know you were also here to pay your respects. To be honest, he was quite surprised. The Li family had a notorious reputation. It was either the young master bullying others or the old master disregarding his face to bully the juniors. There were no good words about them. They had few friends. Suddenly, 2 people appeared today, which astonished him. Tang Hao frowned. We won't be entering. Let Titan come out to speak. In fact, he was quite dissatisfied. The master of the house had arrived, yet they didn't come out to greet him? Had they forgotten the rules? What? You actually want the master to come out to greet you? After hearing Tang Hao's words, the steward was troubled. The person is already in the coffin. How can he come out? Are you trying to make things difficult on purpose? The steward's expression immediately turned cold. If you came to pay your respects, I would naturally welcome you. But if you are here to cause trouble, then please leave now. There is no one else in this residence besides me. He said in a deep voice. What does this mean? Isn't Titan the master of this residence? Do you really not know what happened? The steward asked in confusion. Shouldn't we know what happened? Tang Hao was baffled. Deep down, he had an ominous premonition. Well then, please come in with me. This time, facing the steward's invitation, Tang Hao did not refuse. He had a vague feeling that something bad was about to disrupt his plans. Not long after, the 3 arrived in the main hall. Upon seeing 3 neatly arranged large coffins, Tang Hao was stunned. I remember the Li family has always been a single line. Titan has a son and a grandson. Tang Hao frowned, and his ominous premonition grew stronger. What you said is correct. The 3 coffins in front of you belong to 3 generations of their family. The steward said with a bitter expression. Boom. After hearing the steward's words, Tang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? They are all dead? When did this happen? The steward sighed. Just last night. Who doesn't know that the Li family is affiliated with Haotian sect? Who would dare to strike them down? Tang Hao's heart sank suddenly, and in a flash, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, could it be that the Spirit Hall made a move? Yes, it must be the people from Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall, you've done so many bad things, and even now, you still won't let me go? Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said. However, the steward shook his head, saying that he hadn't seen who made the move. By the time he noticed the commotion, the battle was already over. It was almost certain. Tang Hao became even more convinced. After a moment, Tang Hao and Tang San left the residence of the Li family. Dad, what should we do now? Tang San tugged at Tang Hao's sleeve and asked in a low voice. At this moment, his heart was also filled with mixed emotions. He had originally thought of laying low and developing elsewhere, which was why they sought refuge with the Titans. But plans changed faster than circumstances. Tang Hao fell silent for a moment, and a new plan formed in his mind. At this point, it seems we can only go find your aunt. Aunt? Tang Sen asked in confusion. Yes, she is also in Heavendoe City, controlling a place called Moon Pavilion. It is an important hub for our Haotian clan to receive outside information. Moreover, your aunt mingles among the nobility and is an extremely formidable person. Since we can't rely on the Titans, we can ask your aunt to arrange for you to enter the Royal Academy of Heavendoe for studies. Tang Sen noticed that when Tang Hao mentioned Tang Yuehua, there was a proud look on his face. Is aunt also a powerful soul master? Tang Sen asked curiously. In his mind, he had already imagined Tang Yuehua as a powerful Title Douluo. However, Tang Hao shook his head and said with a complex expression, Your aunt has no cultivation talent. She is just an ordinary person. It is precisely because of this that she appears even more formidable. But you must remember, your aunt has a deep bond with your uncle and me, so be sure not to let her know about your uncle's fall. Faced with Tang Hao's instructions, Tang Sen did not dare to be careless and nodded repeatedly. Dad, don't worry, I'll listen to you. Meanwhile, within the Heavendoe Imperial Palace, the Snow Knight Emperor's condition had just improved when he summoned the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe. Father, your current condition is not suitable for too much exertion. Xue Qinghe said solemnly in front of the Snow Knight Emperor. My condition is as good as it gets. How is the matter I instructed you to handle earlier? What response did Qin Xiao give you? The Snow Knight Emperor, lying on the sickbed, asked impatiently. This. Xue Qinghe hesitated for a moment. What matter? Is it difficult? The Snow Knight Emperor frowned and asked. Qin Xiao asked for something from me. If I don't give it to him, there will be no negotiation. Xue Qinghe said with some difficulty. Could it be that he wants my imperial seal? No. Then is it the military token of the Heavendoe Empire? Neither. Then what is it? Just say it. The Snow Knight Emperor no longer wanted to guess. Of course, he also felt it was unnecessary. As long as it wasn't the national imperial seal or the military token, the issue was not significant. Qin Xiao said he is very interested in our Heavendoe Empire's national treasure, the Hanhai Qingquan Shield. Seeing that the Snow Knight Emperor insisted, Xue Qinghe had no choice but to say it bluntly. What? The Hanhai Qingquan Shield? The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback and then laughed. Ha, if he wants it, just give it to him. It's not a valuable item. Father, didn't you tell me that this item is the national treasure? Xue Qinghe asked in confusion. Is this not considered valuable? He was already suspicious if Dugu Bo's medicine had made the Snow Knight Emperor a bit foolish. If that was the case, then please give me more. The Hanhai Qingquan Shield indeed has its secrets, but I've had people try to decipher it for decades without any clues. Rather than letting it gather dust in the palace, it's better to use it to win over a potentially limitless Title Douluo. The Snow Knight Emperor said, taking a deep breath, help me sit up. I will go to the palace treasury now and retrieve this item for you. Once you bring Qin Xiao under your command, I will be at ease handing the Heavendoe Empire over to you. Hearing this, Xue Qinghe's heart moved. It was indeed a bit too much to keep making the Snow Knight Emperor worry about his matters. Why not make an effort himself? Second brother, you finally returned. In Moon Pavilion, when Tang Yuehua saw Tang Hao, she immediately showed a look of surprise. However, the second sentence was, where is Big Brother? In contrast, Tang Hao's expression stiffened. Big Brother has some matters to attend to and cannot return for the time being, he said stiffly. However, he was good at acting, and his expression only showed a slight unnaturalness. At this moment, Tang Yuehua's focus was on Tang San and did not notice these details. Who is this child? As she asked, she already had some vague guesses in her heart. He is my son, Tang San. Tang Hao said, patting Tang San's head, little brat. Why don't you greet your aunt? I've met aunt. Tang San quickly paid his respects to Tang Yuehua. I didn't expect second brother. Your child has grown so big. Tang Yuehua's expression was momentarily dazed, and she quickly helped Tang San up. Good child, get up quickly. Then she pulled Tang San to sit down at the table. Second brother, this time you come back. You shouldn't leave. Just live here in Heavendoe City. Don't worry, no one will find you. Sigh, how I wish that were possible. After hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Tang Hao sighed inwardly. But life is not that easy. The grudge against the Spirit Hall has not been avenged, and now he has provoked such a strong enemy as Qin Xiao. Now that he thinks about it, it's really a calamity. But who could have imagined that a newcomer Title Douluo would be so incredibly strong? I can't stay. I have more important matters to attend to. However, I hope that little San can stay by your side. Please help me take care of him. Tang Hao said in a low voice. Tang Yuehua did not reply immediately. She quietly looked at Tang Hao. After a long time, she slowly nodded. Second brother, whatever you need to do it boldly. No matter when, I, along with Big Brother and the entire Haotian clan, will be your strong support. Her tone was very firm. If it weren't for Tang Hao knowing that Tang Xiao was already dead, he would have believed it. Then, Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San. Since little San is your child, I will treat him as my own, teaching him the most noble etiquette and helping him become an outstanding person. If you say that, I can rest assured. Tang Hao was about to say he was reassured when he suddenly felt something was off. Tang Yuehua's thoughts seemed to be a bit off track. He couldn't help but correct her. Yuehua, little San not only needs to learn etiquette, he is also a talented soul master and should attend a soul master academy. I think the Royal Academy of Heaven Do would be excellent. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do? Upon hearing Tang Hao mention this name, Tang Yuehua's brows slightly furrowed. What? With your capabilities? Is it difficult for little San to go to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do? Tang Hao is now afraid of someone frowning. Normally, as long as the talent is decent and willing to pay tuition, there wouldn't be any issues. However, now it seems that the Tiando Royal Academy is about to experience significant upheaval, and both teachers and students may undergo considerable changes. I'm worried that Xiao San will be affected, so let us wait a while before going. Tang Yuehua expressed her concerns. Tang Hao was moved and couldn't help but ask. Isn't the Tiando Royal Academy directly controlled by the Tiando Royal family? How could there be a problem? Sigh. This is a long story, and it starts with a place called Shrek Academy. Dang Juhu Sai Sopti. Shrek. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Tang San trembled all over, feeling a chill rise from their feet straight to the top of their heads. No way. Could it really be that Shrek, which as Qin Xiao, has come? However, as Tang Yuehua narrated, both Tang Hao and Tang San's hearts sank. Prince Xuesheng personally intervened to suppress the people of Shrek Academy, unexpectedly finding that among the teachers and students of Shrek, there was actually a Title Douluo powerhouse. And I heard that even the poison Douluo is quite wary of this person. Due to the exclusion by Xuesheng, that Title Douluo powerhouse had to take the people of Shrek Academy away from the Tiando Royal Academy. Afterward, upon learning that he had missed out on such a powerhouse, Emperor Shiye was furious and stripped Prince Xuesheng of his powers, handing full control of the Tiando Royal Academy over to Crown Prince Xuechenghe. It won't be long before the academy undergoes a reshuffle. After a while, Tang Yuehua succinctly recounted the information she knew. It's definitely Qin Xiao. Tang San was convinced that this Shrek Academy must be the one from Soto City, and that Title Douluo powerhouse is indeed Qin Xiao. Tang San swallowed hard and asked, Aunt, do you have any information about this Title Douluo powerhouse now? Tang Yuehua shook her head, somewhat regretfully saying, Not yet. As this matter involves the prince, the crown prince, and Title Douluo powerhouses, everyone is afraid of getting burned, and no one dares to say much. Tang Hao solemnly instructed, Then you shouldn't inquire too much. After saying that, he waved at Tang San, saying, Xiao San, come here. Say goodbye to your Aunt Yuehua. We are leaving now. Hearing this, Tang San hurriedly ran to Tang Hao's side. In fact, when he guessed that Qin Xiao was also in Tiando City, he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. On the other hand, Tang Yuehua was confused. Second brother, didn't you just say to let Xiao San stay here to study with me? Even if he can't enter the Tiando Royal Academy now, he can still learn etiquette with me here. Well, Tang Hao said solemnly, that was just now. I've changed my mind. I think it's more suitable for Xiao San to undergo more training with me before coming to you to wash away the dust. Yes, Aunt. I think Dad is right. Tang San quickly echoed Tang Hao's words. All right, then it's settled. Yuehua, you don't need to see us off. I'll leave with Xiao San now. Tang Hao waved his hand and pulled Tang San to leave. Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Second brother, even if you're leaving, let me see you off. See you off? Tang Hao shook his head. Once he confirmed that Qin Xiao was in Tiando City, he didn't want to stay even a moment longer. Hesitating for another minute would be irresponsible to his own life. Mountains and rivers may meet again. There will always be a day to see each other again. After speaking, Tang Hao didn't wait for Tang Yuehua to say anything else and strode away with Tang San. Once outside Tiando City, Tang Hao led Tang San straight into the Sunset Forest. Dad, why are we going this way? Tang San asked in confusion. Didn't we agree to escape? What are we doing here? The Sunset Forest is rarely visited by people, making it easier to cover our tracks. Taking the main road is too conspicuous. That Qin Xiao is exceptionally clever and might find us based on even the slightest clues. We must be cautious, Tang Hao said earnestly to Tang San. In fact, when Tang Hao said this, he was nearly breaking down inside. Think about it. Tang Hao has traversed the Douluo Continent for half his life, enjoying boundless glory. Even when he had to leave his sect and drift outside, due to the pursuit of the spirit hall. He didn't consider it a low point in his life. He simply didn't want to resist. Although the spirit hall is powerful, Tang Hao was not afraid. However, after Qin Xiao appeared, he felt that everything had changed. Tang Hao, who had once faced the former pope of the spirit hall and numerous powerhouses without fear, was now afraid. Tang Hao reflected that all of this might be related to his repeated narrow escapes. Gradually, he began to develop a fear of death. Qin Xiao is his inner demon. As long as Qin Xiao is not eliminated, my future cultivation will be difficult to improve. He is well aware of his situation, but feels powerless. Qin Xiao is too strong, so strong that even the wind makes him tremble. With just himself, he sees no hope in this life. But with Tang Xiao dead, who else can help him? That's how it is. As Tang Hao walked, he pondered. However, both Tang Hao and Tang San were not slow. With the help of his soul power, each step they took could cover a distance of over 10 meters. Time passed in the mountains without them noticing. Suddenly, Tang San pulled on Tang Hao's arm with force. Tang Hao looked down and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao San?" Tang San pointed in a direction. Tang Hao looked over and saw a hill rising about 4 to 5 meters high in the distance. After looking around, he whispered from the location, "This can be considered the core area of the Sunset Forest. We didn't even realize we arrived here. There are many hills in the Sunset Forest, but I don't remember visiting that one. Can we go take a look?" Tang San's eyes were filled with longing. In the Xiantian treasure record, there are many introductions about terrain, and he vaguely felt that the terrain ahead might not be simple. He smelled a faint sourness in the air, the scent of sulfur. He speculated that there might be a volcanic vent hidden below the hill. Some poisons like to grow in extreme environments. All right, Tang Hao did not refuse or ask further. Leading Tang San to climb a hill. Tang San was taken aback by the terrain in front of him. Before them was actually an inverted conical depression, and they were standing at the edge of it. Thick hot air rose from the depression, which was very humid and carried a hint of the sulfur smell. He quickly activated his purple extreme demon eye to look far ahead. A clearly defined red and white spring appeared in his line of sight. Oh my god! The ice and fire yin-yang eye. This is actually the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Tang San exclaimed in shock, unable to contain himself any longer. Ice and fire yin-yang eye, what is that? Tang Hao murmured in his heart, wondering if it was something edible like the dragon eye. Dad, this is a type of terrain that could produce extraordinarily rare spiritual herbs, even celestial herbs. Tang Hao could hear Tang San's voice tremble when he said the word celestial herbs. However, Tang Hao frowned and asked, "Spiritual herbs? Celestial herbs? Where did you hear about these things?" "Ah, this." Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he quickly came up with an idea. "It was from my teacher. He has always wanted to break through his cultivation, and after studying many books, he concluded that some spiritual herbs and celestial herbs can help people make breakthroughs." "You Xiaojiang?" Tang Hao snorted. "Humph, a waste is still a waste. If one's potential is lacking, they just think of these dubious paths. Relying on external objects for cultivation is no different from forcing seedlings to grow, and it's of no benefit to cultivation." Tang Hao disdainfully huffed. "Xiao San, remember, just learn the basics of being a soul master from Yu Xiaojiang. He has read the texts of the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and his knowledge is quite rich. As for theories like the 10 core competencies or these unorthodox things, it's better to learn less. They won't benefit you." "Ah!" Tang San was surprised that Tang Hao looked down on Yu Xiaojiang so much. However, the treasure was right in front of them, and how could he dare not explore it? "Dad, I just remembered. The information about the ice and fire yin-yang eye and celestial herbs was discovered by my teacher in the Spirit Hall's texts. He said it was a secret not to be passed on." Tang San pretended to think deeply and continued, "Moreover, he told me about several powerful celestial herbs that not only can enhance one's cultivation, but also can refine the body, and such enhancements have no downsides or side effects. Even the Spirit Hall is searching everywhere for them." "What? This is news that has spread in the Spirit Hall?" Tang Hao felt that if that were the case, it had to be taken seriously. Are there really such treasures? Would it also be effective for Title Douluo level powerhouses if they consumed it? Of course. Tang San's answer was firm. "Does that mean I have hope to enhance my strength again?" Truly, heaven does not completely seal off the path for people. Tang Hao's eyes brightened. "Then we must go down and take a look." Soon, Tang Hao led Tang San down into the valley. Not far in front of them was an oval water pool. In it, milky white and vermilion spring waters coexisted distinctly, each not encroaching upon the other. Amazing, truly amazing. A water pool actually contains both icy and fiery powers. It truly lives up to the name Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Tang Hao was stunned by the scene before him. Tang San was equally astonished. However, He was shocked by the various spiritual herbs beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Looking around, the area was filled with all kinds of plants, each more precious than the last. That was the finest of cordyceps, the snow silkworm. And next to it was the vermilion lotus. It's grown so large. And next to the hot spring, that is the 7 steps to break heart grass, extremely poisonous. Tang Sen stood in place, and with a glance, he could spot a type of spiritual herb. His eyes sparkled, feeling as if he had entered paradise. Xiao San, what are all these? Did you find any celestial herbs that would greatly benefit Title Douluo after consumption? Tang Hao asked eagerly. Celestial herbs. Tang Sen suddenly realized, right? Why didn't I notice the celestial herbs? Logically speaking, with the spiritual herbs around growing so well and their ages being extraordinarily high, there couldn't possibly be no celestial herbs at all. As he began to think seriously, Tang Sen discovered the issue. It was extremely illogical. At the same time, he began to search carefully. Finally, under the meticulous observation of his purple extreme demon eye, he found clues beside the ice spring. This is the root of the rare cold flower, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. In an instant, Tang San's eyes turned red. There really were celestial herbs growing here. Xiao San, what is that? Tang Hao frowned and asked in a deep voice. However, Tang San ignored his words and began searching frantically as if he had gone mad. Soon, he made significant discoveries. The roots of the fierce fire apricot flower, the roots of the Chihuahua tulip, the roots of the 8-petal celestial orchid, the roots of the water narcissus. Tang San roughly counted. He had discovered at least 10 types of roots of various celestial herbs. But what use was it to find these roots? Where are the celestial herbs? Tang San felt his head buzzing, the world spinning, and he was about to collapse. Fortunately, Tang Hao was always watching Tang San's every move and quickly supported him. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? He asked in a deep voice. Dad, they're all gone, they're all gone. Tang San's heart was collapsing. Just thinking about the picked star anise, ice grass, and fire apricot blossom made his heart ache painfully. If I could consume both types of celestial herbs at the same time, combined with the ice and fire yin-yang eye for cultivation, my strength would surely increase rapidly. And even my blue-silver grass martial soul would gain unimaginable benefits. Dozens of celestial herbs, and not a single one left for us. Why didn't they dig up the roots and completely cut off my hopes? Tang Sen couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face. It was too heartbreaking. Clearly, there was hope in front of him, yet he quickly fell into despair. He even felt that the ice and fire yin-yang I should never have come. Yes, it shouldn't have come. If it hadn't come, he wouldn't have to suffer this worldly pain. What? The celestial herbs were all dug up? Who was so unscrupulous? After hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao's heart sank. He had come for the celestial herbs Tang San mentioned, and his heart was filled with anticipation. But now, Tang San's words were undoubtedly a wake-up call, shattering all his fantasies. The celestial herbs were gone. Did that mean there was no hope to increase strength and defeat Qin Xiao? Unscrupulous? No. They were already beyond unscrupulous. I just saw that the person who acted seemed to know we were coming, not touching a single spiritual herb, specifically digging up celestial herbs. This has nothing to do with humans at all. The more Tang Sen spoke, the angrier he became, feeling a surge of evil fire rising in his belly, igniting his chest. He could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of old blood, then weakly slumped into Tang Hao's arms. Xiao San, why is your temper so great? Tang Hao was immediately alarmed. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang out. Who are you? Why are you here? And why are you shouting? Do you have any manners? As the voice fell, Douluo angrily walked over. She had been cultivating in a nearby cave until Tang San and Tang Hao's various exclamations woke her up, prompting her to come over. There are others? Tang San rolled over and struggled to sit up from Tang Hao's embrace. At this moment, Tang Hao's gaze had already fallen on the girl not far away, and he asked in a deep voice, Little girl, I ask you, were those celestial herbs picked by you? He wasn't just asking. He also released a wave of soul power pressure that fell upon Douluo. Douluo staggered back several steps as if struck by lightning, barely managing to stand her ground. At this moment, her pretty face turned pale, devoid of any color. However, she did not show much fear and coldly said, You want the celestial herbs, huh? Let me tell you, dream on. After she finished speaking, she even let out a cold laugh. In fact, she didn't know what celestial herbs were, but it was clear that this father and son pair were not good people. In Douluo's view, it was like a bandit breaking into her home and asking where her money was hidden. Some people might choose to part with their wealth to save their lives. However, Douluo was not that kind of person. Since Douluo promised to help Qin Xiao guard the medicinal garden, she, as his granddaughter, would naturally fulfill that promise. Ha ha, little girl. You're young, but have quite a big mouth. Tang Hao laughed. However, there was a chilling intent in his smile. Let us see how long you can hold out. As his voice fell, a stronger wave of soul power pressure erupted. He was confident that even a Soul King level expert would be afraid in the face of this pressure. However, at that moment, a thin figure stepped in front of Douluo. Facing this pressure, he smiled lightly. Tang Hao, it's been over 10 years. Has your face turned to that of a dog? An additional update. If anyone has tickets, please cast one my way. I will be very grateful. Chapter 70. Tang San. Qin Xiao really deserves to die. 5,500 words. It's you. Douluo. Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized the old man in front of the girl. Grandfather, you finally came back. This father and son pair look suspicious and are clearly not good people. After I appeared, they even wanted to harm me. Douluo felt like she had found a backbone when she saw Douluo. The grievances in her heart erupted all at once, and tears welled up in her eyes, looking pitiful. Don't be afraid. Yin Yin, your grandfather is back, right? Rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for you. Douluo comforted Douluo a few times, then turned to look at Tang Hao. In an instant, his gaze turned icy cold. He coldly asked, Tang Hao, should you give me an explanation now? You actually want an explanation for me? Are you asking me to apologize to your granddaughter? What a joke. Tang Hao, never bow my head to someone like Qin Xiao. Do you think I care about your feelings as a mere 92-level Title Douluo? Tang Hao's heart was ablaze with anger, and his brows furrowed tightly. What? Does every rotten fish and shrimp think they can pin me down? But just at that moment, he sensed something unusual beside him. Tang Hao looked down and found Tang San tugging at his sleeve, subtly shaking his head. In an instant, Tang Hao understood Tang San's meaning. It was a hope that he wouldn't act impulsively. Seeing this, Tang Hao couldn't help but have some thoughts arise in his mind. Yes, Douluo appearing here might very well be related to the celestial herbs. It could even be said that he might have harvested them. Douluo really couldn't be offended for now. If he wanted to obtain the celestial herbs, he had to put in some effort with him. As for the celestial herbs, Tang Hao was not giving up hope. Immediately, his expression softened a bit, and he softly said, Previously, I indeed acted rashly. Please forgive me. At the same time, he cupped his hands in respect. Tang Hao actually apologized to me so easily. In contrast, Tang Hao's action surprised Douluo immensely. Was this still the domineering Haotian Douluo? Instinctively, he cupped his ear in disbelief and said, Did I mishear? The renowned Haotian Douluo is actually softening to us? Of course. His expression was not entirely an act. At least 3 parts of it were genuine surprise. It should be known that when Tang Hao roamed the Douluo Continent back then, he was infamous for being overbearing. He never showed any courtesy to those weaker than himself. Tang Hao secretly clenched his fists, desperately suppressing the anger in his heart, then softly said, People always change. Good, a person always changes. It seems the Haotian Douluo has suffered quite a bit from reality. All right, since you've apologized, you can leave now. But remember, never come back here. You are not welcome. Douluo said coldly. Tang Hao's concession was already very satisfactory to him. If this got out, it would be enough for him to boast about for a while. He also couldn't push people too hard. Even a corner dog can jump over a wall, let alone Tang Hao. However, in the face of Douluo's eviction order, Tang Hao and Tang San remained unmoved. What? Not leaving now? Are you waiting for feast? Douluo frowned. This remark made Tang Hao feel quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that his goal hadn't been achieved yet, he would have really beaten Douluo up. Meanwhile, Tang San knew he couldn't remain silent any longer. Otherwise, Tang Hao might go crazy. He stepped forward a couple of steps, clasped his hands together, and said, Senior, I have one more thing to discuss. Not sure if I should or shouldn't. Douluo impatiently waved his hand. Don't bother, just go away. Tang San. Is this really polite? Tang San felt a wave of frustration. He concluded that someone like Douluo must have no friends. Calm down, Tang San. To get the spirit herb, or to find out its whereabouts, you must stay calm. Tang San made an effort to adjust his breathing, stabilize his emotions, and suppress the urge to have Tang Hao take down Douluo. After taking a long breath, he felt his internal injuries had notably lessened. He pointed at Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo, and said, Senior, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, would you? Upon hearing this, Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted. This scene felt so familiar. For some reason, the figure of Qin Xiao appeared in his mind. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? Seemingly stirred by memories, Douluo's expression turned unpleasant. Senior, your granddaughter is deeply poisoned. If not treated in time, it could lead to endless misfortunes in the future. Tang Xin wasn't making this up. He was well-versed in Tang's sect martial arts, techniques, hidden weapons, and poison. From Douluo's posture and expression, he could tell that she had definitely been poisoned by a strange toxin. Moreover, this toxin was very likely from the martial soul itself. Soon, he noticed that when his words fell, Douluo's expression tightened. Douluo also frowned. You say there's no poison, yet I guessed it correctly. Tang Xin chuckled inwardly. He believed there would be something to discuss next. After a moment of silence, Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances. Then Douluo looked at Tang Xin and asked, Kid, I didn't expect you could detoxify this poison? Of course, Tang Xin proudly nodded. You have all the spiritual herbs here. I only need 50 to 60 kinds to detoxify. How many? 50 to 60 kinds? Douluo instantly lost interest. This kid in front of him didn't want to concoct a detoxifying medicine. He was asking for his life. You should know how much Qin Xiao would charge me for 50 to 60 kinds of spiritual herbs. Besides, Qin Xiao solved the problem with just one kind of spiritual herb. How could you ask for 50 to 60 kinds? How many would you pocket for yourself? For a moment, Douluo felt that although Qin Xiao was a con artist, he was still quite generous. At least he was upfront about it. Telling you there was a pit on the ground. Whether you jump in or not was up to you. The cards were on the table. He wanted Douluo's herb garden. But this kid, I can handle my granddaughter's matters myself. You should leave now, before I get angry. Douluo had already shown considerable impatience. He felt it was better to use Qin Xiao's method. After all, he had treated his own poison with Qin Xiao's method. He just didn't know how he would feel when he realized that the method Qin Xiao used to treat him was Tang Xin's upgraded version. Senior, are you really unwilling to part with these spiritual herbs? But isn't your granddaughter's life more important than these herbs? Tang Xin was momentarily stunned. Douluo's reaction was unexpected. How could he change his expression so quickly? Little San, look at Douluo's state. He wasn't like this when I saw him before. He may have already detoxified the Bailin snake poison and doesn't need your help anymore. Let's not waste any more words. Let's just lay it all out. Let me communicate with him. At this moment, Tang Hao's voice echoed in Tang San's mind. This was a secret technique of sound transmission. Saying this, he stepped in front of Tang San and said to Douluo in a deep voice, Douluo, you're a smart man. You should be able to see that we father and son have something to ask of you here. In fact, that's true. We need several kinds of spiritual herbs. So name your price. Upon hearing this, Douluo's gaze flickered slightly. What do you want? Octagonal Xianbing grass, Lihua Xingjiao Shu, Wangchuan Qiushui. Tang San quickly listed 3 kinds of spirit herbs. These were the ones he valued the most. Of course, he didn't forget Tang Hao. Additionally, I need 9th grade purple Ganoderma or 8-petal immortal orchid. Oh, and the water fairy jade skinbone. Undoubtedly, the last kind of spirit herb was for Xiao Wu. Oh, so that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. Douluo realized. So do you agree? Facing the delighted Tang San, Douluo shook his head again, no. In fact, Douluo didn't know what kind of spiritual herbs Tang San mentioned. How could he say that? How embarrassing. How could there be none? I can tell that those spiritual herbs must have been picked clean a few days ago. Given the nature of the spiritual herbs, they couldn't possibly be used up now. Tang Xin suddenly panicked. He even inadvertently let slip the words spiritual herbs. What? Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted. The spiritual herbs picked by Qin Xiao a few days ago? The term spiritual herbs sounded much more prestigious than spiritual medicine, indicating they were definitely not ordinary items. At the same time, he realized, no wonder Qin Xiao hadn't touched any of the spiritual herbs here. It turned out he had picked all the more precious spiritual herbs. Damn it. What a huge loss. Thinking about how he had guarded this treasure for so many years, yet couldn't even recognize a single spiritual herb, Douluo felt even more frustrated, wanting to spit blood. Qin Xiao. Oh Qin Xiao, you've done so much evil. Since you've already taken all the most precious spiritual herbs, why do you still occupy my herb garden? With that said, the greed of Tang Hao and his son was completely incomparable to Qin Xiao's. Douluo felt dizzy. He couldn't even stand steadily. Grandpa, Douluo quickly stepped forward to support Douluo. We just want your spiritual herbs, not your life. Is it really necessary? Tang Hao asked Douluo in a deep voice. How could it not be necessary? You don't want my life, but someone has taken my lifeline. Douluo's mindset broke down. All right, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. To be honest, I'm just a caretaker of this herb field. The spiritual herbs were not picked by me. The true owner here is someone else. If you want any Xianbing grass, banana trees, or something like that, go talk to him. What? You, Douluo, are actually just a caretaker of the herb field? Tang Hao's gaze sharpened. He didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. So who could make a Title Douluo act like a dog, showing their medicinal fields? He couldn't think of anyone on Douluo Continent who could do that. Senior, may I ask who that person is? Tang Sen was more concerned about the ownership of the fairy herbs. His name is Qin Xiao, and he is in Tindo City. Who? Qin Xiao? Before Douluo could finish, Tang Hao and Tang Sen simultaneously showed expressions of astonishment and asked in unison. Calm down, we must stay calm. Perhaps this Qin Xiao isn't the one I know? Qin Xiao, do you also know him? Douluo was also very surprised. Tang Hao did not immediately nod in acknowledgement, but instead asked tentatively, is that Qin Xiao a teenager? Very handsome? Always gives people a feeling of wanting to beat him up? The more you say, the more accurate it is. That's him. Whether he was handsome or not didn't matter to him, but being young and giving off a vibe of being annoying indeed matched Qin Xiao's characteristics. I didn't expect that you actually know Qin Xiao, which greatly increases the likelihood of obtaining the fairy herbs from him. Hut. After hearing Douluo's words, Tang Hao and Tang Sen stepped back several paces at the same time, their hearts stirred up like a storm. It really is him. This Qin Xiao is truly relentless. Why does his shadow appear everywhere? Tang San's mentality collapsed. He was in the Douluo forest in Tindo City, and now he was involved in digging for fairy herbs? He really deserved to die. Tang San's teeth were almost ground to dust. After accepting this reality, Tang Hao's first reaction was to lower his head and say to Tang San, Little San, it seems we can only temporarily put aside the matter of the fairy herbs. The priority now is to leave here. At this point, Tang San had also calmed down considerably and would not refuse Tang Hao's suggestion. In fact, after calming down, he was eager to leave. Who knows when that devil Qin Xiao would come? They left without hesitation, not even saying goodbye to Douluo. Hey, aren't you too familiar with Qin Xiao? Why not give it a try? Douluo shouted at the backs of Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang Hao's body shook, and he stopped and retorted, Douluo, haven't you heard a saying? What saying? Familiar faces are particularly eye-catching when they meet. After saying that, Tang Hao ignored the bewildered Douluo and pulled Tang San out of the valley. Although the two walked steadily, each step took them a distance of 20 to 30 meters, making Douluo feel like he was almost catching up to them in his escape speed. Wait, what does familiar faces being eye-catching mean? That's definitely an enemy, Douluo suddenly realized. But at this moment, Tang Hao and Tang San were already out of sight. Qin Xiao's soul power fluctuation was around level 92 to 93, but Tang Hao very likely reached level 95. But why was Tang Hao so afraid of Qin Xiao? Douluo stroked his chin and pondered. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a reason. Then he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, today, I didn't let Tang Hao and Tang San take away a medicinal herb. Otherwise, it would have strengthened the enemy. Fortunately, it was Douluo who came today and not Qin Xiao. Otherwise, we father and son wouldn't have been able to leave that valley. On the other side, after Tang Hao and his son had walked a considerable distance, Tang Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. He instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone full of the meaning of surviving a disaster. Yes, we dodged a bullet again. Tang San also sighed. Ever since offending Qin Xiao, he felt that every extra day he lived was a gain for him. There was no other way. Qin Xiao is too ruthless. Even the leader of the Haotian sect cannot stop his advance. Tang San deeply understands the enormous gap between him and Qin Xiao. Dad, do we really have to hide and run for our lives forever? Qin Xiao is suffocating me, Tang San said weakly to Tang Hao. Creak, creak. In response to Tang San's question, Tang Hao clenched his fists tightly. No, he won't be arrogant for long. Look at me, Xiao San, believe me. One day, I will personally take him down. Tang San was not very convinced by Tang Hao's words because he had said this more than once. Tang San asked, Dad, where are we going now? Tang Hao replied, let's go to the Douluo Empire. I refuse to believe that Qin Xiao can extend his reach to the Douluo Empire. If he really has the power to make us unable to stay in the Douluo Empire, then I will take you far overseas. The Douluo Continent is vast. There will always be a place suitable for our development. In fact, what surfaced in Tang Hao's heart was an island called Sea God Island. That was his last retreat. Your Majesty, Dean Liu Erlong has arrived. Outside the door of Qin Xiao's room at Lamba Academy, Zhu Zhuqing's voice came. Liu Erlong is here again. I wonder what kind of surprise she has brought me today. Qin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he thought curiously. Creak. He pushed the door open, and the figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Liu Erlong appeared before him at the same time. One was mature, the other youthful, evoking inexplicable thoughts. However, Today, Lu Erlong was much more subdued than in the past few days, returning to the way she looked when Qin Xiao first met her. Qin Xiao crossed his arms and asked, "Director Lu, is there something you need?" Facing Qin Xiao's gaze, Lu Erlong showed an unnatural expression on her face. She hurriedly averted her eyes and then said, "It's not me looking for you, but someone else." "Who?" Qin Xiao retracted his nonchalant demeanor and narrowed his eyes slightly. The figure of Xue Qinghe had already appeared in his mind. The crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Beside him is the committee member of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Meng Xinji. "I have arranged for them to be in the reception hall," Lu Erlong said. Qin Xiao nodded. "All right, then I'll go meet them." "Qing, he has met Mr. Qin." In the reception hall, Xue Qing, he looked at Qin Xiao with joy in his eyes. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying that His Highness the Crown Prince need not be so polite. Xue Qinghe inquired, "How have you been recently, sir?" Qin Xiao retorted, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. You aren't here just to chat with me, are you?" Xue Qinghe's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Qin is right. Regarding what you mentioned earlier, there has been a result. I have obtained my father's permission and brought you the Han Haiqian Kuan Zhao. The Han Haiqian Kuan Zhao has arrived." Qin Zhao's eyes brightened. He had long wanted to witness the wonders of the legendary heart of the sea god. At this moment, Xue Qinghe had already handed a square box to Qin Xiao. "Please take a look, sir." Without saying a word, Qin Xiao reached out and took the box in his hand. With a click, as the box opened, a palm-sized three-dimensional triangle, resembling a sapphire carving, appeared before Qin Zhao's eyes. A radiant light emanated from it, and its surface rippled with wave-like patterns that seemed more alive than carved. It must be correct. Just as described in the original text, Qin Xiao held the Han Haiqian Kuan Zhao in his hand, carefully playing with it. He could feel a mysterious power emanating from it. He knew that it was very likely the remnants of the sea god's soul causing trouble. Without the sea god's heart, could Tang Sin still become a god? Qin Xiao thought for a moment and felt that the possibility was not great. He even said that whether Tang San could pass the god-level assessment was still debatable. His Highness the Crown Prince has good intentions. I'm deeply grateful. Qin Xiao played with the sea and sky cover for a while, then quietly put it away. However, he sincerely thanked Xue Qinghe. After all, if it weren't for Xue Qinghe's help, he would have faced some difficulties in obtaining the heart of the sea god. "You don't need to be polite, sir," Xue Qinghe asked. "Are you willing to talk with me now?" Indeed, it was time for a good conversation. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Rest assured from now on, I will never stand on Xue Qing's side. Thank you for your righteousness, sir." Before Xue Qinghe could speak, the observing Dream Xinji was the first to excitedly speak up. Aren't they just looking for Qin Zhao's support? However, Qin Zhao's second sentence struck him like a bolt of lightning. Besides that, I owe His Royal Highness a favor. Qin Zhao's faint voice spread through the hall. What? Just for a favor? Meng Xinji felt somewhat unable to accept it. He intended to add another 2,000 words, but he wasn't feeling well today, so he decided to rest first. Chapter 71. Qin Zhao's attitude, Xue Qing's plan, 6,000 words. This detestable Qin Xiao. It's driving me crazy. Not to mention Meng Xinji. Even Xue Qinghe felt somewhat cheated. He slightly lowered his head, trying his best to hide his eyes that were about to spit fire. "Your Highness, please say something." Xue Qinghe remained silent. Even his expression was unreadable, which made Meng Xinji even more anxious. "Dream Master, I believe that His Majesty must have his reasons for doing this." Finally, Xue Qinghe tried to make his voice calm. After weighing the options, he decided not to confront Qin Xiao. Although Qin Xiao was unpredictable and untrustworthy, his strength was that of a Title Douluo. Offending such a person would not be beneficial to him. Even if he took a step back, wasn't Qin Xiao still in debt to him for a favor? He might have lost out, but it wasn't that much of a loss. Of course, what Xue Qinghe valued the most was that Qin Xiao had sworn he wouldn't side with Prince Xue Qing. This reassured the Knight Emperor to pass the position to his own spiritual medicine. All things considered, didn't that mean Qin Xiao was not only against Prince Xue, but also willing to comfort him? However, Qin Zhao's response left Xue Qinghe in shock. Indeed, there were some reasons that made me change my initial thoughts. But this is also for your own good. Qinghe really didn't understand what your Highness meant and asked for clarification. Xue Qinghe was taken aback and quietly asked. Qin Xiao retorted, "Surely, your Highness must know about the Li family by now?" Xue Qinghe instinctively nodded, aware that this matter was even causing a stir throughout the entire Heaven Do city. Wait, what His Highness meant was that the instigator of this incident. As Xue Qinghe spoke, his expression suddenly changed, looking at Qin Xiao with disbelief. Your Highness has guessed correctly. The titans of the Li family, Tai Nuo and Tai Long, both died at my hands. Qin Xiao nodded calmly. This matter would eventually become known to everyone sooner or later. Moreover, he had never intended to hide it deliberately. Pretending to be weak to deceive others was a sign of insecurity in one's own strength, and Qin Xiao disdainfully rejected such behavior. This was the Douluo Continent, where strength was paramount and the strong were revered. Only with powerful strength could one earn respect from others. Just like now. Hiss, hiss. After Qin Xiao's words fell, Xue Qinghe and Meng Xinji fell silent. They could only gasp in shock. Was this person too fierce? Indeed, he showed no leniency to anyone. The Li family was once an affiliated sect of the Haotian sect. Although the Haotian sect has closed its mountain gates, it was still once their master. The saying to beat a dog, one must look at its owner, should be familiar to both of you, right? If this matter were to reach the ears of the Haotian sect, I believe they would not let it go easily. As for the Haotian sect being hidden away for so many years, no one knows their strength. However, I estimate that there must be at least 4 or 5 Title Douluo, right? I'm not afraid, but is the prince not afraid either? Qin Xiao stopped speaking at this point, instead wearing a faint smile as he looked at Dream God Machine and Xue Qinghe. Indeed, he was not disappointed. Both of them first showed shock on their faces, and then they both revealed a difficult expression. Yes, Qin Xiao may not care about the Haotian sect, but does Xue Qinghe not care? He definitely does. There are so many Title Douluo powerhouses. If he chooses to support Xue Xing and Xue Beng, it would be extremely disadvantageous for his control over the Tiando Empire. So for now, it's better not to get too involved with Qin Xiao. It seems I misunderstood Qin Xiao. Xue Qinghe didn't expect that Qin Xiao had thought so much for him. Unknowingly, he even felt a warmth in his heart. Dream Machine opened his mouth, looking a bit awkward. Your Majesty, you truly care for His Highness. I was the one who was offensive before. Saying this, he bowed to Qin Xiao, looking as if he was admitting his mistake. Now you're getting it, right? Qin Xiao secretly laughed in his heart, but maintained a calm demeanor. Ignorance is no excuse. Saying this, he looked at Xue Qinghe and continued. What I said to His Highness before still counts. You brought me the Hanhai Qianquan cover, so I owe you a favor. How about I help you eliminate Xue Beng right now? Hiss. Dream Machine suddenly paused, realizing that this Lord of Thunder really dares to say anything. Of course, he also dares to act. I want as well, but if killing him could solve the problem, I would have acted long ago. Xue Qinghe was taken aback, then shook his head. Mr. Qin's favor is so precious that Qinghe doesn't dare to use it lightly. Then he quickly said, since this matter is settled, Qinghe won't disturb you any longer. Your Highness, please go ahead. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded, watching Xue Qinghe and dreaming Divine Machine leave. Qin Xiao waved his hand and took out the Vast Sea Universe cover again. Instantly, a blue light shimmered in the hall, rippling like water. The Vast Sea Universe cover, also known as the Heart of the Sea God, was essential for unlocking the Sea God inheritance. Now that this item was in my hands, could I perhaps make use of it? Qin Xiao thought of a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Then, he pressed his index finger hard on the tip of the Han Hai Qianquan shield, exerting a lot of effort, and finally a drop of blood fell. Whoosh! The Han Hai Qianquan shield burst with radiance. Then, with a swoosh, it drilled into Qin Xiao's body, and a golden trident mark flashed briefly on his forehead. At the same time, a stream of information emerged in Qin Xiao's mind. It was a usage method of the Han Hai Qianquan shield, as well as the 4 skills: Han Hai Protection Shield, Qianquan Stabilization Shield, Han Hai Fury, and Qianquan Demon Breaking. Unfortunately, he did not discover where the remnants of the Sea God were. Qin Xiao thought with some regret. Suddenly, a series of knocks came from outside the hall. What is it? Qin Xiao asked. A girl named Meng Iran has come from outside the academy and wants to see you. The voice of Lu Erlong came from outside the door. Meng Iran, what does she want from me? Qin Xiao wondered, but still pushed the door open and walked out. Hey, Boss Dai, isn't this the girl we met in the Stardew Forest? At the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai were whispering as they watched Meng Iran outside the academy. This girl is not bad. She has the figure, the looks, and that slim waist, truly top-notch. Slurp. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. I appreciate her cool and aloof demeanor even more. It makes one want to conquer her, Dai Mubai said solemnly. He saw a shadow of Zhu Zhuqing in Meng Iran. Shameless. At that moment, Ning Rongrong disdainfully spat. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, clearly feeling resistant to the trio's words. That's enough. This girl may have some connection with His Highness, so be mindful of your words, Zhao Wujia coldly reprimanded from the side. Hey, you all are here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone turned around and found Qin Xiao's figure, not knowing when he had arrived behind them. Your Highness, here's the situation. We were just training. And the reason we are here is that Meng Yiran wanted to find a member of Shrek. After we arrived, she said the person she was looking for is not among us. She wants to find you. Zhao Wujia explained the situation clearly. I see. Qin Xiao nodded. You all go ahead and get busy. Saying this, he crossed over the crowd and arrived in front of the academy's main gate. Do you need something from me? Qin Xiao frowned and asked. Plop. The moment Meng Yiran saw Qin Xiao, her first reaction was to kneel down. Please help me, Your Highness. Meng Yiran's eyes instantly turned red. It seemed something big had happened. Qin Xiao's gaze flickered. Come with me. Saying that, he turned and walked towards his residence. Meng Yiran almost hesitated for no time at all and quickly got up to follow him. I'm curious, how did you find this place? In the room? Qin Xiao asked curiously. Meng Yiran replied, I first went to soul.With City and arrived at Shrek Academy, but it was already in ruins there. With the guidance of 2 villagers who used to work in the Shrek Academy cafeteria, I heard that Shrek Academy was coming to Tiando City to merge with the Tiando Royal Academy. After that, I went to Tiando Royal Academy, where I heard some things, and then I came here. I see. Qin Xiao nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, and asked, then why did you come find me? This was actually what Qin Xiao wanted to know the most. After hearing Qin Xiao's words, Meng Yiran's expression suddenly changed, turning pale as paper. The Beast Academy is gone. My grandparents have fallen. It was Tang Hao who destroyed everything. What? You said Tang Hao destroyed the Beast Academy? The Dragon King and Snake Lady have also fallen? In the room, after listening to Meng Yiran's account, Qin Xiao's face also showed a look of emotion. He never expected this to happen. Even in the original story, the Dragon King had once helped Tang San. Meng Yiran said bitterly, I accidentally revealed the external spirit bone at the academy. Although my grandparents tried their best to keep it a secret, the students in the academy still leaked the news. This brought disaster to the Beast Academy. The incident has already happened. Regretting it is meaningless. One must learn to look forward. Qin Xiao does not speak those flowery words, for in the face of reality, any rhetoric is too pale. Your Highness, you don't need to say comforting words. I still understand the reasoning. I came to find you not to seek comfort, but to ask you for the power to take revenge. I want to kill Tang Hao and destroy the Haotian sect. Meng Yiran said tearfully. Why did you come to find me? Qin Xiao was not sympathetic enough to immediately agree. Meng Yiran wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. You are the only strong person I still know. Besides you, I don't know who else to turn to. Moreover, you have helped me before. Do you know who your enemy is? How powerful the forces behind them are? Of course I know. Meng Yiran nodded heavily. Her eyes instantly filled with determination. If I don't avenge this grudge, I will find it hard to close my eyes even in death. As long as I can kill Tang Hao and destroy the Haotian sect, I am willing to pay any price. As she spoke, she pulled the ribbon tied around her waist, revealing a magnificent view before Qin Xiao. Her legs were long and straight. I have to say, Meng Yiran's figure may not be as explosive as Zhu Zhuqing's, but it is very well proportioned. Qin Xiao really couldn't say who would win or lose. He could only say that each had its own merits. In the past, even as a Title Douluo, he couldn't help but glance a few more times at this scene. After all, a Title Douluo is still a man at heart, and more importantly, a young man full of vigor. If you still like Meng Yiran, then just go for her. At this moment, Meng Yiran gently bit her lip and said softly, even though she had mentally prepared herself before meeting Qin Xiao, she still felt incredibly nervous when it came to this step. However, Qin Xiao turned around, facing away from Meng Yiran, and said, although I, Qin Xiao, am not a gentleman, I cannot take advantage of someone in a vulnerable position. Of course, if it were my enemy, that would be another story. Everyone has a desire for beauty. I like beautiful women too, but I don't want to obtain them in such a way. You should put your clothes on first. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran was stunned. A mixture of relief and regret blossomed in her heart. She was relieved that Qin Xiao did not take advantage of her situation, but regretted that he didn't. However, she also understood that since Qin Xiao had spoken, she could not defy or refute him. So she quietly picked up the fallen ribbon and tied it back around her waist. When the soft rustling sound ended, Qin Xiao turned back around, his gaze fixed intently on her. Do you really want Tang Hao to die? Do you wish to have him torn to pieces? Meng Yiran's voice was cold and filled with endless hatred. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Moreover, Meng Yiran also had an external soul bone, and her innate talent was not lacking. Qin Xiao really couldn't find any reason to refuse. All right, I can help you. But if you want to become stronger, you will have to endure unimaginable pain. If one day you can't take it anymore, don't blame me for being heartless and abandoning you. Qin Xiao stared at Meng Yiran and said in a deep voice, not hiding the coldness in his tone at all. Your Highness, I understand. Please do not show me any pity. Meng Yiran said as she bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, forget it. I'll take his words at face value for now. Just stay here for the time being. I'll go talk to Dean Liu. Qin Xiao said as he walked towards the door. However, just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped. Meng Yiran's expression tightened. Your Majesty. Is there something else you would like to instruct Yiran? There's one thing. Qin Xiao turned his back to Meng Yiran and said, you should wear more clothes. It's getting cold. This. Meng Yiran was instantly stunned. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that quickly spread to the roots of her ears. Remembering the scene just now, her heart felt like a lake with surging waves, unable to calm down for a long time. Meanwhile, in the prince's mansion, Xue Beng rushed into Xue Xing's room with an anxious look. What happened again? Look at you, all flustered, how uncouth. Xue Xing sat upright in the main seat and said casually, Uncle Wang, I'll be more careful next time. But this matter is truly urgent. Xue Beng took a deep breath to calm himself. Speak, what is it? Prince Xue Xing had a composed demeanor, and after speaking, he picked up a teacup from the table beside him. Xue Beng thought seriously for a moment and asked earnestly, Uncle Wang, there are two bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Oh, two pieces of bad news. Xue Xing instinctively responded, but quickly realized something was off. What do you mean? Two bad news? Crack. He immediately smashed the precious cup in his hand to the ground, startling Xue Beng. At that moment, he heard Xue Xing ask in a deep voice, Tell me, what is the difference between them? There is of course a difference. He answered without hesitation. One piece of news is bad, the other is worse. Xue Xing, what the hell? You made a choice, then let's start with the bad news. I received word that Father Emperor has bestowed the national treasure, the Hanhai Qinquanjia, to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, that was bad news. Xue Qinghe's foundation had grown even stronger. However, the Hanhai Qinquanjia had been in the royal family for so long, without anyone discovering its hidden secrets. Even Xue Qinghe might be helpless. Prince Xue Xing nodded. This piece of bad news wasn't too terrible. Xue Beng nodded and began to recount another matter. The second piece of news also came from the palace. The Hanhai Qinquanjia was wanted by Qin Xiao, and as soon as Xue Qinghe received it, he immediately sent it to Qin Xiao. Xue Xing was immediately alarmed. What do you mean? Qin Xiao wanted this thing, and Xue Qinghe sent it to him? That is a huge favor. Qin Xiao is very likely to stand with Xue Qinghe. There was no bad news worse than this. He can no longer sit still and jump down from the throne, pacing back and forth. Uncle Wang, there's no need to be nervous. You tell me, why shouldn't I be nervous? Didn't you ask the poisoned Douluo to take action? Then Qin Xiao won't be bouncing around for long, even if he stands with the crown prince. I don't believe he can help the crown prince seize the throne in just a few days. Xue Beng said, his eyes filled with wisdom. You really are a fool. Xue Xing felt a surge of anger just seeing him. Xue Beng was always bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Xue Beng, don't expect anything from Douluo. He is too scared to take action against Qin Xiao now. If we want to turn the situation around, we can only rely on ourselves. I won't hide it from you. If it weren't for this situation, I wouldn't have planned to provoke Qin Xiao. I would have given the Tiando Royal Academy to Xue Qinghe, and I would have accepted my defeat. Xue Xing's voice was bitter and helpless. If possible, he really didn't want to provoke Qin Xiao again. In contrast, Xue Beng was dumbfounded after hearing Prince Xue Xing's words. Uncle Wang, what should we do now? Let me analyze it. Prince Xue Xing was also very troubled. I also want to know what to do. My lord, there's urgent news. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Is there anything more urgent than this? Prince Xue Xing felt that the guard outside was making a fuss. Just say it. What is it? According to your instructions, the suspect who killed Titan has been found. What? Found? Prince Xue Xing was overjoyed at this moment. He felt that there was still hope. He said in a deep voice to the door, Come in and speak. Yes. After the voice fell, a lean man dressed in coarse cloth entered. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, My lord, I've gathered the latest news. On the night of Titan's murder, his grandson Talon had a conflict with someone. With whom? With that Qin Xiao from Shrek Academy. Qin Xiao, it's him. Xue Xing's eyes brightened. The lean man continued, My lord, it's just a guess for now, and there's no solid evidence yet. What evidence do we need? We don't need evidence. This vague clue is enough. Prince Xue Xing laughed heartily.